Actually, yeah, down here is fine. Let's change over the party as well. Hello again.
Yo.
Long time no see.
Yo. I know, been ages. Wonderful. I think we're in place. I think everything that I can see is sorted and is running
not
smoothly.
Select.
CPU's under control. Music's blaring. Sound alerts working. Lobby purring. Oh yes.
Oh, that's dumb. I can't. the mobile version of YouTube Studio, I can't edit the description of the live video that's just gone live because the mobile version of YouTube.
Oh Jesus, fucking hell! What a joke. That sucks.
That's right. I basically just the description is basically just copy and paste of the description in the GoFundMe.
Oh,
so
okay.
I will just copy that.
So Nipsaloo,
we are
minute
playing.
or so, and then I'll introduce, and then we'll allow this thing to get underway. So back in a sec.
I need. Yep, there we go. Right. Time to share. Time to share this thing. Hi chat, you're in a photo. I think that red. Oh, you can't see it there.
Okay. Do the intro of the stream. You happy with that?
Yeah, go for it.
Let's go. Let's go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. And it is a nice morning outside. It's too bad we're not going to be seeing much of it. Welcome along to the 36 hours of Silverstone. 36. Yep, you read that right. Let's get off this damn starting soon screen, because we may as well get this show on the road, shall we? We have not got long. How are you doing, guys? Morning. How are we doing? Welcome in, Finn. Welcome in, AJ. AJ, don't say that. Don't, because if you're tired already, yeah. And we have our first bits donation off the stream. Thank you, AJ. Are we there yet? No. Funnily
Well,
enough.
I'll tell you what, with our fundraising, we set a target of £500. We're already a quarter of the way there.
Indeed, yeah. I think we've got 120 at the moment, which is just
125.
mad.
Someone, yes, we
125. Hell
125.
yeah.
Someone donated £5 like
Brilliant.
this
Oh,
morning.
cool. Who was it, by the way? Do you know?
I can get them up. We've had my mum Sarah, her partner Tony, my dad Chris, my uncle Simon. We've also had Charlie and Ella.
Oh, wicked. Nice. Awesome. Ella, that could be Ella Wriggles from
Yeah.
the server the chat. Yeah. She had a big
Yes.
race yesterday. So guys, we are starting in a matter of minutes, and as you guys will be aware, obviously we will be doing a relay format of this 36-hour endurance race, because 24 hours wasn't enough. You know, the whole day was not enough. So when we've done solo attempts before, we've got to push the boat out now. So basically what's going to happen is Matt is going to start this race for the first couple of hours, and then I will jump in for a couple of hours after that, whilst Matt, from about 20 past 10 this morning, is going to be in with BBC Radio Cornwall, which is really cool. They're going to ask him some questions about all this, and that's all going to be live on the radio, which is fantastic.
Yes.
Thrill. So that's going to be happening, and then at some point we'll have the Racing Pride, a chap from Racing Pride called Cade, coming in to have a chat with us as well, and yeah, we're going to get a great opportunity to sort of network and talk about Racing Pride and talk about how important it is and why we're doing this and so on. And yeah, it's all very exciting stuff, and it is about to get underway very, very soon. But thank you very much, AJ, for that first donation of 25 bits. Are we there yet? 25p to charity. Oh yes, every little bit helps, Finn.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised, man. Every little bit helps. Every time anyone wants to donate, obviously the link is there for !36 hours. But you've also got that ability to just use sound alerts and just be here and watch, because it's all going to add up. It's all going to add up. All in good time, Finn, by the way. All good time. Welcome in, Little Fox. Morning, mate. How you doing? So we're just approaching the end of practice now, and we are almost pretty much dead on time, which is fantastic. Literally dead on time. Love it.
We've got 1 minute, and then the race will start. Oh Jesus!
Sight a lap during qualifying, and then bring it in.
No, I've done my sight lap.
Well, yeah, I forgot to do mine in practice.
We can do it. Yeah, no, we were already up the stream. We forgot to do it. I've started on the caffeine already, chat. It's not good. It's the morning. It's fine. I'm allowed a coffee in the morning. I won't be having energy drinks. I'm not going to have energy drinks until the end of my third stint, which will be my third stint will end at midnight. So like 11 p.m. is when I'm gonna open the. Don't let me open energy drinks or have another coffee before then. I forgot to share that.
Thank you, AJ, for another 25 bits. We are going to bring more passion and more energy this stream, trust me. It's also a little bit early in the morning, so we're still waking up. Okay, so we're a minute away now. Please ignore the 12 hours at the top. That's so we do this 12 hours, and then we go into the 24. So we get 36 hours. Voila. See? So don't worry about that. But we are doing 36, to be clear. Because everyone comes in and goes, oh, you're not far away from the end now. It's like, no. So I am not to set drive. Matt will, and he will be getting this underway in about half a minute.
I just heard the announcement for 30 seconds, and I'm just like,
Don't forget setup. By the way.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Just,
we're in the thing already. Oh crap! I didn't.
Shit. Yeah. Sorry. Yep.
I haven't got time.
Okay. Shit. Well, you can still do it after the first stint.
Yeah.
That's my bad. Shit.
I had 30 seconds. I thought it was 30 seconds left of.
Oh no, this is
I thought that was 30 seconds of quali still.
Oh no, it was only a minute of quali.
Yeah, well, I thought we were still halfway through. I was still sharing it in.
Okay, yeah.
Sharing it in things. I haven't even got my gloves on.
How's about we do? Oh, we've got a green light, everyone.
Here we go.
And
8:01 and it's 8:02 IRL.
It's absolutely seamless. We're here.
We're prepared.
We are there. We are there. We are running, and we are now running for 36 hours.
We are.
This is it. This is it. Now, bearing in mind this setup thing and the gloves thing, if you want to jump in at the end of this stint and swap, so you can get a setup, get things loaded and stuff, that's totally fine. It's up to you. It's up to you. Man's too busy shouting his stream out, honestly. It's such a professional job from both of us. Whoa! Nice cold tyres.
Cold tyres and trying to put a glove on coming down the Hanger Straight.
Oh, yes.
Or Wellington Straight, whichever one it is.
Thank you, Ella. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. I'm guessing it was you with the £5 donation. If so, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that.
It's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. And just to reiterate, guys, if you want to play sound alerts for bits, all the money from those bits goes into the pot at the end as a pack of donations, basically. So any subs, so the share I get from any subs, gift subs, bits, donations, and ad revenue all go into the pot as well. All of that is a donation. So being here and watching, you're donating. Using sound alerts for bits, you're donating. Gifting subs to people, you're donating. So yeah, thank you. That's the way it's going to work. For this 36-hour stream, anything that comes through in that format will be redirected into a donation, a package donation, into GoFundMe, which the link you'll find. The link you'll find here.
Yeah.
Oh my word. AJ perfectly demonstrating my point there with a gift sub to Ella. Unbelievable. Thank you very much, AJ, for gifting that sub to Ella. Enjoy your emotes and your sort of ad-free viewing. Thank you very much indeed, man. Oh my god, he's done it again. He's done it again. Gifted a sub to Finn now as well. Bloody hell, AJ.
Finn wasn't subbed.
Getting the ball rolling straight away.
I'm more offended that Finn wasn't. I'm more offended with Finn that wasn't subbed.
Thank you very much, AJ, for another gifted sub already. Like Jesus, absolute MVP straight off the bat. Straight off the bat. Thank you very much. I was literally about to buy a sub. Look at that, AJ coming up clutch with that. Yeah, thank you so much. All that share's going in the pot, man. So these are all little donations as well as kind gestures to the rest of the community there. Love it. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much indeed.
AJ, I'm sure we will smash it, just not the car.
Yes, absolutely. Our only target is to smash the
attempt, not the
yes, not the vehicle. Not the vehicle, no, that wouldn't be ideal. No, you can gift one then, Finn. There you go, exactly. Yeah, Finn could gift one. Ella, thank you very, very much for 100 bits now as well. Jesus, we got a hype train already. Good
wow.
grief.
Choo-choo.
We are 4 minutes into the race. 4 minutes.
And hype train already.
Hype train.
Beautiful.
Unbelievable. Everyone's raring to go this morning. I love it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for 200 bits. That's fantastic. Welcome in, Ruff. How you doing, mate? Welcome along. And well done again, Ella, by the way. Yes, for your rocket, the rig event. Is that what it's called? Because you and Jess got a 1-2, I think, which is absolutely insane.
Wow,
so
cool.
Well done. Really well done. Like, wow. Extraordinary. Might go and put some money in the GoFundMe tomorrow. Honestly, there is never, let me be absolutely clear about this, there's never any expectation No one is like, you must do this. It's not like
Yeah.
that. Don't feel obliged. It's only if you have capacity and want to. Let me be absolutely clear about that. I don't want anyone feeling any pressure to donate. Only do it if you absolutely can. But all of it is massively appreciated as we try and get near that 500 quid target. So yeah, we'll work towards it, but don't feel obliged to do so. But yeah, we did. Yeah, no, absolutely, like, insane effort. Absolutely insane. Amazing. Now me and Monica got P2 and P3 because we're in team. We can't be scouted. This is it. It's such a shame. You have to wait until a certain age. But I think it's for like consent and legal reasons. They just have to be absolutely sure that you're of age because of how things might ramp up with that success and other affiliations and stuff. So they just have to be cautious about that. I think it is simply a matter of consent. So is the race done yet? Nearly.
No.
Yeah. Hang in there, mate. I'm just wondering, so you can get your setup loaded when you pit for your next stint. I'll go out for half an hour, and then we'll do the first.
No,
Are you sure? Do you think
it's fine. Yeah, yeah, that's fine for the first bit. It's only a short stint as well. Short stint, so it's only 2 hours. So
Okay.
yeah, all I have to do is manually put in the fuel, and I think once I set it first, it will remember it. If I say max fuel, will it remember the max fuel?
It might do. I don't know actually. I think it actually resets, and then you'll just have to add.
But I'll just have to keep adding it. That's fine. I can stop in the pit lane and just add it.
I'll drop a reminder as your stint ends that to load your setup, because you can do it from the pause menu.
Yes, you can.
When you get back to garage, I mean, just load the setup, and then it'll have your fuel targets. Just put my name out for next year though, get some reputation. Exactly. Yeah, look, you'll be noticed initially straight away because they'll go, yeah, you're not of age, but you are clearly very quick. So they'll notice that. They will notice that. Yeah, Matt's on YouTube. Let me find his channel for you in a minute. In fact, he'll be live.
I am.
Obviously. There we are.
So I was underprepared. I was sharing it all in Discords and things like that, and was just like, 30 seconds to go until the start. Okay.
So that is Matt's YouTube channel. And then this is his stream link. There we go. I think I'm going to say hello to him over on YouTube, and drop him a sub as well, as in a YouTube sub, which is like a Twitch follow.
Yeah. Cost you nothing, because unfortunately with the way YouTube works, like, there's no ad rolls, there's no revenue coming in from watching or subbing to my stream, so more passive viewing gives more money through Keiran, but that doesn't mean you don't have to not be in my stream. I appreciate it as much.
No,
and you can just sub and follow, and then I do videos as well, normally Formula 1 related, and normally in VR. So it's normally some good fun videos on my channel.
Exactly. Yeah, go and have a look, because there's loads of like awesome content on there. Absolutely awesome. In case at some point during the 36 you're like, I need something else. I can't just watch a Honda NSX driving around Silverstone much longer.
But you're not sick of my voice yet. Yeah.
Well, that's it. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, plenty to look forward to. There's loads of stuff out you can go and look at, and yeah, show you support over on Matt's stream as well. As I say, you've got the option of watching my onboard of Matt from this view, or you can literally go and watch him driving. So yeah. Until James joins, it gets interesting. Oh, it always does. It always does. Morning, Ginge. How you doing, buddy? Welcome in. Bright and early. We're catching everyone on their at breakfast, I think. So it's great. It's my breakfast.
That, or if you're like me, you'll be lying in bed. You're watching while lying in bed.
They wouldn't judge.
So that's what I would have been doing. I would have been like, oh, it's 8 o'clock. I'm just gonna put the stream on. Watch them while half asleep.
Oh yeah. Finn's having tea, and Ginger's getting ready to head to bed. That makes sense. Why? You work nights?
Pressure's weak, innit, bro?
Or are you pulling my leg? No, pressure's weak. That's a good point. That's a great point. Work nights. Okay. Yeah. No, fair enough.
Fair. Yeah.
Let you off. I keep forgetting who works where. Sorry.
That's right. You can sleep, and when you wake up, we'll still be going.
That's right. Yeah.
And you can go to work, and we'll still be going.
That's right.
We will be ending when you go to work, not for your next shift, but the following shift.
Exactly.
8 p.m. Sunday. That's when we're finishing. We will be. You will do a whole shift and then come home, go to sleep, and then get ready to go to work, and we will then be finishing.
Oh boy. Yes, thank you, AJ, for another 25 bits, man. Is indeed on the night shift. That's a very appropriate sound alert. Couldn't be more appropriate at this point in time.
Yeah.
Only gonna have a few hours this morning to watch at work, and Alfie will need me, of course. Absolutely, yeah. Duty calls. But I appreciate you hanging out all the same.
Yeah.
Anyone that can hang out, honestly, it's really appreciated. Because, as I mentioned, all of the ad revenue on top of all the bits and subs, that share of those is all going into the pot. So by viewing, you're donating. Yeah. Even a little bit, but it all makes a difference. It all adds up over a day and a half. So just by being here, you're doing us a massive favour. So thank you very much. And doing Racing Pride a big favour as well.
Yeah.
So it's what we're doing this for. It's who we're supporting. Doing a lot of important work.
I remember that I've been reminded by Racing Pride to point out that Racing Pride are not a charity. They are a non-profit community interest company. So when you donate, there is unfortunately no gift aid, and it is not tax refundable. And it is going effectively to a company, not a charity. However, as I said, it is non-profit, and it is all for the good of the LGBTQ plus community within motorsport and its industries.
Exactly.
Legal jargon.
Oh yes. Exactly.
Legal fine print.
Absolutely. We have to stress that, obviously, that it's not your conventional registered charity. It's not that kind of thing, but they are in support of fundraising to help them run their events and outreach programs, and general investment in those opportunities for people of LGBTQ plus within, as Matt said, the motorsport industry, whether you be a driver or an engineer or someone in the media, so a commercial partner or a technical partner, anyone really, is to support them and give them a voice and an opportunity to have the same chances, same successes as anyone else. That's the idea, and equality, inclusion really matter. They really matter, and that's what they're trying to do.
And it also provides a safe space for fans within the LGBTQ plus community, or just allies as well of the LGBTQ plus community. They've got their membership, which I think is only something like £25 for the year. Is not much, and you get invited into their Discord. where everyone can chat and hang out safely. And there's also events as well that they go to, like they've been, because they're partners with some teams like Red Bull and Aston Martin, so they've gone and had factory tours with them, and they do all sorts of other events. There were like Milton Keynes Pride earlier this month, and they go to touring car races and things like that. So no, and have meetups for fans and members as well.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of very cool stuff, and I think it definitely has been making a massive difference just through that. And there's a lot of other initiatives going on, but Racing Pride have been absolutely pivotal. So yeah, it's great to see, and it's good to be part of that effort to help achieve their goals, really, which are very ambitious. But you got to have ambitious goals, right, to make big shifts and big changes.
You want an example of the big shifts and big changes that have managed to be made? Jess Hawkins drove the Aston Martin around Budapest track like earlier this week. So Jess herself is not an ambassador of Racing Pride. However, Aston Martin are a technical partner, and Jess's partner Abby Eaton is a driver ambassador as well. So they're all part of it. Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about. Those are the opportunities. That's that progress, that huge step in progress that is required. Finn, not sure yet, no, but they are present in the server, so it will be a case of when it suits them, they are welcome to.
I believe it will be later on, because Cade said he was in Australia, so
that's right. Yeah,
he's joining us from
later
Australia.
In the day for them, so it'll probably be his morning and our night, I imagine. So not immediately, no. It'll be quite late in the day for them now, depending on where in Australia they are. Obviously, if they are on the west coast, then it will be around 3. But if they're on the east coast, it'll be more like 5. So yeah, it'll be getting later in the day for them, and he's probably conscious of the fact that this has just started. So it's more than likely it'll be later in the day for us when he's got up on Sunday. So yeah, more than likely. So we'll be time traveling. It's mad when you consider like the time difference to places like Australia. Having visited there recently for work, it's like crazy how that you've got up at like, I don't know, I've got up to start at 9. Everyone's gone to bed a couple of hours ago back home.
Yeah.
So it's pretty weird.
So what I was saying, I think the last stream that we did on Thursday, I did my longest being awake in one stint is 51 hours. And that mainly stemmed for being in Beijing, having woken up at a reasonable time at like 8 o'clock on the Friday, but then travelling and doing a work party. I then counted back and realised it wasn't 7 a.m. that I woke up. It was 11 p.m. Thursday UK time that I woke up. But because it was China, it was 7 a.m., which was a reasonable time to wake up, rather than 11 p.m.
Nailed it. But it's a weird one to adjust to, the time zones, and it really throws you off quite a lot. So you finish for the day and you text your family like, morning. But like, I get off at 5 while I was out there, and everyone's just like starting the day. It's like, okay, this is weird. But yeah, definitely an interesting one. And I think I'd say Finn, that's the guy there as Cade. Yeah, that's the obstacle we'll have there with regards to finding a suitable time to meet. But I'm sure there's so much time available here that it shouldn't be too difficult to find a time slot.
Yeah.
Somewhere in our schedule. So yeah, we'll work it around that. So if Cade's ready at some point, then we'll rejig the schedule if necessary, unless Matt's already in the car, in which case I'll just have a chat with him.
Yeah.
So we've accommodated the schedule so far to allow Matt to finish up at 10 a.m. so he can go off and have a radio interview with BBC Radio Cornwall and have a chat with them about Racing Pride and our attempt and what we're doing, how we're doing it, and how people can support. Basically, I think that was the gist of the questions. So pretty cool to be able to get that kind of outreach and be able to chat with Racing Pride directly. So this is great, really good. Morning, teammate. How are you doing? How's it going, man? Hope you're well. We're now 20 minutes in. Oh, simply lovely. Simply lovely. Thank you for the 25 bits, Ella. It is simply lovely. Wonderful. It's all going in the pot. Thank you so much for that. It's very kind of you. As well as the bits earlier, of course. Appreciate it. Like, we already had a hype train, which is like, what the fuck? And in this early stage, I don't know where this will go. And that's what the cool thing about it is, right? You don't know where it's going to go. And every little bit helps. That's the way I see it. Yeah.
Tesco called. They want their slogan back, by the way.
Every little helps. Yeah, we're going to get claimed now. We're going to get banned for good. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we're being sued. All the money for Racing Pride now is to go to Tesco.
Oh, it is. Yeah, they all need it. Yeah, they're really struggling.
Like all the money we spent on snacks and drinks didn't already go to Tesco.
Yes, exactly. Literally. Yeah. My locals are at Tesco as well. Yeah, literally, they've taken my money. Yeah, not crying yet, Rough, but there's time for that yet. There is time for that. Oh yeah. That was a coffee.
Yeah, it feels fine.
Good. Never know with this. We've done like endless testing, but there is always the chance of something going haywire. So we've planned for nearly every eventuality.
Yes, we even tested the penalty. Near. We even tested the penalty system to its limit. Yes. We even broke it.
We did break it.
We broke the penalty limit.
Registering a track limit penalty. It's like, that should have registered it. And then you serve another pen, and it's like, oh, I want to...
It tried to give Keiran 2 30-second stop-go penalties, and it couldn't calculate that.
No, it couldn't figure it out.
That's how far we went, yeah.
And a stop-go 30 seconds.
And it couldn't figure it out.
Stop-go 30 seconds. I didn't actually have to do the drive-through.
For two separate offences, we like sped and corner cut. But also, corner cutting is actually very difficult to do. You have to literally just straight line Maggots and Beckett's, and straight line whatever this corner is that I'm at. I can't remember.
Club?
Yes, club. You got a straight line club as well. Those are literally the only ones that you can cut.
It takes a lot. Yeah.
It doesn't even penalise you for just cutting the loop. If I go from this corner that I'm coming up to, if I just go straight across, you can see where the barrier is directly ahead there. Yeah, if I just go straight across and back onto the Wellington Straight, it doesn't doesn't give you a penalty. It's just like, that's fine.
It has the audacity to say no time gained. Like, are you kidding me?
We're just cutting the loop.
I've cut out like 4 corners somehow. And it's like, no, it's fine.
It's only Club and Maggots and Beckett's that doesn't like you cutting. But you have to severely cut them. You have to straight line them.
Yes, exactly. I don't know if it's a matter of it figures out whether you've actually gone any quicker through that subsector, and it's like actually not
potentially,
made much
yeah.
That's basically it. As long as you've made a big difference in time. So if you tried to cut Luffield, it doesn't work.
I think because
it's so much time driving on the grass.
Yeah, and you got to slow down for the 90. It's now a 90-degree corner.
Yeah, exactly. So all that comes into it. So it's not actually registering it as a time gain, which is hilarious. But it definitely looks like it is. But yes, we've basically tested the game to its limit in this format, and I believe we found most things that could go wrong. So yeah, basically what that means is something is bound to go wrong at some point. I've said that, and we'll be completely and utterly unprepared for it.
Even one of our workarounds that we figured out is the same tactic that Red Bull did in Japan with Perez, which is if we get a speeding penalty at the end of our stint, it will then give us a yellow flag while sat in the pits, and that yellow flag will never clear unless we come out of the pits, do a lap, and take the penalty. Which is exactly what Red Bull did in Japan. So
that's right. Yeah. Basically, if that situation happens, it's decided that you're a hazard because you haven't really pit, because you've got a penalty to do. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Like if you speed into the pit lane, the game treats it like you haven't pitted, and therefore if you stop in the pit lane, it thinks you've stopped on track, and therefore it's a yellow flag. So there's some quirks with it, but at least we know they exist now.
Yeah.
So basically, speeding in the pit lane will probably get you a drive-through or a stop-go, and just serve it straight away. Basically, is what we figured out.
Drive-through, I think. Yeah.
Drive-through, yeah. I mean, and it's a case of just get it served straight away.
Yes, it gives you 3 laps to do things. We have tested it. If you don't take a penalty, you are disqualified, which is like that's serious, because then you can't get back on track, and we'd have to restart the entire server. We'd have to stop proceedings. But it gives you 3 laps. It gives you big warning. Like, it's very difficult to miss it.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
That can also happen if you drive without lights on during the night. However, that takes 6 laps to do, which, considering it's about a 2-minute lap, that takes 12 minutes of your time driving with no lights on. So
yeah, it takes ages. Yeah, it takes ages. I mean, that's like, it warns you about the lights, then you get a penalty, then you've got to wait 3 laps. You've got to do it within 3 laps as well. So it all adds up. 14 days, 10 hours watching, bloody hell. Well, it's going to be more like 16 days at the end of all this, if you manage to watch all of it, Finn. Though I'm sure you folks have got other
lives.
Other lives, basically, yeah, exactly. But, if you are here, it's massively appreciated, as I say.
Yeah.
It's all good company, and, yeah, it's all for a great cause as well, as we say. Got footage head to at 3 PM. There you go. There you go. Time you're on the radio. Matt will be on BBC Radio.
About 10. Yeah, about 20 past 10.
Yep. 20 past 10. You'll be able to listen in.
What I'll do as well, chat, is because it'll be on the phone, so I'll put my phone on speaker and put it near my microphone, so you can hear my phone, so you can hear the presenter. Yep. It won't be great quality. You can listen back on BBC Sounds if need be, but I'll put it near so you can hear what I'm saying, and you can hear what the presenter's asking as well.
Yep. You hear that, guys? The 36 hours of Silverstone in support of Racing Pride will be on BBC Sounds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You have to go really looking for it, but it will.
You have to look for it, but still, it will be there. It will be there. It'll exist on the BBC. How cool is that? It will, and of course it will be live to a number of listeners on Radio Cornwall on a Saturday morning, which is absolutely insane. I just find that mad. That's brilliant. So yeah,
actually, to be fair, on a Saturday morning,
that's a brilliant idea. He's got that connection there to be able to do that. So I wonder how many people will be listening. I'm not sure how many listeners they usually get. Do you know?
I have no idea. It's sadly less and less, and actually I mean, why would the BBC advertise this? But there have been strikes for local radios. Because there's strikes everywhere, but there's strikes for local BBC radios, because basically the BBC decided in its infinite wisdom that they were going to reshuffle everything, and everyone who worked for local radio had to reapply for their jobs. Even people who have been doing it for 40 years and had stable shows had to reapply, and there was no guarantee they weren't going to replace them with some upcoming 18-year-old.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, everyone had to apply, so there's lots of strikes. Lots of places have been sort of like amalgamated as well. So like, I know that like in the Midlands, like Northamptonshire and BBC Northampton, BBC Leicester, they're now like 1 or 2 of their shows are now going to be part of 3 counties. So 3 counties is turning into like 5 counties.
Oh, cool.
Just so they're like, hey, we can just do it with 1 presenter rather than having 4. and it then doesn't make it local radio, because then it's not BBC Northampton, it's now BBC the Midlands.
No, exactly, and it's even less local because they start looking at more regional news than local news, and therefore those little stories that would normally appear on the radio, they haven't got time for.
That's the thing.
Sorry, we've got to look at the regional stuff.
That's the thing. Like, better example that I can give is, say, yeah, well, again, let's use the Midlands. You could live in Leicestershire. You could live at Silverstone, right? Because this is part of it. Because BBC Berkshire as well will be part of that. So this will all be where Silverstone is. This is all part of it. They'll include areas as well. So you'll be living in Silverstone. It'll be like, oh, huge tailbacks on the M6. Look, that's not relevant to me, but it's part of the catchment area for this local BBC. So they'll have to talk about tailbacks on the M6, and just like, but that's miles away.
Exactly, it's daft.
Yeah. That's why there's been a lot.
So it's not relevant to thousands of listeners.
Yeah.
And therefore, less of them are going to listen. So it's actually going to be more of a problem. There'd be more listeners if it was still local, because those people would be listening in due to its relevance to them. They'll start turning off, and therefore they'll have even less listeners than they had before, collectively. Yeah, they'll have a few more presenters, but that's the idea. It's like, it's all cut back, and they're not thinking big picture, and it's a shame, because people are not getting the information they need. They really do need it in some cases.
I mean, I think the listeners...
Some parts of the world are cut off.
I think the listenership has gone down, and sadly, I think the rules for local BBC stations as well is it has to be 60 or 70% talk and 30% music, which means that people under the age of 40 are not interested.
No, they'd rather just play music.
Yeah, so they do lose a huge audience because of their rule that like 60-70% has to be talk.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I've got to put in effort. It's like, yeah, it's a radio station, come on.
Yeah, but it means that their audience are a lot older.
Well, yeah, that's right. It's more traditional.
Yes,
and they've got used to what radio is about, especially local radio. I mean, you look at like Capital and Heart and all that, and it's a lot of music. And that's their approach. They're more modern, and as a result of that, people are getting accustomed to the idea that radio is mostly music, but it's really not. Traditional radio is for communication, and therefore a lot of talking, a lot of updates, a lot of news, and that's the idea. That's how it's been used. But the problem is that's that generational gap again, where those who are older will see it as, an opportunity to share information that's relevant to them, particularly locally. But others will see it as an opportunity just to listen to some current music, stuff that's mainstream, like on Radio 1 or Capital or Heart and so on. So there's a divide for sure in the way that radio is portrayed. So it's a bit of an issue, and it's creating a problem in terms of, as you say, recruitment, I guess, to get the right people in to do it.
And that's the difference as well. Keiran referenced
catch those,
that's the thing. That's the difference as well. Keiran referenced Radio 1, which is BBC Radio, but the big stations, Radio 1, Radio 2, Radio 3, 5 and 6 have an exception to that 70% talking rule, because they're the major ones. I mean, it's literally called Radio 6 Music, then Radio 1 and Radio 2 need to stay relevant and be one of the popular ones. So that's why they're excluded from those. You're needing to talk. The only one that obliges by it is Radio 4, because that's all talk.
Yeah, they've stuck to the guns.
But that's what Radio 4 is known for. Yeah, the Radio 4 is known for being a talk radio. So
that was in the main Hull City presenter on BBC Humberside has been doing it for 20, 30 years, lost his job because of all that. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Right? It's such a shame. You've got people in that role for years, decades, proven, and still not enough.
No one was
sad.
guaranteed by the reshuffle, which is why so many of them were going on strike, because they were just like, we're losing jobs, we're losing valuable presenters.
Yeah, exactly, valuable presenters, because they've got so much experience, they can provide a lot of information.
Look, but someone younger who can be with us for another 30 years, and we can pay them like half the price.
Exactly. It's all about efficiency financially, and now it's not really it about the quality as such anymore, which is a real shame, because people do, as we saw from the Top Gear radio episode, if it's not up to scratch, people get angry. And I know that was a bit of a sketch, obviously it's Top Gear, but still the point stands. People do value their radio stations, I think. There are people who still absolutely need it for their updates, whatever's going on in their area. And when it's not there anymore, it makes people feel probably quite isolated, I imagine. And it must be quite difficult for those people who really depend on it. Our local radio has always been in Staffordshire and Cheshire, and then they moved the production to London. So everyone stopped listening, and a guy has set up his own radio station that everyone has switched to. There you go.
Yeah.
Says it all, doesn't it? Says it all. People want something that is actually local, not local relocated to London. But yeah, maybe it's more efficient, but it doesn't matter. You need to have that connection with the community you're in. So if you relocate it, how can anyone have any connection to you? It's a real shame. It's a real shame. And yes, we are 172nd into the race, or at least we were 5 minutes ago. Getting through it. Got work. So I'll have to leave it here, but I'll be in and out throughout the day. And night. Good luck. Thank you very much, Alan. Appreciate you joining us for the beginning of this. And yeah, thank you very much for the bits, donations, and yeah, well, just bits. Yeah, actually, yeah. Thank you very much for that. And enjoy your sub, courtesy of AJ. Catch you later on.
I was looking at all the wrong dials for fuel and such. I got 2 laps of fuel. Because I didn't look at the setup, so I couldn't put a full tank at the beginning, because they should go an hour.
Oh, it should, shouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it starts throwing it.
So I don't think I had a full tank of fuel. So I've got 7.5 litres remaining. I need to remember that the bigger number is how many litres of fuel I've got, not how many laps of fuel. Damn F1 poisoning my brain.
Show laps, or no, because you got to calculate it. It shows the fuel rate and the fuel amount.
It shows fuel. No, so next to my speedometer, it shows me fuel amount. So 7.1 litres. It says that is 2 laps remaining, and I'm using 3.25 litres per lap.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So it does tell me, and my fuel light is flashing as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good sign to.
It starts flashing about 3 laps to go. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, coast down the pit lane slowly so that it gives you time to
yeah, so I can
move
add
the
it.
fuel
Yeah.
up to maximum, so you can fill up the tank, and then you can run a set of tyres with a full tank for like.
I'm fine with the I'm fine with the tyres. They're
because
like the
fuel you need.
Yeah, because the graphic with them will wear down as well, won't it? Where it shows you the temperature, it'll then go black, won't it, with wear? Won't it? Yeah, so they're still full green, so.
Yeah.
Again, this ain't F1, these tyres can actually go a distance.
Yeah.
They don't burn up after 5 miles.
No, exactly. They're actually very good tyres. I found that in the Bathurst attempt last year, that the tyres will do potentially 3 hours.
I mean, you had so many tyre issues that race.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. It got bugged, so I could only, like, if I was on the 3rd tyre set, weirdly, I could then move it up as high as I wanted to go, like up to set 50, for example. But I didn't discover that until later. So what happened was, I went to tyre set 4, and then I couldn't go any higher until I went back to 3. And as soon as I went to 3, I could then go up again. So I went, right, I'll go up to 7. And then I discovered I then couldn't go higher again. So I went back, all the way back, 6, 5, 4, then 3 again. And then I could move higher again. But it meant I kept going on set 3. And set 3, as a result, was absolutely knackered. And eventually I got the gist of it and went up to like tyre set 26. And then just ran it down until the end of the race. But yeah, that was awkward, to say the least. I had like really bad tyres by the end. It's a dash bug. Do you not simulating tyre temps? No, it is bugged. It is bugged. It's just not showing up. God knows why. And also, yeah, Matt's in the car because it's a different team. They don't give away stuff like that to other teams. Well, no, exactly. They don't.
Oh, I can't. Okay, I can't not change tyres.
Oh,
Not that I can see. It says I'm on compound.
Yeah.
It says I'm on compound 1. It says you can change to compound 2 or compound 50. I'm like, oh, okay.
Huh.
Okay, so
Nice.
I have to change
So
tyres.
just go to 2 then.
Taking my cardigan off. I don't. It's 2-1 now.
Yeah, let's go with 2 and then it should go to 3
Yeah.
next. Yeah. It was only incremental.
I'll fill that up. 120 is
It's
the.
a different team to think of stuff like that to other teams. Well, I suppose so, yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, they maybe just, it's a privacy thing, it's not showing it. So you could spectate people, but it's not. Yeah, that's a good point. You wouldn't want to show up your tyre pressures to everyone that's racing with you, would you? Just in case you've got a better idea. You'd be looking at the leaders, like, what's their pressures? Like, right, let's adjust to them.
25.
On the best tyre pressures.
25.8 on the front, 25.2 on the rear.
Okay. That's, yeah.
If anyone has ACC on
Ooh.
PlayStation, this is cold tyres.
This is cold tyres. They are horrific.
Yes.
Yep.
If anyone has ACC on PS5, just load in this NSX at Silverstone. It is the default setup that we are running. It felt fine. It's different on it's different on PC because we had a quick little go on PC and the setup is different.
Yeah, they do vary a little bit. I think PC is a bit more developed than console. It gets a lot more support than console. So
Yeah.
as a result of that, the setups are a bit more relevant, a bit better developed. So you can get a lot more pace out of those just on a default without any tinkering than you can on console. And obviously PC is just a better version because it was always how ACC was meant to be designed.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, rough. It's a few updates ahead and always will be. Their priority is PC. They've released it on console, I think, with the intention of getting people interested enough in Assetto Corsa Competizione to consider getting it on PC. Basically,
there's a good meme that I've found where it goes Assetto Corsa on console, and it's just a ham sandwich, a couple of pieces of bread and a thin slice of ham, and it goes Assetto Corsa on PC, and it's just a massive, fully loaded burger. Also, hi, Mum. She's watching on my stream, and she said she totally agrees with you on the points you were making about the BBC strikes, because she's watching. She may work for she's freelance for BBC and is currently reading the news at BBC Northampton.
Oh, wonderful.
Which is part of the remit of Silverstone.
Yes. Excellent.
So a couple of times she's made me jealous because she's gone along to
tune in.
She's made me jealous sometimes because a couple of times she's been like, oh yeah, I'm just going to Silverstone for work.
Oh, bro.
Although I felt disheartened because I think she did a few live reports and live inserts from Silverstone during the Grand Prix, and BBC Northampton were more interested in a tin bath race, dragon boat race somewhere in the county, and my mum was just like, oh, I didn't realise that the Grand Prix was the second biggest sporting event happening in the county after the tin bath race. But it was still good to be there, and
yeah.
And no offense, Mum, one of the worst paparazzi photographers I've seen. Because I was 2016. I was here with my mum. She then gave her ticket to her brother, so he watched with me while my mum did the reporting. She was sending us photos. Yeah, she says she knows. But it was like it was a photo, and I was like, "What is this?" I was like, "This is David Coulthard bending over, but I can't see what he's doing. There's someone in front." And she was like, "Oh, he was putting an umbrella in between Steve Jones's legs." I'm like, "What?" I couldn't see that. And I was scrolling through them. I was like, "Here's a picture of a man on his phone and Sebastian Vettel in the background." I mean, there were some decent ones. There were some decent ones of like Jenson Button or Martin Brundle, and of Steve Jones and Jackie Stewart and such, and Ted Kravitz. Ted Kravitz was like, she said Ted Kravitz was the best to be there.
Love it.
How he appeared. How he appeared. From everyone that I've heard that have met Ted Kravitz, he how he appears on TV is how he is. No,
Love it.
in person.
Yeah, he's not trying to be a different person.
Obviously, Jenson Button. Yeah. Yeah, just like Hun, Mum is a big Jenson Button fan. Yeah, my mum is a big Jenson Button fan. My mum managed to get his autograph.
Who isn't a Jenson Button fan?
My mum managed to get his autograph for me at the end of 2009. My mum was just at an airport, like at Gatwick, going to Jersey, and was sat at Costa. She was like, "Oh, there's a quite good-looking guy there. Hang on a minute, I recognise him. Oh my God, it's Jenson Button!" And it was like literally end of 2009, so he just won the championship, but no one had recognised him.
Wow. Took him going back.
Yeah, he was a nice man. My first question to Ted Kravitz was, "How big is your notebook?"
Is that just a way to get a sneak peek at his notes, perhaps?
Yeah, well, the photo that I was showed anyway is Ted was showing her his notebook.
That's hilarious. Look at that insight from a Sky Sports presenter directly from the hallowed notebook.
It was smaller than I thought.
That's unfortunate. The man doesn't need that many notes, as it turns out. Graphics on PS4 are awful. They're not great, no. They're really not. But that's due to the PS4's limitations.
TV makes everything look bigger.
Get up to the maximum, but PS5 helps a bit. Like the frame rate's pretty decent, but PS4's low. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. But it's good enough for this purpose, and the good thing is we're both on PS5, so that there's no issues with like crossplay.
Yeah,
and the frame rate is as good as it will be on a PlayStation, so without needing to fork out for a PC. So
yeah. Although I did get it on
PCs aren't getting too bad price-wise. Yeah. Some of them are coming down a bit because as you get the really high-end graphics cards come out, the already very good ones are only getting cheaper. So they're not too bad anymore. They're not ludicrously expensive. They're just not cheap.
What I was told by my colleague, because I've seen a few reasonably cheap and sort of decently powerful PCs on Amazon, is what a lot of people are doing is actually buying like ex-office PCs and then just getting better graphics cards for them.
Yeah.
You have to make sure the graphics card's compatible, otherwise you have to change the power supply as well. But like processors and cooling and things like that on just standard office PCs are pretty good.
Yeah.
So you just need the better graphics card.
Yeah, because they're built with reliability in mind, right? And running a few programs at the same time, so they'll have the good CPU and RAM and memory and so on.
Yeah.
But it's the graphics that they're always limited on. But if they've got capacity for it, just put a graphics card in it for sure. But I have been watching and may have recently purchased a gaming PC. It's a Cube Mythic on box.com or .co.uk, sorry.
Oh, I need to check out box.co.uk. Yeah, they're
yeah, this particular one, there's 3 in stock at the moment because I've just got one, and it's a Intel Core i7 12700F 12-core processor with a GeForce RTX 460 graphics card, a 16 gig RAM, well, memory, sorry, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
2 terabyte hard drive built in with the 1 terabyte solid state.
That's good.
And what's the other thing? Well, it's just the specs are insane because I was initially looking at this particular model because I liked the specs, and it was going on box for about £1,000, right? And then it went up about 2 weeks later to about 1,049. Then I kept watching it, thinking it might come down again, but I was thinking it's getting close to like Christmas now, so I think it'd be starting to go up even more as we get near Christmas. And yeah, it did. It went up to 1,119. Then it went up recently to 1,249, which I thought, bloody hell. I won't look at that just now then. And then a couple of days ago, I went back on to have another look, just out of curiosity. It had come down to £849. And I was like,
Stonks.
oh, holy shit. And I don't know if this was a mistake on their part, because they made the Intel i7 core processor much cheaper than they should have done, I think. Because the i5 equivalent processor, 13th gen, where the 12700F is a 12th gen, their i5 13th gen was 200 quid more. So all the scaling was a bit weird.
Yeah, so I recently learned as well, again particularly with the Intel i processors, just because it's an i7 doesn't necessarily, it's more about the generation of it than if it's because I always assumed that like a 12th gen i7 would still be better than a 10th gen i5. No, that's not the case. If arguably a 13th gen i5 would be better than a 12th gen i7.
Interesting.
Okay, I was only made aware of that like within the past week.
Right.
So that's why that i5 would have been more, because it's a newer generation.
True, but the way Box was advertising it before is the i7 was a little bit more expensive than the i5, despite the generation. And I looked online at the price of those components individually. So I looked up the i5, 13th gen, and they were going for about £200. The i7 12th gen with 12 cores was going for about 245, 250. So there is a difference in price for those individual components alone. But I acknowledge your point as well. Like, maybe it's a case of, yeah, they're valued at that because of the hardware, but in terms of what they actually produce in terms of performance, it's not very different. But in the case of this, I'm getting a 12-core processor, only one generation back, for 200 quid less. So I thought, well, it's a no-brainer, really. And they were charging, as I say, more like 1,200 quid, only a matter of weeks prior to checking it, like, earlier this week. And I found it for 849. I was like, this is a no-brainer, frankly, for these specs. It has to be done. So, yeah, I may have a new PC on the way. Morning, Flange. How you doing, man? Welcome in.
My best.
A couple of months from Black Friday, Cyber Monday happened. Well, that's true, yeah. But also, the other thing I heard about is that they tend to inflate prices just before Black Friday, then reduce
so it looks
them
like
back
a
to
deal.
what is basically normal.
Yeah.
So it looks better. But I've been watching this price pre-Black Friday for months now, and it's been going up, and then it drops dramatically to 849. And I was like, I just have to get it for this, because if it goes back up again, I've missed this opportunity. It's effectively like the stock market. You're waiting for a good price, and you're like, right, I'll cash in. That's basically what's happened here. Yeah, buy it. So maybe they thought of that, and that's how it's helped get some purchased. But I don't know. I just took a chance. I thought it's a very good price for the specs. So
that inflation thing has been my theory about DFS for years now. that they claim to always have a sale on, and then it just means that now and again, when they don't have a sale on, they just put their prices up. So I reckon the DFS for sale prices are their normal prices, but we'll just hike them up to say that there isn't a sale on. I reckon that's what they do. That's
why would
that's naughty, but it's within the realms of being allowed. But I reckon that's what they. I've got no evidence. That's just my theory on what DFS do and how they can always have a sale on.
It's a valid theory though, because the thing is, like, how can they afford to have so many sales?
Yeah.
How can they afford to drop the price so much? Like you say, because those are normal prices.
I reckon they're the normal prices. Yeah.
Like who the hell is buying a full price sofa nowadays? And that's what I mean.
The Stig.
Going,
that was
more likely to sell it.
The Stig. That was an intro once. Some say he once bought a DFS sofa when there wasn't a sale on. That was one of his intros.
That's an achievement. How do you do that? What's your secret? iRacing, potentially, I'm looking at it. I already have, it's funny, I already have ACC on PC, I have Race Room, and I have Euro Truck Simulator 2. So I remember playing them on this streaming PC, but what I quickly discovered was it's not got the right specs, even with this graphics card in it, which is only like 2 gig. It's rubbish graphics card for any gaming. It wouldn't run Race Room, and it wouldn't run ACC without it looking like a PowerPoint presentation. So I could play Euro Trucks, but then I went off that because it was the only thing I could play. So I didn't really use this PC for gaming anymore. But this PC will run those quite happily, so I already have those, and I have funds left in my Steam account to get things like iRacing and R-Factor 2 and Auto Mobilista 2 as well and stuff like that.
If you want Assetto Corsa, I've got a spare key.
Oh, wicked.
I've got a spare key for normal
wicked.
Assetto Corsa. Although Assetto Corsa
Nice.
2 is on the way, I believe. I saw an article about it on the way. But again, the modding community.
Quarter to 2024. Yeah.
But the modding community will still take a while to get to it.
Yeah.
I imagine, because there's, as you've seen with mine, there's millions of mods for
Extensive.
AC1.
Yeah.
I literally load up Assetto Corsa and it's just like, hang on a minute while we load your 2,200 cars. Genuinely, it's like we have 2,000 cars to load for you.
Oh my god. Just not a small batch at all. Palm sales are relevant to other components. Exactly. No, you're right, absolutely. And I don't know enough about PCs yet. I just know what specs I was looking for, and I wanted something that would be future-proof for at least 5 or 6 years, which I think is what I've got with this what I've purchased, which for £849 is about as good as it's going to get, especially with the way inflation's going.
For a gaming PC as well, that's good, yeah.
So I thought I'm just going to bank it now and get it, and then I've got my whole setup again. I've got a new monitor, the same as my AOC gaming one here, and a keyboard and mouse for effectively 1,100 quid, 1,150 quid. So like, it's just insane. It's a no-brainer, really. Interesting site called User Benchmark, where you can look at the benchmark valuations of computer components. That would be handy if I need to upgrade my PC. I'll make a note of that. What's it called? User Benchmark. Thank you for that.
Good morning, Mr. Harmon. Oh, Thomas.
Might have got off track a little bit last week.
Track.
It might have been having a bit of a gaming night and got onto the topic of Thomas Tank Engine, because James has the most cursed Thomas livery on a Samba bus.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, James, you're in for a treat. If you're here later in the evening, I have next to me the complete works of Reverend W. Audrey. I have the original books.
Oh wow!
So I can do some. It's signed by Christopher Audrey, his son, who wrote some of the later books and commissioned the TV show along with Britt Allcroft.
Yeah.
So, but I've got some of the. I've got a collection of the books, so I can read some of the stories. Some of them are horrifying.
Yeah.
Like the one where Oliver escapes from Scrap. They are hunted and have to hide in a siding and cover it up with leaves and twigs while they're being hunted. They're scary.
I got racing through Steam, thinking about it. Yeah, I'll bear that in mind for sure. Yeah, I'll shop around. Don't need to get it through Steam.
He didn't mess around, did he?
No, Reverend Audrey didn't. No.
Team's Dirt 2 on Steam, put in for it. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. How's it work? You got to vote for your favourite team or something. React to this with your fave F1 team. Winner will be announced randomly on Monday. Okay. Add reaction.
What's that for?
For a Dirt Rally 2 Steam code.
Oh, okay.
That Hun's given away courtesy of Team DX in a chat.
Okay, for Dirt Rally 2, I've got Dirt Rally 2.
There you go. But I don't have it on PC. So
on PC.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Cheers, AJ. I didn't think about it at the time, but yeah, that.
No, I don't.
So I have it on PlayStation, but I don't have it on PC, obviously, because I haven't needed it.
I have it on PC. I've done it on PC because an old colleague had it on PC, in which we did a rally against each other in VR, because VR rally is just terrifying.
Matt was singing Thomas Tank Engine. That is courtesy of Harmon here.
Yeah, James has joined the chat.
James has now joined us. Yep, it's the first of many to hop into our party chat.
There we go.
And he's had his breakfast, So that's very good news. Always got iRace for those. Yeah, I'm not going to get it through Steam. I was curious about price comparison more than anything. But yeah, I won't be getting it through their iRacing website. Will be adequate. Because I need to look at the bundles and stuff as well. What like race car packages they have.
There's a good video somewhere. I think Finn's watched it as well, and I've watched it. Some guy went through and sort of it was basically like, this is how to do it, when to buy it during the sales, buy them in packs of 3 because you get a discount, and he was like buy it and get like the 30-day trial one on an account, try it, and then make a new account and buy stuff, sort of thing.
Oh,
like,
okay. Yep.
There was something like that as well, like just try it with like a 30-day one to see if you like iRacing and if you use it enough. I can't remember the video. It just recommended randomly, but it turned out Finn had also seen the same video.
Yeah. Cool.
That's what
okay.
you said.
I'd recommend buying your membership at Christmas. Okie dokie. Yeah, I can hang on for that.
Yeah, it's that sort of thing. Yeah, there's
or
discounts.
I can get a trial or something up until Christmas and then get it cheaper. Holiday discount was 50 or 60% off. Okay, I will wait for Christmas. I will wait for Christmas.
Because then you can get like a year's one, and then.
Damn.
Yeah.
In that case, I will try it up until Christmas and then get the discount. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. At least a trial for a bit, and then get it back into it for Christmas. Sure. And get ready to sweat. I sweat. Look, have you watched my league streams?
Mm-hmm.
Of course I do. I'm so ready for this. Yeah, it's just been nice to have a PC that will actually run these games, because yeah, it's nice having a PC that will run a stream quite happily, but anything more than that and it like fucking dies. So yeah, not fun. Not fun. In fact, my CPU is currently at 35%, so even this is like giving it a bit of a workout. So yeah, it's not a small amount, and it's going to be working out for the next day and a half. So yeah. Got a year for 60 quid. You can get a month for $8 before and to test it. Yeah, I mean that's fine. I'll just get like a month or two just to try it, and then because I can get it through November and December, and then update it for. I could probably get a month, and then.
We can
2 months is fine. I get it through October and November, and then renew for the holiday. Yeah.
Renewed it for the holiday? Ah.
Why not? Why not?
What? Ah.
I think the video
James
sort of
needs more sleep.
Yeah. I think the video that I saw as well sort of recommended, like, look at what series you want to do, and then if you have to buy the tracks and the cars, because you can get discounts for like buying 3 at a time, buy the first 3 events, and then later buy the next 3, sort of thing, to spread the cost out.
Yep.
So like if you jumped straight into F1, you don't have to buy the entire calendar straight away. You buy the first couple and then buy them later, or see which one you want to do. So don't assume that you want to jump into F1. You can see GT Racing or LMP and whatever.
Awesome.
Hey Keiran,
Yo,
no one loves you.
that's understandable. Have a great day. Professional P Poo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hello to you too. Thanks for joining. Hope you're well.
Hello, Pee-poo. You sound funny.
Yeah, welcome along to the most ludicrous stream, a relay 36-hour around Silverstone in support of Racing Pride.
We are 1 hour in.
36-hour in chat. I can help what series, etc. All that sounds good, Finn. Thank you for that, mate.
Yeah, Finn does it.
Yeah, it'd be good to try out a different platform, a proper sim, and see how it compares, because I've been racing things like F1 and Gran Turismo, and obviously the console version of ACC. The closest I've got to any sim is Matt hosting me at his VR shop for things like Assetto Corsa. So
yeah, and we had a quick go on ACC on. We had a quick go. We had a quick go on ACC on this car on this track on a PC in VR, so you felt how more realistic it feels.
Yep. Yeah, makes a big difference. Big difference, and it'll be good to get a proper dive into that at some point once the new PC arrives and is set up.
No,
faces. Oh, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we'll still be on at 8 p.m. tomorrow. As we're well into hour 2.
Yep.
Of
Well
the race.
into, we're 10 minutes into hour 2, but yeah.
Yep.
Look at me, I'm here to keep you company.
10 minutes,
because that's
5
what I
minutes?
do.
I don't know. Never mind. 24-hour iRacing
Yeah,
team.
5
Oh yeah,
minutes, yeah.
got to get everyone involved. Yep. Do some endurance racing. Plan on streaming iRacing if you get it. Probably, yeah. More likely. Might as well, right? As long as the PC I'm getting will handle running iRacing at sort of a moderate to high frame rate and performance and streaming at the same time.
Yeah.
If it can do that, then sure. But if not, then it will just be racing offline, probably. And I'll just keep streaming my PC, my PlayStation stuff. But with those specs, I'm sure it will be able to handle both at the same time. But we'll see. I don't know. I just have to do a bit of testing. Once it gets here, should be next month, middle of next month. Get a PC just for that.
Keiran and Matt
Hell yeah.
CC because
Gotta
they
happen.
like play with ACC.
All for the best cause. Got wheel AJ. Oh, good. You got one as well. Cool. So we can go proper try on some endurance racing.
Got his team of 3.
Oh yes. Result.
24 hours of
Yeah,
Le Mans
welcome
win
in.
when?
Next week. Yeah, welcome in, Gangba. How you doing, man? Hope you're well.
Woo, hi Gangba.
That's what she said.
Tell us more, Gangba. Apparently that's what she said. So yes, must hear more. First of all, how did you do it? Surprised the Daytona's on late January. Bloody hell, that soon? Shit. Won't have time to practice for that. Fucking hell.
You would only just bought your
Yeah, I'd probably only just got the full subscription.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't have the car for it yet. I might have to think about like full-on endurance racing come summer 24. Realistically, I need to actually like get good first, and not
good.
like
When are
make
you
loads
ever
of
good?
shit mistakes.
When are you ever good?
That's an excellent question, a very loaded question at that. We could spend hours on that. It's still a work in progress, you see. Been tryharding all my life, and not there yet, but I'm getting there, and I'm very proud of the progress I've made so far.
No one cares.
That's good.
Not even Matt pretends to be your best friend.
The savagery this morning,
Sorry, Matt.
unbelievable.
You obviously got out of the wrong side of the bed.
We're all kept up late last night, that's what it is. James Fault playing KSI remixes and Thomas the Tank Engine remixes. Although I must say, anyone who hasn't seen the Biggie Smalls Thomas the Tank Engine
Oh
theme,
yeah.
just go
Yeah.
and watch it. Oh my god. It's like 7 minutes long and it's all gold. Just go and watch it. It's extraordinary.
The other ones
I can't
that are
really play
good
it here,
are
but go and
no.
look for it.
The other one
Biggie
that's good
Smalls,
is
Thomas the Tank Engine.
yeah. The other ones that I like are the Snoop Dogg, like smoke weed every day Thomas the Tank Engine mix, and there is one of it's more of a music video, but it's Rihanna. Is it Rihanna? I think no, Beyonce. It's the music video to all the single ladies, but it's put with the Thomas the Tank Engine theme,
Oh my
and the
God,
dance
it
just
works.
matches.
Imagine having the same beats per minute as Thomas the Tank Engine.
I found last night the F1 intro with Thomas the Tank Engine music on top, and it goes so well.
The most hilarious one I've seen is the F1 intro with the EastEnders theme. That works surprisingly.
Yes, I've seen that one as well.
Oh Jesus.
No, I
There's
definitely
some
recommend
gold out there
watching
just
the
around
summer.
Thomas the Tank Engine. It's insane.
Yeah.
First proper endurance Sebring, 12-hour, late March. Took a few months to get better. Yeah, this is it. It's going to take a bit of time to get used to. When you've got so used to a sim or a simcade or even an arcade, it's a bit of a jump. So yeah, I'm going to need a bit of time to get familiar. Rookie class to D class is easy. Good, excellent.
Isn't rookie class mainly just
take a bit of time? Yeah.
Is rookie class just Mazdas, or can you do other things in rookie class?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know.
Because I know you start in, I know you pretty much start in Mazdas, but I don't know if that is purely just rookie class. If the only thing you can do is just Mazdas.
Yeah,
unless there's Formula Rookie.
Starting with Mazdas, but I don't know if you can branch out. Formula Ford, Formula V. Okay.
Formula Ford and Formula V. Yeah, okay.
For the roadside. Okay, yeah. So there's other stuff you can do with rookie class, like the dirt. And that
oh yeah, I think you can do dirt and you can do NASCAR and IndyCar, or Indy Lights.
So
I guess.
There's other branches, but from the I'll start with the roadside, obviously. Yeah, I'm not going to stop biting off more than I can chew there with dirt or anything. How's the progress so far? We are an hour and 10 minutes in. Matt is in the car for another 50 minutes, or 49 minutes technically. Roughly, and then he'll step out, ready for his BBC Radio Cornwall interview. They'll be chatting to him about what we're doing, why we're doing it, who it's supporting, how other people can support. Meanwhile, I'll be in the car for 2 hours.
BBC Radio Cornwall?
Yep. Around 20 past 10.
Fair enough. Not bad.
Awesome. Really awesome. So yeah, going well so far. Yeah.
Yeah, I've only had
something loose. Not IndyCar motorsport game to make the licensing for the IndyCar game. Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh yeah.
We don't have that anymore. No. Just for the game to never come out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised they're pissed off because there's people who have proper tryharded the IndyCars and now have had it all ripped away because of motorsport game buying the license and not finishing the job.
No.
That is pretty shit, to be honest. Except NASCAR can exist on there, so yeah. Unless iRacing can make adaptations of Indy cars, but they're not Indy cars. Because they've got NASCARs on there, they've got stock cars, while NASCAR Heat exists and what, so I don't know how that works. So sure they can do something similar with the Indy cars, but just make them not licensed Indy cars? I don't know how that would work. But they could do. They have a series of Indy cars. Okay. So there is something. But
it's just not called
it'd be a bit
IndyCar.
annoying, it's not the same. Can't name it IndyCar and can't run the Indy 500. Yeah, they used to, didn't they? It was on all the time, Indy 500.
Yeah.
Which is a real shame because that was a bit of a highlight. That's annoying. Yes. Not ideal for those who have proper committed to those particular series for years, and then have it all like ripped away for not much good reason, to be honest. You've sort of been missold as well. Like you've got all this kit. Like what? Because people have had to pay for this extra stuff. So what? They've been refunded? How did that work? Come on. That's pretty unfair.
I don't imagine they would. I imagine they've still allowed to keep the cars and the track. It's just there's just no more series running on it.
Yeah, but maybe
they can still do it. They can.
Events.
Yeah, you can still run it and do like a private race or still do private testing. But didn't they introduce didn't motorsport games enforce a really stupid thing where you're not allowed to live stream any or like post any footage of like the IRO 5, whatever the name of the IndyCar is, like the official IndyCars on iRacing. I think they've put an embargo on it, and it's like you're not allowed to show content. They basically DMCA'd it
while we're developing our game. Still, it's like what the.
Yeah, I know, it's so dumb.
Thing. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Oh, used to be. Did they clear that? Because that was a
now. Oh, right.
Yeah, because that was a dumb bloody rule.
So stupid. Like it's just going to make them look bad, and no one want to buy their game. I don't get this whole.
I mean,
approach of, like,
motorsport games are already a bad
censorship,
company. It's already
so we
been
can
proved
get-
that it's already been proved that motorsport games are most likely a pyramid scheme. It's like they've not got a good reputation anyway, which is why it's irritating that these big racing companies like BTCC and IndyCar are just like, yeah, we'll sign with them, and the community's just going, no, do you know who these people are?
Yeah, exactly. For fuck's sake.
No,
It's like the guy who, like Unity, the people who make the graphics engine. You got Unity, you got Unreal, and things like that. People at Unity hired a guy who was responsible for The Sims being how it is with all the paid DLC, and he was responsible for the loot boxes for EA. And they hired him,
Christ.
and they've reverted their statement now because such backlash from the community. But basically, Unity were like, so anytime that someone downloads a game made with Unity, the developer will be charged.
Wow.
Doesn't matter how old the game is, doesn't matter how many times the person downloads it or if they own it. Every time a Unity-made game is downloaded, the developer will be charged.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, which there was no prevention on someone just being like, yeah, well, I didn't like, I can't think of a game made with Unity, like, pick a game made with Unity. They're just like, I don't like this game, I'm going to set up a bot that will download the game, and once it's downloaded, it will delete it and then download it again. And that will cost the developer money. Like, there was no prevention against that. And you're just like, really? Everyone thought it was a bad idea. Like, it didn't cost the player anything, but it cost the developers. Company, even small developers, like if it was one person that used Unity, they were just like, we're charging you for every download. And you're just like, that's dumb. They reverted now because such backlash, because everyone just went, that is such a stupid idea.
Wow.
Stupid.
Yeah. But it's the same, it was the same guy who introduced like loot boxes for Star Wars Battlefront and added the big paid DLCs for The Sims, and you're just like, this man is clearly single-handedly destroying the gaming market. Why are people still employing him?
Yeah, exactly.
And he does this and then leaves. He's never been fired, he just leaves. He'll resign from EA before people are just like, hang on a minute, he's like destroyed our reputation.
There's just no oversight whatsoever of what damage he's doing.
No.
BTC games will be out next year. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. So he'll still be driving. 100%, yeah. Against the 2065, he'll still be there.
That's the
Absolute
problem.
unit. But yeah, I hope it's not too long. And that there's a PC version as well.
Yeah, I hope the BTCT game comes soon. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, when
Properly.
I heard about it, I was like, that's all I'm going to be playing. Constantly. So hopefully it's good. And to be fair, I'd rather wait for a good product. You know what I mean? I don't want it to be rushed out the door.
Welcome to the video game industry.
Oh god, yeah, exactly.
We'll push it out now, and then we'll send patches out later.
Yeah. They shelved it. Yeah, they shelved it, but it could come back. It could come back.
The Knights of the Old Republic remake has been killed. It's sad. They announced a remake for Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and then no news came of it, and PlayStation have now removed the trailer that was on YouTube because they don't want to keep paying the licenses for the music. So that game's dead. Bless you.
Bless you. Bless you.
The one game we know is coming out, which they even teased in their most recent advert, is GTA 6. Because Rockstar,
Oh yes.
Rockstar even teased it. They put a poster out yesterday, and they were just like, it's the Moon Festival event. It's like Moon Festival or whatever it is. So they're like, Moon Festival event. If you log in, you get a Moon Festival T-shirt. But the photo was of a male and a female character in front of the Vinewood sign, but the only letters you could see of the Vinewood were VI, which is Roman numerals for 6. And you're just like, that is 100% intentional. That's really, yeah, they're clearly just going, hey, look, here's the number 6.
This is happening.
Yeah.
GTA 6. What's
Bitches.
GTA 6? It's a backward step from
It's-
Polyphony Digital in the Gran Turismo franchise.
Yeah.
No, GTA 6 is apparently on the way.
Oh, sorry, did I call it Gran Turismo? No,
No,
GTA.
No, I'm calling it Gran Turismo. I'm kidding.
We're
No, you're
taking
right.
the
Yes,
piss.
it's
Gran Turismo 6 was
Turismo.
such a bad thing. They literally released that game as a PS3 exclusive 1 week after the PS4 came out.
Exactly. It's so fucking
They're just like,
bad,
make it a
that.
PS4 exclusive, then it'll force people to buy the PS4.
I never bought it for that reason. I was just like, what is the point of this game?
I bought it much later when it was on sale and it was like 12 quid, and I was like, it's okay. It's like a slightly nicer quality version of Gran Turismo 5.
Oh, okay.
It was
So would it
exactly
just-
it was exactly the same, just like a bit shinier.
Okay. Yeah, so I didn't lose out much because I played GT5 to its limit, basically.
The main thing I liked about GT6 is, in GT5 you could make your own track, but it was basically like, I want 4 sectors. I want sector 1 to have no complexity. I want sector 2 to be max complexity, and then it would sort of generate one. Gran Turismo 6, you could download an app and physically draw a track, and it would then make it in the game.
Oh, yeah, shit, I remember that.
You could
Yeah, there's so
actually
many videos
make
about
a
people
track.
making tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was weird, though. But
They've shut it down.
yeah,
They've shut it down,
bizarre.
obviously, so you can't do that anymore. But that was a great feature. You could just make your own racetrack.
That would have been
Yeah, but
brilliant.
people
That would have-
really did. Like, there was,
I would have made the circuit of Wales.
I mean, there were people running a bloody X2010, like a Red Bull X2010. Round was a glorified tarmac motocross track. Like these weird lumps in the road and like.
Yeah,
humps, jumps
I
around,
don't
it's,
think
like,
you
insane.
you couldn't change the terrain. That was the one thing that was bad. You could choose like the location if it was like in the desert or in the grassland or something like that. But I don't think you could change the terrain. It showed you the contour lines and you could regenerate it, but you couldn't change what terrain it was.
Fair
Exactly.
enough.
Because I
Yeah,
did a
that
track
was
that
a
was
limitation.
basically, I did a track that was, I guess, more or less like the old Las Vegas one. It was just sort of a hairpin, long straight hairpin. It just went back and forwards. But it ended up being up the side of a hill. So I was just like, okay, sort of works a bit more. But anyway, they got rid of that. And they announced that they're killing Gran Turismo Sport.
Well, the online bit, yeah.
Yes. But all of Gran Turismo Sport was online, so Gran Turismo
Oh,
Sport is
yeah,
going to
true.
die. So I think the only
Next
thing that's
generation
relevant,
stuff.
if what I remembered is, if anyone has any liveries that they made in Gran Turismo Sport, be sure to export them to Gran Turismo 7 before they kill the online, because you won't
That's
be
a
able
good
to.
point.
You won't be able to do that once they kill the online.
That's interesting, that though, because that's usually a single player feature.
But the whole thing was the whole thing was online to prevent people cheating. So you won't.
Right.
You won't be able to do anything, save anything. I don't think you'd be able to even purchase a car.
Okay.
In like the offline event stuff, and to save the livery, like you wouldn't be able to search for decals. You wouldn't be able to upload it and send it to GT7 because that has to upload.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, before they kill it, I can't remember when they kill it. I think it's 1st of December.
No, not that soon. It's in March, isn't it?
Oh, March is it?
24?
Okay,
March 31st, 2024.
March
Yeah.
31st. Okay,
Yeah, a little while yet.
so we got
They
we got
give
a
quite
while.
a lot of notice. Yeah. They normally give it like a matter of weeks, but they've given this several months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
so,
that's the main thing to do. If you've ever made a livery, go and upload all your liveries and race suits and helmets. Make sure you upload them all.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to upload them. You just have to save. Yeah, you just have to save them as a style, and then
Right.
I believe you can see them in GT7, and then make sure you save it in GT7
There you go.
because you'll see it and it will say
information.
GT Sport. It will see GT Sport livery. Make sure you click it and upload it, and then save it again, so it's
Yeah.
in GT Sport, GT7 even. Yeah.
Good. No, that's good to know. It's good to know, just in case after. Well, actually, I don't know if I have a copy of Sport anymore, do I? Yes, I do.
It'll be on you. Yeah,
I
it'll be
don't
on
have
you.
it on the PS5 because the disc doesn't work anymore.
No,
That's
it'll
right.
be-
I tried
it'll-
to put it on PS5 and it didn't work, so I can't even get on Sport.
It'll be on people's PS4s. Yeah, so get dust off your PS4s,
Yes.
upload them, and
Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping to put it on PS5, like the game, and just go on to it through PS5, but I couldn't even. But it wouldn't even write the disc, because it was already loaded on PS4. The disc has gotten a bit damaged. So I couldn't
the
even,
PS5
like,
is
reload the game on
so-
PS5.
the PS5 is so like delicate when it comes to putting a disc in. If it's slightly scratched, it just goes nope.
Yeah, it doesn't like it. But I think that's a way of protecting the laser, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good thing it does that.
But like, I tried putting some of my PS4 games in it, and it just went no, don't like
It's
it.
not enjoying it. No. So I'll never get Sport again. Never be able to do that again.
But to be fair,
just
it's
sort of
all
something
everything
yeah.
that's on GT Sport is on GT7, because
Yes.
what was basically on GT Sport was the dailies and the Manufacturer Cup, which is now on GT7.
That's right. Yeah.
So we're not missing out on
No.
GT Sport going. It will just mean there will be effectively no Gran Turismo on the PS4,
No.
because even Gran Turismo 5 and 6 you can play on the PS3 still in the single player, but there was no single player on GT Sport.
There was a little bit, but it was very limited.
Yeah.
Very limited. So there's not much point. It's basically negligible.
Yeah, so
Dylan
there's
Northland, sorry, thank you for the follow, mate. Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome in, mate. Thank you for that. Hope you're well. But yeah, exactly. There's nothing to write home about on Sport. There's single player, so effectively it's a dead game
yeah.
for come March next year. But I think that's
Sad
because they're
times,
putting all their
but,
eggs in
yeah.
the GT7 basket.
Yeah. It was a good game, but it
Yeah.
deserves to
Yeah,
die
I enjoyed
now
it.
that
I did enjoy it. I
GT7
played a lot of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, GT7's the way to go now, for sure. Fantastic game. TWR round 12 at AJ's custom track, a genitalia shaped track. Well, you be you, AJ. You know, whatever floats your boat, my guy. 100%. But yeah, thank you, Dylan. Thank you for.
Reminds me of the quote from Abby Eaton. Abby Eaton going, "I've raced a few dicks in my time, but never on one." when they did that ice race track in the Lamborghini Urus and
Brilliant.
and the Porsche, and Clarkson made a dick track in the snow.
Oh my god.
Fantastic.
Never up.
I think that's what won a lot of people over with Abby. First they were just like, "Ooh, the Stig is now a woman driver. That's cool." And then she made a comment of, "Yeah, I've raced a few dicks in my time, but never on one." He's just like, "Okay, we like this person."
Love that. That's hilarious.
That's just Abby. Abby is hilarious.
Yeah. How to change the GT7 on PS4? Yeah, he is on PS4, but there's crossplay.
Yeah.
Between the PlayStation consoles, so PS4
You
can
could-
go on PS5.
You can notice who's on PS4 because when you load into a lobby, they are the ones still loading.
Yeah.
True.
Because that's
Noticed
the
that on
main
F1 all the
difference
time.
is the load time.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the only thing. But it's pretty negligible. It's not a massive difference. The big difference is on.
It's like
F1.
5 to 10 seconds longer.
Yeah. It's
I
not-
won't
not
cry
major.
about it.
Not too much, anyway. I'll cry all your tears as well as mine.
Mhm.
With this horrible news. Just over half an hour to go for Matt's first in. He logged 40 laps. Bloody hell. How does it feel?
Yeah. 14 laps.
Okay. That's about right then for the end of the stint. Cool. Then you
I guess
can,
there might have to be a splash and dash at the end, but
perhaps, yeah. And
14,
want to refuel,
yeah.
refuel the tank.
Will the interview be live
Oh.
on Radio Cornwall?
yes, should be, yes.
I'll play it on BBC Sounds.
Cool. Yeah, I was just going to because I'll be on my phone, so I'll put it on speaker and hold it up to my microphone on my headset, so you guys can hear as well. Yes,
I'll
you can
look
listen
up
on BBC Sounds.
and I'll play it to my speaker if you want.
No, because I'll hear it. I'll turn mine down, but because you guys will hear me anyway.
Will I hear it from you anyway?
Yes, I'll put my phone on speaker so you can hear my phone, so you can hear the presenter James on my phone. The presenter is called James, and yeah, you'll hear him and you'll hear me.
Yeah.
Oh wow, we're getting exclusives, boys.
Oh yeah. In terms of any spillover noise, because you'll be on a call, right?
Yeah.
Is that going to be all right? You're on a headset, so it won't matter. Will it?
I'm on a headset, so I will just turn my headset off, so I won't be able to hear you guys.
Wicked. All right.
So I will just play it. If you guys talk over it, that's your choice.
Even if we're talking, nothing will be captured at your end.
I'm not going to hear it now.
Good. All right. Cool.
I'm going to say Pierre Gasly on the radio.
There you go. Beautiful. And next we have James Harmon on the call. Welcome. Share the same names with
Pierre Gasly.
It's like, great. Thank you, James. And what do you want to say? Oh, he's cut off.
Oh, you will need to be guided by the producer as to whether you can use phone sometimes as feedback. Okay. Is it best not to do that then, and potentially have someone else play it through the chat via sounds?
Maybe James could, yeah.
Do that. It's
good
radio cool.
There you go.
I've got someone in my chat who works for the BBC, so they'll know.
There you go.
Because I did worry more about like the copyright thing, because it's.
Oh wait, yeah.
It's.
Yep. Finn says he'll do it if needed, but obviously I know James.
Try it and see what they.
So he can play it.
Try it and see what they say.
Yep. So I think that actually that might be better, so Matt, you can focus on the call rather than worrying about it playing as well. Yeah.
So I think if
let Finn do it.
Let Finn do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Finn,
okay.
So it
if you're
starts at 20 past. So if you're in this party from 10 past 10 with sounds ready, then
yeah. My mum says that's a better idea than.
Yeah, in that case, Matt, I would suggest maybe leave the party completely, and then there's absolutely no chance of any noise whatsoever. I know you're in a headset, but it's a case of being able to concentrate on it.
Yeah, if I leave the party, because my microphone. No, I can turn the microphone off as well. I'll turn the microphone off and I'll turn the headset down.
Okay. Cheers, Finn. Whatever works for you, man, just so you can focus on the call as well, so it's not distracting you in any way. So, obviously, it's for our benefit, but it's so that you're the one, giving the message. So, you want it. Any distractions for you? How long will the interview be? I don't know. Actually, it's a good question. How long are they scheduling?
I don't know how long it's going to be. There's only like 4 questions, so it's not long.
Not too bad then. Okay.
Probably 10 minutes max. Yeah.
Cool. All right. We're good. And that way, when you're done, you can just rejoin the party, and then we'll know you're set.
Yeah.
Cool.
We'll set until the next interview whenever Cade wants to join. Yeah.
Finn is joining the party chat at about 10 so that he can play BBC Sounds so that we can listen into BBC Radio Cornwall's interview with Matt about this event. So, that'll be in about 45 minutes.
Yeah, about that, yeah.
And Matt's got 25 minutes left in the car, so he can then hop out, I'll hop in, and he can sort of get set for that. So, yeah, all pretty seamless so far.
Apart from the start, but yeah, that's.
Well, yeah, apart from that, but
it just creeps. Yeah, start just creeped up on me. I wasn't.
It did, yeah. It's because
it was just like, we're starting. Okay.
It's because it's only 10 minutes practice and then the minute quality, and suddenly it's there. So it's like.
And we were setting up streams and getting everything running, and we're just like, I heard the 30-second call, and I was just like, that's 30 seconds of qualifying left. Oh no, it's 30 seconds till the race start. Okay. I mean, to be fair, it's not as bad as when we did the one-shot qualifying in F1 at Spain. That genuinely jump scared us.
I was there for that.
that was funny for people who missed it. It was me, Keiran, and Finn. We were doing a one-shot quali for our F1 league. So basically, you just do one lap. The timer counted down while we were in the garage, so we knew we had like 10 seconds. But then it just started, and it was just, you're on the pit straight, go. You were like, oh, okay, we've started. it just went like that, go.
We went.
Be able to listen to Ambassador interviewing. Yeah, it'll be played through here. You'll be able to hear it.
Yeah.
Matt, I'm just going to nip out a minute. I'll be back in a few.
Okay.
I'll just turn my camera off so you can still hear these guys.
Oh, is he looking forward to being radioed?
Yeah, well, I've done it before. I've been on the radio before, so I know the drill. I'm no stranger to it.
Professional. Fine. You haven't crashed yet, which is the most important thing.
I haven't crashed. No, I've missed a couple of corners like I just did there, and I spun coming out the pits, but that was really cold tyres.
Blame care.
Indeed, it was Kieran's tyres. It was Kieran's fault. My tyres were cold. But what's funny is when you come out of the pits after the stint. So Kieran's had his tyres set since the beginning, and he will just leave on a set of tyres that have now been sat stationary for 2 hours, and he's just going to go out. They're not in blankets. He's not warmed them up. He's going on really low pressure, really low pressure, really cold tyres. It will take like 2 to 3 laps for them to warm up.
So basically, he's fucked.
For the first couple of laps, yeah, it's going to be tricky. And that'll be a constant feature, because these first couple of stints are only going to be 2 hours. Once Keiran comes back in, we then go to our full length stints, which are going to be 4 hours each.
Fuck yeah, now. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You know what? I actually don't envy you.
Yeah, it's tough to do. It's a long slog, which is why we're doing it, and raising money for Racing Pride.
So get donating down below.
Yes. In Kieran's stream, !36 hour, and it'll give you a link to the GoFundMe page where you can donate to Racing Pride, who do a lot for helping people in the LGBTQ plus community and allies of the LGBTQ plus community, supporting them within the world of motorsport and the industry as well. No, and they help people and have wonderful ambassadors like Abby Eaton, who we were talking about before. She's an ambassador for them. And they're partnered with several major teams like the F1 champions of Red Bull and Aston Martin and Alpine.
Well, there you are. Get donating. They help people. If you can, obviously. Don't
Yes.
put yourself in
No
debt.
pressure to do it. The GoFundMe isn't going to end immediately afterwards. So it'll still be up for a while after the event. So you are welcome to, if you can't afford it now this weekend, it'll still be up. So if you're getting, like me, if you're getting paid next weekend, then you can do it next weekend.
That's when
It'll
I'm going to be
still be up.
donating.
Cool.
Also, if you can't donate right now, share it with your friends on social media or whatever. Get more people
Do,
watching.
please do.
That would go a long way. And I'm being
share
serious.
it. Tag Racing Pride as well, because they'll reshare it, and they got lots of followers. Yeah, so it'll be sharing it is great as well, just to get the view out there. And of course, being with Kier, all the ads you see on his stream, the money from that goes towards it. If you buy bits or you sub or you gift a sub, all that will go towards it as well.
That is brilliant. Do it for sure. Because these boys are working hard for it.
Yeah. Because like you can force sound alerts on Twitch, which are 25 bits. Bits you have to pay for with a wallet, but 25 bits is the equivalent of 25p. So you can play a sound alert for 25p. Like, you can't even buy a Freddo for 25p.
That's a good way of donating, even if you can't afford it. Every little helps.
Don't. Tesco will come after us with our slogan. With their slogan.
Oh, shit, yeah. Every donation counts.
Yeah.
Surely they can't come out.
No, no, they don't own the thing. I'm just making the joke that it's their slogan.
Fair enough.
But they haven't copyright. They can't copyright the words.
Pierre Gasly.
Donation in. Thank you so much, Finn. That's very appreciated of you.
Oh, pardon me.
4 minutes ago, 25 quid from Anonymous. Thank you so much, Finn. Oh, it wasn't you either. Okay. But someone else as well. Thank you, Anonymous, who donated. Yeah, you're not required to put your name in as well. You can just put it as Anonymous.
Well done, Anonymous.
Small print reminder as well that Racing Pride are a non-profit community interest company and not a charity. So when you donate, unfortunately there is no gift aid, nor are you able to claim it back on tax, because it is going to a non-profit company rather than a charity. However, as I said, it's non-profit. Everyone who works for them are volunteers, and yeah, all the fundraising goes towards like the upkeep of the website and being able to organise get-togethers and events, whether it be at the Aston Martin factory or at a BTCC race or at the F1 arcade in London. They quite often have get-togethers for the members.
So it's worth donating, basically.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, it allows them to do more get-togethers, allows people who support or are in the LGBTQ plus community to make new friends and bond over racing in a safe space as well.
Otherwise, come about.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because unfortunately,
that sort of equal opportunity.
Yeah. Because unfortunately, you may think that everyone's being fairly represented. I mean, you can just look at posts about Jess Hawkins doing her. Having the amazing opportunity of driving the Aston Martin. You look at the comments, there's still people saying like, yeah, but is she able to unscrew the mayonnaise jar or she'll go back to the kitchen now? There are still some stupid, horrible, misogynistic comments showing why women and people of the LGBT community still need representation and still need the light shining on them.
Honestly, it made my skin crawl just looking at those comments. I was like, fucking hell.
I know some of them are terrible. Yeah, but thankfully, when I looked, the majority of the comments are still things like, "Well done, Jess. This is amazing." And is she faster than Lance Stroll? Or when is she replacing Lance Stroll?
Well, she's worked hard for her opportunity.
She really has. Although I'd like the people who are horrible and misogynistic to her. I'd like to see their reaction when they discover that she drove most of the cars in the most recent Bond film.
There you go.
Yeah.
If you've seen the most recent Bond film, you know the final shot of the Aston Martin V8 Vigilante driving through the mountains. That's Jess Hawkins driving that.
Just because she can drive.
Because she's the
Very accomplished.
Yeah, she's the driver for that. And then if you go back a little bit further as well, if you want more fun Bond facts, you go back a little bit further, watch Quantum of Solace and Skyfall. When you see a shot of Daniel Craig, that's actually Ben Collins, former Stig, driving the Aston Martins. He was the stunt driver for Bond as well, and he doubled for Daniel Craig in the cars.
Nice.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, you're in good company as a stunt driver when someone who's worked on the same franchise has also been the Stig. So yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
current
that's
British
pretty
GT
damn
driver as well is Ben Collins. Yes.
There you go. Yeah, as of like a few days ago, exactly. Grim Leaper, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. How are you doing? How are you doing? And Finn, thank you for the update. 25 quid from Anonymous 45 minutes ago. Fantastic.
Yes, and
So,
Finn
that's
donated
great.
as well. So I don't know what the.
Thank you very much, Finn.
I haven't seen what the current.
Yeah, I need
Current
to try and get
total
the
is that?
plugin set up. If I get some downtime, I'll try and get the plugin set up so that we can have it on stream. Because I forgot about that.
How rude.
It's not like he's just had 2
Very
hours.
clever.
Now he's going to be busy for the next 2 hours. But
I know, right? Yeah, I only just thought about it. Yeah, trying to get
150 quid. There we go.
There
Awesome.
we go, good start. But I reckon we can a little more.
Oh,
I mean, you've got 34 hours of racing still to do. I reckon we could
yeah.
200 at least.
Yes, but yeah, just a long time to go. You know, very nicely. We were a quarter of the way before it even started.
That's what she said.
And for an incentive, when we get to 250, if we get halfway, I have got a really, really hot pot noodle that I will eat on stream and start crying with. It's I've had it before. It's awful. It's really hot. So there's your incentive to get us to
halfway be. Out of interest.
Make sure you do that at the
Two-
beginning of the
250.
4 hour break.
Right, I'm making I'm making sure.
I'm donating 100 quid now.
Eat the noodles.
That's what she said.
Do you know what I have got as a snack? When I went to Tesco last night before coming here. They have toffee apples. I have a couple of I have a toffee apple and a candy apple. I found them there. I was just like, oh my god, yes. I've got a toffee apple.
Jesus.
Because people kept telling me that you could get them in Tesco, never seen where they were, and then I found them in the fruit and veg area because they're an apple, I guess, rather than a sweet. I would have thought they were a sweet, but they're not. They class them as an apple, and they put them in the
fruit.
they put them in the fruit and veg area,
yeah.
which is why I never spotted them before. Because why would I go in the fruit and veg area?
Away with that.
Yeah, true.
Hey, it's
I guess
technically
because
one of my
the vodka
5 a day.
makes Fruits, they can get away with
Yeah,
it.
it's technically one of my 5 a day, isn't it?
Technically, yeah.
It's like how cider is technically one of my 5 a day as well. So
That's right. Yeah.
it's just fermented
It's
apple
still
juice.
fruit. Yep, exactly. Yep. Nothing wrong with that.
Does the mango Pepsi Max I've got next to me count as one of 5 day?
I think so.
No, it doesn't. It's flavouring.
Oh. I wonder if Prime counts as my 5 a day.
No, I doubt it. I almost bought a Prime drink yesterday when I was buying myself a meal deal because it was part of the meal deals. I almost bought one. I can't be bothered to. I can't be bothered to support whichever one it was. Jake Paul, Logan Paul, one of the Paul brothers, and KSI. I can't be bothered to. I'm not a fan of them, so I can't be bothered to support them with it. And the fact it's an energy drink that is basically being promoted towards children.
Yes, that's fine.
That's like their target audience for it, and that's the main people who are drinking it, and their kids.
Yep.
There's more caffeine in that than a can of Red Bull. So you're just like, no,
Yep.
it shouldn't
Somehow
be
this is
targeted.
okay.
Shouldn't be targeted as kids.
It's ridiculous.
Thank you, Mum, for the money bags emote. I know she's already donated.
Hello, Matt's mum. Guess what? I
Okay.
only found out the other day your son was called Matthew.
Yeah, James, like earlier this month, discovered that Matt was short for Matthew, and he's been laughing about that constantly. since.
Matthew.
See? He just remembers that it's math that
Matthew.
he only just realised that.
Matthew.
They need James to do the radio thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on and step up, James. You got this.
I was trying to think of other.
I'd love to.
I mean, he's been interviewed enough by Formula E television, surely.
Family decided to play extremely loud music. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, you may have to play. Yeah, you may have to play it through the mic, James.
What?
You might have to do the
Radio
BBC Sounds thing.
You might have to do the play it through BBC Sounds because Finn says his family's playing loud music.
Okay, understood. I'll have a look at it once.
Yeah, once we've swapped around, and I'll tell people when I'm heading off, because they'll call, obviously.
GoFundMe got this safety verification code thing, but it won't send even though I've got bars. It's like, come on, now you mess about.
Or at least I was able to add you as a
Oh, got it.
organizer of it. Otherwise, I'd have to tell you the code because it would go to my phone.
It's just really slow. I've got it.
There we go. Yes, we're at
That's it.
150.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at 55 minutes ago from Anonymous for
I can view the
£25.
public page, but I wanted to get onto like the team organisation page so I can like get the right. So when I've finished my stint and you get back in the car at 12, I can then work on the plugin and try and get it connected up to the stream so it can be always visible where we're at.
Yeah.
So I was meant to do that, and I really annoyed. I should have got it sorted. But yeah, I will get it sorted if I can. I think it should be. It's fairly straightforward. I just need to get it linked up right, and then it can keep up to date. I'll see if they stop in the next 20 minutes. Yeah, no worries. I mean, we've got James here, so if all else fails,
Yeah.
we'll just have James play it. That's fine. It's no problem. Thank you anyway. Appreciate it. Just put my phone on charge or something. Haha.
What time
Well, I
is
need it.
the interview again?
They said around 10:20.
Yep.
So
Right,
I mean,
okay.
I'll be in the chat and then I'll see it calling, and I will just go, "They are calling," and I'll then
Yep.
mute everything.
Okay.
In which that'll be the producer calling, and then they'll be like, "Oh, we'll talk to you in a couple of minutes." So it won't be immediate, but
Yeah.
they'll like set me up.
Yeah.
Wicked.
Oh, little Matthew is growing up.
I've been growing up. I'm already 26.
Still, you're growing up.
Love that. He's growing up. Oh, good. Now, best of luck with it, man. Hope it goes well. I'm sure it will.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. I've done the stuff before.
Yeah, exactly. It's a child's play. It's cute.
Yeah, and I was sent the questions beforehand, so I can prep what I'm going to say as well.
Easy prep.
There we go. Don't mess with our Matthew.
Mm-hmm. I'm slacking on the brakes are wearing out, and I might need to tell it to change the brakes because there is brake fade.
Repair brakes. I think they do last the whole time. I've run the same brakes for 24s, so
Okay.
it's not like it's wear.
Okay,
It's,
skill issue.
I don't.
In
Because
real
I've never had
life,
to
they
repair
do-
them either.
In real life, they do a brake change in the real Spa 24 hours.
Yeah, there's an option for it in this game
There
that you
is.
can do. You can do
Yeah.
change brakes. I'm just braking too late for Vale or Club, whichever one it. Vale's the chicane, isn't it?
Sounds
And
like
then
it's
Club's the final one.
This is off-camber trail braking. It seems right.
That's what she said. I've got an itch, and it's on. I've got an itch. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes.
Mhm.
I've got an itch. It's on my back, it is. Oh yeah. Happy birthday.
Encouragement, yes.
Musical stylings of James Harmon there.
Oh yeah.
Improv classes with James. Starting with audio improv. Scratch my back.
Oh yes, so please do.
Okay, so I got 9 litres of fuel, 9.2, it's 3.2 a lap. So that's 2 more laps. I'll then come in and just hand over to you, because that'll be close enough to the time.
Yeah.
Saves me doing a random splash and dash.
Yeah. By the time you do, you'll be out and it'll be like 2 hours done. So
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah, just be aware of getting the tank completely fueled up before you pit. But even though, because obviously,
Does it not fill it when you go into the garage? Does it not fill it? No. Okay.
I think you'll need to add the fuel anyway. I would do. I'd do the safe thing and add the fuel.
Okay. Yeah. Just do it for
and then load the setup.
Yeah.
Because if you just load the setup, it will still go in to the pit lane from the garage with the same fuel as when you left. I think.
Okay.
The safe option is to refuel the tank manually, then load the setup, and then when you get into your next stint in 2 hours, you'll still have a full tank, and then you can just use the setup fuel.
Yeah.
From that
Hi,
point
Liz.
on. So.
No, lurking is appreciated.
Welcome in.
And I sent Ash an invite to this voice chat as well, if you did want to join in. Again, you can do it on the phone if you downloaded the PlayStation app and Ash logged in to a PlayStation account on that app. You can then find Party on the app and join in like it's a phone. I believe, is that what you do, James? Are you actually on the PlayStation, or are you on like your phone on the app?
I do both. I'm currently on the PlayStation though.
Okay. James has been known to join via the app.
I've done both at the same time before.
Okie dokie.
Indeed.
So for those just joining the stream, myself and Matt are partaking in a 36-hour race around Silverstone on ACC. Yes, we are, James.
I had no
all
idea.
in support of Racing Pride. Yep, raising money through our GoFundMe, so exclamation mark 36 hour in the chat. So we're doing a relay format. Matt has been in the car for the last 2 hours. I'll be hopping in a couple of minutes, but just wanted to raise the point of why we're doing this and what we're doing. For those who may have just hopped in to say hello, or to those new followers obviously as well, because I know we had an anonymous donation. I don't know who that was, so there's probably folks here who are interested enough to be viewing and potentially donating. So yeah, all in support of Racing Pride. They're working on championing more inclusivity for LGBTQ plus folks in as drivers, engineers, commercial and technical partners, all through all sorts of facets of motorsport. They're supporting that through their important work, outreach, events, and so on. So we're doing our bit to help them, facilitate those events by raising a bit of money for them as best we can through this challenge to race for 36 hours around Silverstone. Very long time indeed.
Very long
Absolutely,
time.
Yeah.
Boxing the slap.
Okie dokie. No worries. So Matt's just finishing his first stint after 2 hours of driving in preparation for his chat with BBC Radio Cornwall, which you'll be able to hear on stream very shortly, courtesy of James. And I'll be getting in for the next 2 hours. So yeah, enjoy. $170, is it?
It doesn't remember the...
Liz. Thank you, Liz. 20 quid.
Oh,
thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks, boss.
Very, very kind of you. Thank you for that.
It's very appreciated.
Yeah, 170 now. Well, I'll target 500 now. Try and get it embedded into the stream as well, by the way, but it'll have to be after this stint. It's not like we haven't got time, right?
Yeah.
We've got 34 hours left.
So while we're all sleeping in bed tonight, Keiran and Matt will be staying up because they like staying up.
Exactly. Exactly.
Ugh.
That's what also she said.
Here we go.
Gloves are off, literally.
Let me know when you're ready.
20 seconds.
Okay. 20 seconds. We're off for 2 hours. I haven't got my gloves on yet. 20 seconds,
Get
yeah?
your gloves on then.
Yeah. 10. I did mine down the straights. You're fine. 5,
It's
4,
fine. They're on.
3, 2, 1. Dropped. Off you go.
Cool. Let's go.
Have fun.
Do this.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Turn to garage.
Here we go. Let's go.
Is current setup, and then
Nice, cool tyres.
load setup. Enduro.
Track limits. Okay, interesting.
Load.
Have you got track limits straight away?
Well, there's no time gained, but yeah, it's a bit weird.
Oh, Milton's here.
Evening.
Hello.
Is my microphone working, by the way?
Yes.
Well, we can
Sounding
hear
good.
you.
It's just because I've got my controller in my hands and it doesn't normally work when that happens.
That's news.
James, you'll have to play it through
Yeah.
the PC thing, because, yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Believe it or
Oh, pit stop number. Okay.
So I'm currently on a 133-minute lap time. Good shit.
What a lap. That's like...
Slowest Silverstone lap in history. And it will be completed.
So, Kieran, for reference, you can change your fuel while in the garage.
Oh, wicked.
Oh my god,
Okay.
stop
Right.
that.
Yeah, Finn, with you doing that is
What's happened?
makes you were moving your mic, so it was the noise of the jack in the
Is
controller.
it fine now? Is it fine now?
Yeah, it's
think
stopped
Yeah,
now.
it's fine now. It's because you were
Okay,
moving around a lot.
I'll just not move my controller, it's fine. I'll keep it
Yeah.
steady, man.
My coffee's gone horrible, understandably, because I made it before the stream. And it's 2 hours later and it's ice cold.
Oh, cold coffee.
Put it in the microwave.
tastes horrible.
Oven it.
Good
I'm not American. I'm not going to put it in the microwave.
Oven it.
Okay, yeah, just make sure the setup's loaded and you'll have the fuel strats ready.
How many laps did Matt end up doing?
I don't know actually, 50 odd,
Ooh.
53 or 4, something like that.
Yeah, it was an hour, basically. The first time was slightly underfueled, so I'd come in a little bit earlier, but then the second one got me to pretty much an hour. So, yeah. In fact, I probably did a little bit more than an hour, because I had to extend it. So,
Well, yeah, a tiny bit.
with
2
full
hours, you
fuel... No, because I stopped once, so fuel will do...
Oh, sorry, right.
fuel
got
will
you.
do an hour, if that's what we were talking about.
Oh,
But-
I understand, yep. Okay, got you. That's good.
Right.
So full tank, an hour. Yep, got it.
Yeah, more or less, and yeah, you won't need to change
Have you got
tyres.
to go for the
during-
radio now, or are you waiting for them to call you?
I'm waiting for them to call me, but I'm going to the toilet.
Ah, okay.
Let's hope they don't call
Well
you
earned.
in the toilet then.
It's like the Top Gear one where
Hello.
Hammond's stuck in the toilet and Klotz is like, hello? Is anyone there? It's like, come on! Come on! Feels good to be out on track. See how I feel about that overnight.
That first 2 hours flew by.
Oh, it did. It did.
Wonder if
The
the
starts
entire
always
30
do.
Wonder if the full 36 hours will fly by.
Probably
At least
not.
you're not doing it solo this time.
Yeah.
So
No,
will-
that would have been probably pretty much
Dead.
impossible.
So you can
Yeah.
actually sleep on this one.
Like,
Technically.
no,
if you
it
want.
would have been possible, but I don't want to know what the effects would have been.
You can actually have a little sleep if you want.
Yeah, exactly. There are going to be gaps in here where that's possible to get a bit of shut-eye between our 4-hour stints.
Keiran?
Oh, why not? Yeah, anything for the donations, man.
More people probably donate then.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I should have just done a sleep stream for Racing Pride. Much less effort.
£170 donated before the race is even like a quarter of the way in.
Yeah, not even close to a quarter is fantastic. We'd have to get to 9 hours for it to be a quarter of the way in, which is insane.
You're only 2 hours in.
Once we've done this 12-hour leg, we're only a third in.
So what's going to be the case? How long will it take to switch like the lobbies?
A matter of minutes. I need to just rejig the configuration settings and refresh the lobby, and then we both go in. We'll have a minute of practice, minute quali, because that's standard. If you don't have those, the configuration settings don't work. So we need a minute of those, and then we can get on with the
rest of it.
24-hour bits to make it a complete 36.
So the race is technically 36 hours and 5 minutes or something like that.
Sort of. We won't have to drive for the practice and quali bits, but it's just to swap over, because we can't do 36 hours distance in the game. It has to be broken in two.
I've got Radio Cornwall on, by the way.
Cool.
Nice.
Good job. Thanks, James.
What are they doing right now? Playing music?
Yeah, so I'm just going to mute my mic.
Yeah.
Thanks to all the viewers that joined us so far. Thanks to all the follows, all the bits, gift subs, everything like that. The bits through our sound alerts as well. All helps.
You've probably donated probably about £1.50 by now just for your sound alerts.
Yeah, 100%. We've got bits as well. There are 200 bits from Ella, and there's the gift subs as well. That will go.
It'll all add up. It'll all add up.
It'll all add up, exactly. And this is only early days. We're only just over 2 hours in, so
you aren't
still
had fun
plenty
with
of
the
time
£1,000 donation yet.
And just as I mentioned that, AJ coming in with, are we there yet for 25 bits? Sadly not, AJ. We've still got about 33 hours and 57 minutes left. Yeah. But thank you for the 25 bits again, man. It's very kind of you. Much appreciated.
What will be the case tomorrow night? Will it just be the race ends and you go straight off stream, or are you going to stay on for a bit longer?
No, it'll be straight
Open
off,
lobbies.
Yeah, we'll do some lobbies, pal.
GT lobbies.
Yeah, GT lobbies, yep. Sounds good. Yeah,
GT falls at Brands Hatcher.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. My arms will be like, I'll have to drive my legs because my arms will be fucking dead. But sure,
what time
yeah,
you
go for it.
for lobbies? 11 o'clock, yeah?
Yeah, of course, absolutely, yeah. I definitely don't have stuff on the next day, that's fine.
Nah, just cancel your plans, even if it's work.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. They won't mind that. So, what do you mean you haven't turned up? So, well, bigger things to
You'll survive
to do.
one day.
One day.
So, just to test, can you hear?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear that, yeah.
Once again, another great community event in
Yeah, we'd all have to be quiet, obviously.
No, they haven't called me yet, James. So we don't need to listen to him at the moment.
But the volume's okay. Maybe up a touch more, but that's fine, I think.
As long as we're all quiet in the party, it'll be quite easy to hear.
Yeah. If we're quiet, then it'll be heard really easily.
But still, like, just 10
Well,
up the
let
top.
me know when they call you, Matt.
I will do.
What is
Yes.
the presenter gonna? Is the
And then-
presenter?
I gave him my number, so it'll probably be the producer that will call me, and they'll set me up, and it'll normally be like, oh yeah, we'll set you up. He's going to talk to you in a couple of minutes, and then I'll end up being able to hear what he's saying. I'll basically be able to hear what's happening on the radio through my phone, and then I can talk.
Can I just say what I'm going to do? Once you're being called, I'm going to start listening for you, and then when you are on the radio, I'll start playing it through the mic.
Cool.
Okay,
Sounds good.
I mean, he'll start introducing it, so you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And here we have Matthew Palmer.
Matthew Palmer.
It should start, because he sent me the questions. It should start. A local lad from Red Roof is currently doing a 36-hour virtual race around Silverstone. This gaming marathon is being done by Keiran Doyle and Matt Palmer. Matt joins us now. That should be how it starts.
Are you allowed to reveal the questions, or is that to be?
I'll leave it for a surprise for you guys.
Yeah, leave it.
I got the questions, so I know what's going to be asked.
The question is
I don't
100%
want it.
good.
I want it to be a complete surprise.
Fair enough. The question isn't going to be why do you want to put yourself through this?
Yeah, just why?
One of them kind of is. One of them kind of is.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Matt, and then I think you've got mic issues again.
Well, it was just cutting out a little bit, but you're fine.
I'll
Okay,
come
you're
back
fine.
again.
There you go, you're fine now.
Yeah.
I mean,
If
to be fair,
if it goes,
sorry,
if it
very,
goes bad,
very. You go.
if it goes bad while Matt's on the radio, just tell me. I'll mute my mic completely.
Yeah. I mean, summary of the questions are pretty much what, why, how. To be fair.
How is this?
Yeah.
How is this possible?
Like, why would you do this to yourself?
What?
Then you should mention.
Why?
Because we're crazy.
Have you
You
seen a
should
therapist?
mention.
Have I what?
What? Like, why are you doing this? What? Have you seen a therapist?
And now talk about honey judging. Well, like, bee honey?
When it's what's it called? When it's why you should mention Keiran doing it solo last year for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Well, Matt
Then
did
you'll
the
go-
solo 24 himself.
Did he?
Yeah.
We've both done solo 24s.
I did
mention that
a
you've
Star Wars. I did a Star Wars game.
Not a race.
Oh.
No, not racing. And that was like early lockdown as well.
Back when
No,
nobody knew
just
who Nappy
started.
was.
I know. I just started the gaming on the YouTube channel.
Did you get many viewers?
I got some throughout it. I got friends watching. So
Every little helps, Tesco.
yeah.
As long as you say Tesco before you say Labour Time of France. Or every helps little. You change it up a bit.
Every donation helps.
Oh.
That's what she said.
I'm gonna look at the donation thing and see if anything else has come in. What's your goal then, donation wise? Was it 500 quid?
That's the target, yep. At the
Yeah.
moment, 500 quid. See if we hit that.
Nice.
And if we do, when, and see if it's worth increasing the target. If we hit it quick, then we can increase it, but yeah, we'll keep it at 500, obviously.
Yeah, take it to
So-
£1 million.
Yes, that's, you got to be ambitious, right?
I mean, Super GT's goal in his Nürburgring 24, what was it, 200 laps? His first
Yeah.
goal was £2,000 and it ended up getting to 10 grand.
Yeah, he ended up raising the goal because it kept beating it, and he got to 15 grand. And then eventually, after everything sort of settled down, finished on 25 grand.
Yeah. And his original
Which is just
goal
nuts.
was like £2,000.
Yeah. Just insane.
Yeah. Well, we
A
did.
lot of
Well, we
money.
chose 500 because that's more or less what Kieran and I managed to raise in our previous attempts.
And it's realistic
it's a
to see
sensible
your
target.
Yeah.
in terms of viewers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's still a big target. 500 quid is not a small amount of money.
No.
And it will go a long way, but it's also being realistic and achievable. Because if it's up at like £1,000 or £2,000 and we don't hit it, people will get demoralised and they'll be less likely to donate. So you've got to make it achievable. You've got to make it in reach. Otherwise,
And there's
people will
nothing
be like,
better.
"Oh,
Even
no,
if
it's
you
not
have a
worth it."
small, even if you have a small goal, it's still really great and motivating when it goes beyond that goal, and you're just like, the thing
When
says,
I
oh,
did
at 150% of target. You're just like, that's fantastic.
When I did my skydive, I ended up raising £700. My original goal was only 300.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So over 200%.
Yeah.
200
What,
and...
wasn't that last year?
Yeah.
230 odd percent. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. It spurs you on when you see that it's in reach, and people want to be that person who gets it either at the target or over the target.
Yeah.
So
I'll be
that's
going
why it
on
needs
in
to be
a few minutes.
achievable. So you're more likely to donate. If it's well out of reach, people are less likely to, unless you know you can hit it. So the case, I think it was 2 or 3 grand to say for Super GT because he had a big following. But even that that's quite a humble target.
Thank you.
For someone who
Yeah.
had about 100k subscribers on YouTube.
And then he got to
as
25.
you say, in the end, 25 grand because he was ramping up the target incrementally. He wasn't just going straight for the big 10 grand because that would have
What was
looked
it?
silly.
27 hours in the end or something, didn't he do?
In the end, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So the
He
race
said-
itself was 27 and a bit,
Got
but it's more
30.
like 29 or 30 because of pausing.
And then he
Yeah,
said
yeah.
he was up like an hour before and an hour afterwards and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so he's up for well over 30 hours.
Yeah.
So
But as
pretty
I
much
saw-
the same here.
Fair play.
Yeah.
In fact, more here.
Yeah, well, as I pointed out to Kieran, the reason why we can quite happily do 36 is if it was 24, it would be 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. But we're not going to go to sleep at 8 a.m. on Sunday.
you
We
may as
would
well
stay.
race extra.
We would stay up for the rest of the day. So yeah,
Yep.
so we might as well keep going until bedtime, basically.
Yeah, if this was a
And then you
24, we'd have started at like, I don't know, 6 or 7 o'clock tonight. But with it being a relay, we thought we'll step it up a bit.
Straight to bed as soon as the stream ends.
Pretty
'Cause,
much.
people have seen solo 24s, so if you're doing a relay 24, it doesn't have the same impact.
Matt, just
Yeah.
letting you
Step it
know,
up.
you're due to be on them. It's what
I know.
called
I know.
you.
In a couple of minutes. Yeah, they haven't called me yet.
I think you lot remember me saying about a YouTuber that I watched did Nürburgring solo for 24 hours with 60 of his viewers.
Oh, what they
Which
joined the
through the
lobby
night.
and did it with
He
him.
he let people join the race by donating $10, no, 10 quid before the race, and you said 24 hours of Nürburgring solo on iRacing.
Fair play.
No help. Someone ended up donating £3,000 at one point in the stream,
Gee.
and he's not exactly a big streamer. He's got like 30k subs. It's not like Super GT level.
No.
There we go, Kieran. There's the idea for the next one. Do it on ACC, 24 hours, but we have the lobby, and if people donate 10 quid beforehand, they can come and join.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'll
Join
join
the
the
lobby.
lobby.
Here we go. They are calling me.
Nice.
Oh, good luck.
Okay, good luck, mate. Have fun.
Good luck.
Right, James, as soon as they start introducing him, put him on the mic.
Yep.
I'll mute mine while it's happening, just so there's no issues.
AJ, who's going through the
Yeah.
night? It will be a split effort, so we've got 4-hour stints, so I think one of us is doing a 12 midnight until 4, and then someone's doing 4 till 8, and then like 8 till 12, so it's a case of, it'll be split. There's no one doing the whole night. It'll be a
Will that
Share.
be like one of you do, like, is that where one of you will do, like, you'll have like a couple of hours of sleep during
I
that?
guess so, yeah, there might be an opportunity in there to grab some shut-eye in the late hours, so that may be taken.
Like, a couple of hours.
Might
And that-
use that
2
opportunity for a
3
couple of
hours.
hours. Yeah, something like that, and then
Behave! It wasn't connecting. Right, let's get back in the party. I had to come out of it because the controller disconnected.
Mobile phone.
It is.
Hey!
He's back.
It's the
Great job.
celebrity.
Really, really good. Well done.
Thank you.
You managed to plug yourself on BBC Radio.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's the point. How do
yeah.
people come watch? You say go find our social medias and our YouTube and Twitch.
And you managed to mention about your previous events. Just
Yeah.
Yeah, love that. Awesome.
Good
To show there's
boy.
like a legacy there that we're working on, you know.
Yeah.
I love
it's
that.
like a
That's
year.
great.
It's like it's turning into a yearly thing, which I'm guessing it clearly is, anyways.
Yeah. I keep saying, oh, I don't know if I'm going to do this again, and then look, found a way to do it
does.
again.
You always find
That's
a way
why
to do
Keiran
it.
put the qualifier in last year when he said, "I'm not going to do this solo again." And that was
yes.
the qualifier. He said solo again.
Yeah, I'm not
What
doing
was
a
it?
24 on my own again.
What was
Yeah,
it
and then
that me
approached me and he was
James
like, "Do you want to do it with
mentioned
me?"
last year? Me and James mentioned something last year. It was like, I think me and James mentioned Alton Park because it's like James
Yeah.
is the local track, and then you had like GT Falls to keep you awake.
Yeah. Next
So
year, me and
fun
Nelson
fun
are
behind the
joining in.
scenes. Fun behind the scenes. We were originally going to do Zelda. That was
Yeah,
our original
that was-
suggestion of a track.
Up for consideration.
But then we ended up doing like one lap of Silverstone, and we were like, you know what, Silverstone is for doing a long race, because there's a lot of straights. It's not as intense as Zelda.
It's not as
Next
taxing.
Zelda's
year, me
just
and
chicane,
Nelson are
chicane,
going to
chicane.
join in.
Yeah, that was the issue. That was the issue. Zelda had so many chicanes, whereas this has a lot more straights.
Yeah.
So
Zelda will
it's
keep you
more
awake, but it
relaxing.
also exhausts you quicker. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas this can relax you, but you've still got to be awake for the loop and Megas and Beckets and whatnot.
Exactly.
Ne-
yeah,
next,
AJ, I agree. That was really well done. That.
Yeah, thanks, AJ.
Next
Yeah,
year-
That's been fantastic. That early on in the stream as well, brill.
yeah.
Next year, myself and Milson will team up and race against you.
Get everyone to join.
Oh,
and do a
that's an
full
idea.
week. Oh Christ.
Yeah, that's an idea. If we get 2 more people to do it
Well, I'd feel
and agree the same like changeover time, you can have a race. With 2 teams of 2.
yeah.
Except me and Milson could do it for the National Autistic Society.
Yes.
Hashtag Team Autism.
Bloody earphones.
There we go. We sorted out next year's event.
Yeah.
this
Keiran, if-
this one ain't even halfway through.
Yeah, I know. We're only 2.5 hours in.
You're only like 272s in, or whatever I said earlier.
I didn't consent to this. So yeah, let's do it. It's like, yeah, you guys can do it. I encourage everyone to do at least one charity endurance race in your lives. Because I don't ever want to do it again.
What are you doing it
Said that
next year?
last year.
Yeah, everyone
He
needs
says
to
it
have a go
every
now.
year.
Yeah.
And then he always
I'll find
finds
a
a
way.
way to do it.
Yeah, last
Yeah.
year we weren't even halfway through. Me and James are already planning your next event.
Yeah, it always happens. And now it's taken 2.5 hours. This time.
I mean, do you remember what was it? It was like midnight last year when me, James, and Hun were all just planning the most random things and discussing the most random things.
Yeah.
Standard.
Is Hun added to this party?
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah, there's a few folks in here.
She said she'll come and chat to us at some point.
Yeah,
At
at
some
some point
point,
this
so-
evening. She's at work today.
I'll probably
Just
stay.
finished
I'll
work,
probably
got
be
some
on
bits
till
in the evening, but she'll hop in at some point. Yep.
I'll come and annoy you at some point. Oh wait, I already am.
I think we
Hey.
should all. I think we should all just like redo what we did last year at like 12 AM, where it was all just in the party.
Oh, I'm gonna be there for most of the night. I've
Yeah,
got no life.
I'll be until like I'll sit until like 12, 1 o'clock.
Gives me an excuse. 22 whilst annoying, 23 whilst annoying you lot. Which is what I'm currently doing. Trying to get my money's worth in this game whilst annoying you lot.
What are you playing?
F1 23.
I feel sorry for you.
Mm.
I'm currently on a career race. Not career race, my team race, and I'm doing
Yeah,
quite
I can
well.
see.
I've won
I can
3
see chat.
races.
AJ. James can't. James doesn't have Twitch.
Nah.
I've got chat open. I've got to head off to football in a few hours. To be fair.
I thought you said you were with us until 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's it, right? I'll
Liar.
go off for a few hours and I'll join back here.
Absolute scam, innit?
Yeah,
Get
he
the stuff.
lied.
Can't get the stuff.
He lied to us. Disappointed in you, Milson. Kieran's disappointed in you. Matt's disappointed in you.
No, I've let everyone
disappointed in
down.
you. And most of all, you're disappointed in you. I'm
Want me to
joking,
set
by
up
the
a
way,
GT7 lobby and leave it on for the stream?
Nelson, by the way, I'm really
You
sorry.
do you, AJ. Whatever you want to do, man.
Nelson, just letting you know I was actually joking.
I know you was sorry. I know that you're always joking.
In case folks are getting bored already.
I was playing my rugby game that came out in 2016 or 17.
Fair enough.
I haven't played it in about a few years. It's like last year. I went back during the 24-hour race. I went back to Project Cars for the first time in about a year.
I did as well. Because I remember us doing a kart track in a touring car.
Yeah, we was all discussing like the most random combos.
Yes, I remember.
It's funny how much quicker I
It's
remember
fun
from
having
last year.
project cars at work and people just being like, I've had a group of lads genuinely be like, we want NASCARs around an oval. Oh yeah, but make it like a storm. And I'm like, you understand that NASCAR red flag races when it rains? And they're like, yeah, just do it. And then these are grown lads just complaining the entire time because they're like, there's no grip. And I was like, yeah, it's raining and it's an oval.
Does your work mainly get racing fans in, or do you get
Things that make you go,
More people come and do
NASCAR in the
normal VR, so like zombie shooting or escape
it's
rooms.
not just the it's not just the
No,
simulators.
there's other things. That's how I was able to do the that Star Wars video that I did. So there's other things, and you get some people come in. Some of them are racing fans. Some of them are just like, "Ooh, that seems interesting. I'll have a go at racing."
Do you mainly help out with the simulators and stuff? I'm guessing.
Yeah, normally if there's like 2 of us there and someone's doing racing, they'll be like, Matt, you do racing.
Because you know them the most.
I know how it works. I know how the sims work, and I know what tracks to recommend. I can see the ability of the people driving, and I can be like, I recommend you can go to these cars and you can do this track, and
if the simulator breaks, you can sort of fix it.
I know how to fix it. Yeah.
Do something to.
The main tracks, I would say.
It's a good shot. Watch it. Thank you,
Yeah.
AJ. Yeah, I'll let you know, man. I'll let you know if if needed. But appreciate that.
If people come and do a
I'll keep it
half-hour
to-
race at work, it typically goes. Well, I always start everyone off classic Silverstone in Audi A1s, easy car, easy track. That's how everyone starts, and then typically it'll be like, let's do Formula 1 cars around Spa, and then let's do GT3 cars around the Nordschleife. That's normally how it goes.
Nice. Good choice.
When I say
Yeah.
Matt can fix it, I bet all Matt knows is if the pedal starts squeaking, spray a bit of WD-40 on it.
Turn it off and on again. Turn it off and on.
That's
That's genuinely the answer.
That is.
I've got no
most
sound.
easy
Okay, I will
answers,
turn the headset off and I'll turn the game off and I'll fix it.
Unplug it and plug it back in again.
Yeah, pretty much. Fixes 90% of the stuff at work. Just turning it off and on. Close the program, restart the program. That's what fixes it.
Yeah, I may need some shot air in the early hours, but camera will be off. Just leaving the stream running while Matt's driving.
No
I guess,
sleep stream, disgraceful.
No,
I'm just going to do this.
Matt's gonna stay on in
I'm
it.
just going to recline my seat and just
Camera on or off?
Can you do this?
camera on.
Yeah, Kieran leaves his camera on when he sleeps. See the viewers skyrocket. It just
Yeah.
Like, how is this happening?
just put
We'll
the title.
play
as
the
sleep
really
stream.
loud sound alerts to. Wake him
Yeah,
up.
see the view skyrocket. Yeah, basically what we'll realise is that doing a 36-hour race or even a 24-hour race is a waste of time. You just need to sleep to make money.
I mean, that's how the world record was won.
Yeah, they just fucking slept the whole time, and that counts as a stream.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got the word stream in it, sleep stream.
Yeah, and that's just the thing. It's so open-ended, like longest stream. It's like, no, it's too open-ended. You could just sleep through the whole bloody thing.
You could go out and do jobs and just keep the stream
I'm not
running.
mad.
Just salty you on
Which is why I was glad when I looked up like longest live radio broadcast. Like the presenters had to be there. It couldn't just be, oh, we're going to put a playlist on for 6 hours.
Exactly.
It was like, no,
That's
like you can play a
completely
couple of
legit.
songs and then the presenter has to talk to prove they're still there, sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but they might not be
Proper
there all the
radio
time. They
show.
might go to the toilet.
Well, yeah, they can go to the toilet and stuff, but like you do that during a song, like when you do a normal radio show.
Well,
So-
yeah. You just got to sprint. Look how long
It
the
wasn't a
song is.
case of they could just play a 6-hour playlist. It's like, here's a couple of songs. Hi, I'm still here. I believe it was Chris Moyles. I believe it was like, I can't remember what the record was. It was like 60 hours or something like that. Something insane.
What? He's there the entire time?
Yeah. Because obviously you
Death
could
Selection.
then relay, but that's how places like Radio 1 do it. Like anyway, because that will always broadcast and have people through the
slept
night.
during
So.
the songs.
Yeah, power naps, yeah. I mean, I did a 24-hour radio stream. We were the first, it was a amateur radio with the youth service in Jersey. We were the first radio station in Jersey to do full 24 hours through the night.
Oh,
Not
you
even
worked in radio?
I did a school radio at my secondary school, and then the youth service then basically not quite hired me, but they scouted me, and they were just like, hey, you're leaving that school, do you want to come do the radio with us?
Oh.
Headhunted me
Looking
for
for
it,
you.
I guess. Yeah,
Bloody hell.
but that was good. Yeah, we
Not
did
bad.
we did a 24-hour stream, and we were the first ones to do it 24 hours, and then we were the official radio for Team Jersey during the Island Games.
Wow.
Which is the Island Games, for people who don't know, is basically, it's like the same sort of thing as the Olympics, but it's for islands that have a population of under 150,000. So
Yeah.
like Iceland counts and has a team in the Island Games.
Even though
Because-
that's
because they've got a
an
small
Olympic
enough-
team anyways.
Yeah, but they're a small enough island to also count in the Island Games. But then it includes like Jersey, Guernsey, the Isle of Man, Faroe Islands, the Falklands, Gibraltar, Bermuda.
Anglesey?
Anglesey.
No, it's got to be an independent like island. So that's why like the
Like
Isle
a
of Wight,
country.
the Isle of Wight doesn't have a team.
Gibraltar's not an island, though.
No, but it's a country.
It's like recognised as Gibraltar isn't like Spain or Spanish mainland. It's
I know what
technically
you
England.
mean, but it's not an island.
oh, is it a peninsula technically then?
Yeah.
Like
Okay,
Monaco, I'm
but-
guessing, didn't count.
No, because that's a principality. That's not like the majority of Gibraltar is surrounded by water, but oh, it does. Anglesey does enter. I've been corrected by my contact at the BBC. Anglesey does have a team.
Definitely
I'm
so
guessing
the
then
BBC
probably so
member
does the
as well.
Isle of Wight. I'm gonna guess
Some
the Isle
very
of Wight
loose
probably.
criteria, then.
Yes.
Simple, if you're an island, you can do it.
Any island.
See, but the Republic of Ireland has too big of a population. It has to be
Yeah.
under. I
Yeah.
think it's under 150,000 population.
Yeah.
So
it
England
doesn't
obviously,
count.
England does not
No.
count.
No,
UK,
because that's got
no.
millions.
Of course it
But that's why, like
That's got
Anglesey,
over a
the Isle
million.
of Wight, the Isle of Man, Jersey, Bermuda, places like this,
Anglesey-
they have a population of under 150,000.
So
Anglesey, isn't
Malta.
that a racetrack?
So is New Zealand in it, or is that again too big a population?
Too big a
It's
population.
too big. It's
Yeah,
way too big.
so- 'Cause I know there's
That's
North
4
Island
million.
and South Island, and North Island's really like uninhabited. So I was just curious.
You hear that, Northern Ireland?
Do you have the islands
Oh,
at the top of
North
Scotland?
Island of,
do you like? Do you have the islands?
North
at the
Island
top
of
of
Oh,
Scotland.
North. Okay, the North Island of New Zealand.
I
To
know
be
that they're
fair,
separate
though,
entities.
that is where Christchurch. No, the capital of New
you know
Zealand.
what the
There's a major
islands at the
city up there. I can't remember
Do
which
the
one my dad
islands at
went.
the top of Scotland?
There's Hamilton. Oh wait, everyone's just talking over each other.
You
so
go,
I'm
James.
not
You go,
bothered.
James.
I was just going to answer Matt's question that Auckland and all that are up on North Island.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
and they have Prince Edward Island from Canada takes part.
Okay, Milton, what were you saying? Sorry.
Do you know the islands at the top of Scotland? I don't know what they're called.
Isle of Mull, Skye.
Hebrides.
Yeah, do they count as the island games?
They must do.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so.
I
They have to
guess
be
so.
like
Is that-
separate entities
if
and
Anglesey-
principalities, or what?
If,
So
if
I-
Anglesey
I-
counts, then so does that, surely.
So I've got the list because I went on Wikipedia. You've got in alphabetical order. You've got Åland, which is part of Finland, Alderney, Bermuda, Cayman Islands, Falkland Islands, Faroe Islands, Frøya, part of Norway, Gibraltar, Gotland, Gozo, part of Malta, Greenland, Guernsey, Hitra, Isle of Man, Isle of Wight, Jersey, Minorca, Orkney, Suriname, St Helena, Sark, Shetland, Western Isles, James will know this, Youngsmon in Wales,
Yeah, that's Anglesey. That's Anglesey.
Anglesey,
Ah.
Iceland, Malta, and Prince Edward Island, and Rhodes.
Roads, that's...
But Iceland, Malta, Prince Edward Island, and Rhodes, islands marked in grey, are no longer part of the island. Are no longer part of the IIGA, and so can no longer compete in the island games. So Iceland, Malta, Prince
Do they
Edward
happen
Island,
every
and
year, or are
Rhodes.
they like the Olympics?
It's every 2 years. So the last one was 2023. Next one will be 2025.
Okay.
Nice.
Didn't even know it was a thing, to be fair.
Me neither. Now we know.
But yeah, I
James
was.
is going to be an Anglesey fan.
I worked for the radio station that I worked with. They were the official team for the official radio for Team Jersey.
Lovely.
Right.
Did you work on
I'm
it?
gonna
Yes.
head off for now, but I'll be back after.
Okay, no worries.
Bye.
In a
Bye.
bit.
Bye bye.
Local work with Ada CB radio was so funny listening in. He'd talk back, but take the mic like this is Buttercup.
How
Had it on his
how
off-road
dare he
Suzuki
leave the
Vitara.
party? How dare he leave the party?
Everyone has their own little personalities on those CB radios. Like, what's your 20? How many candles you burning? Up to 170. Yeah, we're up to 170. Like 6 donations in total or something. It's like mad.
Someone
yeah.
called Elizabeth donated about an hour ago.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
our friend
that's our
Liz.
friend Liz.
Okay.
From back in Kerno. We've got
How dare Kieran's family
an
not do
anonymous
stores? It's disgraceful.
there as well as 25. There's
Yeah.
Ella with £5, and then there was Matt's fam and friends.
We have, yes,
Got up to 110 before the stream even started. So yeah,
we have wonderful donations
insane.
from Sarah, from Tony, Chris, Simon, Charlie, Ella, Anonymous, and Liz.
wonderful.
Ella is
Honestly,
the
whoever
one
that
from the
anonymous
stream.
is particular, because they donated £25. Whoever the hell you are, thank you very
It's probably
much.
rough, but don't want to give his name away.
Well, if so, honestly, thank you very much. But honestly,
Yeah, 20
it's lovely when it's anonymous because like they don't mind being named. It's like that's really
25
kind.
quid is
Really
the
kind.
third highest donation that we have had.
Right, I'm going to.
I think
We've
it's
had a
the gesture
40, a
without
30,
being
and a
named.
25.
Very
Right,
kind.
my,
indeed.
Yes.
my microphone
There's
might go a bit mental.
Goes for everyone
here.
as well.
Okay.
Yeah, goes for everyone. Thank you for all your donations
About
so far.
in pretty much a year, I'm going back to ATC. Let's go play it. What DLCs do you lot have on like ACC?
The DLCs, World Challenge, the GT4 one.
Do you buy the
And there's
British
another
GT one?
What ones do I have? I have like the rest of the world ones, which gave me like
what, the,
Kyle
like,
Army
Bathurst, yeah.
yeah, Bathurst
Oh,
and
that
Kyle
one, yeah.
Army. And what are the other ones were? I think those are the
There's
ones
a
that
new
I've
American one
got.
that came out a few weeks ago on PC.
I'd have a look at that soon.
That had like Indianapolis, I think.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Oh, but the, ACC were quite good. They have now basically done an Ultimate Edition where you can just buy all the DLCs in one pack. It's still like 30-40 quid, but you can buy all the DLCs in one pack rather than buying them individually. I don't know if it's like a season pass if you'll keep getting them, but they have done a Ultimate Edition now, so you can.
Bought DLC
so you
on ACC in ages.
yeah. So, but if anyone is thinking about ACC, I think you can just buy the Ultimate Edition now and have all the DLC with it, rather than just buying it individually. And yeah.
Alright, that's what I was going to look at. What tracks are actually in the game? So you've got all the free ones are stuff like Zolder, Monza, Brands Hatch, Silverstone, Paul Ricard, Misano, Spa, Hungaroring, Nürburgring, Barcelona, Zandvoort. Imola, that's on the Intercontinental one. Then the British GT ones are Alton Park, Snetterton, and Donington.
Yeah, definitely got that. So I've got the Bathurst
Then
and
the GT World Challenge.
Kyle Army one.
The GT World Challenge
British
one
GT.
is Bathurst, Laguna Seca, Suzuka, and Kyalami.
Yeah, I got that one.
Yeah, the same. There's one I don't have because it didn't look very good for the price.
There was GT4s, I think. That was really
Might have been.
expensive.
It might have been that. So I was like, there's
Then
not much point me having
this, the one that hasn't come out on PlayStation yet is the American one. I don't think.
that one. Okay. Yeah, because I remember looking at the DLC
Well,
on PlayStation and there was 4.
There's an American
Packs.
track, but I don't think there's the.
I was about to say there is an American track pack, but that was an older one that had like Kota and Watkins Glen,
Yes.
Oh, okay.
and another one. There was 3. I can't remember what the other one. It was like Kota, Watkins Glen, and
I'm gonna go racing the British
another one.
GT Championship, custom, weather. Custom will have 20 opponents.
see, we didn't bother with weather in this, but
Yeah,
we
I'll
didn't
keep mine.
we didn't want that variable.
Damage rate will have damage all the way up to 100%.
But it's probably.
I love
mean,
the alignment of time. Sorry, I love the alignment of
Yeah.
time in game to real life. It's a minute out. That is
yeah.
insane. Brilliant.
We'll have to figure it out when we redo it
what you'll have to
in
start
9
dead on
hours
the
12
time,
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you might have to make the start time like 8:05.
Well, it's only hours. You can only set the hour,
Ah.
so it will be dead on 8. So we will be a bit out when we get
We'll
to
be
the
like
restart.
we'll be
I'll
like
make
5
it
minutes
as quick
out.
as I can.
Yeah,
It's
it'll
just so
be like
that
5
when
minutes.
it gets dark, it'll be dark for you as well.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. It's
That's the idea.
It's going to go dark and light at around the same time because this noddles it for a summer race, whereas obviously we're now at the end of September, so it will get darker in real life for us than it will in game, but it's only fractional. It's only a slight difference, I would
Well, I'm
imagine.
going to race in an Aston Martin. Round 1 is at
But it just means the circadian rhythm isn't
Is it
completely messed up.
GT3 or GT4 you doing?
GT3. I'm doing the British GT series on it. So I've got round
I liked
1
I
at
liked the Aston.
Alton
That was a
Park.
nice one. I liked it.
Yeah, it's the car I remember driving. That's easy. Right, we'll start the weekend. Clear weather. Practice length. Who cares?
Oh, you're going as Nicky Team. That was normally the car that I did a lot of practice in. The Aston.
We'll do a 5-minute qualifying at Alton Park, so it's literally 1 lap.
Oh, Jesus.
I did that a lot.
2 sessions. We'll start it at 11 o'clock at night. We'll do night qualifying. Race length half an hour. Race start time set 5 o'clock, and we'll do the race time at times 48. Pit window 10 minutes. Race refueling disabled. Tyre sets and then qualifying. It's confident.
Happy birthday to Max Verstappen. Turns 26 today.
Bloody hell.
I remember when he was
Happy
17.
birthday.
Yeah.
He's nearly been in F1 10 years, and he's only
That's insane, isn't it?
26.
It's just ridiculous.
And they made and to quote Homer Simpson, see, because of me, now there's a rule. Because they did bring in a rule. They were just like, there's a 15-year-old driving a Formula 1 car. Okay, we need to change the rules so you have to be 18.
I can't remember which button. I can't remember which button it was to turn the engine on. I set a button to turn the engine on. I can't remember it.
Turn the key.
That's the light.
Right.
You got to do fuel first. You got to turn the fuel on first, and then start the engine.
You need the fuel flow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, ignition. I can't remember what it was.
Fuel pump, ignition.
I've made mine my
Stop.
L3.
Oh, I found it.
I've made mine my L3 and my R3, so they're the ones on the actual base, so it feels like I'm actually pressing a proper button.
What's my pit limiter button? There.
How are you this unprepared?
Which one's me clutch?
I haven't played the game.
How do I steer?
I haven't played the game in about a year.
That was the thing that impressed me though when I first loaded it up was, oh, like you have to turn the fuel pump on, you have to start the engine, you have to do a clutch start, you have to find the biting point with the clutch.
I'm restarting qualifying, I was so unprepared. Now I can't remember what button it was. Now I found it. Right, traction control set to that. Let's do a practice start, even though it's a rolling start. There we go. Don't help that it's night, so it's 11 o'clock at night, so I can't really see.
Hey, Ruff.
I need to set my lights. Which is my light? Oh. It's Alton Park, so at least I know the track.
Front left's not enjoying itself at
What
all.
a send.
It's at least 1 psi higher than the front right. Bloody hell.
Oh yeah, Keiran, what tyres did you leave the pits on? Like, what temperature?
God, they're like 25 psi or something, 24, 25. They're completely blue, so...
Yeah, because I pointed this out to James when you left for a bit, is, like, my car sat there, I will go out on the tyres my car is currently sat on. So, yeah. Like, the tyres are sat there still for 2 hours. Later it's going to be worse because they're going to be sat there, they can't get worse just being stationary, but we will be going out on cold, unused tyres for 4 hours. The tyres will sit there for 4 hours and then go, which is why I span pretty much when I got out the pits during my stint at the beginning, because they were just ice cold because they've been...
Yeah, chilly.
Well, no, they were new tyres, but yeah, when we go out, they're horrible to drive.
Cold. Which is realistic, so yeah.
Have you lot seen that when you spin, you have to like re-engage like the engine?
If you come to a full stop, yeah, you stall, yeah.
You have to like full on.
Unless you remember to put your foot on the clutch.
Yes.
That's what happens in real life, though, as well.
It is what happens in real life.
Whoa, GT4! Come on. This would have been fun for you to do, because GT4s at Alton Park get in the way a bit.
Only the problem was they're getting the AI loaded into a lobby like this would have been next to impossible. I would have just thrown up so many glitches.
Okay.
It would have been worth it.
Have fun, Mum.
So
what was
the
what was the producer saying on the radio before you went on?
Hi Matt, you're set up. You ready to talk to James? Cool. Yeah, you'll hear the radio through your phone, and then he'll chat to you. Pretty much that, and then he finished his. So I heard the end of Genesis, and then I heard him talking about.
Yeah, James wasn't
Jessica
gonna James had to like mute his mic because it was playing copyright.
I wondered about that, and I was just like, yeah, I hope he pulls that off so we don't get copyright struck for a really low quality play of the end of a Genesis song. Yeah, so I heard the presenter talking about Jess getting ready for a party and dancing around the kitchen or whatever they were talking about.
We didn't hear that part. We didn't hear that part.
Oh, that was the bit before. He was just like talking about what people. He was like, people are up to, blah blah blah.
And then he was like, Andy, here's what this guy's up to: driving on a computer game.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And then he finished the interview, and then the producer came back, and he was like, "Oh, thanks for that, Matt. Sounded great. Good luck for it. I'll let you get back to it." I was like, "Oh, thank you. I'll let you enjoy the honey."
AJ was on about it, talking about like honey judging or something.
Yeah, so I don't know, some honey festival or something like that. They're out and about it. I don't know, because the presenter was literally just like, "We'll go find some honey. We'll go taste some honey." So I joked to the producer, I was like, "Enjoy the honey."
Keiran, you're on ACC. What is your safety rating, or whatever you call it, in the top right corner?
Is it SA? Because
yes.
That one is 45.
I'm on 38, so you're cleaner than me.
Yeah, we knew
Matt, Matt, do you know yours?
How can I see it from the pause menu?
You can only see it when you drive.
Okay, then I will tell you in an hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll ask you in an hour and 5 minutes. Because you're apparently the dare to driver now in this part.
Only in Formula 1.
And you even read it up early, so you even got a penalty for that.
Still got 10 laps.
I didn't. I got a reprimand first of season, so that's just a don't do it again.
I don't know how many you get before you get like grid bans or whatever.
12 points.
You lot know about next week, don't you?
You get 12. It's a sprint, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sprint at Spa.
So you might want to like get on earlier.
Yes.
Aye.
And yeah, it's 12 penalty points, and then you get a race ban. I'm currently sat at 8, and you typically
When do
get.
you lose one? When do you lose him?
Oh yeah, it's over. Is it over 12 months?
6 months.
6 months. I'd have to ask Ben. I don't know when mine start getting reduced.
$750-year-old pup. Where? I want to go.
What would be funny is if you reported Dust for being in AI. Lol. Oh yeah, he went into AI, didn't he? Yeah, I forgot. I didn't report that.
He went out.
In my Dust.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, because he won the race. That would have been funny. That would have been funny. Like, hey, by the way, this guy went this winner went in AI. That's against the rules. That would have been very funny, actually.
The thing is,
he won his first race.
It affected you. It even affected you as well.
Oh god, yeah, it did. And
AI,
yes, because he was still in AI. He was still in AI at the restart, and whoever was in front of me, he sort of got squeezed. So it was whoever was in front of me should have reported it. Yeah, I should have. To be fair, I didn't. But
I feel like that would have been penalised as well, just through the fact that he blocked you.
Yeah.
All kinds. Not just mining heritage, all kinds of heritage, and I've just completely outbreak myself. Fucking hell.
Well, don't outbreak yourself then.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, I've invalidated my quality run.
That. Hey! Panama.
I don't know if you lot have realised, but do you know when you finish an ACC race, the marshals actually like, wave flags at you like they do in real life and stuff?
Yeah.
I haven't realised that on any other racing game. I don't think they even do. And you can actually do it full on in-lap.
Does Project Cars 2 do that if you enable cooldown lap?
No.
No.
I already tested that. And you can do an in-lap as well.
The icon doesn't show up next to.
I was 2 seconds off pole just then.
Okay. Oh, you didn't see. Oh, do you have nameplates turned off, Ruff? Oh, yeah, because that's how I saw he was in. He was in AI, and then he took back control at like turn 5, and whoever was side by side with him, Dust sort of just went. It's a right-handed corner, but he darted to the left because he took control and didn't realise someone was passing him. So yeah, to be fair, I should have reported him, but was busy, totally forgot.
Probably got a penalty.
Yeah, I probably got a penalty, and also that's really harsh. For like his first win, thinking about it, like I wouldn't want to.
He broke a league rule.
He did, but
Imagine being that guy.
Who ruined?
I would feel so, yeah.
He'd hate you forever.
I know, like I've not won a CSGB race. I know if I won a CSGB race and then someone just went, "Hey, he went in AI for a little bit," I would have been like, "I hate you." Like you took away my win. You'd be like Carlos at the Australian Grand Prix. Go, Tom, no, please, they can't do this to me, please.
You know what's even worse is the people that do that and you go, "That was my win." It's like it was never your win. It's like fuck off.
Yeah.
It was never your win.
To be fair, I went in AI during the safety car only because my controller went really funny.
Yeah, but surely that's a valid excuse because you're going to
cause a crash. Guy Matt. Oh yeah.
If anything,
Close
I lost
then.
a position for it because I had to slow right down. So whoever was behind me.
Behind. You should be beating him by 26 laps.
Oh yeah. So who's on 24 then? Okay.
I did
54.
I did 54. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
The only issue with
half distance, I've done 28 on my stint at least. But I still got
one of
K
the
as well,
one of the issues I have with
It's gonna
ACC is that judge in ACC just by clicking. Making the slightest bit of contact with another car, you get a safety penalty. And that's just frustrating.
15 minutes left on this.
God, air temperature 29 degrees. It's never been that hot. Actually, that's a lie. No, Silverstone.
Are you in summer? Are you sure it's set to autumn?
Yeah. To be fair, Silverstone,
25 degrees in real life.
I agree with Christian Horner's statement from a few years ago. He goes, Silverstone is one extreme or the other. It is either boiling hot or drenching it down.
It's never just normal cloud.
No, it's always either
both.
Yeah, it's either boiling hot or raining. There's never in between.
Yeah. I went for the driving experience. It absolutely lashed it down when we turned up, and I was like, oh fuck. But it was only still several hours before mine, so it completely dried up by then.
You turned up a few hours?
Yeah, so we turned up, like, you have to turn up like about 2 hours before, because of all the, like, registration, sign-in, briefing, and get back to the stow bit. So there's all that, sort of takes a little while, and it gives you a chance to have a little look around too. But
and there was some actually some racing.
When we first got, there was. We got there with, I didn't know there'd be racing, but you obviously park up at the stow bit and then get a minivan over to the wing. But when we turned up, the moment we turned up, it lashed it down, and we looked over to the right, and there was a group of cars literally just leaving for their run, and it was absolutely chucking it down.
Yeah, because there's some racing on the main Silverstone track, weren't they?
Thinking, what?
Was there racing on the main circuit?
Yeah, they obviously they split the circuit up. It wasn't the full GP loop, but they had 2 race meetings going on each segment, like the international and the national elements, and then they had Stowe running as well for the driving experiences. So it was pretty busy, like all round.
I think Silverstone normally is. I think it's
in the pit lane.
I think it's normally quite.
The paddock area.
I think it's normally quite rare, and it's only for like major events that the entire circuit will be used.
Yeah, it's not normally.
They usually split it up.
Yeah.
Even which is why it's quite only uses the national bit. So.
Yeah, but Keiran, could you imagine if these the full circuit, the lap time would be about 40 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
They won't get any.
You
laps.
get less racing as well. So.
We're sending the Renault Clio Cup out on the full circuit.
It'll also be so much more expensive because you need more marshals and more security.
The hybrid they give out, you get half. The people who win the race get like a quarter of a lap of hybrid because the track's so long.
That's the beauty of Silverstone. You've got 2 tracks in one, effectively.
And where you join, and where you join each corner, like where it splits is different as well for the national and the international. So they never cross, because some tracks, when you have a short track, it will if they split it in 2 halves, like Suzuka, for example. If you're doing east and west, it's the same. Little chicane corner by the Dunlop chicane, it's the same part of the track. Whereas Silverstone, it's a different part. So you can have 2 consecutive races happening. Whereas some tracks, it's the same bit of tarmac that connects them.
Exactly.
Yeah, because on the international bit, you go straight on here. Well,
yeah, that's
straight on there. But then when you're on the national,
Chapel.
Yeah, and then on the national you join here. Yeah, so correct. you never cross, right. which is a good a good track design, because it means you've got 3 tracks. Pretty much, at Silverstone you have 3 tracks. You have 3 tracks you can use all at once. You have national, international, and Stowe.
Yes, exactly, and that was perfectly demonstrated when I went for that driving experience, because you got to see... Yeah. Well, I only saw racing on the international loop, because that's where the wing was. I didn't see any racing on the national, but I knew it was going on. Oh, you know what? Actually, that's a lie. I did see it, because when you enter Silverstone, you enter
the bridge
Yeah, pretty much. You don't have to go into Silverstone. It's driving through to get to Stowe. You have to go around the circuit, and the entry point is at the national circuit part around here somewhere. And you drive round to the international part by the wing, and then all the way around to Stowe. So I did see some racing briefly going on the national circuit, and then we were able to see the Caterhams going around the international bit. So yeah, we saw racing on every element of Silverstone that day, which was pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, when I went, I parked. We actually parked at the wing, so we actually went inside and parked at there's a little car park by the wing.
Okay, yeah.
So when you drive in, you actually drive in. The entrance is like, if you can see the track map, particularly on my one, it's near the old pit straight where our start finish line is. That's where you enter the Silverstone whole complex, and then you have to drive around. You come up, you turn right, you drive past Luffield, drive around, go past Club, and then all the way around Stowe, and then you cross over at the bridge down the Hanger Straight, which Keiran's gonna. Oh no, sort of on the other side. Yeah, you go over the bridge, over the Hanger Straight, and then you're in the middle of the complex, middle of the circuit.
Yep.
That's how you get to the wing.
That's right.
Oh, crap, I forgot to set my engine on for the formation.
Fucking hell.
And the thing is, it's Alton Park, so the formation lap's one corner. I need to warm my brakes up. Thank God it starts in the daylight. Say half an hour long.
Feels looking good. Still got 5 laps worth.
I've technically done 2 driving experiences at Silverstone. I did Formula Silverstone, Formula 4, same as Keiran's done, and I did an under 17 driving experience. It was basically like the driving lessons, but for under 17s.
Cool.
I've done 2. One was like a random airfield in Essex, and then the second one was at Silverstone in Renault Clio Cup cars. Sort of in the middle of it. I did my first ever emergency brake in the paddock area behind the wing.
Wow.
That's where I did my first ever emergency stop in a car.
That
Just
is
smash on the brakes.
insane.
Yeah, because it was like a driving experience, like driving lesson for when I was like 15, and so they drove me round, and then we changed over so I could drive the little Renault Clio Sport.
So
and
Matt, what got
and
you
we were
into
like
driving?
yeah, and then my first emergency stop was literally behind the wing here that Keiran's passing. It did go through my mind. I was like, I've just done an emergency stop where the Ferrari hospitality unit would be. That did cross my mind when I was doing it. It was 2015, so
Vettel.
Vettel and Raikkonen, yeah.
Oh yeah.
What a start.
Wait, 2015. No, not 2015. Not 2015. I was 15. So, not 2015.
2015.
Not 2015. So.
A little bit earlier than that.
2012, 2013. Yeah.
12,
so it would have been Alonso and Massa.
Oh right. Massa pokes his head out, give you a little applause. Alonso's too busy tryharding in the sim.
That was a sort of a funny excuse. My dad was trying to organise it, and he sent an email to the event and was just like, "How's this working?" We didn't get a response for a while, and he sent another email back, and then he responded being like, "No, so sorry, it's been late to reply. We've been a bit busy. We've had the Grand Prix." It was just like, yeah, that's a valid excuse for everyone at Silverstone being busy.
You should take priority over a Grand Prix.
Yeah, they're getting good money off you. Jesus. Get
oh yeah, the entire 50 quid that we spent. Yeah.
Silverstone. God damn. No, that's
50 quid. That's a burger at Silverstone.
Or whatever it was. Yeah. I don't know how much it was.
Stowe's
But...
just in from where I am now on tracks. Just there. Yeah. Which
Just
is not
Stowe corner.
It's not been coded in.
During the Endurance Championship events, they were that was the fan zone area.
Exactly.
And then during F1 events, the fan zone area is where the old bridge corner was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep. Remember the bridge corner? I missed that layout actually. It's good, really good layout.
Yeah.
Where it
You get to the
dips
end of
down,
this.
It's like got gradient and stuff.
Yeah.
It's very good.
You turn left here to go to. So you can still see where it goes. Just to the left of that corner.
See where Joe hit the wall.
I saw that.
See where
in
Melson
person.
sat. You had Alfa Romeo
Right there.
debris thrown at him.
I did.
He got
Well, I
impaled
didn't.
by
I
some
ducked
Alfa
down.
Romeo
It went
carbon
over my
fibre.
head. It went over my head.
You kidding me?
What?
Jesus, it was that close.
Yeah, no, I was
man.
achieving the grandstand behind it.
Fucking hell, it's like you say it went over
Was it
your
actual
head. It's
debris or
like,
was it
oh,
gravel?
Jesus.
It
Or
was probably gravel, to be fair.
Still, like, fucking...
Or it was probably the dust cloud as well. I was like halfway up.
That's why the signs are up.
grandstand.
Motorsport can be dangerous.
I was like
That's
halfway up the
literally why.
grandstand.
That's pretty funny that, like, you got an accident right there and you can
To
actually
be fair, I didn't even
feel
see the crash
impact of
happen.
it.
I was more focused
Yeah.
on Sainz and Verstappen into turn 1.
It's like a real life 4D
I like that
experience.
Tim would have been focusing on the leader, so he would have been looking to the left, looking at
I was,
turn
yeah,
two,
just- and I saw
and then
smoke.
suddenly there's just a big loud noise and a breath of wind, and then Alfa Romeo upside down against the fence. It's like, oh, where did he come from?
So, oh, can't park there, sir.
Both times I've been to Silverstone.
Which also,
for an
that
F1
line also
race.
happened at Silverstone, Kieran.
Yeah, exactly.
Both
can't
times
park
I've been
there.
there for an
All
F1
happens
race.
there.
There's been a red flag
Oh, it
on
did.
lap 1.
When I went, it was a safety car start because it was
Oh, 'cause
raining.
it rained on the grid or something, didn't it?
Yeah, 2016, it rained heavily, so it was a safety
That's
car
why it
start.
rained after all the teams had got the tyres on.
I think so. I can't remember. I just know
Yeah,
it was a safety
both
car.
times
I just knew it was announced it was a safety car start, and then it was just the whole crowd just went boo.
Both the times I've been, it's been red flag lap 1.
Yeah, I didn't see a red flag because it was again. I went 2016, so they hadn't used red flags for a while.
it was like a rare sight. It was like you celebrated when a red flag came out. 'Cause it was,
It
that
was only
rare.
in 2020. They were just like, hang on, mate, what's this other flag in the bot? Oh, it's a red one. Let's use this.
The only reason why a red flag would have been brought out before 2020 was big barrier damage or a what do
The
you
driver
call it?
has to be
Rain.
physically
Or-
taken out of the car.
yes,
Like someone
or
has
a
to take the driver out of the
literal-
car.
or a literal storm.
Yeah,
Not a little downpour, a full-on storm.
yeah, like Canada 2012 sort of thing. Yeah.
You won't just get it just because there's a crash on the second to last lap. They won't just red flag it and restart with 1 lap to go.
No, they wouldn't. They'll just have a safety car and then say half the grid can unlap themselves. Oh, and the safety cars are now in this lap with 1 lap to go. Have fun, guys. This won't commit massive backlash from the community
Back
at
then it was
all.
just-
How it
back then
determines
it
the
was
world
just-
championship.
Back then it was just
No,
safety
Mikey,
car.
no.
Fun fact: 2012's championship was ended under safety car.
It was, which is the procedure that they should have followed in 21, and what I assumed they would have done.
If Drive to Survive didn't come out.
Yeah, they would have done the same as in 2012, where because
Paul
Alonso,
Ressa decided to spin into
Alonso
the wall.
arguably had enough pace to win the championship that day, but because there was a safety car, he couldn't gain the positions he needed, so Vettel was champion.
Because who knows what would have happened if that was like red flagged or brought in at the end of the...
I think even if it was 1 lap, it wouldn't have been.
No, but if the red flagged
it
it
wouldn't
as
have
soon as
dealt
the crash
anything, but-
happened, so...
Sorry, what are you talking? Brazil or Abu Dhabi?
Brazil.
Brazil. Yeah, and then like a 6-lap
Yeah.
shootout. Yeah, then
Well,
that would
you
have been
never know.
that would have been really intense because again it started raining quite heavily.
But you got to remember though,
But-
back then, red flag restarts was behind the safety car,
Yes.
and it just they did 1 lap, pulled off and went.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been. I reckon it would have gone to Vettel because he would have been close enough to gain positions on
To be fair,
the slower
Schumacher
drivers
did
around.
let him through. Schumacher managed to
Yeah,
let him through.
And Schumacher admitted that. But like Sebastian would have been around other drivers of like a bit of slower pace, whereas Seb would have had like Jenson Button and Mark Webber in front of him.
Seb
whereas
came from last to first, like there.
He did, yes, because of Bruno Senna, yeah. Yeah, but it was beautiful when Schumi admitted that he was just like, yeah, I saw Seb coming, I knew he was fighting for a championship. He's, you know, he idolised me. I've got nothing to prove. I just let him through. It's like I let him get in the position. I'm just like, that's so nice. That's nice.
Still, this is warm still for an Indian summer in a few weeks apparently. Really? Bloody hell.
What was that?
Hey, summer's back, folks.
What was
safety
this?
car should be like IndyCar, not being able to pit. That would be.
I agree.
I think
agree with
better,
that one.
yeah, because it would
Or
maintain like race
IndyCar
strategies.
has it where the pit lane only opens once the entire field's caught.
Yeah, yeah.
I think they should do that. That's what they do in pretty much every endurance championship as well in the world.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's actually a safety car because you've not got cars like racing to catch up.
As soon as
it's
everyone's
more
caught,
controlled.
if you want to pit, you pit. And it'd bring a lot more strategy into the race. It could be like, oh, do I set up for track position? Do I? Or will other people pit at the same time?
And it's not like F1 has an issue with fuel because they're fueled up for the entire race. It's not like
And by the
IndyCar
time
where
they're
you
in
have
the
to
safety
refuel
car,
and they
they've
might run
saved
out.
enough for the race anyways.
Yeah.
They even
Exactly.
they fuel up less than what they need because they presume there'll be a safety car. And another thing I think F1 should do is red flags, don't change tyres.
Oh yeah, that is a pain in the arse.
Or if you change tyres,
Doesn't
you've
need
got
to
to make a pit. If you change tyres, you've got to make a pit stop as soon as the race goes back to green.
Pretty
Or
much,
drive through,
yeah.
or drive through the pits, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, drive. Yeah, drive-through penalty. Emergency service. In IndyCar and stuff, if you pit under a closed pit lane, it's emergency service, and you've got to make the pit stop when it goes green.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never understood the red flag thing because it's a cop out. It's a complete cop out. You should have to go back out on the tyres you were on. Make sure I pit this lap.
Or no, or you pit, or you can change tyres, but you've got to go back onto the exact same
First
set
gear
you was
for
already
limiter.
on.
Oh shit! The limit was supposed to be on.
First
Are you
gear
pitting?
only. Yep,
God's
yep.
sake.
He's pitting. You have to be in first gear for the limiter.
As he sped.
Fuck.
We'll find
that's
out.
a penalty coming my way then.
Oh yeah, when you
we'll,
leave.
we'll find out when he comes out of the garage.
Fucking hell. Well, the pit strategies are working, so that's good. And I can change tyres.
But yeah,
Okay, I'll get a
pitting
pen for
under changing tyres under a red flag. I do feel like you should if you
He's only got
change
40 minutes,
tyres,
so.
if you change tyres under red flag, you should go back to the same set you was on. So say you was on worn hard, you got to put another set of worn hards on.
Or just the same compound.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be worn, just same compound.
Well, no, because new mediums could be a massive difference to old mediums, so.
Yeah, but still, like, how do you find a worn set of hards if you've only worn out one set so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, stop.
30-second stop go penalty.
God damn it.
I think Mark might win
Such a
the
stupid
challenge.
error. At this
Oh,
rate,
here he
yeah.
is again.
This is only his first stint, and already he
He's got
failed
a
the.
30-second penalty.
Oh,
And he,
tyres again, look.
and he cut it,
Ice
and
cold.
yeah.
Kieran, I
and,
think
and,
Kieran,
and you got to
apparently
stop so they're going to
brake
get cold
to
again.
enter the pits. Kieran, apparently you got to brake when entering the pits.
Oh god.
Yeah, Kieran's got a 30-second stop go penalty already.
Yeah, good
No
start.
way.
He,
Well
he,
done, Kieran.
he forgot to go down to
I-
first to enable the limiter.
Yeah, I went. Yeah, I didn't go to first.
Twat.
My
No,
pit
you're right. That was a
windows
good
are-
idea, James, to add that. Thank you, AJ. Another 25 bits. That is very fitting, to be fair. I'm a
What?
complete knob. Where's the KSI? Yes, yes.
Oh, that's where it is.
No,
Yes,
no.
yes, no. My hero, my lord and saviour. My
Need
fat
KSI
knee.
to sing a rendition of I Can Be Your Hero. Okay, gangster
sure-
rap version.
I'm sure with AI that is possible these days.
Why do the tyres feel so awful?
Because you fuck them.
AI could do that. I reckon it could, yeah, get KSI's voiceover, I Can Be Your Hero. Tyres feel bloody awful.
I mean, you got a 30-second stop-go penalty, so there's probably no point warming them up.
No, you're right, yeah, that's a good point.
Did Radio Cornwall give you any more followers or views or anything like that?
Actually, I'm going to check the donation count.
I'll check that as well.
Actually,
Viewers,
get
I
it
don't
down
think
to
have changed.
50
It's
and
still at
30.
170, so no, not much
Nothing.
has nothing news come through.
There we go, right. Done it. Great.
Did you get in the
The
pit?
stop-go is
He
way
did.
worse than a drive-through as well.
It is.
Yeah, 'cause
They-
Yeah.
you got it's 30
Hello,
seconds on
James.
the drive through.
Bloody Nora. Got a couple of donations from it. Good, excellent.
Who's got Keiran's stream on?
Me? No, I've
I
got
thought-
Matt's stream on actually.
Don't be good, boys. Oh wait.
That's what she said.
There you go. No, we haven't
I've
had
got-
anything
my
through
pit
yet
windows
from.
are open on
from
the
being on
ACC.
the
I don't know if it's a pit now
BBC.
or at the end of the window.
Oh, advantage Matt.
I know
Indeed.
what will help Keiran get through this this stop go very well.
Du, 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 du.
No, it's the Welsh national anthem.
So the Welsh anthem, yeah.
Da, da, da.
I feel so much better now. Thank you so much. Stop. Go cleared. Result. Let's go. Track limit is wet. Oh, car feels alright now. What on earth was that, like, first bit of the stint? Weird. Fields of golden daffodils.
Don't forget the sheep.
Is that one of the lyrics? Don't forget the sheep. Ella likes this. Hun dislikes this.
Yeah.
It's better than the English anthem.
Yeah. That sounds like a church
100%.
anthem.
Is that ready for when you get independence, James?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nah, you've.
Because it seems a bit redundant.
Do you
at the
not even
moment.
want independence?
Well, they shut all the coal mines, so probably not.
Is this still the
What
anthem?
anthem is this?
Yeah.
No, this is a different one now.
Which one's this?
Have a guess.
Germany.
Scotland.
No.
Well, Northern Ireland.
Oh no,
No.
I know. Kenya.
No.
You don't know.
So close. Libya.
No.
Shit. Monaco.
No.
Oh, it's got to be Russia, isn't it?
No, because Russia is still the meme one.
Oh no, wait, I know this. It's Hong Kong.
No.
No.
New Zealand, Australia.
No. And no.
Don't like
Okay.
our national anthem about one person.
What-
not a
what
nation.
continent?
Exactly.
What continent?
Thank you, AJ. Exactly.
Europe.
It's
He just
God
picked a
save
random.
King or Queen.
Is that Bel? No, it's not
Iceland.
Belgium.
Great. What about the rest of us?
I couldn't. You spoke over
little
each other. I
bit
didn't hear.
Belgium.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I thought it would have been Belgium because he's been there recently.
Third,
Yeah.
Is this a new one?
Yeah.
Wait, what was the
I
last one?
recognise this one.
Belgium.
Oh, Belgium.
I recognise this one.
Italy. Oh no, it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, it is.
Is it? Italy?
That's
No.
Italy, yeah. No.
No.
It's a previous F1 track that's already been in the season. I
It's
recognise
been on the podium before. Brazil.
Yeah.
Spain.
No,
Spain.
no.
Oh, what?
Who's been on the podium? Austria.
No.
No.
The Netherlands.
No.
No, definitely not. We know the Netherlands actually.
Yeah. Who's been on the podium this season?
Monaco.
No, that's it.
Someone said it.
Monaco.
Yeah.
Leclerc.
Yeah.
He ain't won a race this season.
Not this season, but he's won a race, so that's why we've heard it on the podium. Yeah.
Now,
I knew
an
it's from
anthem.
somewhere.
That's an anthem.
It is.
To be fair, the Italy
grand,
one is
but cheerful.
pretty good as well.
The
When
Italy
Ferrari
one,
win,
amazing. Yeah,
that's a pretty good one.
Italy are just having fun, basically. Which you would. You live in Italy.
James,
Welcome to the classic FM hour with national anthems.
Like the rugby anthem.
You sure you don't get copyright from national anthems?
Oh shit, yeah.
I think it's.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just
be
gonna
careful.
Like,
Be careful, but I think they're low enough quality because they're playing through James's phone through a headset.
I'm going to get copyright
And also,
struck by
I
the
don't-
Belgian government.
Yeah, I think national anthems are fine.
Look, the thing is, I've got music playing, but it's on a different VOD, so on the VOD it won't be there. But all that will happen is it will mute that section. So that if the worst case is that little bit there, that minute or so, will be muted.
Well,
That's
just
it.
us shouting European countries will be muted.
Exactly. It will just all be muted. That's it. Not even the game
Belgium,
audio, it will all be
Netherlands,
gone.
Northern Ireland, Kenya.
Oh god, how many fucking times I've hit that curb?
Oh, I'm in the pit lane at Alton Park. Here we go. They're actually changing the tyres, like running around the car.
Curb's a nightmare. Shit. A diabolical second stint here. Jesus. 30-second stop goes.
And it's only going to be a 40-minute stint. Yeah, because you actually managed to get the fuel going hour and 20.
What a mess.
What a mess.
Oh, it's just shocking.
Oh, dastardly shocking.
You make a good MP, James.
Oh yes.
Italia.
Kangaroo court.
Italia, da 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 da, da 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 da.
We're gonna get copyright. No, stop. We're gonna get copyright trouble. The Italian government will take that as copyright. Careful.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I blame you. Yeah. Hashtag blame you.
Same.
I'll sing the English anthem instead then.
Does the English have one, or is it the same as the British?
It's the same as the British.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
God save our gracious king.
No, I can't do that one.
I'm going to be controversial and just say that the British national anthem should be a mixture of all four nations.
Yeah. The flag should be as well. I know the flag is already like Scotland and all that, but they should have some Welsh.
There's no Welsh in it. It's Scotland, England, and Northern Ireland.
Move!
Yeah, we need a big dragon on
Just a
it.
big dragon on the front of it.
More
dragon,
get out.
dragon.
Or
Why
the
is-
the actual background of it. The top half is blue for Scotland. The bottom half is green.
You know what? I'd go with that.
It looked quite good, yeah.
What an undercut.
That's what she said.
Yeah, hairdresser did a shit job.
I entered the pits in P3 and I exited in P1
Still
Nice.
issue.
Stonks.
on ACC at Alton Park.
Guess what? George Russell has just taken the lead of the Canadian Grand Prix. And
Oh,
me-
not Canada. We're not talking about Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Hello, George.
George!
Live for England.
Did
Unicorn Scotland,
the leader
Dragon
turn in
World,
on
Clover
him?
for Ireland. Agreed.
No.
Just merge all of them to one unified flag. Because that will solve all the problems.
Yeah, that was
Scotland won't want independence more if they're shouted out on the flag.
They
Yeah,
are though. The blue
exactly.
lines on it. They're blue sections for them, anyways.
Yeah.
True. So it won't
but
solve anything.
Mark, Kimber, let me through, please.
Careful, don't give any Tories ideas because they'll actually do it. They'll be like, yes, that's a great idea, that will get trust back.
Oh dear.
Yes, foolproof, excellent. Thank you so much, citizen.
That will stop the Welsh from considering independence if Scotland leave.
Oh yeah, make all the world of good that.
Come on.
To be fair,
We've already got we've already got political, so probably best shut up.
Yeah, it's only 3.5 hours in. It's happened already. It's happened immediately. This is amazing. Once I finish this stint, we'll be a ninth of the way in. Yeah.
How long are you even into the race? What is it now? 3 hours?
3.5 hours.
3.5, yeah.
That's gone by right quick.
It has actually, yeah.
My arms hurt.
My arms hurt after
We would
25 minutes.
now be coming into basically from now on until towards the end. We're now doing 4-hour stints. So this will now.
My arms hurt just from 25 minutes of Alton
Yeah.
Park.
This will now be coming into the last half hour of one of our stints.
Yeah. These are the intro stints.
They are.
Just get used to it. Just get used to it.
This
So
is the
it'll be-
warm-up stints.
Yeah. So it'll be this. Then we'll go into the 4-hour stuff, and then in the final. It's the final 8 hours. We're doing
8
2 hours,
hours.
2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours.
Yes, because 4 hours and 4 hours is just unfair on the last person.
Yes.
Yeah,
So we split it up. Yeah.
Good idea.
Which would, I think, technically be me, because you started, Matt.
You're
I'm
lucky
very up
that
first.
I'm doing it
Yes.
because
I think you.
Yeah, I finished the race.
You definitely finished this one, this 12-hour, and then hang on, because you sent me the
Yeah, because you start the 24.
thing.
Yeah. Because there's 4 hours and then 4 hours, that's 12
Yes,
over.
yes, you
And then
will be
You
finishing.
start the
Yeah,
24 and I'll finish the whole thing. Yeah, that's right.
yes.
James
You
has a
said-
20-mile-an-hour limit. That's a good point, yeah. How's the 20-mile-an-hour limit?
it's fine.
Yeah,
where we
Keiran, how's the 25?
James actually
Kieran
enjoys
got
it. James
Kieran got a
said
30
it's
second stop go penalty for ignoring the 20-mile-per-hour
are.
limit.
Yeah, Kieran.
That's a good point. Well made.
alright. He just said wait till the 18th hour, then you'll have 24 left.
Oh, the 12th hour.
It-
Yeah. Then 24 hours left. Then
Oh, yeah,
the
the
24
12th
hour
hour.
really starts.
Yes. That's how we're doing it. So yeah, you can see
why-
for people watching as well, you can see the timer and it says 8 hours and 27 minutes to go. That is until we reset it and put it to 24 hours.
Correct.
Because in the
Yes.
game, the
So from
max
that
you can
point
do is
on, then it's
24. Yeah.
So that is actually 32 hours and 27 minutes remaining.
Yes.
But it doesn't allow for that. It only allows for a maximum of 24 in game. So we have to
We
split it.
tried telling it to put 36 hours and it
Yeah,
maxed
but
out
even
at
in real
24.
life, even in real life, you won't get a 36-hour race unless James knows
No.
his
No,
motorsport knowledge that much that they do.
I
one.
know the 25-hour race, but that's it.
25 hours. Which one's that?
The
Complete
Spa
it, mate.
Fun Cup.
The fun.
I mean, you can argue that there was a NASCAR. I couldn't tell you which one, but there was a NASCAR Cup race that was running. It then rains with like 20 laps to go. They red flagged it. The rain didn't let up, and they had to return 2 weeks later to finish the final 20 laps.
Oh,
my
I've got an
God.
example that can beat that. IndyCar in 2016 at Texas.
Yeah,
They raced-
it went to
Can I-
finish in August.
Yeah.
Oh right, okay.
It started in June, first 72 laps, and then they had to do it at the end of August because it rained and everything, and then it came with one of the closest finishes in the IndyCar Series history.
Was that when there was like James Hinchcliffe and like someone else all side by
Gray
side?
and
at the line?
Rahal.
Yeah.
Gray and Rahal. He only led one lap of the race, but it was
And
the
that was
one
the last one.
It was the final one.
Yeah.
That's
the
same
one
with,
that matters.
That's the same with Newgarden at this year's 500. To be fair, he led one lap and that was the last one.
Yeah, exactly.
It don't matter where you are.
It's like
for the rest of it,
Lucas,
as long as you're
like
leading
Lucas
Milos lap.
Degrassi at that Mexican E-Prix where he led 1 meter of the race, but it was the final meter that counted because Pascal Wehrlein ran out of energy, or whoever it was.
Yeah, it was. You're correct.
I remember watching that was great, and then seeing the stats, and it was just like Pascal Wehrlein led 99.98% of the race. Lucas de Grassi led 0.02% of the race, but he was victor.
Brilliant.
It was still a photo finish, to be fair, because they literally did cross
It was,
side by
yeah.
side.
Yeah, but Lucas de Grassi won, having not only led a metre.
If he lifted off a metre early at one of the corners, he'd have won that.
No, he had a 5-second penalty anyway.
What?
Oh, afterwards, did he? Oh, because he overused.
Yeah. No, because the
He like shot the chicane, didn't he?
Yes, on the last lap.
Ah.
I swear, you don't get penalties for overusing, but you get penalties in it for like tyre pressures or something.
Can I clarify?
Let the Formula E superfan clarify.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yes, please let the man explain.
So if you go over, you're disqualified, basically.
Right.
Norman Nato went just slightly round 2021, and he just got his first podium taken away from him by being disqualified. I think sometimes you can also get, but I think in the early seasons you got like a 30-second penalty for going overuse, but I think these days it's a disqualification.
Well,
yeah.
Well, what the ones who overuse? Do you know, like the ones that like after the race finishes run out on like the in-lap?
I don't know what you're on about.
Do you know when like people finish the race and then they run out of energy on the lap back to the pit lane?
That's fine, I believe, isn't it?
As long as you use the energy, it's legal.
Because it'll run down to 0, but there is still enough power in the battery for the car to get back to the pits.
Because that's
how they can still accelerate and compete when they get to 0, which is why they get disqualified if they use it once it's past 0.
Yeah, because this is the thing. It's not because the batteries run out of energy.
Usable energy.
Usable energy. So remember that year they had literally all the of energy and everything. They still had 39% of battery power in because of the usable energy and the rules at the time. So yeah, I hope that clarifies it.
Yeah, it does.
Yes,
and then you get the
definitely.
people who get penalties for like using too much energy, like they accidentally flick
They get
the switch
overpowered.
which turns it off. Yeah, because like when
What?
they're turning a tight corner, they accidentally flick the switch for a millisecond or whatever.
Yeah,
It's more it's more for going over a bump, and it's just there's
it
less.
causes an overspeed because there's less friction.
Spike in power.
Yeah.
I mean, you have. I think what would it? Is it Hong Kong, the track which had like a really tight hairpin as like turn 1?
Yeah.
I remember Oliver Rowland was leading one race and accidentally put the pit limiter on because he was turning the wheel so tight for the hairpin.
I think it's because Sam Bird hit him behind.
Was it?
Yes.
Because I know
He put
that
the pit
the
limiter on.
hairpin was so tight.
Yeah. He flipped
damn it, Sam.
because Sam hit him from behind the exit and flipped the full course yellow limiter on.
Oh no.
Yeah.
AJ's mentioned between 64 and 71 Porsche did an 84-hour race around Nürburgring, apparently. Technically,
Well,
that's
that's 3.5 days.
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Wait, yeah, 40, 22, yeah, 3.5 basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Around the world in 80 days rally, does that count?
Yeah.
Well, James, does rally count? Around the world in 80 days?
Do they do it?
There's like a grand tour. Yeah, that sounds like a grand tour rally.
Like a straight race, start to finish.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue that back in the day, people doing like the Gumball Rally or the Cannonball Run.
Yeah.
Was all the way through the night, and back in the early days of doing that used to take them,
straight from point to point.
46
so
hour.
Maybe then. Yeah, maybe the rally does count straight from point to point.
Fair enough.
Keep going. Yeah.
Then.
There you go.
But I guess if it's around the world in 80 days, they are getting on a ferry at some point from Russia or Korea to go over to Alaska.
Oh yeah, good point. So
because there's no bridge over the Bering Strait.
There's a wall between.
Yeah,
there's apparently meant to be a wall.
Like you have to sort of widen the scope a bit to allow that one, but
86. What was that?
technically
80
true.
days? Is that 80 days?
Yeah, around the world in 80 days. Yeah, that's normally the target that people
They
do.
surely can't do it these days because of all the tensions around the world now.
I mean, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't hold any sporting event in Russia, so you wouldn't do it.
And he comes round Lodge Corner to win the 30 minutes of Alton Park.
Meanwhile, James Harmon is right behind George Russell, the leader of the Canadian Grand Prix.
That was technically a 24-hour race, what I just did.
Mercedes versus
Technically.
Penske.
Do you want to do an actual one?
No, because I put the timer. I put the timer to what do you call it? I put the timer to times 48. So the race started at 5 o'clock and ends at 5 o'clock the next day. Technically, then.
Yeah.
I noticed that with this game when we set it up, Matt. Do you remember we had it on a sort of slightly faster multiplier? It was like times 6 or times 8, and you could see the shade of dark changing incrementally. You could see it getting darker in like steps. It wasn't a nice blend, it was in steps because of how fast the multiplier was.
There you go. Oh, we have another £10 donation
Of who?
from Carol. That is my auntie.
Oh,
Hello.
Who has donated
Thank you.
£10.
Mrs. Palmer's
much.
auntie.
Mrs. Chaplin, if you want to say
And
that.
none of Kieran's family
What's
have
it like to be
donated.
Yeah, none of-
which is
disgraceful.
Yeah, none of Kieran's family's
Kieran's-
donated.
Where's Kieran's family?
Yeah,
I've had both my
your
parents, I've
family
had my
don't
mum's
care
partner,
about
I've had
you.
my uncle, I've had my auntie. Like, yeah, where's Kieran's family in this?
Kieran, your family
Do they
don't
not
care about
care?
you. You're,
Do they
you're,
not care?
That is
family.
rude. That is rude.
Kieran, you're a disappointment to the family. They don't.
Wow, that's rude.
They prefer Aiden.
That's out of order. It's fine. There's still like what fucking 30.
They'll donate
to
after the
clarify,
race.
Kieran.
Something, yeah.
Just to clarify, Kieran, I am joking.
Another
Yeah,
month
same.
Were you?
afterwards.
Were you?
Yeah,
Seriously?
I actually was. Yeah.
You were joking?
Yeah.
Oh, thank fuck for that. Oh, Jesus. Oh,
He thought he was
fucking hell.
genuinely unloved.
Oh, Jesus, I have a fucking heart failure. I thought you weren't my friend anymore. Oh,
No, we've never been friends.
You're just going to have to run away from home.
oh, gee, oh, I'm gonna have to leave.
The
I'm
question
gonna
is,
pack up everything.
Kieran, are you ahead of Matt yet in the race? Technically.
7 laps behind.
No, not even close. 7
Then
laps
how many
back.
laps of the stint has he got left?
He's got 17
Question.
minutes.
Oh, is it just you
That's,
two? No AI?
9
Yeah,
laps.
No,
just
yeah,
us
it's
two.
just them
Yeah,
two racing against each other, but only
Basically,
one
that's where the
person can
competition
make
comes
that
in,
start.
yeah.
7 or 8 laps left, I reckon, in my stint. So it's gonna be
Okay,
you're
close.
not
well,
actually
yeah, we got
sharing
7. No,
So
so
one's in the pit lane.
yeah, so I'm currently in the pit lane and Kieran's driving, and you'll see in 17 minutes time when Kieran pits, well, my car will be there and then I will drive off in another car. So it's effectively they're identical cars, it's the equivalent of doing a driver swap. And online you can't program
Oh my God.
you can't program in AI
No.
And
in
also,
online, so
So just to say something then, for last you should just race together then.
we could have,
Or
but
cross,
then
or cross the line together.
so that's what we're going to do. At the end of this
okay.
12 hour and the end of the 24, we're going to cross the line at the same time. Because the game gets a little bit confused when someone's in the pits during that. It just goes end. Whereas at least crossing the line together, we can sort of celebrate. But if we did race at the same time, that's entirely possible. We could have done 24 hours consistently at the same time. But if one of us needed to stop for food or toilet or for a stretch, then they would be stopped while the other person's still going. Whereas doing it this way guarantees that we have the same amount of breaks, and that's how we can have this little like lap competition.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it'd be too much to do 36 on a solo.
Yeah,
let alone
which is
us
why
both
I
being
then
here, that would be crazy.
Which is why I then joked, like, when you two said you could do it as well, I was like, if we had 4 of us, then yeah, we could have 2 cars on track and 2 people in the pits, and then we swap, like, every 2 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like, with those teams. You'd then have to have teams.
We need to do that next year then.
Oh god. You mean this is happening again?
Yeah.
Do you know James? You know when like Matt leaves the pits in a few minutes as well, his tyres will be dead, like cold.
They're gonna be they're gonna be sat there for 2 hours.
He's just taken out. It's like he's just taken them out of Antarctica.
Well, it's 29 degrees Celsius apparently in Northamptonshire. Doubt, but and the track temp is 35, so they're sat in 30-degree heat. So that'll be their temperature. I know they're meant to be at 100 degrees, but
I wish you discussed this with me and Milson. I reckon we could have done it. Race against you.
Do it.
If this does happen next year, the 4-person thing.
Yeah.
Can we do it on a track that we all know equally?
Sooner
you
or
think
later,
you don't know Silverstone?
Have a massive full grid of a 24-hour race.
Yeah.
AJ and Rough.
But that's what I said about what that other streamer did. People donate £10. We'll tell them the password to the server, and we'll do a 24-hour race around the Nürburgring.
Hun and Ginge.
Ginge or Chris or Sophia.
Yeah. AJ will join in. There you go. AJ will join.
I already said AJ and Ruff.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, AJ and Ruff.
Well, no, so basically, AJ.
We'll put the girls, Hun and
for you, mate.
Yeah, put the girls together. Put Hun and Sophia in.
Me and James will rep the charity.
Yeah, National Autistic Society.
As long as Sophia's not playing Destiny.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we were meant to start, weren't we? Oh dear, sorry.
Can you hold on for a bit?
Me and James will rack up about.
No, but her being not in England as well will be horrible for the for the timing.
Who get the most money. Compare who gets the most money for charity.
And also, it won't be a 36; it'll be a 24. By the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're only ramping up for this, but any future ones which involve other people will be 24.
What?
Yeah.
You have to drive at all times, and you drive at all times.
Yes. No, because it's team.
No, relay.
Oh, you
relay
still
24.
do the relay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a relay, but a 24. Because have you guys ever done endurance like that?
What?
Yourself?
Where one person leaves and the other person.
Well, no. I mean, have you ever even done like an endurance?
Done a 24 hour by yourself.
Yeah.
I've
not done a solo 24.
Control right now. It won't turn left.
I've not done a solo 24. I ain't done a single 24.
Oh god, doing
race.
4 hours
for a treat, then.
on it on the controller. Oh, that's gonna be sore on your hands.
The endurance race I've done is a the longest I've done is what would it be? 12 hours.
Yeah, start with a relay. 24. Don't overdo it because it's it's an ordeal, man.
Longest I've done is 12 hours, and that was with my cousin on iRacing.
It's not to be taken lightly. It really isn't.
Right,
That's why I was never going to do a solo
again.
36. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna head off again, but I'll be
Okay.
back soon. Bye.
Oh no.
Bye-bye.
Can't believe it. Bye.
Yeah, I've
But
done
yeah,
a 12 hour iRacing.
Kieran was surprised when I suggested 36. It was just like, wait, what? That's mad. And I was like, no, but think about it.
No,
We're only doing
was
18
it?
each. No, it was,
Yeah,
to be
was
fair,
it,
alright.
Who was it that said 48?
It was me originally,
Me or
actually,
you?
who said 48.
Oh, it was you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's when I was like, yeah, maybe we should do
But
36
yeah, no.
because it's still a big jump,
Yeah.
but like not a killer.
Because I thought 48 would mean we're both doing 24 hours, but I didn't know how long the gaps would recoup us. So I thought, you know, if we're having long stints, like if we went and did 6 hours stint, a 6 hour break is a really long time. So we could quite easily do that, but
the thing is, right, in the other time, like now, they're still sort of interacting, they're still active. So
yeah,
over 48 hours, that would be fucking ridiculous.
My question is, with this relay style race, can you leave the lobby, turn your PlayStation off for a few hours, then come back on and
As long as someone else is in the lobby.
yes,
and still drive and still be able to drive?
Yes. If they disconnect though, you're done. You have to start again.
if
wherever you got
everyone
to.
in the lobby disconnects, yes. But
Well, yeah, but
actually,
if
I don't know.
say there's me, James, you and Matt next year. I can guarantee all four of us will end up disconnecting, for example.
But yeah, actually, Keiran, that was something we didn't. I don't think we tested that. We tested it in a practice session that you could leave; it would still run. I don't know if we tested it in a race if it lets you drive, or if it will count. If it will count you as a. If it would count you as a disqualification.
There's no way.
Now, in that eventuality, what we'll do is that person who's disconnected, they try and rejoin. If they don't get any success, we restart from where we are.
Yeah.
Or as close as possible. Let the other person finish their stint and then restart from the next.
From that hour, yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's the fan in my play.
I've done
my
most
PS5
of the 12 hours
lasts.
of Forza 3 years, like 10 years ago. Jesus.
And
yeah, you're in for a treat.
The electricity bill would go up. The electricity
That's what I'm saying.
Would
if you're not familiar, do a relay 24. Definitely. Don't overdo it. I was stupid enough to do it twice. It's not to be taken lightly. It really
Last year you didn't stream for like an entire 2 weeks after it, I swear.
Yeah, I just took a long break because I was like, this has broken me a bit.
We're doing this, and 2 days later we're doing a sprint race around Spa.
Yep, and more TWR as well. And the crew. Oh man.
Yeah, but 18 hours of driving ain't as bad.
No, this is it, right? It's all broken up.
That was the argument, yeah.
Yeah, it was like, it's not going to be as physical. Yeah, we've got breaks, we've got opportunities
You'll just
for
feel
rest.
awake. You just awake for a bit longer.
You know, yeah, it's just awake a bit longer, exactly. But to
you
be
can
fair,
deal with that.
But like I said, you'd be awake anyway. If starting at 8 AM, you'd be awake anyway.
With the 24s, I was always awake 4 or 5 hours before starting at 2. But this way, I was up an hour before we started this, so I've been awake only slightly longer than the 24.
So you're basically just driving while you've been awake.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
We're up to 180 quid now. Oh yeah, you said well.
I said yes.
Yeah, we got 10 from Carol, was it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna head off now because I've got to get ready to go out. So I'll return. I might return before I go out, or I might end up just coming back at
to make sure power saving isn't
5.
on your console. No, that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good luck.
Don't do that.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I made sure power saving was.
Yeah, mine's
off,
never been on because I hate it.
And yeah,
I'll just turn it off.
Mine was on because
I always turn it off. So it's my choice to turn it off.
Yeah, mine was on for a bit because it was a new PlayStation, and also it was on like after 4 hours, and I was like, yeah, if I'm physically the only time it would be on for that long is if either I am playing or I'm watching a YouTube video. And then when it turned itself off, I didn't mind. But yeah, at this point I was like, yeah, that needs to be off.
Exactly.
And I don't have the TV timer on either.
No, none of that. It's too troublesome. It's not helpful. It's not actually that helpful. Look, I see it like, I know that it's not that much to just press a power button. Like, even with PS5, you just hold a button down, you scroll across to power off, and then you press power off. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't know why power saving's necessary.
In case you're forgetful,
because it just encourages people.
I guess if you're forgetful, and it will just turn itself off by itself.
It will turn itself off eventually. Yeah, I suppose it's just a backup option. It's not something to be relied on. I think it's just a backup in case you actually do just forget, honestly. But if you just take advantage of it and just walk away from your PlayStation,
I've done it.
And let the power save.
I've done it a couple times. I think I have done that a couple times. Where my PS3 or my PS4, my PS3's decided to do a random update and turn itself on for the update, or I've accidentally pressed the power button on my PS4 controller, not noticed, and then come back the next morning and go, oh, my PS4 was on. Whoops.
Yeah.
But then at that point, power saving's good because it's like, okay, you're not using it, but you've accidentally turned it on.
Yeah, exactly. So eventually it will sort of shut itself off. That's fine. I've always seen it like if it doesn't need to be on, it gets shut off because it's a fire hazard otherwise. So I'm always really conscious of turning it off. But I know it's not the same for everybody, so I have to bear that in mind. It's just a case of being aware of it, being a hazard when it's left on and unsupervised. But it's a minor thing. It is a minor thing. Well, the way these things are built is pretty unlikely to cause a problem. They're built to a very high standard nowadays. I mean, my PS4 lasted the whole time I had it. I still got it actually, packed away somewhere. The PS3 lasted my whole time. The only PlayStation I had a problem with was the PlayStation Portable, and that's because the memory got corrupted. That's the only issue I've ever had with a PlayStation.
I had less so with the PlayStation, more with games, but my PS2 started to become unreliable. Some games, like Gran Turismo 4 and things like that, they refused to load.
Oh, shit.
I think that was more to do with a disc, because you got like the red circle of death.
I think it's the disc reader, yeah.
Hi, Fox.
I think it's probably the laser, actually.
Welcome in.
A bit iffy.
Yeah. That was my issue with it.
Yeah.
I know, Kieran's going to be one lap over, I think. Well, depends how much fuel. I'm sure he's fine for fuel. Yeah.
Fuel will be 20 laps, because I refueled after an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Because fuel got me that far, and then I had to stop going.
Yeah, so 5 minutes left of...
Mine shipped me up the other day, turned on by itself, and the speaker kicked in, power on. Jesus Christ. Normally switch it off at the plug. Yeah, I always do that. Yeah, man, I always do it. I turn it off and then I get everything switched off at the wall, because otherwise I'm just wasting energy. Like, just like, shut it off.
Kieran is now on same lap.
Anyway. Yeah, I've got probably 2 more laps in this before I have to pit.
Okay.
In fact, it's going to be dead on that, actually. So get ready for 2 more laps.
Cool. I'm going to go to the toilet.
Yeah, no worries. About to wrap up my 2 hours, and then Matt will be in for 4. Then I'll be in for 4, and then that'll be the end of this 12-hour segment, and that will transition very nicely into the 24 to give us the full 36 hours of racing. So making a healthy dent into the distance so far. A 9th of the way, nearly. Biggest starter of house fires and washing machines, really? Jesus. I thought there'd be candles around a Christmas tree, but I suppose that's the more seasonal thing. But yeah, to be fair, washing machines. Oh, it's interesting is washing machines are not like tumble dryers. Is it because washing machines are just more common? Because they have the lint in the filter on the tumble dryers, and they can catch fire. So it's interesting as washing machines, but I'm guessing it's just because they're in every household pretty much. So they tend to come up. I suppose it wasn't the oven. Yeah, that's a good point actually. I'm guessing because they're so heat resistant, literally because they're an oven, that they don't really catch fire. Washing machines aren't necessarily fireproof, so yeah, it's an odd, interesting one. Yeah, one more lap. Water and electricity don't mix. They really, really don't. Nope. They really don't. It's a bad idea to even try. Tyres are settling down at this point as well. Tyre temps was peaking earlier. Doing Formula E though. That's a good point, yep. But they're actually built to be waterproof, so they actually seem to work in the rain, generally. They actually work very well in the rain, it's interesting.
What's waterproof?
Well, we're on about the biggest cause of fires. AJ was saying it's washing machines, the biggest cause of house fires. It's like, really? I thought it'd be like tumble dryers or something. And Finn said it's surprised it wasn't ovens. I thought they're probably built to be quite fireproof as it is, so... I
will admit that at one point I left my oven on overnight.
Oh, shit.
That was bad. It was fine, but I sort of came into the kitchen living room the next morning. I was like, why is it so hot in here? And I was like, oh, I left the oven on.
Fuck.
Yeah, that was bad.
Word.
That was bad, but...
Washing machines and phone chargers. Yeah, phone chargers are deadly. Fucking hell.
Yeah, particularly like phone chargers and... laptop, like I do worry about it. Like I have my laptop on my bed.
Chargers.
Laptops and laptop chargers when they're on your bed, particularly. Like I do that when I sleep. I normally have Disney Plus or Netflix or something playing while I sleep, and I'm just like, yeah, that can cause.
It's the little brick halfway down the cable. It's like a little part of the transformer thing that sort of moderates it.
That's what
gets really hot.
If it gets hot, mine thankfully doesn't get hot, but yeah, you can get them get hot. You in this lap?
Never charge your phone unsupervised. That is just not a good idea. Ever a good idea.
Are you pitting?
Hey Sparky. Yeah, pitting this lap. Yeah, all good Sparky. Yeah, just finishing my stint. Matt's done 2 hours. I've done 2 hours. Matt's also spoken to BBC Radio Cornwall earlier on this morning.
Indeed.
So, yep, been busy, but making good progress. A ninth of the way in now.
Just made the speed limit there.
Just. Yeah, I've nearly fucked up again. Should only need 60. There we go. Perfect. And I'll chuck that one on. There we are. Perfect. Ready. Have you got your setup loaded?
Yes, I do.
Good. Excellent. Cool.
Yeah, well, I know I filled up anyway, but you can you can set it in the garage, like for your fuel. So.
Oh, good. Okay, that's fine. Well, you've avoided that issue then. Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, so I've got 120
litres.
litres.
It'll be easy.
Yeah.
Be easy now. Right, 20 seconds.
For Finn's information, my safety rating is a very nice 69.
Nice. 10 seconds. Excuse me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, drop.
Thunderbirds are
Good
go.
luck.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Low tire pressure, stay away from curves. 21.9
Oh,
on
crap.
all of the tyres.
It's chilly. This is 100 mid charge. Yeah, it doesn't need to stay that long. I'm using a round steering wheel because I always use the GT rim.
Nice
This
magic
way,
number.
if I
It
get
is
tired,
indeed.
I can hold the bottom of the wheel or the top of the wheel and just keep my hands in a relatively even position. Because it will get tiring later, and I'd much rather just hold the bottom of the wheel at times, where I can just rest my arms a bit. So you can't be up here all the time, because you'll just get exhausted. That's what I was finding with the attempts I did in the past.
Are you running
When
an
your hands are
automatic
up here.
then?
Hey?
You're not running an automatic then, are you?
No, God no. no. Its gears are on.
But is it like
It's just
driving
more
from the
grip
bottom
I've
of the
got.
wheel?
No, I'm still changing gear because the paddle is wider, so you can still shift from the bottom of the wheel. You can shift from the bottom
Okay.
and top of the wheel. You can still reach the paddle, so it's like wider. The problem with the GT rim is you've got to just hold the sides, so you've got no freedom to move your hands around the wheel.
Oh, okay, that's what you're on about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I can
It's just
hold the
that.
top. To be fair, I can hold the top of the wheel, and actually, yeah, and towards the bottom as well. I can. It's like at 11 and 1. You can hold it rather than. I thought you meant holding it at 12 or holding it at 6, and I was like, you can't reach it there.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's the answer, Sparky. It's when my arms get tired, I will wish I had a round steering wheel on here, so I switched it around. And also, I always use my GT rim, so in order to not put too much wear on it, I use this one. Because I rarely use this. So I'd rather get some use out of it in a 36 than wear out my GT rim, which I need for leagues. So, since it's 100 mid charge, yeah, destroy your battery. It is. They are so susceptible to like heat damage and overheating and stuff. It's just a bad idea. Magnetic radiation from charging your phone is mad, and most people charge this on their bedside. Yeah, they're surprisingly dangerous. They are.
Yeah.
Just from charging it, yeah. So don't charge it next to you. Run it next to you, it's fine. But charging it next to you it will have long-term effects. Use McLaren GT Fanatec. No, the Fanatec won't comply with this. It's a Thrustmaster one. It is that one. That one there. It's a Thrustmaster TM open wheel add-on, right? And you can see the paddles are a bit worn out now. I tried to put a coating on it, but the coating's coming off again, so I need to sort that out. Yeah. So it's lighter as well, so the feedback's more intense on a lower setting, so it's much better. I'm going to sort out the donation. Yeah, we'll do, Finn. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll look into it.
I've got the older like 2011 Ferrari F1 rim, but I need to look into that and actually get that repaired because the shifters don't properly work.
Oh shit.
So it's like the magnets in them that read it don't work too well. So ideally needs them repaired.
Is that for Thrustmaster, is it?
Yeah.
They'll probably be able to help you that pretty easily, though. Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, when I got the wheel, I bought it second hand from CEX. The whole rig with the wheel, and it did a weird thing, which was a known glitch where I turned it on, it would just constantly do the calibration, and it didn't stop doing the calibration. And I emailed Thrustmaster, and they were just like, "Cool, what's the issue? And can you add on your it was like the proof of payment or whatever, the invoice. And I was just like, well, I bought it from CEX second hand. I hope that's okay, and but provided them with it. And Thrustmaster were great, and they were just like, yeah, sure, yeah, that's a known issue. Here's a free post stamp. Send it to us, and we'll fix it. And actually, what was good with
Thrustmaster are very good on customer service. All I've heard, they're fantastic.
They were slow. It took them like 2 to 3 weeks to respond to an email, but were very good. And in fact, the thing that I was most impressed with is that they sent me the free post label to send the base, and I then said, by the way, when I bought it, it didn't come with a clamp. Is there a way that I can purchase the clamp from you guys? Because they didn't sell it individually on the website, and no one was selling them online. So I was like, is there a way I can buy a clamp?
Right.
And the lady I was talking to on emails was just like, oh, that would have to be a separate ticket if you wanted that. And I was like, oh, okay, fine. Sent the base off, and then when it returned a couple of weeks later, opened up the box. At the top was a clamp.
Hey.
They'd included it because I'd asked. She didn't say they'd include one. She was just like, that'd have to be a new ticket, but they included a clamp because they saw that I didn't have one, so they put one in for me, which was very, very nice of them. So
this is what I mean. They're going the extra mile.
Thrustmaster were really good. Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they're not just going by the label. They go and by, what does the customer truly need here? Let's use some common sense and be a bit generous. And they always.
And like the clamp is literally a little bit of plastic and some metal. They've got loads of them. They don't sell them either. It's not on their website, and people don't sell them secondhand. Just the clamp, like the desk clamp. So. I didn't know how to get hold of one, that's why I asked, and they were very generous. Okay. They were very generous and put one in. I wasn't expecting that. I was surprised when I opened the box.
That's good of them. They've always been very good. Very good. Welcome in, John. How you doing, man? Hope you're well. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. You can get the rev and shift light counter. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's expensive though. It is expensive.
That's the problem.
It's like 200 quid for the thing. And it's on this panel here, right up here. You see these little bolts. These come when we're looking. These bolts come out, right? And you can take this panel off and attach a display on it.
Yeah.
Or LED display. And it helps. But to be honest with you, with the angle I'm sitting at, I don't really need it. It's just a bit of a nuisance actually, so I never bought it, and it's not for that price. If it was 100 quid, I'd be a bit more tempted, but not 200. No, not that.
Yeah, where I'm looking up to see my TV, so I'm never looking anywhere near the wheel. So yeah, I wouldn't need the lights either.
Bearing in mind that rim costs 200. I'd rather just have a fresh rim than the LED display. So, because eventually that will break.
Although
I've already patched the paddles a couple of times, but it's going to break again at some point.
Although you can pay £1,000 and get the Thrustmaster SF1000, which is the 2021 Ferrari digital display Formula One rim. Yeah, and that's like it's £1,000.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I got my entire new gaming PC setup, including
for less than the rim.
Same, just a bit more than the rim. A Ferrari rim. Yeah, like put it in perspective, it's just nuts. It's only 350 now. Oh, which one do you mean? Because there's an older Ferrari rim.
There's an older one which is like there's an older one which I've got, which is like a 2011 one.
Yeah.
But then there's a modern one. It's the SF1000, I think it's called, which is like £1,000.
Really proper modern display. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can go deep into your car settings on the actual screen display. It's about £1,000. And it only came out a couple of years ago, so it wouldn't have dropped. Right. It wouldn't have dropped to like 300. Yeah.
That would be pretty quick. If it was 300, I'd be all over it. Trust me.
Yeah.
Let's bolt straight to the rear. Yeah, I mean that way at least it's not moving around with the wheel, so you can keep an eye on it. So it's probably the best place to put it. Well, worked late last night. Going in for work late today, 12 till 6 and 10 a.m. till 5. Nice. Not too bad shifts. All right. I hope they go well, man. And not too far away either.
I think one of the more ridiculous rims I've seen from Thrustmaster is there's like an older 1960s Ferrari road car rim, which is like looks beautiful. It's like the tri-armed chrome, like old 1960s car with like the brown wooden sort of circular bit again, but that's like 250 quid, and there's no buttons on it. It's just a vintage Ferrari rim, but they can charge 300 quid because it's got a Ferrari badge on it.
Also F1 Pro, yeah. AJ, 319 on Amazon next day delivery. Is that the 2011 one? Or the newer one, the 2019 one? Because there's two from Thrustmaster. There's an older one which Matt says is 2011 that he's got, but there's also another one. You're on about the display one as well. Is it really that low already?
Really?
How is that possible? Let me check Thrustmaster's website.
And then check. Well, he said it was on Amazon.
Display. Really?
300 quid. Wow.
Wait a second. I'm going to just check Thrustmaster for comparison a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Because they only came out a couple of years ago, and they were at least £1,000.
How is it that cheap already? Bloody Nora.
Have a look at box.com as well. I know they do racing stuff.
Wait a minute. Hang on.
Wow.
Wait a minute.
Only 300.
Insane. Racing. Well, it's going to be I don't know, PS5 compatible, isn't it? Got to be. It needs to be prototype wheel, steel rim, steering wheel, even. Oh shit! Whoa, hang on. Oh well, that's not it. It's the It's the add-on, not the steering wheel.
Yeah, it's the add-on.
So I'm just shocked. I thought it was more than that, AJ. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was 1,000. But
oh, okay. Here we go. Right, the open wheel add-on that I'm running on Thrustmaster's shop is $139.99. The Ferrari F1 wheel add-on from 2011 obviously has no display. It's $179.99. The Formula wheel Ferrari SF1000 on Thrustmaster shop, $349.99.
Wow.
So it's obviously all come down very significantly, and obviously Amazon has it for $319 the next day. If I hadn't just bought a PC, I'd be genuinely interested. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's insane.
Yeah.
That's not under Black Friday as well.
Oh Jesus!
This is why people keep shopping on Amazon. Like Jesus Christ, $319.
Oh God! Don't remind me about Black Friday, and that's probably going to be in a Black Friday sale from Thrustmaster themselves. Oh God! It's going to be like under 300 quid, and it's going to be 200 and something. You're like, oh God.
And be like, I have to. It'll also sell out. I mean, people are probably waiting for that. In fact, people are definitely waiting for that. Yeah, that's nuts. Sorry, it's not that I didn't trust it. It was just like, I can't believe it's that cheap. I can't believe that. That's just insane for that wheel when it was so expensive when it came out.
Yeah.
A lot of people say the screen is pointless when racing, a bit of a novelty at first. That was always my concern as well. You get so used to using the screen and all the MFD that what use is the display? And that's why I like this rim. So it's got no display and it's lighter, crucially. So what that means is my force feedback settings can be lower for the same feel. So I'm not wearing out my base as quickly because it's not pushing as much weight around on the column. So I really like this for leagues because you get a lot more feeling for the same feedback setting than this GT one that comes with the base, the GT add-on. Now this is a great rim because it's obviously a round one, so it suits the classic cars and all that kind of stuff. But this is great for your GT cars and your F1 cars. It's a really, really good rim for the price, which when I bought it was about 110. It's probably still about the same on Amazon. On Thrustmaster's shop, it's about 140. So yeah, I never look at the wheel. No, you get a feel for where the buttons are and you work it out. You do it by feel. So you don't look at it. So I don't know if I'd look at the rim as much. And that's the problem. You could get an F1 wheel for 300 odd quid, wear it out or it breaks, and then all of that is for nothing. All that novelty is for nothing. And there's more that can go wrong as well. Definitely a lot more. This is a lot more like a lot more analog. This rim, I like it. It's just lighter and easier to use, and that's what you need in a race when it's really like, I don't know, stressful. you're in a tense situation and you want to just find the overtake button, the last thing you want to do is start hitting a different button because there's so many. So I really like this for that reason. You can get screens that show you Twitch chat, a lot of other stuff the game doesn't show you. Really expensive. Yeah, exactly. Like the Moser wheels and all that, the Fanatec wheels. You can have stuff that shows you all that, but it's like, it's very expensive stuff. And when all I have to do is just look there, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal.
Because also, arguably, with like the information from games, particularly with the F1 games, you can get apps, and then you can get a holder that attaches to your rim, and you can just have an old iPhone or whatever you use and have the app. You pay for the apps, but then it'll connect. I think it connects via Bluetooth to your PlayStation. There's a way to... Oh, no, they don't connect to the PlayStation. I don't think they do the PlayStation. It's specifically for, like, the PC. You can plug your phone in and then it'll read it. I don't think it... Yeah, I don't think your phone can connect to the PlayStation. I tried looking into it.
Yeah, it's quite tricky. It's a bit temperamental.
I've got some old phones that I wouldn't have minded doing that with, but couldn't do it. It's gotten cloudier in game.
With my iPad. Yeah, so there's ways of getting around it. I think it's probably more compatible with PC though.
Yeah.
Because you can mod it a bit more. You can get different mods as well. Actually, there's different variations you can get, so you can switch it up depending on the car. So that's quite useful as well. But again, it's like if there's like what the question you need to ask yourself basically with stuff like this is, what do I need it for? Is it a novelty, or have I got a situation where I'm struggling to keep up with all the information on screen and I could use some extra help? Because then it will be worth it and you'll get a lot out of it. Otherwise, it's like the F1 wheel. Could it be just a bit of a novelty that wears off after a while and you find you're not actually really using it, and it's just extra weight? Surprised Fanatec don't have a display wheel. That's what I was thinking. Don't they have one on the F1 podium wheel? I thought it had a display on there, didn't it? I thought the podium one did, the fancy one. The blue and gold one. Fancy podium, and it's got a fairly good display. Telemetry I can show literally everything from the race session conditions, the exact minute it's going to rain, setup adjustments and all that. Jesus. That's what I mean. You've got even more info to refer to. And in those situations, that could be the difference between a win and not
like
a win.
What it would be useful for is like the Gran Turismo, playing Gran Turismo and getting the weather forecast, but having that on the wheel. So then on screen you can deal with the traction control or the proximity arrows, but then you just look down and see the weather. That's where it would be useful.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just for the logo, really? Is that all that screen's for? Is it? Well, I thought it had a display. Maybe it doesn't. It's just for the logo. That's just it's a bit cheap from Fanatec, isn't it? The Moser wheels have a display, as far as I know. It's the info. That's it. The info point is more abstraction. Yeah, this is it. And plus, you can try and get used to it. But I'm so used to this system where I haven't had a display that I'll never need a display. So it's like, why would I waste money on something that I don't need, a feature I don't need, which just costs a lot more money and is more complicated to maintain? Like with that wheel there, I patched up. When the paddle broke, I patched it up myself. And when the Alcantara started peeling away a bit, I patched it myself. It's really easy to maintain, so I can keep that wheel running a long time. But with stuff like the F1 wheel, if that breaks, I don't know where to start fixing that. I haven't got a clue. And then I have to send it off and wait a while for it to come back, and it's just like, what's the point? Just get a basic wheel that's going to do the job. It's got to have it on the same network or change the IP address in the in-game telemetry settings. Oh, that's alright then. Yeah, because it's got that setting in it, in the telemetry. So you can link it up to... Right, I see what you mean. Yeah, I wonder what that was for. Cool. Fanatec DD is now 350 with standard wheel and pedals. Really? Oh. Shit, yeah. So I rarely use the clutch anymore, so I could just get a Fanatec set with the two pedals, like a F1 setup or a GT setup. So that's what I'm mainly racing. So that'd be cool. 350 is good. For a direct drive. For a direct
drive Fanatec, yeah.
Very good. Now the question is, why is it so low? What's wrong with it? Why is it so low? I say that, and I bought gaming PC for 850 quid, but when it was really over $1,000. So I was asking myself the same question. Like, why is it so cheap now? But sometimes it's just the way they list the components and whether they're on offer. So from their website, bloody hell, yeah, that's cheap. And that's what I mean. Is it like, are they seeing it as like more of an obsolete item now, or
have they got something new coming out?
Maybe they have. Yeah, maybe there is something coming up, and they've dropped the prices accordingly. Yeah, I need to buy a new rig for my DD. Yeah, mine wouldn't hold up to a DD. Mine would start falling apart rapidly. Like, it holds itself together pretty well, but that's with a little Thrustmaster wheelbase, which is not that powerful. It's got feel, but it's not powerful. So a DD would probably tear this rig apart. Even with these 3D printed, what's it called? Platform braces for the wheelbase, because it broke. The screw thing broke on the base. Probably to compete with Monza. They brought out Xbox wheelbase. Oh, okay, yeah, they're in direct competition now, Monza and Fanatec. And if Monza have good customer service, I wouldn't be surprised if Fanatec's losing a lot of customers now, because people are going to Monza, and they're very good products. Jimmy's doing a lot. He's sponsored by them and was doing an unboxing of one of them. So when people like him are looking at it, a lot of people are going to be looking at them. So I wouldn't be surprised if Fanatec are a bit worried now.
Did you know that SimuCube are based down in Cornwall?
Really?
Yeah, I was at an event and someone with the racing rigs, and someone pointed out that they'd been to the SimuCube like offices or factory, and it was in like North Cornwall somewhere, like near Newquay.
Right.
I didn't realise they were based down here, but they are apparently.
Nice. Cool. Good to know they're local. 5 new meter base, 180 for the boost kit, 8 new meters. Yeah, 5's enough though, isn't it? You don't need 8. What's the 8 for? You wouldn't even run it at 8. Too heavy. Hoping they bring out PS compatible wheel, but no word on that. Not yet. Not yet. It'd have to be PC only, which would. That's why I like this wheel, because this will run on my PC as well.
Yeah.
So why?
And that's why a lot.
Until it breaks.
And that's why a lot of the time that wheels will be Xbox compatible first, because it's all Microsoft.
Yes. Easier. Yeah. Easier to make it incompatible. Yep.
Yeah.
Import tax, customs. Yes, because they're European, they have the import tax. Yeah, that's a good point. So as much as it's $350, what's the tax? So, yeah. It's probably because the tax has gone up. They've gone, look, reduce the price of the product because people are paying more tax. So it's just going to get insane. So it's still really expensive. Recommend a rig, next level racing, so just said the adjustments are brilliant. Yeah, I was looking at those, but the problem I had at the time when I first bought this playseat was lack of space when I was living down in Cornwall in the room I was in. And I was like, I need something that's going to actually fit in the room, and this does. It's really.
Yeah, my seats. Well, GT Ultimate,
when
but
it's folded up.
Yeah.
Never get clearance for it. No, they're not very helpful. No. But this here has been a godsend, this playseat, because it actually feels like quite a natural position for like F1 particularly, and a bit sort of like GT racing a little. But yeah, it's held together really well so far, because it's all Velcro along the straps on the side here, and I thought they would have come off by now, but as long as you don't keep adjusting it, it will stay in place pretty much for good. So, and I haven't had to move it. I adjusted it once when I first put it together, and it hasn't moved since, so everything is firmly still in place. Thrustmaster DD is 12 new meters. Bloody hell. That's probably why it's so expensive then. Pay 5k for a 1.1 wheel model. Oh yeah, that's a good point. They are ludicrous. Like, you'd have to be a ridiculously big fan to pay that money for those. That's what I keep hearing, AJ. It's like Thrustmaster's customer service is insanely good, and then Fanatec, as you say, is absolutely shocking. So all I hear is they've done a really bad job of helping me out. They didn't respond. It took them weeks. I lost my product, etc. It's a constant list of complaints, and that just puts me off big time. I know they're the big name, but come on, you got to get your customer service right, or people won't return. last time I worked it all out with the import and customs, came out to an extra 90. It's not 350 at the moment. It could be 440. So yeah. Lodge's pathetic. Their customer service is absolutely pathetic. It's non-existent. Partly because they don't do spare parts. You can't take the wheel off the rim, for example, off the base. So
no,
they are
the
a waste of space.
We've had some Logitechs at work. Transporting them is a nightmare because the wheels are wired to the base and you cannot unplug them. They have to be transported together, and that makes, once they're bolted down to the frame, it makes moving it and trying to like separate the frame so irritating because they're connected by this wire that you can't unplug.
No, that's right. You can take the wheel rim off this and close up the seat a bit more.
Yeah.
As it is right now, but if I had the wheel on it, I'd have to be really careful of how I'll fold this up because it will start bending and deforming the column, and then the rim wouldn't work. So I can at least take the wheel off and fold this up properly before I move it, and it's like brilliant because you can keep the pedals on as well. But yeah, Logi haven't thought of that at all. They really haven't. You ask them if they sell spare parts, keep you on hold for hours and send you a link to their sponsors and partners and tell you they don't sell spare parts. They're not smart, are they? They should know this, and they don't, and they still send you on a wild goose chase for nothing. It's ridiculous. Just find out the basic information and tell your customer what the truth is.
I would, it's not an excuse, but I would argue for Logitech that they don't just specifically make racing wheels. They do everything: tech, speakers, headphones, mouse and keyboards. Like it's like going to Toshiba. You know, it's like Toshiba doing one or something like that, or General Electric.
In this area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas
like
Thrustmaster and Fanatec and Moda, they're specifically racing rims.
Yeah.
And sim rigs.
Thrustmaster are the market leaders in mid-range wheels, and they've earned that right over many years of delivering good products. And I have to say, it's been the same deal here. Like, there's the odd issue with the wheelbase where the belt tends to make a buzzing sound. If it's a bit weird, you give it a little knock and it stops. But the rims themselves have been almost like bulletproof, except for the very overused the open wheel that I've been patching up now and again, but very rarely. But that's because I can use it all the time. But everything else is bulletproof. It's absolutely bulletproof. And this chair as well, the Play Seat Challenge, is bulletproof as well. It's a fantastic base. It's just the screw for the base plate, as I say, can break after a while. But you can go on eBay and get these 3D printed braces that hold it down firmly, and it keeps it in position perfectly. So that would be my recommendation. If you get a Play Seat Challenge, get those braces off of eBay if they still exist, because they're brilliant. Or, as AJ suggested, which obviously he runs, a Next Level Racing one, because they're built even better. But this is good if you've got very limited space, which is very handy in here because it still gives me loads of floor space, rather than it completely taking up the room.
Next Level Racing have just brought out a go-kart rig.
Wow.
So it's basically like the typical like F1 rigs that you get, but instead of your feet going up, they're flat on the floor.
Oh wow. Yeah.
So you sit in the same position that you would in a go-kart.
That's cool.
And so your legs go either side of the wheel.
Wow.
Yeah, and you sat right on the floor.
That's cool.
And then it's the example they gave was it was adjustable, so like the feet can move backwards and forwards as easily as the chair can move backwards and forwards.
Oh, cool. So it's like a proper cart as well then. Yeah.
Yes. But my colleague was showing it and was like, "What's the point of this?" And we sort of watched the trailer and we're like, "This is their target audience for it. It's like pre-teens."
Yeah.
Like people getting into go-karting and so they can practice. That's the target. It wasn't targeted at adults.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I was straight up saying, like, if you're going to have a rig like that, why wouldn't you just get the F1 rig? For the price it was and the size of it, you might as well get the F1 one where your feet are higher up. More people are going to do that, but
with time. Yeah. because they get more obsolete.
But I guess as well the position of the wheel, I guess, is sort of more similar to what we've got. Like the way mine's set up, it feels like how I'm sat in my normal road car, sort of distance for the wheel. I guess in the F1 rigs, it's much your elbows are in your stomach, aren't they? And it's sort of much closer to you.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a bit of adjustability there, a bit of flexibility. The best thing for us match is the low pedal add-on. Yeah, I was tempted by that, but I thought the other problem is, like, what if there's a really good wheel that comes out by a different provider, and I'm like, I've just bought load cells, you know, so I'm then stuck with this particular ecosystem. I want to keep my options open a little bit before I make a decision, but you know, I'll get this PC set up and, you know, get acquainted with that, and then I'll think about the sim racing hardware a bit more. A lot of people say they're getting massive by using that pedal set. Yeah, the brakes particularly, yeah. The brakes are the biggest factor, and that would be helpful because these brakes are pretty poor, generally speaking. But they're not the worst I've owned. Obviously, I've owned a Logitech and they were pretty diabolical. That first yawn, maybe. But yeah, 4.5 hours in, it's happened already.
It's only 12:30.
I know. That's fine. One of those random ones.
Although it has gone very quick. The fact that we're into the afternoon already now.
Yeah.
It has gone by very quick.
It's all right. That's why I've got an 8-pack of Lucozade in the fridge. I'm just trying to do that.
In the fridge. That's a good idea.
Yeah, it's in the fridge.
I'm gonna put after my stint, I'll put my energy drinks in the fridge. That'd be nice.
That would be a good idea because you'll appreciate a cold one over a lukewarm one.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to Lucozade, they're much better cold. But I'm trying to delay it as much as possible. Ideally, I don't want to have one until I start the 24 bit because I'll need them through the late hours. 8 PM onwards.
I'm doing the first stint of the 24, and that will go from 8 PM until midnight. I'm gonna hold off until at least like 11 PM.
Yes.
That's my target to go that far.
Yep. Yeah, I'll grab mine. Well, because you'll be starting the stint. I'll grab mine before I start my stint at midnight.
Okay.
That'll carry me through.
So you're going to have it about the same time, about an hour before your stint.
Sort of, but not like I won't get through all of it. I'll have it through the stint as well. I'll get it just before I start, about like 11:30 or so.
But yeah, that's what I was saying. Is like my first sip of it will be at like after 11.
Okay. Yeah.
Just sort of same as you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Welcome in, Ben. How you doing, man?
Woo, hello.
Mark Watson does a lot of marathon comedy shows. He says bananas is the key, more than coffee or energy drinks and so on. Interesting.
Yes, there's a lot of carbohydrates, and which is a lot of slow releasing sugar. Yeah. So actually, bananas are a good
shout.
Yeah, they're a good idea.
I didn't think to buy those.
I need to be careful. No, I need to be careful with bananas because with that slow releasing carbohydrates turns into glucose and sugar. Having 2 bananas for me is the equivalent sugar content as a can of Coke.
Bloody hell!
Like it will. My sugar levels, being diabetic, have to be on top of that. My sugar levels will react after like 2 or 3 bananas, the same as if I've had a can of Coke.
Oh my god!
Like they're healthy for you, but they've got natural sugar in them and they're full of carbohydrates, so it'll release. The Coke will hit you instantly, whereas the bananas will take like a couple of hours, but it'll still be the same. But yeah, it's carbohydrates and glucose and natural sugars, so obviously a lot healthier than having artificial sugar straight out of a fizzy drink. But yeah. Also, I'm amazed. I put people can see it on my stream on my arm, that white dot. I've put a new blood testing scan thingy on my arm, so I can just scan it and tell me my blood sugars. I've been going on my phone and it's been updating without me scanning it. I did see that they'd done an update, but that's incredible. It's constantly talking to my phone and just telling it what my sugar levels are without me needing to scan it. I can scan it to update it if I think it's off, but I went on a couple of times, didn't scan it, and it was just like, yeah, your sugar level is this. And I'm like, wow, okay.
So you must be using like smartwatch tech because it's updating all the time. It's constantly connected or something. So that's impressive.
Because before you'd scan it like you do with contactless. So I don't know what it's. I don't know if it suddenly like registers with Bluetooth or something, or like I scanned it to begin with. Yeah. I scanned it to begin with to say this is it, and it went beep, and it was like, okay, we recognise it, and now it's just constantly talking to it. So cool. I think they did. I think they did update it. Anyway. I think the odd ones didn't do that, and I did see that they'd updated it. So they're doing that now, which is. But that's great. I can just have it on. I can just look at the app, and it goes, yeah, your sugar levels are 10 or whatever it is. Which
I think
is
in this circumstance, that's even more critical. By the way.
Yeah,
it might be that. Oh well, shit! I need to sort myself out. You jump back in the car.
That's why I put it. That's why I put it on, because it went up because I had that coffee and I had some sugar in the coffee, and I took some insulin. I saw it was going down, so I've got a pack of donuts next to me as well in case sugar levels start going down.
There you go. Sorted. All under control for now. Good, got that continuous monitoring. That's really good.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna quickly dart out for like loo break, and then I'll come back and try and troubleshoot this. Not troubleshoot. I haven't tried yet. The bar at the top with the progress.
Yeah.
So you can actually have that on stream while I've got 3.5 hours to plod away. Right, back in a minute. Chat, I'll just leave it running so you can like see what Matt's doing.
Hello.
Shut the camera off. In a bit.
Yeah, so if you're new to the stream and don't know what we're doing, Keiran and I are doing 36 hours of racing around Silverstone. We are just over 4.5 hours in, and we are doing 36 hours around Silverstone, raising money for Racing Pride. Racing Pride are a non-profit community interest company, so not a charity. So if you do donate, there is no gift aid, nor is it tax refundable. Like normally when you give to charity, but Racing Pride are there to provide a safe space and participation and draw people's attention to LGBTQ plus within the world of motorsport and the industry and technical partners. So the money raising is going towards things like upkeep of their website, upkeep of the social medias, goes towards running events as well. They've done things like this year already, they've done tours of like the Aston Martin and Red Bull factories, because Aston Martin, Red Bull and Alpine are all partners of Racing Pride. I think they also did one at Mercedes. Mercedes isn't a technical partner, but they were invited to Mercedes, and they did a factory tour there. And they do other things as well. They're at Milton Keynes Pride last month, and they go to other events, touring cars and British GT and things like that. And we'll have meetups now and again as well in places like the F1 arcade. So yeah, money for us goes towards them and helps promote LGBTQ plus people in the community, and provides a safe space as well, because joining Racing Pride, I think it's like £25 a month for a membership. You get invited into their Discord where you can chat with people there, and be invited to the events, and it's a safe space for allies and people in the community as well. And there's examples, showing how effective it is and important it is to have this diversity. Richard Morris, the co-founder, who we've been organising with actually to get Racing Pride on board with this, he a couple of weekends ago won a race. I don't know what discipline or championship it was, but he managed to win a race, which was fabulous for him. And of course you had Jess Hawkins testing the Aston Martin around the Hungaroring earlier this week as well. Jess herself is not an ambassador of Racing Pride. However, Aston Martin are a partner of Racing Pride, and Jess's partner, Abby Eaton, is an ambassador for Racing Pride. So there's great movements forward for the LGBTQ plus community in motorsport, and they do need support as well, because you can go and see all the comments on social media. Thankfully, most of the comments about Jess are, "This is fabulous news. I'm glad she did it well. Great for her." And when is she replacing Lance Stroll? But there are lots of handfuls of comments going, "Did she crash the car? Women can't drive. How quickly could she get back to the kitchen?" There's a lot of horrible sexist, misogynistic comments, which is why it all needs to be promoted and basically tell these people to shut up, because they don't know what they're talking about. If people are chatting away in Kieran's chat, I can't see you. If you are, apologies. I can see my chat on YouTube, but I can't see Kieran's chat. But I'm sure you're chatting amongst yourselves, or agreeing with what I'm saying, or trying to correct me on stuff. But yeah, if you are able to donate in Kieran's chat anyway, !36hour, or you can just go to justgiving.com and I guess search 36 Hour or Silverstone or Racing Pride or Matt Palmer, and you should be able to find it. We are at £170 at the moment, I believe, unless a new one has come in. We've got a target of 500. There's still more time to give after the event as well. It'll be up for a while. I imagine till, I don't know, the end of the month. I imagine. I know today's the last day of the month. End of October. It'll be up probably until Halloween. So plenty of time, and plenty more time of this race as well. 24. We are just under 30 hours to go. Yeah, it's 29 hours and 17 minutes to go. And so the timer that you can see in the up to 180, fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm not able to click that, but we're up to 180 now. And yet, in the timer that you're seeing, it says 7 hours and 17 minutes to go. That is until the first 12-hour mark, in which we will then quickly reset the server and go for 24 hours. So, like I said, yeah, there's 29 hours and 17 minutes to go.
Beautiful.
We'll donate a low point to pick us up. Thank you, AJ. And don't forget as well, just being in particularly Kieran's stream with the ad rolls, and if you give bits as well, that will all go, and if you sub or gift sub, that will all go into the pot at the end as well.
Correct. Yep. It all helps. It all helps. Like I say, all the revenue from subs, gift subs, bits, donations, the bits from sound alerts as well, and ad revenue, all getting bundled together into a big donation that will go into the pot post-stream, post-event. So even just sitting there in the stream lurking for most of the time, you are donating. So,
yeah. If you get ads, you are, yeah.
Yep, exactly. The more viewers over a 36-hour stint, the bigger the ad revenue, and the more donations go to charity, because that would inevitably be going in my pocket, so it's then being passed on to Racing Pride. So yeah, you're welcome. We're well, I'm trying to say, we're very grateful for you just being here, basically. Yeah, that's yeah, I don't know. That is enough, basically. Like, just to sit and watch would be massively appreciated because it all goes in. But there is always that option as well to donate some straight to our GoFundMe page, which you'll find at the following link. 36 hour. There we are. You'll find our GoFundMe page there, so you can donate there, or you can just watch or redeem some sound alerts for bits, or sub, or gift a sub. It all goes
180.
in. It all goes in. So, yeah. Thank you very much. Now I need to find out how to do this plugin. GoFundMe total OBS plugin.
3 AM to 6 AM will be the toughest point. Probably, yeah. I think because during the day tomorrow we'll have a lot of people in stream or in the chat, which will sort of keep us perking up. Whereas, yeah, 2 to 6, there's not going to be a lot of people, and that's when we're going to be tired. And it'll be dark as well, so our bodies will want to be tired. At least when it gets lighter, naturally our bodies will try and wake up. Because the body's weird and it will do that. I've seen videos of people doing 24 hours in VR, and the thing that was amazing is someone I watched, he played Minecraft for a bit, just so he could like explore and walk around and have a world to explore, but it was getting dark every 24 minutes or however long the day-night cycle is in Minecraft, and he found himself getting tired every time it got dark, and then becoming energetic and awake every time it got light, even though it was every 24 minutes, or yeah, even though it was 24 minutes, he was still getting tired like it was nighttime, because his body went, it's dark, go to sleep. So the body's weird like that.
You're in Canada again. That is bad news, Rob. Oh, Jesus.
I want to prove that I could have finished that race. Missed the breaking point. That's a long way off. That's a long way off. And to add jeopardy, chat, damage is on. So if one of us bins it, we have to try and get it out of the wall and drag it back to the pits and get it repaired.
Yep. Exactly. Absolutely.
Thankfully, Silverstone's quite wide, so it's difficult to smash it, because you don't have a Mercedes coming up your inside at cops there.
Oh yeah. God. Embed HTML. No, I don't think so. That's not it. GoFundMe donation ticker OBS Studio plugin. Come on. There's a Streamlabs one. Oh, stream elements. Oh, hello. Is that donations from GoFundMe or is that donations to the streamer? Looks like it's to the streamer. Okay. And the problem is, it can't be too intrusive as I've already gone live now, in terms of how to set it up. Because I don't want to have to go offline if I don't have to. The thing is, I've tried these goal things before.
Oh yeah, but
with like followers and sub goals and that, and they never seem to update properly when I was setting them up.
again, the update thing would be difficult, but you could do like screen capture and then crop it so it's just showing the green bar on GoFundMe.
Yeah.
But you would have to.
Oh, of course.
But you would have to go and manually refresh the browser.
Correct.
Unless you can find a computer plugin or something that would refresh the browser every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Because that would be a manual refresh.
Browser refresh. Let's see what it has to say. Click on the circular arrow next to the web address bar. Oh yeah. Yeah, I already know how to refresh the page.
Was that what he was telling you?
Unbelievable. Okay, hang on.
It's like when you update Windows and it's just like, would you like to be run through how to operate Windows? And you're just like, no, because I've been doing it since '95. I'm fine. I know how to press start and go into settings.
Now, my concern with this is, doing it this way, will it interfere with the server? Because if it refreshes it, is it going to turn the thing offline and on again? Because that page is open. And I want to keep it open so it's ready for when we need to move it around to the 12. I think, honestly, I will crop it out, right? I'll crop it out. And
you just have to manually refresh that. I mean, if you made it a new window, does that help?
A new window? Yeah, I can add it as a window. Yeah.
Like doing the automatic refresh thing, can it only do, if you found one, would it refresh just one window?
Oh, good question. Auto refresh. Single browser page.
Okay,
browser window.
Thanks, Mum. Yep, safe journey home.
Again, yeah, click the circular arrow. I know.
Click the circular arrow to refresh the page. Yeah,
yeah, I know that.
The word automatic.
Yeah, that's why I put auto.
I think if
refresh, that's not auto.
I think if you put it in quotation marks, it forces that word. I'm not sure entirely, but I think that's how it.
I can't right-click that. If you don't see the icon immediately, click the puzzle piece and click the easy auto refresh icon. The time will be set. A time will appear, so you can set the time for the page to auto reset.
There we go. Yes, that's what you wanted. Yeah. So then you can say like every 5 minutes.
Piece and click the easy auto refresh icon. Okay, this is a Chrome. Or is that actually Chrome? Chrome.google. Auto refresh and page monitor.
Yeah, that sounds like a Chrome add-on. Yeah, that sounds fine. If you're running it in Chrome.
Yeah. All right, let's try it.
If you're running it on Microsoft Edge or Firefox, then it's not going to work. But
it's been added. Right. Okay. Let's try this then. So I want to use on the fundraiser page auto refresh. So time interval countdown. I want it to reset every 10 minutes. Will be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 minutes is fine.
Yeah.
Don't stop after a free number. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you do. Yeah, and then on OBS you do window window capture. Yeah, and then just crop it.
Yeah.
Because arguably, if you wanted, you could then also have the list of most recent people to donate.
Yes.
If you wanted.
Capture would be go fund or just Racing Pride. I'll just put Racing Pride. It's fine. That's fine. Makes us visible. Yes, please. Cool. There we are. That's it. And then, sorry, chat. I'm just fixing this now. In fact, I can just go to there. And then increase the size of that. Oh shit. That's not it. That ain't it. That's the one. There we are. Bit big. Voila.
Yay. My idea worked.
Now, it should refresh every 10 minutes.
Yeah, so we can see if people donate. If you do donate, you can let us know, and we'll refresh it straight away. And thank you for it, or we'll just keep an eye on it, and we'll see if people do it.
Auto refresh started. Yeah, okay. Wonderful. There we are. That's good. Did a thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's 9 below it. Wicked. Look at that. Professional job. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to move it down to there. No. Where do I put it? Do I want it at the top? Where it's like right there in your face? Oh, I'll tell you where I can put it. I know where to put it.
Top right of the screen.
I'm putting it dead center. So, like, in the pause menu. Oh, because eventually it's going to be me in the car, and I don't want it blocking anything.
So that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying top right corner, but like a little bit inwards, not right up against it, because you've got your safety rating stuff.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what the other issue is with my stream is I've got my chat displayed on screen,
right
in the window, so that won't. Okay, maybe. You know what I'll do? I'll put it just below my bar. So I've got on my overlay my bar where it says recent follower, recent subscriber, and donation, and so on. I put it just below that.
Cool.
So, yeah, that works. What will probably happen is when we do the switch up of G-Portal, so we can get the 24-bit going, is I'll turn off that window so that it's not capturing from my browser, reset everything, get everything going again. You'll be in the car at that point to start the 24-bit, which is handy because then I can make sure that the window capture is working again before you start the 4-hour bit. Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. Hey, chat, we did a thing. So yeah.
I came up with a solution. which is a lot.
It was a good
how,
shout.
how a lot of this,
I was
how a
making
lot
it
of
more
this
complicated
setup,
than it needed to be. Yeah, I'd have been sat there going, "How do I fix this plugin? What do I need to? What HTML and URL do I need? Where do I put it? Can I do this?" And it doesn't matter. You just go through window capture. It's like, oh yeah.
And thankfully, there was somewhere that auto refreshed a page because someone was bound to make a plugin for that. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. Which was easy to do because it's actually.
It's a Windows Chrome plugin. The Windows Chrome plugins are easy.
Yep. Exactly. Lovely. Okay.
I'm a quarter into my stint.
Awesome. Feeling alright?
Yeah.
Good. Excellent. 5 hours in, chat. And I must say, it doesn't feel like it's been 5 hours.
No, it doesn't.
But I think it will hit eventually.
I feel like it's been an hour, but it's been an hour of this stint. But it feels like the whole thing's gone on for an hour.
Yeah, it's like the 2 hours we've done each have skipped.
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah. Feels like it's actually getting started now.
I think it's because we're used to doing like 1 hour of the TWR races on Thursdays, which are very intense.
Yeah.
So everything that we've done so far just feels like one of those.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I know what you mean. Just feels like a lot more casual, a lot more pedestrian at the moment.
Yeah.
But that's just because we're trying to finish it, not win it.
Yeah.
Winning it is finishing it. So yeah. AJ, thank you so much for hanging out, dude. And honestly, thank you for all the donations so far.
Yeah, thank you, AJ.
Like the bits and the gift subs as well. And generally just hanging out. Honestly, thank you so much, mate. And see you about 6. Yeah, have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, see you later, buddy.
We'll catch you in a few hours. And yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's team effort at the end of the day.
Yeah, he very kindly said he'd put a donation in, like at a low point, which he says will be between like 2 and 6 a.m.
Thanks very much, buddy.
He'll put something in then to cheer us up. So thank you, buddy.
Yeah, lucky to have a caring community like this that's willing to give as much as us in many ways, because we can't do this alone, not completely. I mean, we could do this 36-hour, but we need people to donate as well, right? We need the purpose of this is to raise some money, right? So if no one donated, we'd be sitting there like, oh, okay. So it is a team effort beyond just us two, as far as I'm concerned. It's way more than that. So appreciate everyone sort of hanging out so far and keeping us company and just having a bit of a chat and just helping the clock run a little bit quicker than normal.
Yeah.
So cheers. Goodwood was fun and not fun. Where's the goal? Is in like the donation bar. You're not able to see it. It's just below this yellow bar at the top where it's got my name and recent follower and
Cheers,
subscriber.
AJ.
It's just underneath it. Is it not viewable? Is it not? It's not visible. Should be. It's just a window capture. Oh, there. Oh, you can see it. Okay.
Viewer is blind.
Let me check.
So much stuff on
it doesn't
Kieran's.
stand out very well.
So much stuff on Kieran's screen. Yeah.
It blends in quite well. And this was the problem. If I'd put it against the sky, it would have stood out even less. So that's why it's there.
Yeah.
But I think it needs to be in white. Blended in the game menu. It does look like that, doesn't it? So I'll take that as a compliment. That it's managed to blend in so well.
Aesthetic.
Aesthetic, yes, exactly. Now I can't customize it to make it look any more obvious.
You can get some big arrow PNGs.
Yeah, true. And make it look really obnoxious. That's blended in well. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where the best place is for it. I could put it on the dash, but then I'd worry. Then I worry it's too low. I mean, it's not like I'm using the dash, is it?
No, you're looking beyond. You're looking beyond it, and on your screen, you're not going to see it, are you?
No.
When you're driving,
Let me try putting it on the dash.
and then make it bigger. Don't know where the center of the screen is. Oh, there. Hang on.
It'll be above the gears. Gears are in the middle.
Yeah, trying to center the thing on screen because of the pixels as well, so I can like center it. Oh, beast. There we go.
Did you say that you found that your left front was getting much higher tyre pressure or much hotter than the others? Oh, he's gone. My front left is a whole PSI higher than all the others. And my rear right is PSI lower. Rear right is 26.5. Rear left and front right. Cool. Oh, there you go. My fronts have woken up. I think because it's a clockwise circuit that they're whoops. It's a clockwise circuit, so it's more on the left. Yeah, this is my first yawn. Oh, that's my first yawn. It's an hour later than Keiran, so... Although Keiran was up before me. I woke up at 7. And... Like, I woke up, looked at my phone, and then I got a little notification going, Keiran has come online on PlayStation. I was like, right, okay, he's already up. So I need to roll out of bed and set up. I had an anxiety dream before waking up. I dreamt that we loaded in and Keiran had accidentally set Zolder as the track for this attempt. He was like, "Oh, that's not right," and we reset it after all the panic, and then it loaded in a wet Monaco, which isn't even in the game. Then we're just like, "Oh, sod it, I can't be bothered to fix it. We'll just go from here." And I was like, "What? We're doing 36 hours in a wet Monaco?" Disaster. That was a stupid anxiety dream before I woke up. Good thing I was concerned about it and actually, you know, worrying about the event. But I've noticed the weather is changing in the game. It was sunny before, it's overcast. If you watch it on my stream, you can see above where the tyres are on the other side, it shows you, so it's going to be cloudy for the next half hour. But it was sunny to start with, and now it's cloudy, so I don't know the air temp anymore. Keiran's stream can see it. Could have been worse. Yeah. The anxiety dream could have actually happened. Hi Sparky, welcome to my stream. Good Mad Max Verstappen racing you, yeah. The birthday boy racing me. Thankfully it wasn't that, it was just Keiran picked the wrong tracks. Oh, these are much harder. Oh, I can't be bothered to change it. What? Right. 4 more laps and then I am getting fuel. A sore neck. I think as I'm looking up a little bit. But I'll go and exercise. Catch the stream later. Alright, thanks for hanging out, Sparky. Enjoy the exercising. Exercising something I need to do with my neck. Getting a good workout. Arm workout, anyway, so. Yeah, cheers for hanging out, Sparky, and see you soon. We'll still be here. Tell you what, chat, I'm glad we're doing it on all this on PlayStation, because if we were doing this on PC, the temptation to do it in VR would have been very high. Would have been dumb, but probably would have done it, because that's me. That's what my brand is, I guess, on YouTube. So. What was that F1 news? Interview with the Red Bull drivers. Sometimes you never know if it's major. When you get a notification from the F1 app, you never know if it's going to be major news about something, if it's just like a random interview or analysis, or if the notification is going to go, "Foo, I should check my security." My favourite response to that hack was someone just went, "Nah, F1 wasn't hacked. They're clearly Foo Fighters fans." And the Foo Fighters responded going, "Yeah, absolutely." F1 knows what's up. Yeah, I've got 2 laps of fuel. So 2 more laps and then I'll come in. So again, yeah, we're sort of stretching the fuel for like an hour and 20 minutes. Which, being pushed for an hour and 20, it means in the 4-hour stints, only 3 stops. Don't know why I look behind. Ugh. Neck is sore. It's just because I'm looking up at the screen. The screen's slightly raised. I'll stop complaining about it. It's just because I'm looking up and I'm not moving it. That's why it's getting sore. It's just getting stiff. I wonder where Keiran went off to. I imagine to get some lunch. Yeah, I use up 3.2 a lap, and I got 5.5, so I can come in this lap. Right. Box in this lap. Remember not to do a Keiran and not... Don't get a speeding penalty. Change tyres? No. Yeah, pit strategy 1. Don't change tyres. The problem is when I say don't change tyres, I then can't see because I'm in the way. Is that loud? Good. I stopped a bit too far forward, but that was allowed. Ugh. Oh. First gear, fuel on, engine start. Engine start. First gear. Pit limiter on, pit limiter off. Back out we go for another hour and 20 minutes. Don't yawn. Don't. Second yawn. Ooh. Well, it's starting to get to me now. It's starting to feel worn out and tired, and I mean we'll get more used to these 4-hour stints, but I think that's what these 4 hours are feeling like. It's like 2 hours you're sort of a bit more alert, going, okay, I'd be like, okay, I've only got 20 minutes left in the car, but I've got 2 hours 20 minutes left in the car. I think because it's just me currently at the moment, there's no one else in the voice chat. It's a bit quiet. It just feels like it's taking a bit longer. I mean, it's understandable. It is 25 past 1, so that clock is only a minute out. I'm impressed. The clock on the second run will be a little bit more out because it will take us a couple more minutes to end this race, reset the server. The break. The second clock will be like 5 minutes out, just because there'll be that pause. Stop yawning, Matt. Actually, that might be good for me if I can come up one more rung. Nah, that's not doing my back any favours. Trying to adjust my seat. Looking at my phone. I thought 1 AM was going to be the dead time, let alone I didn't think 1 PM would be. It's not like most people got to go to work. It's a Saturday. I know I normally work on a Saturday, but we call it. I got the weekend off. Nope. I thought about straight landing it, but I remembered that's where you get your penalties. See, but I didn't get any, probably no time gained in both those offs. Yeah, it's all gone a bit dead at the moment. Looking current viewers currently on my stream, and can't see if anyone's in Keiran's chat. I mean, lurking does help, particularly on Keiran's chat and on Keiran's Twitch. Lurking and just watching and getting the ad rolls helps. Yeah, but it's just a bit. I can't see his chat, so it's just a little bit lonely. Wow, making all sorts of mistakes this lap.
Oh, so sorry, Matt.
Yeah, he's back.
Sorry about that, man.
That's alright. Do you go get lunch or something?
No, there was a situation downstairs and parents needed a hand with, so I was trying to help with that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It got tiring without any chat and stimulation and...
Shit, sorry man.
That's right, that was something interesting to learn though, yeah, that obviously it goes, I guess, always when you're having conversation, things go much faster.
Definitely drags out, for sure, yeah.
But I've had a pit stop as well, so
cool.
got another 29 laps of fuel. I realised if we're stopping every like I stretched that again to about an hour and 20 minutes, and you did the same, which means actually it's only going to be 3 stops a stint.
Yeah, that's
if
true.
It's an hour 20.
Yeah, just managed to ease it out, then yeah, that works. Good. Excellent.
Has your chat been okay? Has it died down a little bit? Mine's died down a lot.
It died down a bit, yeah.
Yeah, I was quiet for a bit and sort of rambling a little bit to myself, but
No, you're right.
I couldn't see
sorry.
anyone that was there.
Appreciate patience.
So that's all right.
There's still some viewers here, obviously. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just gone quiet at this point. Sure will. There'll be ebbs and flows in it.
Yeah. I was just expecting this to be at 1:30 a.m. when it would be quiet, not 1:30 p.m.
I know. It's died down a little sooner, but it's also the middle of Saturday, so people have probably gone out.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this would be understandable. It'd be picking up a bit if it was like a 1 p.m. start for this, but given it started at 8 a.m., a lot of the people that have shown up have sort of had their say for a little bit, so they'll probably come back.
Yeah,
a bit
stayed,
later
watched it when
going,
stayed, watched it when they woke up, had watched us over breakfast.
Yeah, exactly.
And gone and done normal Saturday things.
That's right. Exactly.
Normal Saturday things.
Exactly.
To be fair, doing a long drive on a Saturday has been my life for the past like 5 weeks.
To be fair,
so
it's probably pretty standard at the moment.
Matt, you got to go to you got to go to Portsmouth 3 times in a row. Then you get a week home. Matt, you need to go to Taunton. Okay.
Wow. Just like, oh, please leave me alone.
Basically, it's what I said to my colleague on Thursday when I went to help him in Plymouth. I had to go and deliver stuff to Plymouth and help him set up. And I was just like, please, I just want 2 weeks at home. Like, at least 2 weeks at home.
Cade M. Thank you very much for the follow, buddy. I recognise you.
Hey.
Welcome in, man. How's it going? How's it going? They just thought I'd pop in before I head to bed for the night. So thanks for both of you for raising money for Racing Pride. Really appreciate the effort that you're putting in to support the cause. I'll jump on and hang out, watch tomorrow's support. Thank you, man.
Thank you,
much
Kate.
appreciated.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a chat tomorrow for our Discord. You'll see in my server there's a chat for that ready to go. So, yeah, by all means, drop in for a quick chat, and yeah, we'll catch you then. So, yeah, have a good one. Really great to be able to support you guys with this.
Yeah,
that's for sure. So, yeah, very pleased to have done. Been able to get this far already. We are nearly, what's that now? A sixth of the way in, I suppose. Yeah. So yeah, the hours are ticking down already, which is great. So we'll plug away with this remaining bit of the 12, and then we'll be into the 24 again. Before it really ramps up in difficulty. That's for sure. We're in the good bit at the moment. But yeah, thanks so much. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
And yeah. Take care. Take care.
Anyone out there got some conversation? You want to keep me alert? Both of us awake.
Quite the subject, isn't it?
Hmm. So what's your favourite dinosaur?
That's an excellent question. Pterodactyls were vicious, weren't they?
Oh yeah.
Again, who doesn't want to fly, right?
Yeah. I think I was never too much into. I wasn't a kid who was like into their dinosaurs when I was younger.
I had a bucket full of them.
Oh,
mad on them.
I'm getting flashbacks to like an old kid's book of like bucket of dinosaurs or something like that.
Bucket full of dinosaurs.
Bucket full of dinosaurs. I'm pretty sure.
Took my bucket full of dinosaurs everywhere.
I'm pretty sure I had that as well, but was never too into them.
And I did it.
I definitely had the book.
And I still have that bucket here. Look, no, I don't. I don't really.
Oh God, that's a throwback to childhood. I'd completely
Proper
forgotten about that
nostalgia.
book.
Yeah, that was a staple of my childhood for many years until inevitably grew out of it. But you know what? I still stayed in the kind of geological, paleontological stuff.
Yeah.
A little bit, anyway.
I'm not interested in the dinosaur fossils, but what they're surrounded by, however, and how they came to be a fossil.
Exactly. Spent plenty of time looking at that too, at undergrad level, and then got more interested in the stuff that's going to make people money, which is mining. As fascinating as paleontology is, you have to be pretty good at it to get paid well.
Yeah, well, is that where sort of a geology course starts? You sort of look at a fair bit of paleontology as well.
Yeah, that would be a big component at an undergrad level when you're studying geology. You'll be looking at, like, I don't know, the igneous rocks and volcanics, metamorphic rocks, mountain building and tectonics and so on. The sedimentary and those, subsurface rock forming processes, the muds and clays, etc., all that kind of stuff. All of the different ways rocks form, and then you've got the life in rocks as well. So you've got the fossils and impressions of plant and animal life that you can study and look at their evolution. So all that sort of comes together to form the whole subject of geology, and they all branch out into their own areas as well. You've got the environmental geology, the applied geology, mineral exploration, specific areas of paleontology, archaeology, and there's all sorts of engineering. You can get into the engineering side for geology as well, the mining stuff, structural engineering. There's loads of stuff that it sort of leads to from that core understanding of the rock cycle and how rocks form in different environments, how they alter and so on. It's a very broad subject and gives you a lot of transferable skills as well, more than most other subjects, I would say, because there's also, like with the course, it's one of the most expensive courses to run at undergraduate level, because you've got lectures, seminars, lab sessions, practical work with like equipment in a sort of lab/classroom, like with microscopes and stuff, and you've also got field work.
Yeah.
So you've got all of these different facets all coming together, and it gives you a really good like background, a really good baseline from which to be a good scientist, really, to be able to be able to read and critically think about a bunch of stuff that's been written in textbooks, be able to understand it, be able to study it in a practical sense, be able to observe it and make legible and tangible notes. There's a lot of skills that come with it, which is not something you maybe get from other subjects. But then I think it's not a criticism, I don't think, because if you were to do, I don't know, a subject like journalism or photography or like those ones, for example, they're very specialist. You end up getting a specialism in that area. Even like psychology and stuff, you're specializing in a particular subject and you become a specialist. But with things like geology, it makes you more of a generalist and gives you skills that apply. It would give you skills that would be applicable in a lot of other subjects. You could probably do some of those other subjects with the skills gained from a geology course, because of how diverse the range of learning methods are, essentially. So, it's just dinosaurs and rocks. It's like, yeah, but there's also a lot that
and all this,
that prepares you for life in a broad way. If you were, so like, you could get into a lot of professions, a lot of jobs with a geology degree, because it could, as I say, it could take you down a policy path, or a auditing path, or a research path, an engineering path, exploration. There's loads of different directions you can go in with this sort of course, and it means that you're well equipped to work. You join the working world, because basically you could do anything. But the problem with that is, if you do just report writing, bored out your mind. So you'd rather have something that gives you a lot, and that's why you end up just sticking with like geology, being a geologist or an exploration geologist or an engineering geologist, because at least you can still apply a lot of those skills in your job, but it's in a specialist way. So yeah, quite diverse. But that's not to say that any other subject isn't more important, because you need specialists.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't know the first thing about taking a photograph.
No, but I sort of agree with what you're saying. Like, photography is an art form, but it's specialist. Like, whereas geology arguably is like studying art. It's very broad, and you can cover photography within art, whereas photography is just photography. Because I found that when I was then looking at potentially trying to get into teaching, it was like, you would be an art teacher. Right. There's no, that you can't just be a photography teacher.
No. There's jobs out there. There's application in the general public, really.
Yeah.
For that. So it's a specialism with general application. But there's generalist subjects have general application, but can work in specialist areas as long as you learn a few more skills. Specialisms are great for specialist applications, but don't apply so well to general applications, because there's other skills you'll need to pick up to fill in the gaps. So it's like both have their benefits and drawbacks, obviously. A generalist won't be an expert as such, unless you learn more about a particular facet. So in terms of geology, I want to learn more about engineering geology, or I want to learn more about mining geology, or I want to learn about paleontology, or geochemistry, geophysics. I want to learn more about those. That makes you a specialist. But if you just learn geology, that's generalist, and it means you're not an expert. But what your skill is that you can think outside the box and take in a number of opinions and perspectives and knowledge and apply it together all at the same time. Or not quite, I don't mean at the same time, I just mean like you can apply the right bits of knowledge at the right moment. Whereas someone who is maybe very specialist in their area, like a geophysicist, will be just looking at it from a geophysical point of view, and won't very easily see it from a mining geologist point of view, or an engineering geologist point of view, or an environmental scientist. They won't see it that way. But a geologist could pull that together, and what's the word? It's there's a word. Like they pull it all together. They make it coherent.
Like, yeah.
There's a word for it. It's not coming to mind, but you know what I mean. Like they are.
Amalgamate it. Oh.
Like a little bit like that. They're amalgamating it and making it, bringing out a suitable conclusion. Right? They're coming to a conclusion that's useful, that is taking into account most people's perspectives on it.
Okay.
Because you've used those skills picked up from like the understanding of the whole subject to come to a decision. So yeah, like I say, you need a specialist, but you also need generalists to pull it together. Because if you have too many specialists, they all argue and not really get anywhere. So if you put a miner, an engineer, a geochemist, a geophysicist, and an environmental scientist in a room together, they won't come to an agreement at all. You put a geologist between them, you might.
I was going to say you put a whatever you said, a paleontologist and an engineer and a chemist all in a room, you end up with a really bad joke.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And pretty poor one of them. Yeah, a very poor one of that. So, yeah, I think that's the difference, isn't it? Because I think there are people who go, well, I can only do this. It's like, no, but that's the thing. You can only do that. And it's something very few people can do, just that. So you've got a unique selling point. So, and then there's also generalists that go, well, I don't know anything very well. It's like, yeah, but you know a lot well.
Yeah.
So that's also, it's almost like, it's like, what I'm trying to say, you can build a skyscraper, which is a specialist, or you can build a load of housing, which is a generalist. Both are very useful in their own way.
Okay, yeah.
You're not building very high, you're building wide. So, because I know there are people who will be down, it's like, oh, have I done enough, or should I need to learn more? It's like, yeah, but the problem is we've only got so much brain capacity.
Yeah.
So you can only learn so much. Even the experts only know about their own area, with a little bit of generalism to pull it together a little bit. Versus Canada with crossplay on feels completely different to as it did in the practice session on Tuesday with crossplay off. Yeah, but crossplay on and off, they do feel very different. There's grip, unlike Tuesday when it was just ice. Oh, there is grip then with crossplay on. Okay.
Ben.
Interesting.
Test time.
Yeah, because I don't know what's Belgium like by comparison. Is that any better or worse? Like, concern is that Belgium's become like ice because that used to be fairly good grip there. So I'm worried now that it's going to be like really slippery. Doesn't feel very different since that quick fix. I just don't know what. Yeah, it's all about the feel again, isn't it? They say this is the thing, right? I know that people are saying, oh, they haven't changed the performance, but it's like, have they? And what I mean by that is they haven't said they've changed anything regarding performance or handling, but have they accidentally changed anything to do with performance and handling? And that's what I mean. Like, it does feel like it keeps changing, and as a result of that, you do end up driving it, and you're like, this doesn't feel the same. Belgium feels fine, good. It is worse with cross-play on. Okay. That's more typical then. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we've come to expect. Cross-play off is worse, so that's encouraging. But yeah, weird with Canada though. So it's like, not what they've done, it's just like what's happened to get it to this point where it feels this uncomfortable to drive. It's odd. It's odd. Probably when the car physics change, the setups come redundant. That isn't the case. I think it's the tyres that have changed. You know what it probably is? There's changes that are made that have impacts on the handling because of how the tyres behave. It's not the car as such. That's what I mean by they haven't made performance or handling changes. No, but they may have made some changes with the track or just the general code, and it's having impacts on the tyres. I don't know. Welcome back, James.
Hello. You've travelled to London in that time.
Oh shit, I've got work.
Dong, dong. Although we didn't hear it, so I did the dongs. There we go.
There we go.
There's a long delay. That is
the
clearly
ITV
Big Ben.
news.
Yeah, that is clearly Big Ben. It was long enough for a...
It's 2 o'clock.
Oh yeah. Actually is. Was that live somewhere? How did that work? Or did you just time it well?
I realised what time it was, what time I was entering the party, and what time I clicked. So I quickly got 2 o'clock chimes together.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Love it. That's
So we are halfway through this 12-hour stint.
Yep. We are indeed. Matt with 2 more hours to go in his stint. And then I'll be in for the remaining 4 of this 12-hour segment, and then we'll be into the home straight. Yeah, definitely not a home straight, but yeah, we'll be into the 24 element. Wonder if we'll get that yearly update to hand in when they change the game completely for the esports people. Well, yeah, it's a good point. It could do, which will change it radically again, which means all the TT times will be gone, all the setups will be useless. So that's encouraging. That'll be fun when that happens, because it's inevitable, isn't it? What happens if one of you don't wake up during the night? Well, the truth is, the other one keeps driving.
Yeah.
Basically. Car keeps running. So don't be a dick and stay asleep. You know what? I think that's the challenge element of this, right? That's like there are going to be a few things that are going to have to be overcome with this.
I think if I end up falling asleep with my headphones off, Kieran's got my phone number. Genuinely, just ring me.
Pretty much, yeah. Exactly. It's that situation.
Yeah. But I think I'm going to try. Even if I end up like closing my eyes or something for a bit, I'll try and keep my headphones on, so right. I can still hear, so people can just shout to wake me up.
I think it depends on the circumstance. If you just want sleep, then fine. But I mean, it's one of those where we can rejig
halfway into the
strategy
race.
a bit. So we can definitely, if necessary, rejig the strategy, because 4 hours isn't that much of a gap when you need sleep.
Yeah.
So there's always the possibility of 6-hour stints, which seem ridiculous, but
if there's no one in the party chat, I experienced that for like 20 minutes. If there's no one in the party chat, I wouldn't want to do 6 hours.
No, true.
If the other person's fallen asleep and you're doing 6 hours, that would drag.
Yeah, but there's part of the challenge is weighing up the pros and cons.
I managed to get some sleep since I last been with you.
There you go.
Jealous.
James got the right idea.
Yeah, so I got some sleep for you, so you don't need to worry about that.
Oh,
now.
thank you. James took the sleep for me.
I think it'd be me being a dick though. I'm falling asleep for too long. But I think it's the challenge element, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trying to, you can get some shut eye, but it won't be for very long. But ultimately, it's about helping each other along. Because if something were to happen and the other person was asleep, it's done. Basically, it's a mess. So there is like a case of, I'll go and take a break for a bit, get away from this, maybe shut my eyes for a little while. But it's also a case of, is the other person still good?
Is he
Do
dead?
they need any help?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, this is it. So, are they still alright? Are they coping okay? Is the car alright? Do they need anything? Do they need to get out of the car early? That kind of stuff, So, all of that gets factored in. There's easy if you go, oh yeah, we could maybe do 6, but that is an extreme stint.
Yeah.
So
I've already started.
Even 4 is a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Like, I've even started yawning and because I'm looking up and not really moving my head, my neck's getting a bit stiff. Like I can keep going for the remainder of the time because I know that I've got like a 4-hour break. So that's going to be.
That's the thing that spurs you on. You're like, I'm not actually driving this whole distance. I'm getting a chance to stretch and step out of the seat and have a bite to eat, a drink and that. So it's all balanced out. That's the idea with this, and it might mean that sleep. What if you're having incremental rest in between? You might want to sleep, but you don't actually sleep. But you're also resting enough to not be utterly exhausted.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, because we haven't gone past 24 hours before in any previous one, but that's why I sort of thought that the original suggestion of 48 hours, because I thought if it was like 6-hour stints, I thought that is enough to recoup yourself.
Yeah.
Like and get back into it. But
no, if you did 48 hours, you need 2 extra drivers.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like that's extreme. You would need proper time off for that.
Yeah.
Like an actual sleep at some point, because staying up for 48 hours is just downright dangerous.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, doing a 36-hour solo is downright dangerous as well. I think 24 hours is probably a reasonable limit for a solo attempt.
Yeah.
And that's why it shouldn't
more.
be taken lightly, because it's the recovery time afterwards.
Yeah.
And just generally your health. You don't know what it's doing to your heart rate. You don't know what it's actually doing to your... that's critical, I think, because it can raise your blood pressure and raise your heart rate and stuff, and that can cause you problems.
That's cute.
So...
That's wonderful. That's wonderful chat to hear about whilst you two are staying awake for so long.
I just mean doing it on your own, right? That's all I mean. So they're wondering, why aren't you doing this solo? It's like, well, because it's fucking dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. No, I agree.
I'm not trying to put a downer on it. I'm being honest, right?
Yeah.
Because it'd be easy just to go, let's just do a 24. Yeah, let's just do a 36. It's like, it's not to be taken lightly. It's really not.
No,
That's why it's a
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Good. Yeah, looking good. Looking good.
I'm on lap 110.
Bloody hell.
Nice.
Give me a mad lap count at the end of this.
Yeah. I was going to shout out when we got to lap 100, but we started talking about dinosaurs, so I got distracted.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
James, what's your favourite dinosaur?
Diplodocus.
Oh, it's a good choice. Good choice. Just the name and the long neck. I mean,
Yeah.
like,
Exactly.
they had character. They always had character. The
What's
Diplodocus.
yours?
Me is a pterodactyl. They fly, so who doesn't want to fly?
That's true, actually.
Yeah. They fly, they're fucking vicious.
I'll stay with the
Vicious
Diplodocus though, because I'm loyal to the breed.
Okay. Yeah, I never really had one. I guess probably the Stegosaurus is the one with the... No, which was the one with like the herbivore with the long neck that was tall?
A tall herbivore? What, brachiosaur or something?
No, it was it that? They were like giraffes, but
yeah, they're really tall.
Yeah.
They're massive.
I can look for you if you want.
What were those ones? They're like one of your
neck,
basic ones. Yeah, they're one of your basic ones because you got your T-Rex, you got your Stegosaurus, and then you got
neck
dinosaur. Yeah.
Brachiosaur.
Is it Brachiosaur? I feel like that was too.
It begins with an S. Stegosaurus.
Stegosaurus. Yeah.
Stego.
Yeah, that's with the bone plates along its back.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
No. I've literally just looked and it says Stegosaurus.
One with a long neck.
Yeah.
And then what's? Oh no, I thought it was as well. But then what's the one that's got the spikes down its back and like the
Here, Keiran, I'm sending you a photo of what I found. We cannot argue. Stegosaurus.
But then, yeah, but what's the one that's
sauropods?
Oh,
sauropods. Yeah.
That one.
Patasaurus, Diplodocus, and there's like brachiosaurs and brontosaurs and stuff like that. They're all like your sauropods. They're really tall ones.
You could tell I'm not really that. Didn't look at my dinosaurs.
No, I was never into my dinosaurs.
My brother's mad on them. I'm ashamed I don't know.
He'd get you for that.
Yeah.
I was more into my trains.
It does get confusing because they got such similar names. I only know the generic ones.
Trains and motorsport were me as a kid.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, trains as well, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, better question. Who was your favourite Thomas the Tank Engine character? Because everyone has a different answer, which is always fantastic with Thomas. I'm guessing James's was James.
Because he loves food.
No, are we talking about Railway Series or models?
Oh, I mean any character from.
Right. Well, from the Railway Series, it's Thomas. From the model series, it's I don't know how long you were watching Thomas, but
I've seen all of them
until I was like in my late teens, well, in my teens. So my model series character would be Emily.
Okay, yeah, Emily's a good character.
Yeah.
My favourite was always Stepney.
He's a good shout. He's based off a real engine.
I know he is, yeah. I've not seen him, I've not been to the Bluebell, but...
He's wanted to go see Stepney.
Yeah. But this is what I like, everyone always gives a different answer for who your favourite... Like, I've not met anyone who said their favourite character was Emily. I'm just like, that's cool. And when I was at uni, two of my housemates, they were both big Thomas fans growing up, and their favourites were Gordon and Duck. So I'm just like, I'm like, everyone has a different favourite Thomas character.
Yeah, I got a bit boring with the Railway Series one, but I'd say my model series one was a bit better.
Yeah. Does Keiran have a favourite Thomas character, or was he not that into Thomas?
I don't remember him well enough for that. That's why I said Fat Controller, because he loves food.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true.
It is relatable, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. You get to show the trains where to go. I mean,
to be fair, some of the better episodes are the ones that are centered around him. Lady Hat's birthday is a great episode, but basically he's just like, I got to get to my wife's birthday, and
that was one of the first episodes based around the humans, not the trains.
Yeah, because the fact he has to get to his wife's birthday, and then his normal blue car breaks down, so then he ends up finding Elizabeth, his old truck. Caroline, and then which is a car, and then she breaks down. Then he gets to ride on George the Steamroller and just gets soot thrown all over him. Then he ends up he falls out and falls into a thing of mud. Then sees Thomas and he's just like, "Can you give me a ride?" "Yeah, but we don't have a fireman." And he just sort of looks at his ruined clothes. And he's like, "I'll be your fireman, sod it." And then finally gets to the station for his wife's birthday, and he's just like covered in mud and soot and dirt, and trousers, his suit's all destroyed. And his wife's like, "Very nice, but I didn't realise it was a fancy dress party."
Yeah, it showed that the humans had a bit of character than.
Yeah. And it was basically the Fat Controller just being like, "Look, everything bad is happening to him." Like he's ploughing through with determination. Like he tries hard as well.
Yeah. Nah, you love to see it. Honestly, I love Thomas. He was my childhood growing up.
Yeah.
And ironically, that's how I got into, which might seem funny, but just because cars and trains, I loved vehicles growing up, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I love the cars, I love the trains, and that helped me get into motorsport, which is a weird route to take into motorsport. Hey, I don't care.
Yeah, my transport stuff never, like, growing up with Thomas, never transferred into racing. It was more growing up on the Isle of Man, so I knew about bike racing, and then having the old Formula 1 games, like the 2002 game, and playing that, so learning about Formula 1 that way.
Yeah. Oh, Thomas was so good. I don't know if you've seen any of the the CGI or anything.
I've seen some of the CGI stuff. Yeah, it's still good. It's not as good as the models, but it's still pretty good.
So the early CGI series went way off track, but then the later ones got back to the railway series, and they did these stories. Like
the Adventure Begins is such a good special, because that is just the railway series books.
Yeah,
like showing the origins. Yeah.
No adaptation, pure to the source material.
Yeah.
And then, and that they kept making railway series references and everything through the later CGI series, and then Mattel got involved and ruined the series.
Yeah.
To Big Around the World, which flopped, and now the series is dead.
Yeah. Because the current stuff is all incredibly preschool. The current stuff is all
all engines go. They've all got baby voices now.
Yeah.
Which is sad.
And like the difference in comparisons, I end up watching like an old season 1 episode of the model series. There is a genuine good minute or two out of a 5-minute episode, because they're only 5 minutes. There's a good 30 seconds minute where the character James has come off the rails, and then they lift him back up onto the rails with the crane, with dramatic music, and it's really tense, lifting him up and putting him back on the rails. Yeah. Because re-railing an engine is big work. And now in the preschool current stuff, they just jump between the lines, because they're just I need to be on that one, jump. And you're just where's the drama? Where's the drama and the danger and the realism
in
it for it? But
going back to what you said earlier, they treated episodes like the flying kipper, the one goes off the rails, and the one where the trucks are chasing Duck into the barber shop. They treat that with such serious, and the narrators' voices are so panicked and everything, and you're just it's been treated like a serious incident, because a train crash is no laughing matter. It
didn't talk down to the audience, which is what a lot main people say about it as well. And they used big words as well, they were there's an episode called The Deputation, and you're just
yes.
And you're just I don't know what that word means, and they expected 4-year-olds to be able to watch it.
Yeah.
And just be this is a deputation, or this is an intervention. And you're just wow, you're using that language for kids? Wow. Good on you. Good on you for not talking down to them.
It was groundbreaking, and that's probably why Thomas has such a big adult as well.
Yeah.
Because it to me it was like a show for the adults as well as the kids.
I mean, there's a really good Mickey Flanagan sketch where he says he's had a child, and he's I'll put the telly on. They only recommend a couple of hours for telly for kids, but they don't know what they're talking about. The kids love a bit of telly. It's but you put it on, and the kids watching Thomas, you're reading about the budget deficit. It's really important, right? And you should be worried about it. He's watching Thomas, I'm reading about the deficit. He's watching Thomas, I'm reading the paper. He's watching Thomas, I'm watching Thomas.
Yeah.
Then the wife and then the kid sees that you're enjoying himself and goes, "No, I'm not having this. I'm going to go top myself." So he puts himself in the oven, and you can't watch the end of Thomas. And it's not something you can go to the pub later with your friends and go, "Did anyone catch the end of Thomas? I didn't see what happened at the end of it."
Oh dear. Thomas is so goated.
It is. It really is.
I can't believe they've ruined it with all engines.
It's sad where it's gone.
It's a sad fall from grace, huh?
I'm so glad that I'm not the only one who loves Thomas.
Oh no, it was, yeah,
No, it's childhood staple.
yeah, entirely my childhood.
Yeah. I spent too much time watching like Tom and Jerry as well.
Oh, that was good.
Oh, Tom and Jerry's also goated.
Just, yeah. That carried me through many years of boredom.
Yeah.
Whereas that was on the telly. That and Looney Tunes, I mean, wow.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't need anything else, you know what I mean? You didn't need anything else. Coming up with these other shows, it's like, I don't care, I've got Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry, leave me alone.
Yeah.
No,
Right,
great shows.
sorry to interrupt this for a second, but I don't want to jinx it, but it's raining and it's a crossover point and it's a safety car. Norris has stayed out on dry tyres, and
Oh god.
I come in
Flashback
and
to Russia.
Nico
Oh, I've seen this
Hulkenberg
shit before.
is the leader. Nico Hulkenberg is the leader on intermediate tyres.
He'll spin defending from Hamilton.
Yeah. Well, I'm second and Albon is third on wets.
Oh god.
But yeah, Lando, George, Alonso, Tsunoda, Sargent and Bottas all stayed out on dries. Just getting worse.
Pressure loss right rear. Huh?
Oh,
Okay.
ignore that. It's not a pressure loss. If you hit a curb, right, it's really weird. I found this. If you hit a curb hard, it says there's a pressure loss. Then
Okay.
it doesn't make a difference. I've seen it before and I tracked it. It doesn't make a difference.
No, I mean it's a PSI down than the other tyre, but it's because it's a clockwise circuit, so the left
Yeah.
tyre's getting more work.
Yeah. So what was it? The rear front or rear? Sorry,
It-
right front or right rear?
Right rear.
Right rear.
It's a PSI lower than all the others.
And you've just gone through a
But-
right-hander.
Yeah, it was turn one.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so you've probably just clipped the inside curb and it's upsetting.
Yeah.
I've seen it before.
yeah, I
where
think we've seen
if
it
you
before
hit
in
a curb too
practice.
hard,
Yeah.
Yeah, if you hit a curb too hard, it registers it as a pressure loss.
Puncture left front.
It doesn't. Really?
Oh!
This has changed it. Yeah, I've got a puncture.
Fuck.
Left front
Really?
puncture. Yeah.
Oh
Cars
shit.
cars
What
dips. I
tyre
got
set are you on?
5. So it was a new set when I went out, but I didn't change it at my pit stop.
Oh, right. It probably was. It was dead then. Holy shit. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, take it steady.
Yeah.
Put it in. How
Yeah,
close are you to pit?
10 laps.
Oh, okay. Right.
I'm going to
Bloody
utter
hell.
out these words. Nico Hulkenberg takes the lead! I'm second,
Bloody hell.
Albon is
Take that.
third!
I did not
Albon
see
is
that.
third!
See, for a second, because we were talking about pressure loss, I thought you were kidding.
No.
I thought you were trying to wind me up. I was like, wait a second. Are you
No, he said pressure. He said pressure loss. I'm pretty sure he said right rear, and that's what I
Yeah.
was concerned about. And then I went round club,
Maybe they were
and the tyre just exploded.
Oh, shit.
Oh god!
You can access other tyres, though, right?
Oh yeah. And that's what I'm going to
okay,
do.
cool.
But
Yeah. Maybe just one stint each then. Bloody hell. My god, didn't expect that at all.
set tyres to set 6. Might as well refuel.
You're saying we'll come up against challenges throughout this, and here's one of them.
This is why, chat, we kept damage on. If we turned damage off, this wouldn't have happened, right? This makes it interesting because suddenly I had a
does
tyre
make it
blowout.
Yeah.
You weren't expecting tyre blowouts, were you?
Yeah, so
No.
it's survive Silverstone, but not just us, the car. You know? Car's got to survive too.
Because I don't even think Keiran had like tyre blowouts during your previous ones, did you? Like you had the issue where they
No,
weren't.
not really. No,
You had the
not
issues
really.
where they
I think that
weren't
means damage
changing,
was off,
but-
then. I reckon damage was off.
What's that microphone noise?
That is me opening a pack of donuts.
Oh,
Oh,
okay, fair enough.
Apologies for the
James.
noise. No, it was me. It was me rustling something on my donut.
That's right. So that set of tyres had been on since you got in.
Wow. Look
Don't
after
tell me
your
puncher on the
tyres,
left.
boy.
Don't tell me puncher on the left front. That's not true.
No, it will stop when it head out, right? Is it alright?
Oh, it just didn't start.
Is it okay?
Yeah, car's fine. It was slow coming out as well because the engine stalled. Because I'm trying to do it all with one hand because I've got a donut.
Right.
Do you want to hear something even more unbelievable?
There's Nico Hulkenberg 1.
Got a 2 second. He's got a 2 from me. I can't keep up with him.
Drive faster.
I'm trying, but I've got Albon up my arse.
Just to confirm, Matt, that set of tyres that blew out you've had on since you started the stint. Is that right?
Yes.
Right, okay, they're 2.5 hours old then. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Right, got it. So in other words, 2 hours over.
Change every time you go into the pits, change them.
Every time change the tyres. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
You've got unlimited sets, haven't you?
Well, we got
Not
50.
necessarily. It won't be a problem. We've got 50 sets each. It won't be a problem, but they're not unlimited now.
Okay, fair enough.
They're effective for the purposes of this. They will be effectively unlimited.
Yeah.
Because we won't get through them all. Because we're splitting it in a relay.
Yeah,
50 sets would be enough if we were soloing this, let alone relaying. So we've got enough. We've got more than enough.
Yeah.
Change every stint. So you've got pace as well. That's the other thing.
I need to get used to the
pace.
No, the car doesn't feel weird. It's because I did half a lap on 3 wheels. That's why the car feels weird.
Should have said if you wanted to eat, I'd have jumped in the car for a lap or two.
No, I'm alright. I just had a donut.
Okay. No worries.
Well, I got an hour and a half. Yeah, I'm fine.
Hour and a half. Yeah.
Oh my god,
that'll
Albon is
through.
just up my inside. I'm having the most weird... I've got the back markers fighting for the win.
What car are you in?
My Prime Penske Racing car.
Oh, okay. Custom.
Which is a midfield car. But I managed to few red flags and managed to win a couple of races.
The other thing that's just occurred to me as well, make sure you load the setups when we start the 24 bit.
Yes.
Stints, we've done those. So we're 12 PM one now. Working off the stints as we get through them. That's mad, we're starting the 24 bit, 8 o'clock tonight, what the f... It's when you start, you're like, oh shit, you look at the scale of it, you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah. I noticed as well, the weather is changing. There is variable weather as well.
Oh.
Because it was like this or a bit sunnier at the start. Around about 11, 12 o'clock. Yeah, and then around 11, 12 o'clock, it was overcast.
Wait,
and now,
is it gonna be rain?
And now it's sunny again. There may be possibility for rain. I haven't seen it rain. I haven't seen it predict rain.
I didn't think that was in the settings. I think it was on the chance for 0 or something.
Well, chance for rain might be 0, but it's definitely become like sunny and then overcast.
Like the chance of nuclear annihilation through atmospheric ignition, the chances are near 0.
Near 0.
Near 0. 0 would be nice.
That is an Oppenheimer reference for those who have not seen the film.
That doesn't know. That's Oppenheimer, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Barbie.
Yeah, chances are near 0 of Ken being popular.
Yeah. You mean Alan?
Near 0. 0 would be nice. Least popular character possible, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have developed the Keiran. I think it's still refreshing. Had to be a lovely sunny day outside, didn't it?
Yeah.
Just to rub salt in the wounds.
Well, if it's any consolation, there's no sun where I am.
Hey.
That's good. Glad to hear that. At least you're having a grim day.
I mean, it sort of rubbed the salt in the wounds a little bit at the beginning of just before my interview on the BBC, because he was just like, we're out at the festival at Perranporth, beautiful sunny day, and I was just like, I'm indoors.
It's why I always hope that these days it just rains, because then it gives people more of an excuse to be inside. But when it's nice and sunny, they've all gone out.
Yeah.
Finn's gone football. To be fair, Hun's working.
Hun's working. Sparky's gone. Sparky said he's gone to exercise.
Yeah, he's probably gone to play tennis.
James is inside watching, trying to fight against Nico Hulkenberg for the win.
Yeah, so James has got his priority set. 100%.
Yeah.
Liz has gone to her animal sanctuary.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like it's Saturday still. There's people have lives. So.
This weekend
we don't.
no motorsport. WRC Chile is on.
Good.
Oh yes, that was the one thing, the one like major event we looked at that was on. It was that and
it was hot
MotoGP.
Oh yeah, MotoGP's on this weekend as well.
Yeah, they were like the major ones, but there was no NASCAR, no IndyCar, no Formula One, no BTCC.
Your followers probably don't really follow those two, do they?
Not really. No, I don't think so.
Hours and 42 minutes into the stream. My god. That's one of my longest streams so far, barely scratching the surface. I'm expecting it'll be around 37 hours this stream, because there will be, the startup, which was about quarter an hour before we started. Well, actually, it's about 13 minutes before we started, to be exact. And there'll be some wind down. So actually, it'll be about 36.5 hours, I reckon, this. I won't be on much longer after this is done.
Oh, no.
No, you're going to do open lobbies after, you said.
Finn said. Said absolutely fucking not. In my best... what's the chap from Wolf of Wall Street? Jordan Belfort. In my best Jordan Belfort voice, absolutely fucking not. Obviously, the one portrayed by Leo. Great film, remember that.
That is, yeah.
Glad it's on Netflix, so I go back to it a few times. It's quite an entertaining watch.
I think I've only seen it once, but I did see it, and I was like, "This is a good film."
It's great. It is good. Finally getting around to some of those classics I was meant to have watched years ago, like Fight Club and Pulp Fiction. Finally watched those.
Just the rule about Fight Club: don't talk about Fight Club.
You don't talk about it, man. Don't talk about it. Just don't say anything. Don't. Only in Fight Club, right? That's great though. Like the twist, because the first time I watched it, I didn't get it, and then by the end, I was like, "What the fuck?" And my dad was like, "Oh yeah, it's he's got split personality." I was like, "You're joking." It's so well done that it went over my head completely. There's not enough people here for it to be a spoiler.
Well, I haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't?
Oh well. It wasn't on my. I know it's a good film, but it wasn't on my on my watch list or anything like that.
Okay.
So.
Fucking hell, sorry, dude.
Well, now you know.
Yeah. Look, even saying that, please watch it, because it's still a great watch. Like, I watch it again, even knowing that fact. So
yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's not like it's not like it's going to ruin the entire narrative or anything. It's still a well put together piece of cinema. So, yeah, but that was a little bit of an oversight.
Guys, Guys, we've been waiting 13 years to say this.
Uh-oh.
It's been a long, long
How
time. He's coming out the final chicane now. And Nico Hulkenberg wins the Canadian Grand Prix. James Harmon second and Alex Albon is third.
What? What universe is this? Let alone what year? What universe is this? Not just Hulkenberg. How the hell did Albon do that?
Albon got third in a Williams.
What is wrong with Canada?
A nicely timed red flag and a change in climatic conditions.
Curbs and stall.
Oops.
This feels weird seeing Nico Hulkenberg on the top step of the podium.
Not just top step, on the podium.
Yeah.
On the podium.
To be fair, if that happens at all, I think it's going to be one of the things of everyone liked this.
Yes,
Yeah.
it will be. To be fair, look, he's had it. I know he's had loads of chances, and I'll probably be like, yeah, I know. But as soon as he does, it's like, yeah, it's a cool story. Like, it's nice.
Yeah.
To have finally had a bit of redemption for all the effort he's been putting in.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, I'm still a bit like, come on, you're flogging a dead horse now.
He's doing
trying,
better
but he
than
hasn't got
Magnussen,
it.
to be fair. He's better
Yes,
than
he is.
Magnussen.
Yes,
to
he
be
is.
fair.
That's true. He is doing better than Magnussen, who was
They
doing
make
better
the
than
right
Mick Schumacher, who was doing better than Mazepin. So that speaks fucking volumes about Mazepin, doesn't it? If anyone was wondering, oh, he's not too bad. It's like, off.
No,
John
he was
Walker
Who
bad.
can beat Magnussen? Who can beat Schumacher? Who can beat Mazepin? So, I mean,
Can
Mazepin
I
would stand
tell
a
you the
chance against
full
Hulkenberg.
result? Can I tell you the full top 10 of this race? By the way,
Oh,
Nico
God, here we go.
Hulkenberg started 19th from 1.
So he got driver of the day.
F1 23,
Hulkenberg-
everyone.
Yeah.
Hulkenberg wins from Harmon in second. Albon is third with Gasly in fourth.
What?
Perez is in fifth with Joe
What?
in sixth.
What?
Seventh is Daniel Ricciardo with
What?
in eighth. Sainz ninth and Piastri round out the top 10.
Fucking hell.
Verstappen
So-
12th.
So effectively, the grid was turned on its head and shaken about a bit.
Apart from me and Perez, yes.
What?
And Haas had no points coming into today. They now have, but from last to 7th. Right, oh no, they jump up from 11th to 7th. And only Magnussen, Stroll and Sargent haven't scored points yet. Whereas both their teammates have scored well. Well, all of their teammates have been on the podium at some point. And my teammate is only one ahead with 1 point. Drugovic, by the way.
Nice.
Okay, good teammate. Yeah.
Yeah. So in the Drivers' Championship, Max Verstappen leads 19 points over me, and Lewis Hamilton is just 1 point behind me in third. Exciting times.
Wow.
Meanwhile, in the
Tense.
Mercedes still lead the championship, but Red Bull are behind by 19 points. Meanwhile, Ferrari, Penske and McLaren are a distant third, fourth and fifth. There we are then.
Beautiful.
Yo. Hulkenberg did a thing.
Finally. Not asking for too long, eh? Hey, Hulkenberg, can you, like, I don't know, get good? Thanks. It's how much he's raved about, right? He's one of the most overhyped drivers on the grid,
To be fair,
in my opinion.
in his early years, I would agree that he wasn't overhyped, and I believe the hype that he did deserve a chance. But then 2014, 2015, when Perez started getting podiums and he didn't, kind of took that
it
out
dampened
of the
it.
It's
But
like,
the
dude,
early,
this is your
but the
moment.
ear-
Come on.
but the early season, it was deserved the hype.
Yeah, like
Yes,
he
it was,
got
'cause he
a
kept
pole
finishing
position.
fourth.
He got a pole position in
Yeah.
in Brazil
Williams in his
yeah.
first season.
Yeah, his first season,
Yeah.
and then in the Force India 2013 or wherever it was, he was leading it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he had the potential. He was leading it. Again. In the image that comes to mind of him failing podiums is
That.
Germany 2019, that hectic race.
Oh,
He was
yeah.
running like second, third, and then he ended up crashing his Force India, and it just the only line that I can hear is just everyone basically just quoting Obi-Wan Kenobi, just going, "You were the chosen one."
Yeah.
And I've just got a shot of his pink Force India just crash. It was like, "You were the chosen one."
Why would you do this? I mean, if
Said you'd be on the podium, not join the DNFs.
If
I can't believe
Barrichello
he's
and
done
Massa are regarded as the best drivers never to win a championship, I think Nico Hulkenberg is regarded as the best driver to never get a podium.
Oh yeah,
Well, do you
absolutely.
So far.
Well, at least he doesn't have the most points without a win record now.
Yeah,
like
Lando
Lando
took that from him.
Norris.
True. Very true. Yeah, come on, Lando. Pull your finger out.
Pull your finger out, get good.
Yeah, get good, come on.
Nah, joking. We love you, Lando. It will come at some point.
I fucking hate
It
him.
will.
So I'm wearing his shirt out of spite. Fucking hate you. No, I mean, Lando's got a fucking bright future. Him and Piastri have got very bright futures.
Oh yeah.
I think Piastri is already he's not anywhere near Lando's level now, but he probably is above Lando's level when he first came into F1. Possibly. I'm not trying to open up any conversation or anything like that, but he has the potential. They both have the potential to win the World Championship. McLaren just needs to give them a good car now.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I think Lando's been on Mercedes, Red Bull, and Ferrari's radar for a long, long time. Since he started getting podiums for the last couple of years, it's probably been on their radar. But I reckon Piastri's recent success has been perhaps giving Red Bull, Ferrari, and Merc a little bit more to think about than they might have anticipated. So, nailing down on contract for this long is a really good move by McLaren.
Yeah,
because it means that anyone who wants them has to pay out a lot of money to break the contract. And it has to be justified. And the problem now is, because Piastri is so good and is only getting better, it's not dropping Lando's value, but all the teams are like, how valuable are they?
Yeah,
What do they do in our car? So this is it's fascinating for McLaren. They're in a really good spot here, I reckon, with those two. Because they've got good growth, so they've got two very hungry, enthusiastic, motivated drivers there.
Alpine must be kicking themselves.
Oh yeah, 100%. They've missed out big time, and now they've got two drivers who can hate each other. Basically, it's basically turned into Hamilton-Rosberg, just at a lower level of the championship. But it's still that dynamic where they used to be good mates, and now they can hate each other because they're rivals in the same team.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a nice, coherent environment because they're both the same nationality. But it couldn't be anything further from the truth. Because they're both the same nationality, they both want superiority. They want to be the hero of France. And as a result, they hate each other. So, in the case of Mercedes, it was like, we want to be king of the hill, as in we want to be the champion. And that broke their friendship, basically. Not permanently, but it destroyed them for a while. So it's the same deal at Alpine now. They just don't know how to behave. They just can't stand the look of each other at the moment.
Yeah.
But McLaren, meanwhile, are doing is a little bit. It's getting to that same sort of dynamic as it's going to be never be the same, but certainly a similar dynamic to how Carlos and Lando were. Where it's very, they have a bit of fun. They appear to get on well. There isn't much abrasion on track. They're just getting on with it. They're performing well. They're, Lando's getting a bit funny at the last race when Piastri wouldn't. Yeah, but it's like, they're going to get a bit funny on track. There's adrenaline, but afterwards, there's no weird bullshit. There's no weird mind games with each other.
No,
which is what you need in a
exactly.
team. You don't want them playing games with each other because it's
They
another
need
thing
they
to think
need to-
about as a team.
They need to work. They need to work together for the good of the team first before they start
Yeah, that's right.
bickering with each other. I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. But they've been setting a great example because you've got other teams that maybe aren't doing such a good job of that, such as Merck, for instance.
Yeah.
They two British drivers want superiority in the Merck team, and Russell's been making life difficult for Lewis sometimes. But in Singapore, it was Lewis making life difficult for George at the end.
Yeah.
So, and then George made a mistake, which I thought was brake failure, then discovered he hit the wall.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, he actually fucked it up. Interesting. So he's still young, obviously, but at that level, you know, his mistakes aren't really tolerated. Not at Merck anymore, anyway.
George went for the gap.
He did, didn't he? He was like, come on, George.
Saying gap or...
George!
Leave me alone, George!
Leave me alone, George!
George!
Oh, good time.
I'm such a good compilation.
That was a weird time, though. Can we just say that time when we were in the middle of lockdown and really down, like, where is the end of this? And all of a sudden, the F1 drivers went, "Shall we start streaming together?"
The Twitch Quartet was born.
What's going on? It was such a weird time, and for streaming as well. Everyone was on Twitch. Everybody was on Twitch, and it was like it was the golden era a little bit because. Like, my viewers were insane at times, and I was just like, I've not even been raided, what the fuck's going on? And it's just because the platform was popular, everyone had viewers. And, you know, F1 has deteriorated rapidly in terms of the gamer base. The viewer base for Twitch has dropped because people have lives again. And, you know, it's only those really big streamers have still got that capacity still, like Soviet One Ball and Limmy, and that's the ones I particularly watch anyway. They have like big viewers, and obviously the big esports guys, Yarno and Brendan and that, Lucas Blakely, they still have big viewers, so they have the capacity to be able to hold on to that. But everyone else, sort of, it's dropped because it simply isn't the people watching on the platform anymore. There has to be a reason to keep bringing people back, and the reason during that big peak was COVID, simply. Because people were stuck inside and nothing better to do. Like, I'm on furlough, what do I do? Is there anything online I can watch? It's like, oh, this is free, I'll watch this. And as a result of that, things picked up massively. That's why people were buying, like, fucking sim wheels. Because they're like, oh, this is cool, I want to do this. But then, like, the fad dropped, the trend fell away.
Yeah.
And it always does. It was a viral trend, to be honest with you. Yeah. As a result of that, it was never going to sustain it. So everyone was like, it's weird, like sim racing prepared for this big wave of people, and it just didn't materialise because it didn't last. People were only there because they had nothing better to do. It wasn't that they wanted to. It's like, well, what else do we do? So afterwards, they were like, oh, we don't need this anymore. It's a bit like in... Do you remember the Burma special of Top Gear? And they went to that town that had just been built up and it was like 12-lane motorways.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we were getting ready for the big influx of people and nothing happened. Right, the place still exists and people live there, but it's like people haven't really moved in. It's like that, but not to the same extreme. It's just the same idea. Like, people did turn... There was this... movement, like, oh, it's going to start growing now really quickly, we need to accommodate for it.
I thought it was going to.
It didn't carry on. It didn't carry on. And that's not sim racing's fault, that's a consequence of
life.
Simply the lockdown easing and people being able to get back outdoors, out to work again, socialise again, see loved ones again. Twitch wasn't a priority. Streaming wasn't a priority. Gaming wasn't even a priority.
No.
They had families, they had jobs, work, socialising and that, right? So people just weren't doing that much anymore, and it was only the ones who were gaming before that really kept up with it. There's probably a few that went, oh, I'll keep up with this is fun. But others went, oh, we just needed something to do, I was bored. So
and life has got busier, so you know, I don't hold it to people, but that was a golden era, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. I feel I can utter the immortal words of David Coulthard back in 2012. You know, it was a golden era.
Yeah.
And you know, I made the most of it. It was fun, and it's dropped away. But that's typical. You know, these platforms don't hold on to all their viewers all the time. It ebbs and flows. And obviously the condition of the F1 game hasn't helped matters either.
No.
But yeah, that's what we've got to work with. So that's why I play GT7 and the Crew and ACC and all that stuff as well. Because sticking to one game, as good as it is for building viewership, isn't fun.
No.
And then what happens is gradually people stay for you, not the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, arguably, are people staying for Yano, or are they staying because he's just good at F1?
That's an interesting.
You know, are they staying for his personality? I doubt it. Limmy, on the other hand, he can play anything he likes, and there's still 2,500 viewers. Why? Because he's funny. He's a comedian. So the way I see it is, you're better off being yourself and playing a load of stuff and building up a viewership that way, because you're being true to yourself as well.
Exactly, and people will see.
So, yeah.
I just noticed this is my first time driving Austria on this game. They've updated Austria.
Oh really?
Yeah, they've got the MotoGP chicane in.
Oh,
yeah.
Right.
Not that it makes any difference to the racing line on this, but I like the fact that they've included the MotoGP chicane.
Welcome back, Ruff. If you figure out what it is you came here for, do let me know.
Yeah.
You just put I'm here for something, just not sure what. Is it like that same sensation when you walk through a doorway and you're like, why do they come in here?
What? Yeah.
So you walk back out the door and you go, oh, I remember now.
Yeah,
Oh, do you
It's weird, isn't it? You cross a threshold and you're like, wait, what was
No.
that?
Do you want the freakiest one that happened to me? It was 2013 Christmas, and my family had gone to my dad's side of the family. We'd gone to the Isle of Wight for Christmas. We're doing it again this year. And this is one of the first times that we went there, so there wasn't internet at the house that we were renting.
Okay.
So the only place to go get internet was at the pub just around the corner. Anyway, I went with a handful of the people, handful of the family there, and we went to the pub. And I had my iPad, and I had this desire to watch and download Thunderbirds. Hadn't watched it for ages, hadn't watched it for years, and I was just like, I've got a real urge to watch Thunderbirds. Anyway, downloaded a couple of episodes because I was like, oh, it's on iTunes. They were £1, or it was £10 for the whole series, and I was like, I'll download a couple. And iTunes was quite good. If you bought a couple of things, it would be like, we'll take that price off of the series. So then, if you spend £2 for a thing, it's only £8, whatever. Anyway, that's not the point. I had the urge to watch Thunderbirds, and so I downloaded a couple of episodes. Then I go back to the house, and my granddad is watching the news, because there was a normal terrestrial satellite TV, not even satellite, like cable TV.
Yeah.
He was watching the news, and the headline, Jerry Anderson passes away. The creator of Thunderbirds, Jerry Anderson, had died. I hadn't seen the news. I just had the urge to watch Thunderbirds. And then I go back and I see the headline that the creator of Thunderbirds had passed away. And I was like, that is so unbelievably freaky.
That is the weird. That's a weird coincidence, and I've never believed in coincidences, right? But yeah, that's a weird one. Like
that was timing. Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Like, I hadn't seen the news and then went back and said it died, and I was like, but I had the urge to watch Thunderbirds and to download some episodes.
People say like, I had this weird urge to go and like see my granddad or something, right?
And then he passed away a week later, sort of thing.
And then, like, you go and see him, and it's only a matter of hours later, and something's happened. And you're like, fuck, how did I think to do that?
Yeah.
It only happens to a few people. I've only seen a few people report that, but it's probably not representative of everyone that it happens to, because it might be sensitive to them. But there's situations where people will, like, get a weird sense, like, I need to do this.
Yeah.
I don't know why, I just need to do this. And then they realise after, oh god, I did need to do that. what I would say to that though is how many people get a weird urge to do something, it has no impact, and they just pass it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and I don't mean that to downplay it, because it is valid. It's a valid point. Like, because you know, I think there's validity to the whole argument about the spiritual world, paranormal, and so on. So it's entirely possible. I just mean, like, is there a chance that people? It's like confirmation bias, right? Where, you know, just because if it's agreeing with your preconceived belief, you'll reinforce it, right? When it goes right. So I mean, like, if you get an urge to do something, like go and visit someone, and they're absolutely fine,
Yeah.
you'll probably just go, oh well. I don't know. It's a weird one. I don't know.
I've had a coincidence before, but it's not as dramatic as like anything like life or death or anything like.
Yeah. Hopefully not.
I was meant to. For one of my Formula E races in 1 year, I wasn't meant to go to one of the races.
Right.
I only went to a race because I couldn't go to another one. And that race I went to was the one I became Formula E super fan.
Oh, wow.
Oh, nice.
So,
okay.
that's kind of weird coincidence, I guess.
Like,
But
would
yeah,
would you have been deemed superfan at the other race that you couldn't have gone to, or was it?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I was hoping to go to Paris that year, but I couldn't go because of college commitments. So I decided to go to Berlin instead. And then
So it was like an impulse decision, like you had an urge, like, oh, I need to do this, I think. I just need to do this.
In a way, yeah.
Right.
And they
That's
also,
what it is, isn't it? You get a weird urge, you're like, I need to go. Yeah.
Also, it was meant to be a single header in Berlin that weekend because there was another race. They were meant to have another race later in the seasons in Brussels, but that got cancelled and got moved to. Added an extra one in Berlin instead. But and I hadn't, obviously, because it was meant to be a single header. I only booked a hotel for 2 nights and.
Right.
And flights are on a different day, so I had to also rearrange my flights and everything and all that. But I was like, I'm doing that second race, and that's when I became Formula E superfan.
Huh.
Okay, nice.
Nice.
So yeah, bit of a random one, and not as dramatic as the death of Thunderbird.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have to always be dramatic, though. Just to be clear.
No.
Not always. No.
But do we really need to do this race? And I was like, I need to. My gut is telling me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think coincidences are an interesting one, aren't they? Like, for example, while I'm studying for this PhD, it was right near the beginning, like a year or so in, and obviously it was part of a bigger project that was funded by the European Union, the Horizon 2020 program, and this project existed out of that, and my PhD existed out of that project. And they were planning to go to this conference in Glasgow, which was on mineral deposits, and I was like, I'm doing safety and mining, why is this relevant to me? Why do I even need to be there? And they're like, but the rest of the consortium be there, loads of the team. So, you know, come along, bring your poster, and it'll be something different, and it's still sort of within the scope. And I was like, alright, okay, fine. I probably need to go to a conference, so let's go. Alright. So I put something together, got it printed, and took it up with me for what was basically a 2-day conference, I think.
Yeah.
And, no, it was more than that, it was like 3, I think. 3 and a bit. Anyway, so went up with the team, not expecting a great deal, and then I looked. Oh no, I tell you what, it was before I even left. I looked at the schedule, thinking I better plan this out a little bit so I know which talks to go to. So the stuff I was interested in, I thought I'll just go along and review it. And there was one particular talk by by someone called Dr. Sarah Gordon, and she was talking about risk and how to make good decisions in like for like mineral stuff, right? And I was like,
yeah.
Risk, safety's in that. Okay, I'll go and watch a keynote. So I went along to watch it, and I thought, this is really interesting. I need to probably speak to her, because there was that later that evening. There was a student industry networking event. That was it.
Yeah.
So the people attending, particularly the young researchers and early career researchers, could go and have a chat with people in industry and make some connections.
Yeah.
So I went, I'm going to have a word with her. So we had a chat, and I said, "Oh, you had a really good talk."
Did you?
No, not at all. No. I've just followed her all the way to the venue, so I knew she'd be there. So yeah, we just had a chat, and I was like, "I watched you talk. It's really interesting." And obviously, I brought something along to talk about safety in mining. She's like, "Oh, right, okay." It's a shorthand. I'll come and have a look. And I said, "Yeah, absolutely. Come and we'll have a chat about the poster." And obviously, it was a couple of days later. We had the proper poster sessions. She actually remembered to come over. I thought, no one ever remembers to come over. She came over. We had a chat about it. She said, "Oh, talk me through it." All right, okay. I talked her through it, and she seemed genuinely interested. And then she said, "Oh, just stand by your poster a minute." Took a photo. I was like, I thought afterwards, I was like, "Oh, okay." Then we exchanged business cards.
Wow.
I think she said something along those lines, "I'll just stay in touch." I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
yeah." And I looked to my colleague who was next to me because we were on the same team and we had similar posters we had put together. We both sort of raised our eyes to each other, like, "What was that? I've never heard that before. What a conference? Like, what the fuck?"
Yeah.
And it was obviously, as it all transpired, I started getting in contact with her, and worked with them on a few events. And she was talking about the event she was running at Satala. I was like, "Well, I knew she was at Satala. She's the CEO of Satala, and being a risk consultancy." And yeah, like, I started helping with a few events on that. She's like, "Oh, do you want to be an associate?" And I was like, "Seriously?"
Wow.
So it all started ramping up, and it's through all those events and the collabs I was doing with them to help them out that eventually, at another conference in London, last year in November, that same Sarah offered me a job to work for Satala.
Ah.
So basically, it started with a conference I wasn't interested in going to and didn't think would be useful.
Yeah.
Got me my first job in industry. So again, it's like that kind of, you don't know what those decisions are going to lead to.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, in the case of you guys, it's like, yeah, I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but I get the feeling it probably is. In some level, this is probably the right thing to do. And then things, I know it's easy to say that when things work out. There's a lot of luck involved, but it's a case of saying, that's where I think coincidences are a thing. Because they can lead to better things. It's about taking a chance, really. You know what I mean? So
exactly.
But that was
well done, you.
That was. It's a funny situation because, like I say, it's normally you get a clearer idea of where your next step is coming, right?
Yeah.
But in this case, it really wasn't. I had no intention of looking for a job at this conference. I had no intention. Well, especially that one in Glasgow, because the one later in London was after I'd finished, and I was like, this was a free ticket they're offering to go to this conference called Minds and Money in London, and I've never been because it was so expensive. I'm never going to be able to get in as a student. I don't got the budget, so I'd never been able to go. And I went this time because I was like, I've never been. They're giving it away for free.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, the rest of the team who had already worked on a few things before were there, so I said, oh well, go along and hang out with them, go and be at their stand. And they were asking about it. I said, I'll be there. They said, oh yeah, come hang out with us there. And I was like, yeah, we'll. Because they were hosting their own like dialogue tables and sessions and stuff to get their own inputs for the work they're doing internally. And it was on the second day. I sat down to have a break. She came down and sat down with me and was like, how do you think it's all going? But, yeah, I think it's alright, yeah, it's alright. Knackered by that point, my feet were killing, but I was like, yeah, it's alright, yeah. So listen, we've been talking to the team, and we like what you've been doing so far, and the team's happy, so would you like to come and work with us? Like, you'll be joking. What?
Well done, you.
So yeah, it's a funny one where, as I say, it's a little bit of a humble brag, obviously, because I'm dead proud of what happened, but it's also a case of acknowledging that those chances you take can go very well for you. There is always a sense of luck as well as hard work and stuff. And like say in the situations where you get to those, I don't know, if it involves a loved one, for example, and you're like, I just feel like I need to go.
Yeah.
It sometimes, it sometimes does actually pay off, I guess.
Yeah,
so
I know what you mean.
it's worth. I guess the moral of the story is, if it feels like you need to go, just do it, because you don't know what you're missing. It's easier to clean up a mess after you've tried than to not have anything to work with when you haven't.
You're right.
I think I'd rather have a mess to clean up and have given it a go. I think that's a great way of looking at it, and something I never really considered.
You miss every shot that you don't take.
Correct.
That's a good point.
Exactly.
Matt is good.
Yeah. Absolutely. So there's a chance to do something, give it a go. Even if it seems a bit daunting. Like, oh god, I can't stand in front of these people and talk. It's like, oh, later on you're like, oh, I just did. Fuck. Okay, I can't do it. And then it's like, oh, I can't facilitate this workshop in front of all these important corporate clients, and then you do, and you're like, oh, did that.
Well, let's just say, if I hadn't gone to that race in Berlin, I don't know if I would have ever met the people I've met and just been able to go places. Well, the places I've been, if that makes sense. So,
exactly.
I think it's sometimes worth taking. You know what I'm trying to say. I can't really add anything more than what you've said, basically. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. Is my point.
Yeah. It's always a case of life's way too fucking short. So if you're fortunate enough to have the chance to do something, with the time you've got and the resources you've got and the support around you, do it.
Yeah.
Don't squander it.
No, exactly.
Whether that be a job pursuit or a course you want to take or a 36-hour race in support of a community interest company.
I'll tell you something.
The way I see it is just go and do it.
I'll tell you something. Let me tell you something that you're not going to believe. Max Verstappen has been knocked out in Q1 in Austria.
Washed.
And so
is Max's career over.
So is Nico Hulkenberg, despite winning the last race.
Who is vague postcode 3 in the group? Oh, that is our
friend Ash.
Ash. Yeah. So you might have noticed someone called Elizabeth Treadwell, who's put a donation in earlier on the GoFundMe page. Ash is a friend of hers. And obviously,
it's a housemate.
We've all met each other, but it's a housemate, exactly. So she has a PlayStation and wanted to potentially join the party at some point. So that's
an option for them. Yeah.
There.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to put that off for ages, rough you, but had that message in there for ages. But that's the connection. Yeah.
Hello, housemate. How are you doing? Join in and
they're not here, but they've been added into. They have access to the voice chat.
Yep, that's right.
Fair enough. I'll make sure to make them feel very welcome.
Indeed. I have no idea how long they'll hang around for.
Or if they'll even join. I messaged Dash. I messaged Dash, but I haven't got a message back from her. Liz knows, but I haven't had anything from Ash, who owns the PlayStation.
Good. Yeah, they may join together or something. I don't know. It is fine. It's there. It
was an invitation. So it's
yeah. I've said that before to people. It's like when people go, "Oh, I couldn't join your lobby." Sorry, it's like it's called an invite.
Yeah.
I'm never expecting anyone to be there. Don't worry about it. I know you may have
wanted to join,
but that doesn't mean I'm upset about it. No, it's not that I'm not upset. Yeah. It's like I'm never going to hold it against you for not being here. You know?
I didn't say I was upset. I said it's an invite, not a summons.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like you have to be here. It's like no. So it's like, I'm so sorry I couldn't. But it's like, but there's never an obligation. Never ever an obligation to do that. It's fine.
Years of academy training wasted. Oh All because I didn't accept an invite.
How you feeling, Matt? You alright?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Cool.
I look forward to having. Yes, I've had 3 now. So.
Oh wow! Snuck that in.
Yeah, it's just something to eat. It's something to eat, and something to eat, and also it's a little bit of a sugar rush as well, isn't it? So.
I'll bet. Yeah.
I've got some pizzas. I'll start having them when I when I come in.
You're making me hungry.
You dare not join Keiran lobby when the world is ending. I mean, yeah. I mean, forget me. Poor Keiran. Not getting the support required when the world's ending by joining the lobby. Funnily enough, there's no internet connection. No, I know what you mean, Ruff. It's like people are just like life and death. It's like honestly, it's a lobby. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Please, just I know you've got a life. It's fine. Jesus. Yeah. It's a game at the end of the day. Copy that.
Sorry, Mark.
The gap to the car behind is 4.7 seconds. No, I said engineer quiet. These tyres seem okay. They're the right tyre to be on. No.
Yeah.
Have you got hearing problems like Devon Butler? Have either of you heard of Breakpoint 2 yet?
Do what?
I haven't done I haven't even done Breaking Point 1.
2? Oh yeah, I haven't finished Breaking Point 2. I did 2 streams of playing through it, and I just didn't do the 3rd one.
Fair enough.
I was ill the time on the day I was meant to do it. Oh god, what chapter? 12, I think. I had only 4 to go. Yeah, I was on chapter 12. Like. The girl in it, Cassie, was driving with Aiden because what's his face?
Devon's got hearing problem.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. So I got to that bit where Cassie and Aiden started driving together, and Devon's disappeared off the face of the earth. And obviously, Devon's dad, the Butler Gogol, really upset about how it was going because he was like, "Well, I don't trust anyone other than my son." It's like you're a fucking freak then. Let's see Lawrence Stroll for more details. But yeah, it's that vibe really. But Ackerman's in charge as well because the other guy left because he's got no stamina. Essentially, as soon as it gets a little bit stressful, he's out. Yeah. So it's, I don't know, slightly more memorable. I still remember it, so it's sort of memorable.
I just I haven't even done Break 2. I just wanted to know what the story was on YouTube, so I had a look at it.
Got all the spoilers, yeah. Yeah.
I can't be asked to play it. I've got a life.
Rule number 1 of Breaking Point is you don't talk about Breaking Point. See PSGL for more details.
Yeah.
None of them seem to know their fucking Breaking Point.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
It's esports drivers, apparently.
But
it's only PSGL.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
These two have got their parrots out now, it sounds like. They've taught their parrot to say, fuck off.
Oh god.
Fuck off, man. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
It's probably not the best idea. Matt's been in the car for 3 hours and 10 minutes. I'm so sorry, Matt. This is my best attempt at keeping you awake. Oh god. James put a bit of auto-tune in that bit.
Wow. Fucking hell, what the fuck is that?
That's the synthwave version of Thomas the Tank Engine.
Sounds like a US.
It sounds like
Exactly.
Chinese
Simply.
racist stereotypes now.
Oh god.
Oh man!
No.
It's getting worse.
No.
Stop.
Oh no! I was feeling UFO.
Don't you get too close to the
very
line.
quickly.
Yeah.
Smooth operator.
Move operation. Na 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 na.
Na 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 na.
Na 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 na.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na na.
I'm getting the same vibe here of that scene in Dumb and Dumber in the car. And he's like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Between the guy. And he's like, shut up, shut up.
Shut up, shut up!
Oh god.
Oh,
I'm
Jesus.
dying.
That film is amazing. So you're telling me there's a chance? Is it like, I'm never going out with you in a million years or something? It's like, so you're telling me there's a chance?
Oh god, life is funny.
Fucking love Jim Carrey. Well, him and Jeff Daniels. I
Yeah.
love a pairing in that film. The comedic timing on most of it was just excellent. No, it's not. Is Jim Carrey? No, shit. Is it?
I
Yeah,
can't
it is.
remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jim Carrey.
Yeah,
He's
it's
just so
Jim
young
Carrey,
in it. Like, yeah, Jim Carrey. Yeah. Fucking hell.
I know Jim Carrey, mostly for Bruce Almighty.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he's also still quite young in that.
The Mask is what I think of.
Almighty Smiter.
Oh,
Oh, the mask is amazing. Yeah.
I just
Loved
got my
the
first
mask.
pole
I think
position.
that just sums up Jim Carrey, just because that
It
character
does,
of the
doesn't it?
Mask is so like elastic is the word I want to say. And, like
Yeah.
so is Jim Carrey with his expressions.
Exactly. Yeah. Like his Clint Eastwood. Oh my god. And he does loads of it. He just like morphs his face. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Like in that, it's like that scene in Harry Potter where they use the Polyjuice potion and he's looking in the mirror and you see his face morph. That's what it looks like with Jim
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
he pulls the Clint Eastwood. You see his face morphing. Like, what the fuck? That's like freaky. Like, dude, stop. But yeah, he's got an insane talent for like impersonations,
Yeah.
impressions. Not just verbally, but like in his face as well.
Yeah.
It's just crazy how good he is. That's a sign of the talent there. When you can pull off impressions that like convincingly, that's talent. And oh god, yeah, the Grinch as well. I think it's
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
probably one of his best performances because
Yeah.
of how much he had to go through just to do it. So he's going mad wearing that suit and makeup all the time. He's had to spend hours putting it all on. He spent hours in it, and then hours getting it all off, and it was the same the next day. It's like, it's just a fucking nightmare. but he still pulled it off. It's just a certified professional when you could do that with all that shit on.
I've ended up qualifying on pole position. I'm happy.
Woo!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I have a signed tyre by a random local celebrity that nobody's heard of.
Fair enough. I mean, that is normal.
That's what they do.
That is what they do. Oh shit.
And then be given the one for the fastest ever lap in Formula 1 with highest average speed, and then what does Kimmy do with his trophy chart? Oh, he's just giving it to his child to play with. Don't worry, that wasn't the fastest ever lap in Formula 1 history, highest average speed lap in Formula 1 history. He's just giving it to his child to play with.
I miss Kimmy.
Yeah, I do as well.
It's a missing link, isn't it, at the moment? You can tell.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, when I started following it, I knew I wasn't going to be disappointed when I followed him on social media. And I was like, oh, he's got an Instagram. And literally the first story I saw was him bordering up the his kid's sand pit and just goes, so the cat doesn't shit in the sandbox. And he was just boarding it up. I was like, okay, well, now I know I'm not... this is a good decision for Kimmy on social media.
Instead of house training the cat, he just thought, let's just board up.
Board up the. Well, they've clearly taught it to go in its litter box, but it doesn't know the difference between its litter and the sand pit. So he's just like, so the cat doesn't shit in the sandbox.
Oh,
like, cool, God. Wonderful. Thanks, Kimmy.
Oh, Kimmy, we love you.
Oh my God.
Kimmy, if you could change one thing about Formula 1, what would you do? But I can't change anything about Formula 1. Well, no, but if you could, but I can't. Imagine that if you could. Why would I waste my time imagining something I can't do?
So forget it. Let's move on. Like, this is the thing. You can't ask Kimmy like subjective, future forward-looking opinions, questions, which is effectively every fucking press conference.
Yeah.
You have to ask him, like, what's your favourite ice cream? That's the only way you get through to him.
Is your car easier to control than the McLaren's? I don't know. I only drive my car.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what the McLaren handles like.
Like, he's right.
Yeah,
He's
true.
Right. He's absolutely spot on. This is the thing.
Kimmy, what happened to you during that race? I crashed.
You could see that, yeah. What they want is the typical, so I was going into turn 4 and the car felt a little bit unsettled and I had a car on the inside and I had to make a decision. No, he just goes,
what happened? I crashed.
Like, you can see that, I crashed.
You saw.
But could you... what he's highlighting, I think what this is, he's highlighting the inability for a journalist to ask any specific questions. And you know what? This was trying to get.
But the finisher kind of like that. Mika Hakkinen was very similar.
Yeah, exactly. They're all like that. But it's like they answer the question literally. So ask them a literal question.
Yeah.
You see this a lot now with journalists, particularly in F1, where they don't ask a question. They lead with a sentence and expect them to fill in. And it's like, what was the question? It's like, tough day out there, wasn't it? Oh no, that's the question. But it's like, they say tough day out there with the 2 Alpines or something. It's like, so that's what Finn would do. They go,
yeah.
So what's happening now is the drivers are going, oh yeah, I was on lap 16. I was struggling with my tyres and they're overheating. So they fill in the gaps. But what the Finns are doing, they just go, so.
Yeah.
And this journalist is like, what did you think of that battle? How did you cope with it? And then that was alright. So
I beat them.
It stumps the journalist because it's like you've actually had to ask a question now. They've called you out. You've got to bullshit because you're not. As a journalist, your job is to ask a question, right? But they lead with this, tough day with the Alpines. It's like, yeah, so what?
It's such a bad habit now. I'm seeing all the time in F1. And it's like, no,
true, though.
ask a question, and they'll probably give you a proper answer.
Yeah.
It's weird, man. It's lazy. It's lazy.
Lazy journalism.
Yeah, it is. Just ask them a damn question.
So Kimmy, after that win, you're now leading the Drivers' Championship. What do you think about that? Yeah, but it's literally the first race of the season, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, to be fair, that is a stupid question.
Because they always point that out at the beginning of after the first race. They're just like, so and so leads the Drivers' Championship. They're like, we've had one race. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's like, behave yourself. Come on, behave yourself.
It doesn't matter that Leclerc's leading the championship. Oh, big deal. He won one race.
Yeah. Like, come on, man. Just behave. Take your time. There's so much you could ask about. Like, if you're actually watching the race, paying attention, there's so much you could ask about.
Valtteri, what did you have for breakfast?
Strategy.
Porridge.
Yeah. Yeah, like, what were you expecting? What were they expecting? That's all he eats. Why do you think he's so good?
But then later he told the nice story of, I was told when I was too small for karting, I was told if you eat your porridge you'll grow up big and strong, so I ate porridge and I was then big and strong enough to drive go-karts. So I always eat porridge.
That's cute though. Like,
there's a story behind it.
Yeah, come through F1. To be
he
fair.
is, yeah.
He's actually got personality. To be fair, I'm not. No, you know what? That's unfair.
That's unfair on the other. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mika and Kimi do have very great personalities when you get through with the right questions on the right subject. Because you just have to read Mark Priestley's autobiography to see a bit about Kimi's mannerisms and.
Oh yeah, well I mean everyone who's ever worked with Kimi just says that he's fantastic. Yeah, everyone just says he's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's just a wonderful character to have.
Yeah.
He's like no bullshit. There's no fluffiness. It's just to the point. Get on with it. Because I'd rather just have more fun rather than have more time.
You always say that like when
all this bullcrap.
You can always say that like when people get drunk, it sort of removes that filter from them. Just look at Kimi at that FIA Awards thingy, like 5 years ago. It's like if you want to take the filter off of people, just watch them drunk. Like you saw Kimi, he was just like hugging everybody and trying to chat with everyone. It was just like wanting to have a bit of fun. And forcing the FIA to give a statement going, yeah, Kimi Räikkönen and a free bar was probably the wrong idea.
Oh yeah. Bad move. They're obviously going to have a free bar, but like that's an oversight.
Yeah, I think there was a statement somewhere. There was just like, that was him and the free bar was a bad choice.
Yes, 100%. Pushing his luck. He always pushes his luck though. But I'm glad he set it down because he's got such a beautiful family. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
like, he must be so goddamn happy.
And we have more Räikkönens to look forward to.
Yeah, exactly. Robin Räikkönen, and there's another one. Who's the other kid? I can't remember.
I can't remember her name.
No.
But Robin got
he must be so happy.
third in a go-kart race, I think, recently. So Robin's doing well for himself now.
Yeah, he's got raw talent.
Whether or not he makes F1 is another thing, but he has the potential of a racing career for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think the good thing about it, right? You look at Mick Schumacher. He came in too quick, and I think part of that is also just not having Michael there. Enough.
That was the main thing.
Say,
Mick,
whoa, careful now, you're going too quick.
That was the main thing Mick wishes that he had, and I think he's let slip a couple of times that Michael has admitted that he wishes he could be there managing Mick.
Yeah. It's just not possible.
No.
From what is understood, which is very little, Michael is with it, but not really.
Not 100%. Yeah.
No.
Right.
So he's conscious, I suspect. This is speculation.
And he can communicate. Like Mick and Jean Todt have both said he will sit and watch races and can commentate on it and give his opinion.
Yeah. Apparently he had quite bad memory loss as a result, and he was trying to sort of remember his life in a way. Took so much damage to that part of his brain that they're trying to remind him. And that was the thing that really hurt, was seeing in the Schumacher documentary, seeing
Mick's face when he was talking about his dad, right at the end, and his face just drops, and you're like,
Yeah.
What is? Are you okay? Genuinely, are you okay? That's all I wanted to ask him, because he looked so down. Like,
the answer's no, sadly.
Whenever he's talking about,
he cares
it's like,
so much about his
no,
dad.
the answer's not. No, but it's like you just want to be there, just like, are you all right? You're all right. Like, I can't begin to imagine what's going through his head. Because he was having a rough time in F1, and I'll be the first to admit I was also criticising, saying I don't think he's got it. But you know what? I was trying to be constructive as well, to say like he's come into this too soon as well.
Yeah.
He's come way too soon. He wasn't really ready. He won the championship, and that's a huge fucking achievement in F2. So that's not to be sniffed at. But he was also. It's like Piastri. He had some time out. Then he joined McLaren and has found his pace. But Mick, it wasn't gelling.
No, he also did jump straight into a pretty garbage Haas. Even by Haas standards, that car was garbage.
It was. Yeah. Awful. Yeah. They had a...
So it doesn't excuse like some of the crashes and things he had, but like, I'm not saying if he was in a Red Bull he would have won everything, but like that's the issue when you got new drivers in, like they can't prove themselves if the machinery they are given is terrible.
What Mick needed was a Magnussen. In
a way, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, they put two rookies in the car, so he had no one to learn from.
Yeah, who was the team leader? Wasn't one. Really?
No.
There wasn't actually.
No, there wasn't a leader at Haas.
No, and that was a big problem because who you meant to lean on for experience and knowledge.
And they didn't get on really either.
No, and I don't blame
no one
him,
got on with
Mazepin.
Yeah, no one got on with
Schumacher was
Mazepin.
like a nightmare working with him. Like everyone hated Mazepin, right? Right, but Schumacher had to work with him.
Yeah.
What was that doing to his mentality? I don't know. It can't have been fun. It can't have been constructive in there. Because there was numerous times where Mazepin was sort of throwing his weight around, and you'd see Gunter come down and say, like, I'm getting sick of this. I'm getting sick of you. Like, throwing your weight around. It's like, we're a team here. You've got to work together. You can't just have everything. It's like a petulant child. Dude. And I do feel for that, because I think all that factored into Schumacher's performances as well. But it still doesn't take away the fact that he was there too soon. It was too early. Way, way too early.
I would have liked him to have replaced Giovinazzi and be with Kimi for his first year at Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, that would have been nicer and better. Yeah, because he was going to go to. He was part of the Ferrari Academy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, and Haas had Ferrari engines, so that's where it went. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because both Ferrari and Mercedes put a bid in for him, and they were basically like, "Where do you want to go?" And he said Ferrari, and now he's gone Mercedes because Ferrari couldn't offer it.
Yeah, and now the rumours are that he's helping next year in WEC.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it looks like career at the moment for F1 is off the cards.
Oh, Jesus.
Sad.
Yeah, I feel chewy, and that's where I think. Sorry, go on, Jay.
No. Literally, that's what I was basically going to say. I feel sorry for him.
Yeah, 100%. And that's where I think Robin Raikkonen is in a good position here, because his dad is, for now, very fit and able, right?
Yeah.
And he has a very organised mind and a very calm demeanour, right? Very assured. He's very resilient, which, as a young person, is the sort of thing or person you need to be able to lean on, right? When things get a little bit wavy, it's like, throwing Mick Schumacher into F1 was like throwing him into a fucking stormy sea without any like life raft or someone there to just grab onto that's a stronger swimmer, right? So he started drowning and had to get out. Robin's going to be jumping in there with Kimi.
Yeah.
Eventually, I reckon. And that, as a result of that, he's going to learn how to tread water.
Yeah.
And that's what Mick didn't learn. and I mean tread water in F1 because he succeeded in F2, obviously. But I mean, you got to be able to tread water in the media fucking storm that is F1. And Robin will learn that if he needs to. That depends what he wants to do. Obviously, he might get into rallying, for all we know. But if he wants to do F1,
Kimmy's family is in rallying.
Yeah, so he might end up doing rallying, and then won't have any problem because, frankly, I don't get nowhere near as much media attention. And that's nothing against rally. That's just simply a consequence of F1 being such a popular sport. Frankly, they're both global. They're both full of very talented drivers, and yet F1's massively more popular because it's more of a product.
Yeah.
It's a commercial product as well as a sport, sort of. So, yeah, I think like rally, he won't have any issues. They'll be very familiar with that environment. It's F1, he'll need the support, which Kimi will be able to give him. It's just funny seeing the dynamic with people like Jos and Max. You know, Jos pushed him like crazy as a kid. And he became a bit of a robot. And he's got some personality, he just doesn't show it on the track very much in the media.
Yeah.
It's like Jos has told him, when you're at work, you're at work. And when you're at home, you can have fun. It's weird. It's like, you know, there's very obvious boundaries for Max, but you don't see it very often around. Except when he was with Daniel, which was quite refreshing. But it's weird. It's interesting when you see the dynamics between, you know, drivers and their fathers who are drivers.
Yeah. I mean, it still makes blood boil about the petrol station incident.
Who's this?
With Max and Jos.
What was that again? Remind me.
So, Max came second, I think, in a kart race. And
he made him walk home, didn't he?
Yeah, he dropped him off at a petrol station and made him walk home.
What? Seriously?
Yeah.
And then wasn't it worse, because didn't someone then offer... Yeah, but then, didn't it get worse? Didn't someone offer Max a lift, and then Jos found out and drove Max back to where we got picked up and told him to walk from there?
Fuck.
Something like that, yeah.
What?
I know, yeah. Questionable parenting.
Fuck, man. Didn't have a childhood then at all, did he?
No, not really.
I wonder if he likes to party now. It's no surprise. It means you didn't have an upbringing. And people will go, oh, but he's privileged, he got everything he wanted. It's like, did he get everything he wanted, though?
He got everything he wanted, but he didn't have fun.
Or did he get everything Jos wanted?
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it.
I think it's the latter. Jos was furious. I
almost completely forgot I almost forgot that Jos is a former F1 driver.
Yeah, exactly. It's
just because you sort of see the size of him. You see the size of him now is obviously not in the same shape that he was.
No,
but
not at all. He's bitter about his lack of success, and even at some level. Now. Yeah, and this is the thing. It's like it's a case of be careful what you wish for, because in many ways he has this demeanour that looks like he's not that pleased about Max winning either. In the sense, like, and this has been totally speculatory, right? I'm only going off some body language, for Christ's sakes, but it comes.
He
across
always looks
like
miserable.
Yeah, it comes across like, oh, Max is winning now, great. So my son can do it, but I can't. It's all about him a lot, you know. It's all about him, and he channels his personality for his son, and to the point where it was borderline abusive at times, let's face it, right? And he's effectively using Max to reach the dreams that Jos once had, but even so he's still not happy because he's still got that weird bitterness that he hasn't got over, like, I didn't have the success. It's like, don't be so bloody selfish. Just support your son properly.
Lots of drivers who didn't.
For Christ's sake.
Yeah. Well, lots of drivers who didn't have success. Look, you were in the sport same time as Martin Brundle. He wasn't a particularly successful F1 driver. He probably had about the same amount of podiums. Neither of you had a win. in probably about the same amount of podiums.
Yeah.
Martin's just popular because he then decided, right, I'm going straight into broadcast, and gelled perfectly with Murray Walker.
And he won Le Mans, did Martin?
Yeah. But I'm sure Jos probably won other things as well. I don't know if he did if he did enduro or other things.
He might have done some things here and there, but not much. He didn't really get into any of the other championships full time.
I don't know much about Jos.
No. But he just comes across as very unappreciative.
Yeah.
He's not. Maybe he's a proud dad, but he doesn't show it. Jos Verstappen never seems to show that he's proud.
Yeah.
And that's something. When you know how media oriented F1 is, with his experience of it, when you know how media oriented it is, show you're proud. Like Horner does. Like Toto does, sort of.
Yeah.
Like Freddie Vasseur shows how proud he is. Zach Brown.
Fucking love. Yeah, I love Fred Vasseur and Zach. Yeah.
Show you're proud, Jos. Just show it.
Which, in total comparison, you show me a more beautiful photo than the one from Silverstone, where you've got Checo Perez's dad kissing Anthony Hamilton with Tom Cruise stood next to them. You show me a better photograph, right? Yeah. That one's just great. And this is someone, I don't even think Perez won. He came like second, and he's just like, yes!
Yes, exactly.
Like kissing Anthony Hamilton.
The of the paddock.
Yeah.
They are not all robots. They are human beings with emotions, and they do display them from time to time. Just please do that for us, Jos, because I'm sure you are proud at some level. Just goddamn show it, will you? Because people will continue to speculate if you don't. Like I am now. I'm speculating that he doesn't really care that much because he doesn't ever show it.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's your son, for Christ's sake. He's a two-time champion, soon to be free. What's it going to take?
I've got to come in for more fuel for a splash and dash for the last 20 minutes.
Hey?
I've got to come in for a splash and dash for the last 20 minutes because I had that.
You're alright, no worries.
It would have worked out fine if I didn't have that puncture.
Sure. No, that's it. Yeah, it would have impeded it.
Yeah, I could have. So I was right. It would be just 3 stops during a stint, but yeah, I had to come in early.
No, you're right. That's fine. Yeah, it would have been dead on actually. Absolutely dead on.
Yeah, because I had 10 laps. Yeah, I had 10 laps of fuel when I pitted, so yeah, I could have stopped
so it
perfectly.
Perfect, actually. Yeah, dead on.
Right, so I'm gonna head off for a bit.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No worries.
I'll be back. Good luck.
Okie dokie. See you in a bit.
Strategy 2. Do not change tyres because I'm only doing 20 minutes. Strategy 2 is half a tank.
Once you're back out on track, I'll leave quickly. Just head off just for a minute. Grab a bottle of water or something, and I'll be back up.
Refuel, toilet, and such. Yeah.
4 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which that's what it is. 4 hours, which you've just done, by the way. So fucking legend. Well done.
Yeah. It's a very quick pit stop. It's only 15 seconds.
Cool. Yeah, just fuel. It's not really much, is it?
Yeah, half a tank.
Excellent. Good. Cool. Tyres be nice and cold now. Well, mine will, yeah.
Yours will. Yeah, mine are the same set, so I'm good.
Yeah. I'm gonna need to be very careful on the first 2 or 3 laps. Just easing it round.
Yeah, there'll be really low pressures and
repeat last time where I kept getting it wrong and spinning out.
Yeah.
Just a bit embarrassing.
Really low pressure and they're really cold as well.
Yeah. Not fun. Right. I'll be back shortly, man. Maybe 5 minutes or so. So
okay, cool.
Hang in there. Won't be long.
I look forward to having a stretch. I'm glad we're just doing it in 4 hours stints. I don't know how Keiran did 24 hours by himself. I guess he paused, didn't he, to go to the toilet, and that allowed him to stretch and move. I couldn't do 24 hours like this sat down. Having to do 6? The prospect of potentially having to do 6, that's not good. I'm glad it's 4 hours. 4 hours is a good limit. It doesn't feel like 4 hours, particularly since when they came back. It doesn't feel like 4 hours. It's felt like I've been here for 2. But actually, overall, overall, it's felt like I've been here for 3 hours. Considering that we've been here for, what, 8? Feels like 3. That's good. That's good. It's going well. Mainly my neck. So I thought they were veins as well. I just realised that's a shadow. I thought I was getting like really thick veins on my neck. The shadow of my hair. Change camera. Triangle. Because if I change the view when Keiran's turn it is, I can watch from a different angle. So you can't change the camera while you're watching, so as long as you change the camera of your car before you stop. Almost there, 15 more minutes and I get to stop. And I've seen I get a lot of notifications going through on my phone, lots of messages, mainly work, but then quite a few Discords. I think there was a text from someone as well. I'm just like, I haven't been able to look at my phone for 4 hours. I'm happy that I went to the toilet before getting in the stint. I haven't needed to go at all, which is good. I haven't even thought about it or had the desire, so it's good to know. Because again, being diabetic, if my sugar levels are high, my body wants to try and flush all that excess sugar out, so it'll make me want to go pee a lot more. So that's why it's good to make sure your sugar levels are stable. But that's a good principle for any long car. I always try and make sure I do that for any long car journey. I have done drives from like Cornwall to London in one go, like without stopping, just because I haven't needed to go, and I thought if I stop, it just means I'm getting to the destination later. I'd rather just get there. So when I was at uni, we did a photo exhibition in London, in Bethnal Green, and I took like half the artwork in my car and drove up, did it all in one day, left at like 4 AM and got there at like 10. In which they were all panicking because they were just like, Matt, you have the spirit level. like the laser spirit level. And they were like, Matt, where are you? And I was like, I am 10 minutes out. And they were like, we can't do any work until Matt's here. And I was like, yeah, you gotta wait. You gotta wait for me to get there. It's like, if you knew I was going to be later, you shouldn't have given it to me. But I literally just turned up, told people I was there, opened my car, and I was like, right, I'm going to the toilet. I haven't been to the toilet since Cornwall. And people were like, wait, you haven't stopped? I was like, nope. And then I carried on because staying in London for a week, I'm not parking my car in London, so I have family in Southend, so took the car there. So that was only another hour and a half down the A127. I do split up my journey now. I've done a few journeys from Cornwall to Southend, which is the entire width of the country. I've done a couple of drives all the way there. I typically stop at Reading to break the journey up, and I tell myself it's about halfway. It's not. It's like 2/3, 3/5 of the way. It's always funny getting from the M4 onto the A127, because the M4 is like right in the middle of London coming in from the west. The A127 to go to Essex is directly on the east, like in the middle coming out of London. When you look at the sat nav and you're on the M4 going on to the M25, it says you can go north or south. There is a 3-mile difference. Like, in the grand scheme of things, because you get on the M25, you're on there for, 60 miles. The fact it's like a 3-mile difference between going north and south. And then you remember, if you go south, you have to pay the toll for the Dartford Tunnel. So I typically always go north. And what's always hilarious is you get on the no matter what way you're going, you get onto the M25 and there are signs for Gatwick. And you're just like, okay, Gatwick's that way, I'm going the other way. And then you get most of the way, you get pretty much all the way around to the other side. And then you start seeing signs for Gatwick again. You're just like, oh yeah, the M25's a circle, isn't it? That's what I'm seeing. You see signs for Gatwick, and then you don't see signs for it for like an hour and a half, and then you're like, wait, I'm seeing signs for Gatwick again. Like, yeah, it's a loop, it's a circle. That's why I'm seeing signs for Gatwick. At least it tells you, like, it means you're getting close to the end when you start seeing signs for places you've already seen signs for. I can put a couple of pizzas in. That'd be nice. I can't even remember what pizzas I've got. They were just like the cheap £1.50 ones from Iceland. I know I got a garlic bread one. I think I got a chili chicken one. Probably a meat feast. Is that 4 cheeses? Was that the other one? I can't remember what I got. And don't forget, when we get to halfway, when we get to 250 quid for the fundraising, if we get halfway, I will have a really hot pot noodle. You can watch me suffer to eat. Because I've had it before. Oh, it's hot. Trust me. Whew. You can see my lap times have dropped down. Is that 2:11? Well, my best lap is a 2:06. No idea what Kieran's best lap is. I've not. Shall I try and wake myself up? Shall I try and push for this last bit? I think the tyres are there, but let's try and properly push. See what I can do in the last 10 minutes. Sort of like 4 or 5 laps. Because I know, to break it to you guys, no, I've not been pushing. It's nearly impossible to push at max capacity for the entire time. Like, you would be so exhausted. Still driving fast, but it's... I mean, you can, on my screen, you can see how hot that front left tyre's getting. And why my previous one exploded. Tires are getting really worn. That was 0.8 quicker than last lap. So still a 10.8. That's still 4 seconds slower than my best lap. It's mad. And I lifted off there, so it's already a worse lap. I think the tyres are pretty worn. If I had to change my tyres at the last pit stop, potentially could have. No idea if there's been like knocking at my door. Just hear some other knocks. I think it's the wheel. But because I got new headphones which are noise cancelling, so I haven't been able to hear. I mean, I can still hear things. I can still hear the shifters. Three minutes. Kieran better be back soon. Thankfully, I've got enough fuel that if he's not back, I can keep going. My predicted lap times are no, even lower. It was 2 minutes 10 crossing the line.
Sorry, dude.
There he is.
Yeah, ready when you are.
Cool. In next lap.
Okay.
So I'll come around one more time.
Yep. Okay. Hey nerd, how's it going? All good here. Just about to get in from 4-hour stint.
Woo.
Matt's just about to finish his 4-hour stint, so
Yep.
absolute legend.
God, my neck hurts. I don't know how you did 24 hours by yourself. I guess you paused now and again, didn't you, and stood up and stretched.
There was little opportunities to stretch, yeah.
Yeah.
It's important to have those moments to move around a bit. Otherwise, it's just painful because the lactic acid builds up over time.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm getting in my neck because I'm looking up and not moving it. Whereas like my arms and legs are fine. Back's getting sore and neck. Yeah. That's the main bit because they're the bits that aren't moving.
Especially if distances like this are not familiar.
Yeah.
Because it's a long old session.
Even with normal real driving, you're still like looking at radio, looking in your mirrors, you're still moving your head.
Yeah.
A lot. Whereas this is just looking at a screen, so.
Yep.
Yeah. Final lap I'll be in this lap. God, this last lap is like the fucking longest one I've done. Wait until later it'll be even longer. But I was sort of saying when you disappeared that it's sort of gone quite quick. Like this stint feels like I was doing it for 2 hours, and overall it feels like we've been going for 3.
Yeah.
It really doesn't feel like we've been going for 8.
No, not at all. It's bizarre, really, the feeling there.
Yeah, actually, that's just struck me. That has just struck me that we're going for 8. We've been going for 8 hours.
Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it? How that seems to have come around like this.
I mean, to be fair, it must feel easier for you. You've only done 2 hours of driving so far in these 8 hours.
Well, yeah, to be fair,
and I've done 6, but
yeah.
After 12, it will be even. Right, in I come.
Cool. Okay.
Do not speed. Set 1. Hey, it tells me that set 5 are dead.
Hey.
It actually tells me because like it gives you the white dot next to them when it's black. It says black on it, so it says that.
Yeah, they're completely.
Says that it's dead. Yeah.
So you got like grey, which are used, and then black, which are like done. Yeah.
Which are dead. Yeah.
Don't even bother touching them.
Engine off.
242-minute lap time. Look at that.
162 laps.
Wow. Fucking trooper. Countdown.
20 seconds.
Okay, copy. Deep breath. You ready, chat?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Off you go.
Oh boy.
Turn to garage. Watch Keiran. Oh.
And breathe.
Oh, my neck.
Stretch.
Yeah.
Stand up, stretch, loads of stretches, man. The sooner the better. While it doesn't have time to settle.
Yeah. James mentioned during their story.
Plenty of water as well. You need to hydrate.
Indeed, yeah.
Yo yo. The only logical way to start the stint.
Start his stint.
Banging tune though.
It is. It goes hard.
It does. For its time, that was fucking amazing.
Yeah. 1984 is when the show came out.
Bloody hell. It's amazing that. Early
Wait,
80s piece of composition.
Hang on a minute. Actually, it's
Oh god, it's hilarious.
No. When did it?
1984, I would have thought.
Yeah, it was that. I can't remember the date though. I thought
I can't remember actually.
So
I always thought it was
our last
30th of
lap time
September.
244 minute 49 seconds.
Fucking hell.
Every time.
When did the TV series?
Possibly September for some reason I've got in my head.
October '84.
So close enough.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and find that. When did the first episode air?
What's amazing about this is, because the
First
pressures are
appearance.
low, the ride height is slightly lower. I think that's
So
why when I
high.
clip that curb through Maggots and Beckett's, it spins me out. Because later in the stint, when the tyres are up to temperature, I have no issues going over that curb. And I think it's that fractional difference in ride height that comes with a higher pressure is carrying me over the curb, as opposed to like clipping off it and spinning into the gravel. That's the level of detail we're talking about here. Oh god, bloody crash. I said, take it easy in the first couple of laps. Nope, straight on it.
Do, 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 do.
9th of October, 1984.
Ah.
So, a week on Tuesday
Wow.
will be its birthday. It's
39 years ago.
39th birthday. Yeah.
My god.
Jeez, I feel old.
Well, the stories are even older. That's 43.
I know. Mad thing.
Bruh.
Right, I'm gonna go have a walk and a stretch and put some pizzas in the oven.
No worries. Well done.
Bye, Matthew. Bye, Matthew.
Just blasted through that 4 hours.
That's what she said.
Legend.
Oh, I just heard Matt groan. He went, oh.
Don't blame him.
Oh.
4 hours of driving is not easy.
Oh, no.
Even sat down in your bedroom or front room, still not easy.
At least you're alive, that's the main thing.
Exactly.
Pizza. Matt, where's my slice of pizza?
Same.
How could you forget about us?
I like how you said us and not me. Thank you.
Exactly. It's not just me, you know. It's about us.
That character arc, though.
Fucking hell. Oh, someone's got to keep you two sane at some point.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Got the prime time slot here, 4 till 8. Actually, no, 8 till midnight's probably prime time for gamers.
He's back.
I am. Oh.
Oh, yeah. Matthew. I loved it. Matthew. What a name. I love it. You're right, Matt. How's your pizza?
Well, the oven's heating up at the moment, but...
Keiran and me are upset because you didn't get us the pizza.
I'm sorry.
Cooked, frozen, I don't care.
Ugh.
How is that driving for 4 hours, Matt?
Sore. Particularly my back of my neck. And the thing is like I want to do stretches by looking up, and I realise that's the wrong thing to do because I've been looking up. I need to like keep looking down.
It's slow rotations, mate.
Yeah.
You know, and it will sort of loosen that up a bit more.
Yeah, I'm sure 4 hours I'll be fine. I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got to remember it's a long It's a long break now.
It is.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to help over the whole sort of attempt here, where you're going to get that extra long downtime after what is a very, very long stint. That'll make the difference. Yeah, it ties up to temp. I take the curb like a lot through Maggot's Beckett's and it doesn't phase it at all. It's just when the pressures are low and the ride height's low, it just gets clipped on that curb. It's weird.
James, your microphone's suddenly gotten a lot worse since I left.
Is that this like washing sound like you're at the sea?
Yeah.
Oh. Huh?
That's a lot better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What happened?
That sounded like a loose connection or something, and it was that was static, definitely.
All I did was pull out my headset and put it back on.
Yeah, I think that can normally fix it. So yeah, it just sounded like it was your thing had got moved or something. So
fair enough. Well, we live in.
Jesus, how is it 4 o'clock already?
I know, it's mad.
I know.
Okay, look, we've been going 8 hours. We've been going 8 hours. It doesn't feel like 8 hours.
We have literally done a shift.
Yeah.
Well, at least you don't have no more racing to do for the remainder of this race now.
Nope. I'm good for 4 more hours. That's lovely.
Sorry, chat. The window thing has moved. I need to fix it.
Oh, what the
window capture?
Thing?
Yeah, because a pop-up came up on the website like boost this fundraiser. It's like, yeah, thanks for that.
Oh, okay.
That moved.
It is still at 180.
Okay, cool.
No, we got some more. We got some more coming in. My grandma texted me saying that when my uncle gets back from work, they'll tune in and start watching. So she'll give a donation then, and I think AJ said he'll do a donation later.
Nice, got it.
He's doing what I was doing, chat, which is multitasking. Although I was trying to eat a donut.
Productivity, yes.
Sugar boost.
That's fine. I found it.
Jesus, the veins on my arms.
Hench. Good workout, this.
It is, yeah.
Because it requires like control, not just strength.
It requires skill, something Keiran doesn't have.
Correct. That's how I've managed to spin it once already.
Oh,
and get a stop-go penalty.
Again?
No, only earlier. You're on about lack of skill. It's proven already.
I thought you had another one.
I know. Well, he's rusty as well. He hasn't been in a car for 4 hours.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
First world problems. Lovely car to drive, though.
It is, yeah. It handles really well. The fact that the default setup just works, is nice. It means we haven't had to fiddle.
That's what she said.
Mm.
Pardon me.
So the 24-hour bit is going to consist of 3 batches of 4-hour stints for each of us, and 2 batches of 2-hour stints. Just trying to figure this out in my head a bit. Because I'm just conscious of how it might be able to be readjusted if necessary, in case it's like fatigue setting in and we've overestimated.
Oh, if it happens, I would say just drop it down to 2 hours each.
Yeah, exactly. So like one of those 4 hours could be dropped to 2 hours each twice.
Yeah.
Like the last bit, maybe intermittently. I don't know. We'll get to that hurdle. I was just thinking about it in my head while I've still got some capacity to do so before I get tired in this stint.
Yeah.
Just being strategic.
Strategic? Wow.
No, it doesn't normally work, but...
No, not normally.
It happens once in a
CC
while.
SGB for more details.
Although don't look at my stream, I went on wet tyres and that was a mistake. Oh, it's his pedal squeaking. I thought it was the brakes in the game I could hear squeaking.
That's what I was thinking.
No, it's my pedals is a bit squeaky.
Bono, my pedals.
Oh no, my table! Yes, it's quiet. Yes, I'm recovering. Kieran's concentrating. You can change the subject, James, if you've got some conversation, then you can.
I have absolutely none.
Cool.
I'm just knackered just listening to you.
Understandable. Have a great day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If anything, I'm just enjoying the circuit.
I'm glad.
It's engrossing.
That's what she said. Matt on
I was stood up there.
Radio this morning.
I was.
That's brilliant.
It was.
I feel like I've
actually on BBC Radio Cornwall. What?
I feel like I've witnessed a life event here.
Guess you could say that.
Matthew, growing up.
There'll be something to talk about in future. Do you remember the 36-hour race and on the radio?
And I ended up in Cornwall on the radio.
You ended up in Cornwall. Did you drive for 4 hours, James?
No.
It would take about 4 hours for him to drive to me.
Yeah, it takes me 4 hours.
Probably. Actually, it would.
It would, yeah, for where you are, yeah.
I heard Kieran's name on the radio. Keiran Doyle.
These stints, albeit not quite as quick, are equivalent to the driving time to Cornwall from me.
Oh, Jesus.
Specifically Falmouth, which is just nuts.
Mate, Rich drove from Bell home in one day.
Cool, does he want to have a go at this? He could do a stint.
I reckon he could, actually.
Tell him I said thanks in advance.
Fair enough.
Did you ever hear the tragedy? Darth Plagueis the Wise.
No.
Or not. Not many Jedi know it.
It's a Sith
legend.
Star Wars reference.
It is. I've genuinely read the Darth Plagueis book. It's a really good book. It's a really good story talking about Darth Plagueis.
I'm just trying to make conversation.
Yeah.
No.
Palpatine gets Plagueis drunk and kills him. No, seriously, because so Palpatine gets made Supreme Chancellor. So him and Plagueis like celebrate by drinking wine, and Palpatine keeps reciting his acceptance speech over and over and over again, and they get more and more drunk. And Plagueis gets more and more tired because he's getting drunk, and Palpatine's just doing the same thing over and over and over again, so eventually falls unconscious and just falls asleep.
Yeah.
And then Sidious is about to walk out the door, and then goes, "I could just kill him," and so force chokes him and kills him because he was like, he's defenseless. I can just kill him.
Oh my god.
Fair enough.
So that's how the apprentice became the master, by getting the master drunk.
Not so much the master then, no.
Ugh.
Nope.
Not very masterful. Should be a master of his liquor as well, by the sounds of it.
I think he'd also been awake for like 30 days or something like that at Plagueis as well. He'd just been awake the entire time, using the force to stay awake. Yeah.
Was a backstory to 30 Days Awake then?
That were trying to the Jedi. They were trying to get like the clone army set up, and get and do the trade embargo on Naboo. So basically, it all happens during Episode 1. A lot of it. Right. So like Maul being exposed to the Jedi and the blockade on Naboo. They were trying to organize all this and also get Palpatine to be Chancellor and get a Republic army, so they can fight off each other. That was the idea. So that's why he was awake for so long, because he was spinning so many plates.
Right, got you. Bloody hell! He was just fed up with all that bullshit. So
yeah, they finally reached a milestone. Sort of, they could rest, and then he got drunk celebrating, and yeah, and then his apprentice killed him in his sleep.
Lovely.
Ironic. He could save others from death, but not himself.
So the way he says it as well, it's so, like, it couldn't be more sinister in the film. It's like, is it possible to learn this power? Not from a Jedi. Enter Wookiees on Kashyyyk.
What about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
Hello there. What about the droid attack on the Wookiees? I said, hello there. Hello there, Kenobi. What about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
Oh.
That should be a YTP, that.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Oh, to be fair, I mean, with the Plagueis thing, I got the equivalent of a Star Wars Rickrolled, because I was on Twitter, and someone posted like, okay, who are my Aurebesh readers? And Aurebesh is the Star Wars language as written. And I'm a sad nerd. I've slowly been learning it, and so like I can somewhat read a little bit of the Star Wars language. And it was this big long paragraph that was all in Aurebesh, and I was just like, all right, I'll give this a go and see what's translated. And I literally read the first line. And it was like, did you ever hear the tragedy? And I was just like, oh, for God's sake. It was the equivalent of being rickrolled. It was like, hey, hey, big nerds out there, translate this alien language. And I was like, okay. Oh, for God's sake. It's like decrypt this encoded message. Okay, what's the encoded message? Never gonna give you up. You're like, oh, I hate. It was the equivalent of doing that. I was just like, oh, I hate you.
Oh, Christ.
That was my comment on it as well. I was like, this is the equivalent of a Star Wars Rickroll. I was like, and I hate you.
Oh, fucking hell.
Like, I reckon this track genuinely flows better for GT3s than it does F1 cars. It suits it so much more. And I know people, oh, just because ACC's better. It's like, yeah, it's probably true, but still, there's a way this track flows with a GT3 car that is superior to F1.
Yeah.
Like, the way you get on the power, you don't have to like ease off the power anywhere as such. You're on the power even through exit corners onto a straight, like onto the Wellington here. All of that's flat out, and it just feels so satisfying.
What the fuck was that?
Too far.
That wasn't me.
Whoever smelt it dealt it.
Whoever said the Ryan committed the crime.
Damn it. Can I believe it?
I tried moving my controller, but I think the aux port on my controller is somewhat knackered, because this is like the third headset I've tried on it, and it's still not, like, you can move it and it will still disconnect. So I think the controller's a bit.
Okay.
I think because I bent the jack on my normal headphones and then put it in the controller and sort of forced it in so it would work.
Right.
And I think I've broken the interior. Yeah. Not recommended, kids. It hurts them. But yeah. So,
yeah, it sounds like a fresh one is needed. Sadly.
I only got it in March.
Or you get a wireless headset, whatever's cheaper. Because the controller probably still works, right?
Yeah, controller's fine. It's just the jack. So yeah, actually, yeah, wireless headset.
Wireless headset, yeah.
I mean,
That's what
arguably
you
this.
use the plug for, right?
Yes, it is actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Wireless
I mean,
headset.
to be fair, the headset that I've got has got a USB on it, so
Okay.
I could plug it in USB if
PlayStation.
if yeah. Problem is, I'm using all the using all the USB ports on it. Want to keep the controller on and charged, but I guess if I plug the headset in, I won't need to do that.
Yeah.
And then the other one, because there's only one USB on the front, and the one on the back is for the wheel.
Right.
I'm gonna put my pizza in.
Pizza. I pizza now.
Starving. I didn't want to eat before the stint. I was like, this is a bad time to get hungry. I don't want to eat before I start. But yeah, now I'm sort of regretting it. Be fine. I'll appreciate food more once I'm out.
Exactly. It's not the end of the world just yet.
Exactly. I think it's my brain telling me I'm hungry, but I'm not actually hungry.
And I'm sure the
It's
pizza
like, it's
comment
dinner time.
isn't
You need to
helping.
eat soon. It's like, no, not really. It's fine. I'll eat after. I'm trying to hold off on the Lucas age yet as well.
Fair enough. championship standings.
Oh yeah.
Way.
17 minutes.
So we're going to know Silverstone like the back of our hands after this.
We are. Well, that was one of the leading questions from on
you
the
answered
thing.
it pretty well, saying we already know something.
Yeah. After 36 hours, you'll know Silverstone like the back of your hand. I was like, yeah, well, we're F1 fans, so we already know it pretty well, which is why we went for it.
Then again, I knew Spa pretty well, then did a 24-hour and then won the CSGB race, so it definitely helped.
Ben, can we have another race at Silverstone this season?
Can we have it next week?
Yes.
Oh, no, not
move
next week,
Spa.
but...
Oh no, wait, don't move Spa. No, Spa's good. Spa sprint, that's going to be good.
That's what I said.
Correct.
So January 31st, 2024 is when GT Sport will... the online services.
21st?
Yeah.
Is it? January 31st? Bloody
Yeah,
hell.
I've just seen a retweet
March
from...
31st.
No, I've just seen a retweet from Tom
right.
Brooks, so it's...
Oh,
yeah.
okay, right.
Yeah,
Someone got it
31st of January 2024 at 600 UTC, so European time, so like 5 AM for us.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Rest in peace. Good game.
For all you sports fans out there, that being Gran Turismo sports, make sure you're done and dusted on sport by 31st of Jan.
Yeah, like we sort of said earlier, the main thing you'd need to do is move over all your liveries and race suits and helmets just to keep them saved. Otherwise, there's nothing else that you're going to miss. I mean, I guess your decals, maybe, unless they transfer over, I'm not sure. But...
Beautiful track, beautiful car. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Nah, Silverstone was a great choice. Actually enjoying this.
Yeah.
I think I would have enjoyed Zolder, but I'm getting the feeling I'm enjoying this more than I would have done at
It's
Zolder.
got a nicer flow than Zolder.
It does. Like I say, these cars flow so well here.
Yeah.
F1 cars feel like a struggle. This just, it's lovely. Simply lovely.
Simply lovely.
Yoss dislikes this.
Mm-hmm. So Charles Leclerc's just done an ad for Meta and Ray-Ban, and Ray-Ban have just made some Meta glasses. So Meta as in Facebook. Okay. So he did a Facebook Live and then presses
like AR glasses.
Yeah, but he was doing a live stream on his phone, and then he presses a button on the glasses, and then there's a camera on the glasses, and he can live stream from the glasses.
Jesus Christ! God.
I don't know if that's on his.
Be made easy.
Yeah, I don't know if that's on his. What? Oh, Ray-Ban Meta is the user, but it was also on. Is that motorsport.com? Yeah, on their Insta.
Okay.
Fair enough. Ah, my.
Oh, so sad to hear about Michael Gambon.
Yeah, devastated.
Yeah, sad loss. I don't know the circumstances of how it happened, but yeah, he was quite.
He was quite old.
He's an old bloke, isn't he? He's old.
Yeah.
Like, as sad as it is, you know, it's inevitable, sort of thing. I don't want to say that callously, but like.
I know what you mean, though.
Yeah.
It's not like he was young, an accident or something like that.
No.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, he did very well for himself.
What a life lived.
Dumbledore
and
for all those films.
And he'll live on for generations.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Harry Potter will be timeless.
Harry Potter will still be a thing in 100 years.
100%.
And I reckon we'd still be watching the film. Well, I might not be, because I might not be alive in 100 years. But you know what I mean? People will still be watching the films and everything. Just like we watch Back to the Future or something old.
Yeah.
Like some of the original Disney films.
Yeah.
We still watch them. Harry Potter will still be a thing when... And it's been passed down from generation to generations. Like my younger brother and sister weren't even alive when the Harry Potter films were made, and my sister loves it.
Yeah. They'll keep going as long as J.K. Rowling doesn't bury her reputation even further into the ground.
True.
Very true.
But if you separate her from the work she's done, then yeah.
Oh yeah, the work is great. Again, that's the same thing with like default Disney. People forget that Walt Disney was a racist, anti-Semitic, homophobe. Like he was a horrible person. He pretty much sided with the Nazis. Like Walt Disney was a horrible, vile person. But he made incredible stuff. You know, and Disney is one of the most powerful companies out there.
Which is ironic.
Yeah, make joy, but he was a horrible person, particularly an anti-Semite.
Yeah, no excuses for that. I mean, he was naive. Obviously, he's naive enough to support this shit, but he will have been aware of what he was doing.
Yeah.
But can't take away the creative streak that he obviously had and what came of that vision. And it is just a vision, right, that he created, as far as I'm concerned. And let's face it, Disney is not immune, obviously. Like, the Donald Duck, there's some very questionable cartoons.
Yeah, in the old days, there's all the questionable stuff.
I remember one distinctive one that shocked me, frankly. It was from a long, long time ago. When he's in the bath. No, he's in bed, sorry. He's in bed. And he's just woken up, stretching, and through the window he's got a Statue of Liberty statue on the windowsill, and it's shining in a shadow on the wall. And it looks like a certain action.
Right.
Okay.
And then Donald Duck springs out of bed, screaming things, and then goes, oh. Looks at the windowsill and it's a Statue of Liberty. Like, oh, oops. And you're just like, oh, that's old Disney.
Oh.
That's old Disney right there.
Well,
I hope you're catching my drift. I'm not going to state it, but I hope you're catching my drift here.
Kind of got. Yeah.
Yes, certain German faction.
Oh, okay, that right, okay.
Yeah.
Now you get.
I thought it was more about there's a dark figure. I thought it was more meanings of that.
Yeah, it was No,
one arm raised.
A certain salute. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. It was like a shadow on the wall, and he just springs out of bed thinking that, and like goes with it. So, yeah, that's some of Disney's creations, shall we say?
Yeah, not.
Of course, they also
really.
came up with Pocahontas and Dumbo, and they've got wonderful stereotypes running through them.
Yeah,
that's true.
But then they also teamed up with Pixar and came up with absolute fucking genius ideas like Toy Story, Monsters Inc., Bugs Life, etc.
Yeah.
Just genius ideas. Like storytelling was second to none, but I tell you what it was, right? I think it's because they were free thinkers at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had controversial ideas, but they also had brilliant ideas because they were allowing themselves to think freely. And we can now look back and go, we don't want to think in those ways, but we can acknowledge the creativity that they achieved through that free thinking. But there is consequences of free thinking in that way, to that level, because you can come up with stuff that is very, very controversial indeed.
Yeah.
But there's no doubt they came up with absolute masterpieces in the process.
Yeah.
So it's a very difficult one. No, you know what? It should be fucking easy. Like how it is diabolical they came up with some of it because it's in support of certain groups. But you know, people still enjoy Toy Story. People still enjoy Monsters Inc. You're not seeing people boycott those.
No.
Because they still like them. So what's the deal here? Do we support Walt Disney or not? I don't know. It's a fascinating one. We're just selectively choosing, and maybe that's wise because some of them have bad messaging, but
yeah,
you can't deny the creativity on show.
And
treading thin ice, obviously, because it's like, I know in some way, there'll be people out there who'll go, "Oh, you're clearly supporting it," and it's like, clearly fucking not. I'm supporting
it's like the whole,
storytelling.
It's like the whole controversy when people sort of realise they're like, wait, when Prince Charming or whoever it was kisses Sleeping Beauty, that's unconsensual. And they're like, they really blew it out of proportion. It's like, yeah, but like, look at it at the time and in context with the thing.
Same as Snow White.
Same as Snow White. Yeah, it's just like it's unconsensual, but it fits with the story. Like, and the stories have been around. Like, hell, some of them, like Snow White, they're not even Disney. They're Brothers Grimm.
That's right. Oh, but James Bond's okay.
Yeah.
Double standards, man. You gotta be consistent about it.
Because I pointed out to Keiran, because he came around to mine and we did a Bond day. I showed him Goldfinger, and there's the scene where Bond and Pussy Galore end up getting intimate, and I was pointing out to Keiran, going, watch how these two are actually having a fight, and now Bond has restrained her to the floor and is now kissing her. Look how Pussy Galore did not ask for this.
Yes.
And Keiran was like, oh god, you're right, this is not consensual at all. But everyone at the time was like, oh, it's just a suave spy, Mr. Bond. I'm like, no, it's not correct.
Behave, like, come on, what? Like, give me strength, man.
I mean, I got reminded that this is why there is a card. I got reminded that this is why there is a Cards Against Humanity card, which simply says the way James Bond treats women.
There you go.
Although the good highlight of watching the Bond films with Keiran is we watched Spy Who Loved Me, which starts with Bond skiing and being chased by bad guys and then jumping off a cliff. And Keiran genuinely turned to me and went, "Is this a spoof movie?" Because to be fair, I actually rewatched that clip recently, and you're like, it's got quite like upbeat 80s version of the Bond theme playing, and he's in a yellow ski suit, and it's all quite explosions everywhere, and like people missing, and Bond turns around, skis backwards, and shoots him with his ski pole. Like it's very silly, and Keiran was just like, "Is this a spoof movie?" And it is so closer to Austin Powers than than like a Daniel Craig film. But I was like, no. But I was like, but they are self.
A lot more sense.
Yeah, but I was like, they are self-aware in these films. They will highlight things.
Yeah, they break the fourth wall occasionally, very occasionally, but they do.
Yeah, particularly with Roger Moore, he just did his signature like he did in The Saint. He'd just do his signature, like almost like look at the camera and just like raise an eyebrow.
Yeah, a Jim Halpert in The Office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roger Moore was always good with that, with his comedic timing. He was always good with that.
Yeah.
So just looking to that. Okay.
Like, here's the thing: the James Bond character is that. So those actors did a fantastic job of portraying the James Bond character. Let's be honest. That's all. But it cannot be ignored the fact that that character is portrayed in that way based on an interpretation from the original author, right? There's no doubt about that. So why is there no more people kicking up a stink about this? That's what I find extraordinary. It's backwards. Really is backwards. It's such a shame because it's trying to acknowledge it's like Disney's created some masterpieces. Is absolutely Disney and Pixar have created some absolute masterpieces, and it all seems to be kind of blotted with the same brush of controversy. And it's like, what part of Toy Story is controversial? What part of Monsters Inc. is controversial? Please tell me. I'd love to know. I've acknowledged the other ones are. Of course they are. Don't blot the whole of Disney with the same brush.
Yeah.
There's a lot of creative people in there who are nothing like Walt Disney and have just created great movies, great stories.
Indeed.
They deserve their credit. It's bigger than one person. Always bigger than one person. Whereas I'm treading a hell of a tightrope there, obviously, with a topic like that, but I'm trying to do it delicately because, it's one you don't want to stray down the wrong path on because it can be taken very badly, and I completely acknowledge that too. But there's risk involved with conversations like this, but they're also important to have sometimes because these topics really matter in terms of allowing people the freedom to speak and the credit they deserve for the level of creativity and work that goes into creating these films. I remember seeing the documentary on Pixar on Disney Plus, and it was fascinating to see the work that went into each of these films, like Soul and Toy Story and I think Bug's Life as well. They covered loads. They did loads of like behind the scenes of how Pixar works, and there was actually a dedicated Pixar documentary for a few episodes, and I watched that too, and it's just brilliant to see like all the walls plastered with doodles and like blueprints, and it was like, wow, look at all this. That's what they come up with. So people just putting their heads together and coming up with this stuff, and it's like, wow, that's how much work goes in, and it's just extraordinary, absolutely amazing. But they deserve their credit for the amount of effort that goes in. They created films that will, like Harry Potter, be absolutely timeless. They will never get old. They'll always exist. They'll always be relevant. And it's brilliant,
It's like a time capsule in a way of a certain time.
It is. Absolutely. It triggers memories as well, the same way as music does. You watch an old movie, you're like, oh god, I remember that, And remember the feeling you had when you first watched it. It's great.
Yeah. Nah, I get you.
I have a pizza.
Nice.
But actually, that just made me think. I wonder if there's a quiz of like who said it.
Pizza.
James Bond or Austin Powers. There's got to be a thing of like who said it, Bond or.
Yeah, like these absurd phrases. Which of them said it?
Yeah.
There isn't. No one's done a random quiz like that. It's just like.
That's disappointing.
It's just like Austin Powers. Yeah, takes the mick out of Bond. Austin Powers is inspired by Bond. James Bond movies go darker because Austin Powers effed us, says Daniel Craig.
Yeah, if you ever want to learn a track, just do a charity race. Best practice you can get. Because you're focused the whole fucking time. It's cool. I think it's just the incentive. You've got a reason to keep going. You'll keep going.
I can't find a list of that, but I can go and make my. Once I finish my pizza, I'll go and make my own and be like funny Austin Powers quotes, funny Bond quotes, and I'll just be like, okay, who said it? Austin Power,
like that.
Power or Bond?
Good shout.
Oh, Max Verstappen has spun from the Austrian Grand Prix.
Bloody hell.
He's not having a good birthday.
No.
If me eating gets too annoying as well in the headset, I've moved the mic away, but if it
Don't
gets
worry, you're
annoying
okay for now.
Yeah, you're all good. It's fine. Earned it.
Because there's nothing worse than the sound of someone just eating inside of your ear.
Oh yeah.
I hate. My mum taught me from an early age. That's one of my mum's pet peeves is people eating with their mouths open. She taught me from an early age to avoid that.
Yeah, as long as it's not that, I'm fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just can't be doing with it is that. No. I can see your food moving around like a washing machine. I'm not. No.
Oh. Okay.
I'm enjoying my pizza now. Thanks, mate.
You're welcome.
Really appreciated that insight. I really did.
Good. It's good insight. The best kind.
Problem is, I don't want to see your insight when you're eating.
Understandable.
Mm. If this goes quick, it doesn't feel like you've been in there an hour, does it?
No, not at all. Conversation helps, but yeah, it definitely doesn't. Like, I think breaking it up is definitely helping in terms of like individual stints. You can definitely see that. Like the fact they're approaching that 12-hour milestone. So there's 3 hours left, obviously, but it's like even in the context of it, it feels like it's gone that quick that I'm already considering that 12-hour milestone.
But my mum just said that she just joined right at the right time to hear me say that I mentioned her pet hate, the people eating loudly.
No chewing.
Yeah, I'm back in the car at 8 PM. So the time that's on the screen in the top corner will it says 3 hours 2 minutes. That will count down to 0. Oh, I'll go back on track like at 0 on the final lap, and we'll cross the line at the same time. Just to end this bit, and then we'll reset it and start again with the 24-hour clock. And then the clock will be like 5 minutes out. The clock is currently like 1 minute out. Which is pretty good. We timed it pretty well, but having to reset, and we have to go through like a minute of qualifying and a minute of practice beforehand, and then the setup is going to be like 5 or 6 minutes out.
Yeah.
Come the end, but
all being well, only 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Should take a minute to reset the lobby and refresh the server, and then get back in, and then run practice and quali should take maybe another 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, that would take like 2 minutes, and then there's the ready up on the grid as well, which is about another minute.
5 or 6 minutes. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
6 minutes. Yep. All adds up.
That's what she said.
Now, if you're new to the game chat and seeing things and wanting to see examples of the time progression as well, you can see it. You can see that the shadows are getting slightly longer. Like it's starting to get noticeable that it's getting longer, so you can see the sun's going down in the game because it's
Funnily
obviously.
enough, it's the same situation outside the window.
Yeah, it's 5 p.m.
I've shared your YouTube link on my Instagram story, Matt. So hopefully
Thank you. I did see that. Thank you.
Good man. Cheers. Nice one. Got pressure loss right rear. Interesting. Pay attention to that one, just in case.
Okay.
Yeah, careful. Your front left will explode in a minute. It's what happened to me.
Which is interesting because I'm still about 20 minutes out.
Yeah, you've only been going an hour. I did like 2.5 before I had a tyre explode.
United lost, but it was against Palace, so I'll allow it. Didn't we just beat them the other day?
Oh dear.
Yeah, we beat them in was it Carabao? We beat them 3-0 in the Carabao, and we've lost them in the league. Good God, man.
They were sandbagging.
Fucking Nora. Yeah, they probably were, right? Oh, forget it. We're not going to win the League Cup, so let's just give them a false sense of security and then go and slaughter them. Was it Trafford or what was it, Selhurst Park, or I can't remember. Palace's ground. I think it's Selhurst Park. Yeah, but they didn't have the first team. Oh, right, they didn't field the first team. That's why we won 3-0. Right.
Oh, well, there you are then.
It was like half their first team. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why we beat them. Okay, understood. Oh, what a mess. Honestly, I've gone straight through the day now, and it's like, bloody hell, yeah, we've missed all the football.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Anyway, last week.
Oh no.
Only last week we beat Palace, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Yeah,
Buongiorno.
We've beaten them once this season.
That's Italian, James.
Trafford. Oh, no.
Oh yeah, wrong
What
one.
was the score? How bad was the damage? Don't tell me it was like some shitty 1-0 or something. If they beat us, at least hopefully they slaughtered us, just so we can get the message. I'm thinking about advertising my car park for games as no one uses it hardly.
Okay.
Why not?
Matt is 77 laps in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Only a few then. 3 hours to do it. 1-0,
Matt
you're
is
joking, it was
faster
1-0.
than you.
We lost 1-0 to Crystal Palace. 1-0. Fuck off. Unbelievable. Absolute shocker. We are not going to do well in the Champions League this year. We'll be lucky to get out of the group at this rate. If we do, we'll be out in the first knockout stage. Fucking hell.
Hang on. Oh, you can't really hear it. Hang on.
Big Ben's 5 minutes late.
I know.
So just like Big Ben then. Goal in the 25 minutes, sat on the edge of their box for the rest of the game and only went towards the corner flag when they had the ball. Brilliant. In other words, we're not fighting hard enough. I think I'm cursed or something. Anytime I don't watch United, we win, play well. Then we do, play and lose our shit. I've had that feeling before, mate. and then I've been quickly humbled by the fact that I was watching and we've had a great game. See, like, Arsenal last season for more details, after we played Brentford. In fact, I watched both those games in full. So it couldn't be more different, where we lose 4-0 to Brentford and then beat Arsenal 2-1, who were the closest challengers to City in the league. So, yeah, it couldn't have been more different, the results, and I watched both games.
That was a bad race for Max. I've taken the lead and Lewis has taken second. He's dropped to third in the championship.
Told you, washed.
Oh, wow.
Told you. I told you. Man's not consistent anymore.
He got 3 victories in a row and had like a 66 point lead at the start of the season.
There you go, that's what I mean. Started well and then washed.
Now me and Hamilton are caught him back up.
Sometimes it looks like they haven't kicked a ball in their life. Honestly, they look afraid to touch it sometimes. It's really weird how afraid they seem sometimes.
It's like the ball is on fire. And they're like,
may as well be, to be honest.
I don't want to touch it.
It shouldn't faze them as the Red Devil, should it? Even if it is on fire. Fucking red pansies at the moment. They're paid a small fortune for what they do, and yet it doesn't come across that way.
They're paid a small.
Oh no, we haven't.
Ty's been behaving since that pressure loss, by the way.
They're paid a small. Oh no, we haven't. Ty's been behaving since.
James, can you not have the feedback, please?
Say pretty please and I'll do it.
Pretty please don't play back our streams within the stream.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm such a lovely person.
You are.
Hey Cage, how's it going, man? All good at the moment, thank you. We are, God, what's that now? 9 hours, over 9 hours into this 36-hour race, so we are actually a quarter of the way in, as it turns out. So we're a quarter of the way through. We've got 3 hours left of this my stint, at which point we will switch to a 24-hour to complete the 36-hour distance, and Matt will take over at that point for another 4-hour stint, and we'll repeat that until we drop, basically. But yeah, hope you're well, man. Yeah, not too bad. Feeling okay for now, which is good. Hopefully it stays that way. It probably won't. 36-hour race, yeah, we're doing 36 hours of Silverstone in support of Racing Pride. 36 hours in chat, exclamation mark 36 hours, and you'll get the deets.
You'll get the deets.
Yeah, we started at 8 AM this morning, and we're racing right through to 8 PM tomorrow, UK time, in a Honda NSX with the Team Rocket Jenson Button livery on it. And doing it for Racing Pride, who are championing LGBTQ plus inclusion across all facets of motorsport, whether that be drivers, engineers, technical, commercial partners, all of it. Trying to support them in their mission, their objectives to support their more inclusion and equality across motorsport. And yeah, we are at £180 of the £500 target at the moment, and we are only 9 hours in, which is fucking awesome. And I'm sure it will keep climbing. And yeah, Matt, since this morning, has spoken to BBC Radio Cornwall live on the radio, to give the spiel about what we're up to, and why we're doing it, how we're doing it, and how to come and support us. So that was awesome. We'll also have a member of the Racing Pride team joining us, Cade, at some point, probably tomorrow.
Yeah, he very nicely came by the stream.
Yes.
And said hi, but he's off to bed because he lives in Australia, or is in Australia. So he's off to bed. That was a few hours ago, though. So yeah, he's asleep at the moment. So at some point tomorrow he'll come chat to us on behalf of Racing Pride, which is nice.
Absolutely.
He's the social media manager for Racing Pride, alongside Last Lap Lucy,
There you go.
who James knows.
They've been integral in getting enough outreach for Racing Pride's activities.
It's also
Which are
integral for
helping with
Keiran's
their
sense of direction to not
It
fail him.
absolutely is. Yeah, I just completely lost the plot for a second there.
I had that once, but thankfully I knew where. Like, I forgot up what corner I was, but thankfully I just naturally turned right at Abbey, so I was just like, okay, fine.
It's what I mean about this track flowing. As long as you stay on the line.
Yeah,
Or
you can follow
just
it quite
goes to
naturally.
absolute shit.
Yeah, because
It goes
I think
awful otherwise.
I had that during one of our little practice sessions that I say little, some of them went on for like 6 hours, some of our practice sessions, but there were a couple of times where I sort of like, not quite woke up, but almost felt like that, and I was just like, wait, where am I on track? I just like totally I'd zoned out, and I was like, wait, where am I on track?
Exactly. It
I
throws
think it was
you
going
off
down.
when that
I think it was
happens.
going down the Hamilton Straight, and I couldn't remember if I was there on the old pit straight, and I was like, which one am I on?
But I hope it goes as planned. Thank you very much, Cage. Hope you're well too, man. No worries, I should be taking the rest of the day off now. That was hard work. Honestly, rough. Give yourself a few hours, man, because that's hard labour. Hard manual labour hitting those keyboard keys. So yeah, take it easy, man. We'll catch you in a few hours.
There's no urgency to join.
Nah.
They'll be here for 36 hours.
I think he's being sarcastic. Cage was trying to find the command for the 36 hour, and then Ruff did it. Cage went, thanks, Ruff. He said, no worries, we're taking the rest of the day off.
Alright.
Just
Again,
for context.
I sort of zoned out a little bit looking at my phone. And...
Hello, people in match chat.
There you go. There's a couple of people in there. Hello.
I'm one of them.
Cool. I've just seen that that Aardman won an award for the Star Wars Visions short that they did
Bloody hell.
for best animation. It's really good. If you like Star Wars and you like the stuff that Aardman do, so Walton Gromit, it's a really Star Wars Visions on Disney Plus, and it's the episode called "I Am Your Mother." It's a really good episode. It's
Just letting you know,
good one.
Matt, Kieran's catching you. He's caught 3 laps back on you.
Bloody hell.
Oh no!
Really?
I better get back on the car soon at some point.
Yeah, he's gonna come out and do some
in
extra
3
laps, I
hours
think.
time. Yeah, in 3 hours time, I better get back on track.
Basically, there's actually no rule against that, but you'd have to be mad because you've still got your stint to do.
Yeah.
There is actually no rule against that, as it turns out.
Well,
But you'd have to.
the
Again,
rules
you'd have to be
we've
absolutely
implemented,
nuts
yeah.
Yeah, we haven't
I mean,
specified.
the best way to
go out on track.
Yeah, the best way to do it is to
can
be
if you
like.
want.
The best way to do it would be like now when he's halfway around the track, and I'll just do a lap and don't tell him. And he won't
We
be
do
any
a few
to
laps. And I don't know you're on track, and I'm
yeah,
just
he
like,
won't be any to
wait, how
either.
the hell did you get more laps than me?
How
And they're
are
at
you
the end of
10
the stint
laps
like,
up?
wait, what? How? Mingo just we're not trying to do a couple hours stream every night. Knackered I am. Nearly went to start to get time off. Yeah, this is it. It's like it's having the energy to come on and do streams after a work day, but
Yeah.
it's worth it to wind down. Even it depends what you're doing the streaming for, right? If you're doing it just to relax and wind down a bit, it's worth it. So, but if it's for serious stuff, then yeah, it's probably going to add stress and fatigue that you don't need. So, I think Ruff is washed. Oh yeah, 100%. As washed as United. And Max on James's career mode.
Right, what's the weather like outside?
I need to come in soon. 3 laps left.
Right, I'm going to attempt to do some walking outside. even though
Lucky
it's
you.
raining.
It's better warm than cold. Well, I don't know. Do you prefer hot or cold weather?
I prefer mid.
But if it had to be hot, okay, right. If you had the choice to go on holiday to Sicily in Italy,
Yeah.
or Lapland.
What?
Well, all right.
Would you go to south? Would you prefer to go to the south of Italy, or would you prefer to go to Finland?
Sorry, I was distracted. I'd love to go to Finland because
Okay.
it's one of my
So
goals.
cold, then. So cold place, not hot. Okay.
I have friends in Finland.
I see. To be fair, Finland's beautiful.
I've always wanted to go to Finland.
But okay, do you prefer the beach or skiing?
Beach.
Okay, hot then.
Life's a beach.
So that's probably the only enjoyable activity you can do in snow, apart from having snowball fights.
Oh,
Like,
I
do you look forward to
snowball
barbecues or snowball fights?
Snowball fights.
There you go, cold weather then. Yeah, James is a cold weather person. What about you, Matt? Snowball fights or barbecues?
Snowball fights. I prefer colder weather.
Oh, okay.
Mainly, I think my main reason is when it's cold, it's quite easy to warm up, like put more layers on or find a heater. Whereas if it's hot, it's really difficult to get cool.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, it's a balancing act. As for me, I've always preferred like warm sunshine. I'll take a barbecue any day. Even if it's like 35 degrees outside, let's have a barbecue. Cold beer. Traditional and like. Bought myself PS5 the other day and enjoying it more than PS4. Good, excellent. It is a step up. I mean, the PS5 is a massive step up in terms of like loading, graphics, general performance, reliability, all of it. It's just better. It is better. Worth it. You're eventually able to get hands on one. I was struggling to get mine. In the end, I just gave up and I looked on eBay and found one that was only 100 quid more than asking. I said, like, my limit's 550. If there's any more than that, then I'm not paying. And then there was one for exactly 550. I was like, well, there we go. Getting a PS5. Bro said he was never streaming again. That lasted 6 days. Oh. What about Kay? You joined someone else? Stop follow to it. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, right. Oh, I definitely need to come in this lap. I keep forgetting about the damn fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't run out of fuel.
I've got more. I've got a lap left. It's fine. It's where he goes running low on fuel. It's like, oh shit, yeah. Whoops. I did that. I did like 2 laps ago. I was like, oh yeah, I need fuel. 2 laps later, oh shit, I need fuel. Fucking unbelievable. Fucking useless. This is why I need a team. Wouldn't be able to do it on my own and come unstuck.
I did actually. I remember it was the Spa one. I actually ran out of fuel. I panicked because I hadn't tested it. I genuinely panicked. So I was like, wait, if I exit, am I done? I didn't want to touch it. I was like, whoa. If I exit, what happens? And it just exits to the garage. I was like, oh, fuck. That was a bit of a blunder. So that didn't help the heart rate at all.
Oh, man.
Well, I've stretched the stint, at least.
Yay! Stretched it. Don't crash. That's important now.
Copy that, Jeff.
I'm your race engineer now.
Kit Matt's been fired.
Matt,
Tell me the strategy, James. What do I need to do?
You need to catch up. You're currently 69 laps behind.
Nice. Let's keep it that way. I'm just going to stop on track.
Don't. You're meant to be racing and doing money.
No, but 69. Come on, man.
Yeah, fair enough. Get Matt to go out on track then.
Keep the gap the same. Let's go. Right, in.
Well, I can tell you, I'm generally
I hesitated again. I was like, whoa, do I need to come in? Yeah, I do.
Well, I'm telling you guys happily, I'm currently working on the Who Said It Bond or Powers thing. Genuinely.
Brilliant.
I've got 7 Powers quotes and I just need some more Bond quotes.
Bond. Bane. Mr. Bane. Keiran, you need to pick up the pace. You're 69 laps behind Matt. You need to catch up.
Copy that, Jeff.
Keiran, you won't make a move if you stopped in the pits. Hurry up.
You're right. Do you want to magic some fuel into the tank? Cheers.
Let me get my Harry Potter wand out.
Should have wanted in a car with spikes in its rims to chase you down during the stints. I like Boadicea's.
Come on!
Jeremy!
Clarkson!
Hurry up! Come on, move!
I still can't believe that you were on Radio Cornwall this morning.
It was like so long ago already.
Oh, Matthew. Little Matthew.
Oh, Jesus, again! Oh, stop it! Get in on PC, guys. Oh, yeah, it's not going to work so well here. We're bound to work. Have a good stream. No worries, no worries. Have a good
Matt,
shift, man.
You've got
Take
two
care.
people watching your stream. Say hello.
I do. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm trying to get a little bit of energy back as well. So.
The problem is, settles down, you realise how tired you are.
Yeah.
So the energy drinks are full, and the coffee.
I'm not touching them till 11 o'clock, so
Oh yeah.
still give myself 6
Oh, yeah,
hours
good point.
until I get them. End of the next stint. Towards the end of the next stint.
Hey Matt, I'm loving the Pride ground. That's a nice touch.
Yeah, I got that because there was going to be a Pride event in my town, and then it got cancelled last minute for weather. But I'd already bought a Pride flag.
Well, at least you get here now.
Yeah, I've got it here, and I've got me plushies.
Yay,
As well
plushies!
on the thing. Right, who wants the game of Who Said It, James Bond or Austin Powers?
Here we go.
Okay, sure. Where do we start then?
Okay. There are 2 things I can't stand in the world. People who are ignorant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
Oh,
wow.
Man. Shit.
That's very me.
Bond.
Got Austin Powers.
James is correct, it was Austin Powers.
What?
I'll put the microphone down. Well, technically Nigel Powers. So
I think it was or the Dutch probably was the tipping point there, and I didn't trust myself enough. Okay.
there are some things that just aren't done, like drinking a Dom Perignon 53 above a temperature of 58 degrees Fahrenheit. That's as bad as listening to the Beatles without earmuffs.
Oh,
What?
that's Bond. There's no
You
way
said
that's
that
anything
again?
other than Bond.
There are some things that just aren't done, like drinking a Dom Perignon 53 above the temperature of 58 degrees Fahrenheit. That's as bad as listening to the Beatles without earmuffs.
Yeah, that's definitely Bond. Dom Perignon, I don't think Aston Powers has ever said that.
I'm gonna go
Could be
Bond
wrong
as
there.
well.
Correct, it was Bond.
Hey, there you go. Result.
I've got 100% record so far. You
Well,
got
I'm-
more
James is
people
absolutely
watching
smashed.
now.
Well, I'm afraid you've caught me with more than my hands up.
That's Austin, isn't it? That's Austin.
He said, yeah, that's gotta be Austin.
That was Bond.
What?
No!
You appear to have caught me with more than my hands up, was James
Oh,
Bond.
Christ.
Wow.
Oh, the lines are being blurred significantly now. Jesus. Unreal.
Ah.
Sir, are you suggesting that we blow up the moon? Would you miss it?
Austin Powers.
Yes, Austin Powers.
Yes, Austin Powers.
Yeah.
So some of them aren't exactly that. Some of them are like from other characters within the thing, but they're still like from an Austin Powers movie or a Bond
Yeah.
film.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's definitely like Dr. Evil or something, isn't it?
Your spy car is a mini. It's not the size that matters, it's how you use it.
I'm
Austin Powers.
gonna go Bond there. I think it's Bond.
It's Austin Powers.
Oh,
Yeah!
Indeed. Bond never had a mini, but Nigel Powers did have a mini. Because it was Michael Caine. So they gave him a mini.
Wow. Great banter.
Well, you just put your clothes back on and I'll buy you an ice cream.
That's Austin.
Bond.
That's Austin.
That is Bond.
Yeah!
Oh, come on, man. What? What on
You
earth?
just put your clothes back on and I'll buy you an ice cream.
That's definitely Bond.
Yeah.
Is Austin Powers is just Bond then?
To be fair, that line there is from a Roger Moore film, so it's
Oh, right, that
like the
explains
context of it. It's a really funny line and really funny delivery. So Bond is like having to almost like babysit for a friend. Like his friend has like a like 15-year-old niece or something who's like
Right.
I think she was doing like ice skating and this guy was like, Bond, can you make sure she doesn't get in trouble? And she's like flirting outrageously with Bond, but she's 15, and Bond is just like,
Oh God.
no. Yeah, Bond is like, no. And then at one point, Bond goes into his bedroom and sees her under the covers of the bed, like not wearing anything.
Oh,
And he's just like, what would your uncle say? And she's like, he wouldn't mind. He thinks I'm still a virgin. And then Bond just like does, Roger Moore does like the weird eyebrow raises, like, yes, well, you just put your clothes back on and I'll buy you an ice cream.
Oh, okay.
That's the context of it.
Context is important.
Yes, because she was underage and she was trying to seduce Bond, and he's just like, no.
Right. Fucking hell, man. Jesus, man. Wow,
My
that's
father
incorrect.
would womanize. He would drink. He would also almost there. My father would womanize. He would drink. He would also make outrageous claims, like he invented the question mark.
Austin Powers.
My father
Yeah,
would
Austin
womanize.
Powers.
He would also drink. He'd make outrageous claims, like invented the question mark. You guys are right. Technically, Dr.
Yes.
Evil.
I'm just so good at this girl.
I tend to notice little things like that, whether a girl is blonde or brunette.
Ah, that's Bond.
Bond.
Yeah, it was Bond.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we go.
Ladies
feel
and
like this
gentlemen, we got him.
We got
I
it.
feel like this is going to be an obvious. This was like the obvious one there. Get in my belly.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's Austin.
Yeah.
Game my belly. Yeah, said by fat bastard.
Fat bastard, that's it, yeah.
If you
Do you know how?
the first time, strong language is in this.
You're lucky, we man.
Do you know how we keep warm in Russia? I can guess. We play chess. I guessed wrong.
That's Bond.
Bond?
Austin Powers.
What?
Oh, I nearly went Austin Powers as well, but I didn't want to lose to Keiran.
Again, they're so convincing. What the fuck?
Pistols at Dawn. It's a little old-fashioned, isn't it? That it is, but it remains to be the only true test of a gentleman. Oh, on that score, I doubt you qualify. However, I accept.
Bond.
Powers.
Kieran's right this time. It was Bond.
Hey, result. I thought that was too complicated to be Austin Powers.
Up against Scaramanga, played by Christopher Lee. It's a good film.
Oh, yes. Evening, Finn. Be returning to the party soon. Awesome. Hope football went well, man.
What exactly do you do? Oh, I travel, a sort of licensed troubleshooter.
That's Bond, I reckon.
Powers.
Bond.
Oh no, I'm losing.
Yes. I thought that's just a little bit too polite to be Powers.
Right. There's two more. Baseball baseball cold showers. Baseball cold showers. Margaret Thatcher naked on a cold day. Margaret Thatcher naked on a cold day.
Oh.
What?
That's Powers.
Powers.
Yeah, it's obviously Austin Powers.
1-1 draw. Nice. Not too bad. It could be worse.
Here you are.
Unless
Here you
you're
are.
expecting more.
Here you are, sir. One proleptic digestive enzyme shake. Do me a favour, will you? Throw it down the toilet. Cut out the middleman.
Bond.
Powers.
Bond.
Oh yes.
I feel like that would have been one Kieran got because that was a Craig one. That's quite a. That's from Spectre. It's quite an obvious shot. It's like, do me a favour, throw it down the toilet, cut out the middleman. There you go. That's all of them.
Result.
See, yeah, there's some that just cross over and you can't tell. Some that's quite serious from Powers, and then some are really silly from.
The fact that both of us regularly chose different options says it all, right?
Yeah.
We couldn't tell in some of them. There's you cannot tell which one's which. Some were a bit more obvious. Some were like, wait a minute, that's very well worded, or that's clearly daft enough to be Powers. But there was some there I was like, I can't tell.
Yeah.
I don't know. They could be on any of them. It's good. Nice one.
I can't believe there isn't like a BuzzFeed quiz or anything like that where it's just like which one.
Get in touch.
Which one's which? Yeah, BuzzFeed, I've got an idea for one of your random quizzes. Who said it? Bond or Powers?
Yeah, it's a good idea. Wait until the new Bond film, or get more rumours come out about the new Bond film, and then feed it to them, because then they'll want it.
Yeah.
Not bad, could have easily won. Unlucky, man. I mean, a draw could be worse, obviously. Could lose 1-0. Such as United today. Doing very well. Yeah, GG.
And however the Biggie Smalls rap goes. Over the top.
This thing's on rails.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh yeah. Beautiful.
Once, an engine attached to a train was afraid of
Now the
few
Biggie
drops of
Smalls
rain.
version.
Since James played the theme song, I will entertain you guys with The Sad Story of Henry, written by Reverend W. Audrey.
Please.
Once, an engine attached to a train was afraid of a few drops of rain. It went into a tunnel and squeaked through its funnel and never came out again. The engine's name was Henry. His driver and fireman argued with him, but he would not move. The rain will spoil my lovely green paint and red stripes, he said. The guard blew his whistle till he had no more breath and waved his flags till his arms ached, but Henry stayed in the tunnel and blew steam at him. I'm not going to spoil my lovely green paint with red stripes for you, he said rudely. The passengers came and argued too, but Henry would not move. The fact director, who was on the train, told the guards to get a rope. We will pull you out, he said, but Henry only blew steam at him and made him wet. They then hooked a rope. They then hooked a rope and pulled. They then hooked a rope and pulled. Except the fact director. My doctor has forbidden me to pull, he said. They pulled and pulled and pulled, but Henry stayed in the tunnel. Then they tried to push him from the other end. The fact director said, 1, 2, 3, push, but did not help. My doctor has forbidden me to push, he said. They pushed and pushed and pushed, but Henry stayed in the tunnel. At last, another train came. The guard waved his red flag and stopped it. The two engine drivers and 2 firemen and the 2 guards went and argued with Henry. Look, it stopped raining, they said. Yes, but it will begin again soon, said Henry. What will become of my green paint with red stripes then? So they brought the other engine up and pushed and puffed and puffed and pushed as hard as they ever could, but still Henry stayed in the tunnel. So they gave up. They told Henry, we shall leave you there for always and always and always. They took up his old rails and built a wall in front of him and cut a new tunnel. Now Henry can't get out. And he watches the trains rush through the new tunnel. He is very sad because no one will ever see his green paint with red stripes again. But I think he deserved it. Don't you? That's literally how it ends. He deserved to be bricked in the tunnel.
Thank you.
The amount of people who believe that is how Henry dies, and just like, did you never see the show or read the next book because he literally let out the next story?
Yeah, but, like literally, the amount of things I see on Facebook.
Did you know they killed a train by putting him in a tunnel? It's just like, no, they let him out because Henry is a major character. It's like they didn't get a new Henry.
He's not smug.
Finn, I'm in for the remaining 2 hours 24. Doing 4-hour stints at this point.
Yeah. So
once this bit's over, it will be refreshed into a 24-hour to do the remaining time.
Yeah.
And then Matt will be back in at that point.
The clock that you see there will reach 0. And also at the end of that, anyone watching my stream as well, because the way YouTube is, it will only save 12 hours of footage. So at the end of this stint, just before I go in, I will have to restart my stream as well. So there'll be a new link and a new video. I will link the new one in the description, I guess, of the old one. But yeah, there'll be a different video to go to rather than the one I'm currently on. Just because YouTube don't record. I could stream the full thing in one go, but it would stop saving the recording after 12 hours. So if I stop and restart it, it will then save the rest.
Cool. How many laps did you finish on in the end? After your stint?
162.
There you go. So Finn, yeah, I'm on 100, but Matt is on 162 after finishing his stint about an hour and 38 minutes ago. Yeah.
I had a tyre blowout.
He did have a tyre blowout, yep.
We
I
weren't
had a stop-go for 30 seconds and Matt's had a tyre blowout.
Yeah.
Eventful. Very eventful.
Ah.
Not boring.
No. Just keeping us alert, knowing that tyres can break and...
Yeah, there's jeopardy.
Like that.
Wakey. Right, your boy is gonna head off for a bit now.
Okay.
But we'll be back at some point to annoy you.
Okay.
That's a shame.
Au revoir.
Got it, man. Okay.
Au revoir.
Bye.
Bye. Okay.
Donut. I've got lots of donuts, to be fair.
It's freaky how similar the skies are between the game and outside the window. Love that. It just feels natural at the moment.
It's a bit...
I'm getting towards the end of the day.
Sure, James, I'll save you some donuts. It's a bit more overcast here in Cornwall than it is there. If it overcasts again in the game, then it'll be more realistic.
Got a bag of Terry's chocolate orange minis with my name on it. No, I've got two, actually.
I've got a nice chocolate bar from the Co-op, like the nice luxurious ones, but they weren't too much more expensive, so it's like dark chocolate and raspberry or something like that. No, it's the caramel one. It's like a white chocolate and caramel millionaires one.
Nice.
I've already had one pack of 4 donuts from what I got from Iceland. I got another pack of those, and I've got a crunchy donut. So Cadbury's Crunchies donuts that I saw.
Very nice.
And more sweet stuff. Something I keep buying. If anyone's been to Iceland, I've got these. They're called cool cones. They're weird, but basically it's an ice cream cone, and then on the inside of it is marshmallow, and then hundreds of thousands on it. So it's basically like having an ice cream, but it's not ice cream; it's marshmallow.
Nice.
They are really nice, and they're only like £1 for the thing.
God, how do you do that?
What? Oh, sorry, my phone's ringing.
Okay.
That was Sky trying to sell me something.
Oh, wonderful.
Do you want a Sky TV box for £15 a month for 18 months? Nah, I'm alright. Like, alright, thank you, bye.
Not going to waste your time.
No, to be fair, she didn't.
Waste enough of your time.
Yeah, well, a lot of the time they're normally just like, oh, here's a bit more, what would you like, sort of thing, and then that one was just, I was just like, I was just like, no, I'm not interested, sorry. And she was like, okay, thank you for your time, bye.
That's how you sell, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it's done.
I need to see where my weird motorsport stories book went. I don't know where that one went. Thank you, driver ready VR simulators.
Oh yes. Oh wait, that wasn't valid.
So someone at work. Yeah, so I'm on my break at the moment for it. We're doing it in shifts. We're into the 4-hour stints now. This will go until. Is it like 4? PM? Is it like 4? No, the 4-hour stints go until like 4 p.m. It goes until like 4 p.m. tomorrow.
4 a.m., 8 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. 4-hour stints until 2 p.m. and then it will just be 2-hour stints until 8. Yeah. So we're doing this now. Amazing. Yeah. So we're in the 4-hour stints. Kieran's halfway through this 4-hour stint. We did 2 hours, 2 hours. I've done my first 4 hours. Kieran's halfway through his first 4 hours, and then yeah, I'll go again at 8 o'clock for another 4 hours until midnight. And that's how we're doing it. So yeah, that's why it looks like I'm not doing much at the moment, because I'm personally
doing
not.
It all earlier.
Yes, although I have also been given the great news from work that, as an FYI, we now have Minecraft VR at work.
Oh
Yay!
my god!
Yay! We have Minecraft at work. Yay! I'm playing that when I get in. Wherever I get there, I want to play Minecraft VR. That's fabulous.
God damn it.
Cool. That's really cool, actually, that we got Minecraft VR. I look forward to that.
Nice.
No, I'm good. Debating with myself whether I have more food. No, I'm fine.
Now's the time, so it's got time to like digest before you're back in.
Yeah, I can digest,
So
and then I can do 4 hours, and I can have something again at midnight.
Yeah.
Because again, I got some more pizzas, so there's a 4 cheese one. I just had a meat feast. There's a 4 cheese, a pepperoni, and a garlic bread one.
Nice. I'm prepared.
And then if I need more stuff, I've got I can cook myself some chicken or something, or
Lovely.
chicken or pork loins, and of course, if we get to 250, I've got a pot noodle.
Oh yeah.
The like kimchi super spicy ramen noodles. Like, you know it's dangerous. It's in a black pot.
Absolutely deadly.
It really is. Well, it's accurate to Asian food, because proper Asian food is very spicy.
Oh,
like
yeah.
what we get is
Nothing.
pale compared to what they have. Yeah, their food is.
Oh yeah.
It's very spicy. I'm amazed that my blood tester is reading it automatically for me. That's incredible. I haven't scanned it, and I could see the dip that I had, and then I can see that it's gone up because I had donuts and pizza.
Nice.
But I haven't scanned it. I should scan it, but I didn't need to. That's incredible that it's done that.
So it's very independent now. It's just maintaining a connection, and that's enough for it.
Oh, thank you, James, for sharing it on Facebook.
Good man. Thank you. I'm going to share it around after my stint, and I've got the next one set up and Matt's back underway. I'm going to share it around again.
Yeah, I'll have a
Just
new
because
one.
then at least the remaining time will be accurate, because I realise at the moment if I shared it around before this, people will be like, wait a minute, you've only got 4 hours left. So it'd look a bit confusing. So if we get past this little awkward 12-hour stint, oh yeah, just a little awkward stint, then it means the rest of the time is actually accurate for when we're going to finish. It's just the nature of it at the moment. It has to be this way. So there's no use sharing it until this bit's done. But that, from a personal point of view, obviously, anytime anyone shares it, then that's huge and massively appreciated.
with you getting your PC, there's been a tweet here from SCS Software, who make American and Euro Truck Simulator. Our goal has always been to balance the quality of new content and the playability of our games on divisive hardware setups. Over the past decade, we've managed to maintain compatibility of a wide range of systems while enhancing both visual and gameplay. Today, we'd like to inform you that we're updating our PC system requirements. Read more here. So they have a blog post where basically they say you can see the system requirements to run Euro Truck.
All right.
And they're adding there's a new update which is adding Western Baltics, so that's like Croatia and Habaneras or whatever the country there is called, and like those countries there. On the other side of the Baltic Sea from Italy. Not Baltic Sea. No, I mean the other side from Italy. Croatia and those countries. So if you want to drive from Aberdeen to Istanbul via Dubrovnik, you can.
Result. That was going to be my first trip, actually. Some Euro Truck streams would be fun again.
I haven't played Euro Truck in a long time. Well, what puts me off is when I don't have all the DLC. It's not up to date.
You feel like it's limited, yeah.
Particularly when I discover...
That's what's addictive about it, isn't it, I guess?
Yeah, particularly when I discovered you can just simply search like Euro Truck map on Google, and it will show you that there's a mod map that's been done. You need all the DLC, but my god, it adds so much more. Like you can go up to Greenland and do a lap of Iceland. You can do a lap of Iceland, or
oh wow,
yeah, and they've added so much more. You can go like to Ukraine. There's a ferry across the Black Sea into Georgia, and there's like one stop in Georgia. It's got like the Isle of Man and the Channel Islands. They added Ireland, which isn't in the game.
Oh my god, what the hell?
And this is through mods and such. Yeah, like the map is anyway vast, but the mod map just adds so many more countries around Europe.
It becomes more complete.
Yeah, like Iceland and Ireland and Ukraine and bits of Russia and yeah. Whereas the mod update, they've got the same one for American Truck Simulator, but that literally just adds like Calgary in Canada. It adds like one. Well, Vancouver's over on the west, isn't it, in Canada?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, it adds like Vancouver. That's like it. That's all it adds for the American Truck Simulator. Whereas the European one adds so much more. I think Vancouver. Yeah, Vancouver's. Yeah, Vancouver's where I thought it was. Yeah. So it's not even Calgary. It would just be Vancouver. It just like adds Vancouver. I've been to Calgary. It's my own time going to Canada.
Here we go, this is the one.
Oh, he's pushing, chat. Look at him, pushing. I don't.
It's my own fault. I get competitive with myself. I'm seeing that best lap time of 2:03.3 and I'm like,
Oh, it's literally like best lap compared to your... The green bit as well is like compared to your last lap.
Yeah, it's so deceiving.
Yeah, you'd think it was
a good lap and then push, so you like got something representative. So it's so deceptive whether you've done better or not.
Yeah. But what's your best lap? 2:03?
2:03.3.
Oh god, mine's like 2:06.8 or something like that. That's my best lap.
It just feels like it's on rails at the moment. And tyres are wearing out. I've got no more pace on these now. Tyres are done. Not going to be able to do any more push laps of these.
Mm-hmm. Happy Thunderbirds Day, people are saying. It's the day Thunderbirds came out. Oh, it was indeed. 30th of September 1965 was the first episode, Trapped in the Sky, by the first episode of Thunderbirds.
Bloody hell.
That's 58 years ago.
Shit.
65, yeah, 58 years ago.
God.
First episode of Thunderbirds came out. And it's still an incredible show and an incredible episode. I still love that first episode.
I get the whole argument about, like, when you get older, the years go quicker. Because it's a smaller proportion of your overall life.
Yeah.
It's like when you're 10, every year's a 10th of your life. But when you're 40, it's a 40th of your life. So
Yeah.
It feels like it's going a lot quicker because it's a smaller proportion of your total existence. And it definitely does feel that way. It's odd. Like, you hear about this stuff from, like, decades ago, and you're like, what the fuck? How does it seem to have been that far away now?
Yeah.
Never seem to feel that far away, and that's why it's that psychological effect. Like, oh god, feel even older.
And that's the thing, when you watch Thunderbirds and you look at, like, how they filmed it and how well it's done, even with the puppetry and special effects, and you're like, this is a near 60-year-old TV show.
Yeah, exactly. The skill involved is, like, insane.
I mean, Jerry Anderson was well ahead of his time. He and his wife Sylvia went to the Futurama World's Technology Fair in New York, which was a big, major technology fair, and they saw colour photography for the first time. And they went back to the UK and went to Lou Grade, who was in charge of ITV, and they said, we want to film our next show in colour. And he went, we don't have the budget for colour. We don't have the cameras. We don't have the budget. And Jerry Anderson went, we are filming our next show in colour. Even though ITV then wouldn't change to colour broadcast for another, like, 5 or 10 years, they still filmed Stingray in colour.
Oh, wow.
And they do a wonderful tease of it, because when you watch Stingray, the original opening is a shot of the water, a black and white shot of the water. You hear Commander Shaw shout, stand by for action, and there's an explosion. And there it says, it says, like, AP Films presents, filmed in Vide colour, and then it pulls out, and you see the colourful computer dashboard of Captain Shaw. So it's black and white. All the opening titles are black and white, and then it pulls out and you see the colour. Because they were just like, basically like, look at us, we have colour.
Yeah, look how awesome we are, basically.
Like, he brought colour television. And Stingray was I think the first British television show to be filmed in colour, and the first children's TV show in the world to be in colour.
Jesus Christ.
And then also to show how advanced he was, Lieutenant Green in Captain Scarlet was the first major character in a children's TV show who was black.
Wow, Jesus Christ.
In 1966, 67, he was the first major black character in a children's TV show. It was Lieutenant Green.
Amazing. Even back then.
Yeah.
getting it done.
And they never addressed anything that he was black. It was more just like he's a lieutenant and he's a bit younger, so he's like he has a few more like backhanded quips for people, but they're just was like, yeah, he's younger. There says it's time, and the Angel aircraft in Captain Scarlet, all the fighter jets were flown by women, flown by the Angels. And he tried to predict, well, it was the 60s, so we thought everything was going to be atomic power. But he didn't go over the top, because he still predicted that, like, in 100 years, because, well, there's debate when the Jerry Anderson shows are set, but I still stand by that they were set 100 years in the future. So they're filmed in 1965, and it's set in 2065.
Right.
But he still predicted that we'd still have cars, and we'd still drive on four wheels on the road. Like, it's not like Steven Spielberg where it was like, oh yeah, in 30 years' time we'll have flying cars. It's like, no, he didn't predict flying cars. He was just like,
very
we
ambitious. 30 years as well. Like, that's very ambitious.
Yeah, that was Back to the Future too.
But come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. But it's made it more of a Back to the Future type film that way. You have to be a bit ambitious and a little bit kind of nuts.
I mean, that one was sort of like Jaws 9.
It'd be a boring film. It wouldn't be much different, would it, from the first one?
No, yeah, flying cars and Jaws 19 and...
Yeah, had to be a bit different.
All the kids in the future wear their pants inside out. Things like that. But yeah, Jerry Anderson sort of predicted, like, 100 years' time, everything will be atomically powered, but we'll still drive cars and fly helicopters. But the one thing he did predict, it's not quite there, but we are so close, is being able to video call someone on a watch. You can currently call people on a watch, but there's no front-facing camera yet on a smartwatch. No camera that when you look at it, it points at you. There's no camera yet on the front of on the face of a watch.
That's a good point.
People keep saying that there are, but it's normally like on the strap as a separate camera. There's not one pointing at you when you look at it. Because that was in Thunderbirds, that's how they communicated. When they weren't there, they had TV watches. So, he predicted that, and that's something that's going to come. So yeah, the moment there is a camera with a smartwatch with a camera looking at you, I want to get it just because I'll be like, I saw this in Thunderbirds, and now it's happening. 60 years later, we got it.
It's happened. What's happening?
Yeah.
Some of it's coming round, but it's just the rest of it. It's a little bit out of reach still. Focusing too much on AI right now to worry about like flying cars and shit. Maybe the AI can figure out flying cars for us.
Actually, there's a great shot in a Thunderbirds episode that basically shows the time of when Thunderbirds was made. In relation to racing, so I'll make this relevant for people. There is an episode called Moving Your Dead, which basically shows that Alan, who pilots Thunderbird 3, is a racing driver, a hobbyist, and sort of does racing. And there's a shot of like the pit lane as Alan sort of drives past the start-finish line. And if you pause it, you can see a few things which are interesting. One, there's alcohol advertisement within a children's TV show because there is a martini sign up on the pit wall, because there would have been. And there is a modern Formula One car, and by modern I mean a 1964 Ferrari. toy of a 1964 Ferrari, but that was a modern Formula One car. So it's just, but you see it and you're like, that's a 64 Ferrari. It's like, but that was the modern car. Good evening. Oh god, it is evening now, isn't it? Oh Jesus, it's 6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock. It's 6 p.m. Keiran. We've been at this for 10 hours.
Morning.
It doesn't feel like 10 hours. It feels like 4, doesn't it?
Yeah, it hasn't really hit in the way I expected it would.
No, it's been good. It feels like 4 hours.
Yeah, it's because we're already going to be awake most of the day anyway, so it's like, yeah, we're getting a bit tired, but it's still like, yeah, as you would expect at the end of the day. It's going to start getting very difficult probably around 20 hours in.
And then when James joins back in the morning, it'll get exciting again.
No, no, actually, I'll change that. I reckon it'll be getting quite difficult 16 or 17 hours in.
That's what...
Once it starts getting to night, proper night.
Will that be like 1 a.m? Like 12 o'clock?
Yeah, that's what AJ said, sort of between 2 and 6 is when it'll be...
it's going to get very difficult.
That'll be the most difficult.
So we're sharing that bit, 2 till 6, because the switchover's at 4.
Yes.
Yeah, our switchover's at 4 a.m, chat. Yeah.
Oh.
Explain that, atheists.
What time did James say he's joining back, or did he just say he's going to join back later?
Flat.
He just said later.
This wouldn't be possible. He had to go or something. So.
He'll be back in 5 minutes, I can guarantee it.
Probably.
He's missed his opportunity. He's missed his opportunity. Yeah, he's missed his opportunity to do the Big Ben chimes at 6.
Oh,
that's a good point.
He'll do it at midnight.
You know, we had last time.
I want him to do it at midnight. Yeah.
Liam telling jokes every hour. James is just turning up, playing the Big Ben chime.
Playing Big Ben, then the Thomas Tank Engine theme.
Has he done that every hour?
Not every hour. He's done it twice. He did it at 2 and he did it at 6.
Yeah.
So by that logic, he'll do it at 10.
Yep. And before he turns up any minute, it's late. In fact, the 6 o'clock one was late.
Yeah, 2 o'clock was... He joined at 2 o'clock and he was like, wait, I got an idea. Literally as he was joining, he was like, it's 2 o'clock.
How long have you been in the party for? Like, all afternoon?
No, he's come and gone. He's probably been... Yeah, he's probably been with us for 3 hours, 4 hours total.
Collectively, yeah, probably. Something like that. 3.5.
It's difficult to judge, because like I said, it's felt like 4 hours, but it hasn't. It's been 10, so it's difficult to judge how long people have been here for.
Fucking 5 hours he's been here.
He could have been with us for 5, but it doesn't.
I'm still expecting you to stay on for open lobbies tomorrow night.
Oh yeah.
We stated this. You can stay on for open lobbies, and you can host open lobbies. We won't be there.
I'm not interested in that shit. I'm barely interested in F1 lobbies as it is.
Keiran can host open lobbies on GT7 instead then. ACC open lobbies.
That's something I did say if
Honda NSXs.
But that's something I did say in like however long you've still got the server for, people who have ACC, you could potentially do some open lobbies in ACC while you still have the server. What the fuck was that? Something's bashing at my window.
Someone breaking into your house.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done your ambassador thing yet?
No.
No, he'll join tomorrow. He joined Keiran
earlier to follow and say hello, but he'll be here tomorrow, I think. Yeah, because this is the time difference. He's gone to bed.
Oh, he's Australian, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he Australian?
I don't know. Find out when he joins the call. If he actually goes, "Good day, I'm done."
Good day.
Good day.
Will not have the tolerance and patience to sustain my laughter if it's actually Australian.
He joins at 8:15 in the morning. He's like, "Get us down here, VB long neck." At 8:15 in the fucking morning.
What time would it be for them? What time would it be for them at like 8 AM our time? That'd be like 8 o'clock tomorrow night, wouldn't it?
Well, not quite as bad as that. It will be either 3 o'clock or 6 o'clock, I think.
Depending on whereabouts.
That's the width. That's the range we're dealing with. Because
is that in the afternoon?
On the west or
is that in the afternoon or morning?
Afternoon. So it'd be
the thing
for
was,
us.
Yeah.
And 3 to 6 o'clock there.
Well, the thing is, Finn, with 12 hours, it works the other way round.
Yeah.
The race started for him at 8 PM.
It did.
That's the misconception, isn't
it? If it was 12.
Australia is the opposite side of the world, which it nearly is, but not quite.
I always thought it was 24 hours ahead, to be fair.
We're 20
That only happens
hours
on
ahead
the
of us.
that only happens on the Diomede Islands. So
No, we're 24 hours ahead of you, Finn.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
race is
Friday
finished in 2
night,
hours.
Friday evening.
Yeah,
Then.
Oh yeah.
No, you're on Saturday evening.
It's that weird line in the Pacific, that imaginary line where it goes from, like, I don't know, 1
Yeah.
p.m. on the 15th,
The international
and
date
1
line.
p.m. on the
Yeah.
16th. Yeah. It's so
And you've
weird.
got the Diomede Islands right up in
Yeah.
the north in the Bering Strait, in between Russia and Alaska. Big Diomede would be, let's take this time now. It would be 6 o'clock on Saturday, but on Little Diomede it would be 6 p.m. on Friday.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
you go back a day. You can literally time travel.
They're separated by, I think, like 2 miles, but the international date line goes in between, so they're separated by 24 hours.
So you can literally
Hilarious.
just go back. If something goes wrong in life, you can literally just go back in time
back
and
a day.
recorrect it.
Yeah.
You can go back and have Friday again if you really wish to.
For, yeah, 3
Or
through
you wait
6
till
and a half
Sunday and then have Saturday again. Job done.
Yeah.
Weekends longer.
Extra weekend.
But the problem is, though,
Sorted.
you then sail back from Little Diomede
Yeah,
back to
then
Big
you missed
Diomede,
it.
and they're like, "Where were you? You weren't here Tuesday."
What do you mean Tuesday? There was no Tuesday.
There was
Or
for
You
us.
stay there. You could work a 4-day week on there, couldn't you? 'Cause you could just go back and forward and just do 4-day weeks. Job done. You miss the
Weekends
Monday.
Yes,
you
you
start
could,
on
yes.
Tuesday, which would be Monday for you, and then you get back on Friday. It's actually Saturday, and then you have a long weekend again. Job done. Sorted. See, not just a pretty face.
You know, they can warn us when the world's ending. They
Oh,
get it
buy
a day
ourselves a
early.
day,
They get early access.
There are genuine tweets about that. It's like, I just found out that China. There are genuine tweets about that
Early
being like,
access.
They can get early access.
Early access to life.
Pre-order edition.
there are genuine tweets about
Pre-order
that
the
from
shift, yeah.
like not smart
I'll take that.
Americans who are just
Good deal.
like, I just
Yeah.
learned that China are 10 hours ahead. What the hell, China? When
Why
you
can't
warn
they
us about
warn-
9/11? And it's like, it's not how it works.
Early access.
bloody hell.
You get the early access DLC. Pre-order. That's why when do you know when like F1 came out a few months ago, F1 23, some people genuinely put their consoles into New Zealand time zone to get the game a day early. It works though, so
Is the noise his car makes.
which car are you in? The Honda?
Aye. That's why it sounds like a lawnmower.
It hasn't changed in the past 10 hours, Finn, don't worry.
Yeah, no, it's still fine. Still pounding round.
Is the donation goal still 180?
Yep.
Yeah.
Donate, people. How dare you?
Rude.
To be fair, I ain't donated at all, so I can't talk.
Hypocrite.
Get out. Now. But please don't worry about donating if you can. Do it, but fucking don't.
Matt needs his pot noodle, whatever he's meant to be eating.
Only 70 to go, ladies and gentlemen.
My stupidly hot pot noodle.
£70 is all that's needed for Matt to burn his gums
Yep.
and destroy his bowels.
Keiran asks you the
Finn, you're just cutting
Please
out
make sure
constantly.
you eat it at the beginning of a 4-hour break.
Yes.
Not
mic
at the
check.
end.
Mic check.
Yep, you're fine over the past 5 seconds.
Cool. Have you not had any food yet, or have you starved yourself since 8 o'clock?
I'm currently eating.
Fair enough. Oh, here he is.
So I've had a
Snacking here
pizza,
and
a
there,
donut,
but
and some of these
substantial
cool.
after this.
Yeah. I've had a pizza,
No
a
pot noodles.
donut, and some of these cool cones.
I've been conscious
What
of
did you say,
like loading up too much and then getting too full for stints.
Yeah.
not comfortable.
I'm gonna have these
I'd
now and
rather
then
be,
not
like,
have.
comfortable.
I'm gonna have these, not anything else, and then so I've got 6 hours until I'll eat again,
Yeah, I
which will
need
be
to
at
have something
midnight.
substantial after this.
Midnight
Yep,
feast.
100%.
Hi, James.
I'll have another pizza.
James is playing the silent treatment.
You missed your opportunity, Finn. You
He's
can't play
looking for
the.
something to play, isn't he?
You can't play the gongs of.
I had no idea that Matt, I've got some music just for you.
There we go.
Is it Spaceman? Oh yes, the Runaway theme. James, in my video for Alternative Mexico, I used this in like a compilation where I needed to put my foot down.
Oh God!
I had a montage where I needed to put my foot down, and I used this song, and didn't get copyright claims.
How?
James could be just giving you a lot of big copyright claim right now.
Classic. I love it.
I love the Runaway theme.
Oh no, it was alternative. It was alternative. Brazil, wasn't it? Yeah.
Fair enough.
All the MC Palm super fans will know that one.
Mhm.
Are you one of them, Nelson?
No.
Oh.
Are you? Are you?
No.
Keiran, are you?
What?
Are you an MC Palm super fan?
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah, there we go. We've got one member to the club.
yeah. Just one.
Matt, you've got
Sorry,
a fan
what were we
base
talking
now.
about?
Cool.
What am I agreeing to?
You're an MC Palm super fan.
Oh God, no, absolutely not. No, fuck that. No, fuck that. No. Fuck no!
Oops.
Fuck no!
10 fucking times!
Bogus
If you've seen the Robin
Gasman.
Williams golf sketch, you'll know.
Bogus Gasman with fake ID.
May ransack your house.
Here the
There'll be
red
no
shit
ransacking of homes today, for this peephole has been your undoing. On your way, rogue.
On your way, rogue.
Open the door, I say, you pensioner. Open the door, I says, open the door. That scene, man.
There you go, James. I sent you. I sent you the video that I did it on. It plays at 24 minutes.
I'm going to look now.
It's in it on Facebook Messenger. So I did a sprint race at Brazil and at Pagua, or whatever the track was called. Pagua.
James will know.
I can't remember the name of the track. It's also called Autodromo Nelson Piqué, and I'm just like, but I don't want to call him that because Nelson Piqué's a twat. So.
Is every South American track called Autodromo? Insert famous person name.
Yeah.
In the sprint on the soft tyre.
Oh wow.
So I need to use that to my advantage.
So I'd spun and I changed tyres.
So hopefully I can make it up within the next 10 laps.
This is brilliant.
Jesus.
And it's just like a montage compilation of just me trying to put my foot down, trying to catch up to the rest of the field.
Oh my god, this is brilliant.
I think because it was a remix, it's not exactly the same. It was like someone's remix version of it that I get around.
Definitely going to have some fights. I'm not going to be last. Hopefully.
I'm not going to be last, hopefully.
Hopefully. Spoilers, I wasn't last. I actually catch someone. I actually catch the back of the pack. But I pitted like halfway through one of the races, and I'm like, normally that's a death sentence with the races I do, if you end up that far back. But I was like, soft tyres, I'm going for it.
This is intense.
Yeah, that's why I picked the song, because it's meant to be. It's an intense song.
It goes on as well.
It does go on a bit, yeah. It's like a verse too long.
Yeah. It's still brilliant. I'm great.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Wow. Oh.
And I'm like
well,
2 laps to go, and I just catch Alex Albon, whoever it is, in front of me. So yeah.
Yay. Well done, Matt. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Kieran's proud of you. Everyone is proud of you. You really are.
Don't speak for me.
Matt, you
really are a useful engine.
You really are.
Oh, that was some weird, horrible desync I saw on my screen.
How many laps ahead is Matt on this race then?
41 currently.
41?
Yeah, my game just desynced horribly. Keiran went round Woodcut and then continued to keep turning right and went under the track and under the pit lane. And then appeared at the pit exit, and I was like, oh, okay.
James will probably know what I'm talking about here. Keiran's found Cops Runways Tunnel.
Found it.
No, we don't know. We don't know what you're referencing.
There's a tunnel underneath Cops Corner, which you get from one side of the track to the other.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I was looking for that. Yep. Legit.
Right, what's your six?
Okay, bye.
Bye, have a beautiful time.
Bye, good time.
I found out from a random YouTube video that was just the security guard that worked at the production studio where they made American Dad. And he was always really, really friendly and cheery. And they were like, can we just film you saying, like, goodbye?
Really?
Yeah, and then he was like, yeah, sure. Just like, bye, have a beautiful time. And they
really?
used it, and they used it as like the outro video for Fuzzy Door Productions, which was who make
Brilliant.
Family Guy and American Dad. It was just the security guard.
Is that where that's from?
Yeah, it was just the security guard who everyone liked.
Brilliant.
And they were just like, he's really friendly.
Because I've always heard it like, bye, have a good time. Like
no,
that.
he's
it's
yeah.
him.
Yeah, it's him. He's just the security guard at the production studio who everyone liked. So they were just like, can we just record you and put you at the end of a show? Thanks.
That's fantastic. I had no idea that was where it's from. All that time, I just found it funny.
There's some other ones as well, because like, yeah, normally it's like, bye, have a good time. Sometimes it's bye, have a beautiful time. And sometimes it's bye, see you soon. It's like there's different ones. Sometimes you get a random different one.
Yeah.
Just catches you off guard. Just catches you off guard when you're watching American Dad, and suddenly it's just like, hang on a minute, he said bye, see you soon. That's different.
It's like, what? No, that ain't right. There's only one way to say it, and it's great. It's great.
I always thought it was beautiful. I thought bye, have a beautiful time, but I think I miss it.
I don't know. I've always heard great time. Bye, a great time. I think
there's both. I think there's both. And
I'll tell you where I heard it. I'll tell you where I heard it. It was in YouTuber Championship, right? When it was
when people get flung away, sort of thing. Yeah.
And Noble, and Arav, and it was Noble, Harry, goes by Noble. He was going past Matt after he made a mistake or something. He went, "Bye, a great time." So
yeah,
that's where I heard that reference.
So the original clip is at the end of American Dad. There is a security guard who just waves at the camera and says, "Bye, have a great time." And it says like Fuzzy Door Production. So it was always it's at the end of every American Dad episode, and it's just
brilliant.
And yeah, the production of that it was just the security guard at the studio.
That's hilarious. I love that.
Is my sound alright?
Yeah, sounds okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're
good. Some mic issues on my end.
Disgrace.
Buy yourself a new headset. I'm on my third.
I can't buy myself a new headset.
Have you been banned from CEX again?
No, I'm saving my money up for other stuff. Never shopped at CEX in my life.
Yeah, some good stuff there. That's where I got my wheel and my pedals.
Not suitable for
I got
underage.
mine from Smith Toy Superstore.
That's the age difference right there.
Yeah.
I didn't even choose to go there. I didn't even buy it. I sent my dad to go get me a wheel. I said which one, and that was it.
Job done.
The only time I've done that is when I saved up enough money to buy an Xbox 360, and I knew my dad was flying back from Gatwick, and I was like, "Can you pick up this from Dixon's at Gatwick? Thank you, because there's no duty free. There's no duty on it."
Wait, they had Xboxes in the airport.
Yeah, at Dixon's.
What's this? What's that?
It's the tech shop that they have at Gatwick. I don't know if it's still there, but it's the tech shop that they normally have it
So
in airports.
You got it for cheaper.
Yeah, because it was all duty free. So
Yeah.
so I got it there.
So
Technically, oh god, I can't remember. That was an Xbox. That was like 15 years. The Xbox 360. That was like 15 years ago that I bought that.
Oh yeah. Now you've moved to PlayStation.
Probably got it for like 180 or something like that, maybe.
For a console nowadays a console's like
500.
triple
Yeah, I can't remember how much it was. But I paid for it with my own money, so it couldn't have been too much. Like, it wouldn't have been over 200. I don't think. Maybe it was 250. I don't know how much it cost.
Smell food downstairs and making me very hungry.
Oh,
Are you going to eat
smell
it,
it?
or are you cooking your own?
I'll see what's in the fridge.
You get leftovers.
Just order a takeaway and go walk and pick it up. Get some exercise.
It's a show. I'll have a look. I'll see how I feel. If I'm that hungry, it's like, I'm not going to wait. I'm just going to eat. But
Just
yeah,
get
I could
it,
just
pack
go
a
for
crisp.
walk and get some
Pack.
food.
You must have a takeaway near you.
Yeah, we've got a Chinese round the corner.
Sorted.
Salted, mate. Salted. It'd just be busy tonight, that's the problem. Well, I've got 4 hour wait, so yeah.
Yeah, but that will take 4 hours to order it, get it, and eat it.
Good do.
Unless you're a really slow eater. Unless you're a really slow eater.
I thought you were going to say really slow walker.
About an hour.
Or anything, walker. All they might just be slow chefs.
Now I'm thinking about Chinese and it makes me I can't have it yet.
You shouldn't have done that. You still got an hour and a half in the car.
Just get
Matt, you want to drive, mate?
Yeah. I'm good for another hour and a half.
Get your family to order it so that it's ready as soon as your stint ends. Sorted.
See, my mum did that for me when I did my Star Wars one a couple of years ago. She ordered me a Chinese.
Ready for when you finished.
Well, it wasn't when I finished because I wasn't doing stints or anything.
Yeah.
So it was just randomly at one point. It was just, Matt, your food's here. And I was like, oh, thank you. Like, they've just called me to say your food's outside. Like, cool.
Was this when she ordered it to your house?
Yeah. She lives in Leicestershire and I live in Cornwall, and she placed an order for a local restaurant to me to deliver it to me. But she obviously put her details in it, and I was streaming, so I wasn't going to answer my phone. So they arrived, rang her phone, and she was like, "I'll tell him." Yeah, and then she sent me a text and put in my chat, and she was just like, "Your food's outside," and I was like, "Ooh, cool, thank you."
Nice.
Quick pause.
Yeah, quick pause while I get my food. That's the problem with the stints that I've got, is that if anyone is kind enough to order me food, I'm going to be in the car in an hour and a half until midnight.
So you've kind of got to order it now or never.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, order it now or order it for me at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's when you got to order it.
It's probably closed.
Probably, yeah.
At least you've got 3 more pizzas, right?
I do, yes.
Are these all like little oven pizzas?
Well, they're not little. They're normal sized, but like cheap cheap £1.50 pizzas from Iceland.
Oh, that good bargain.
Yeah.
Good bargain.
I mean, £1.50 for a pizza, and actually the one I had filled me up pretty good.
£1 pizza, very very nice.
£1 fish, £1 fish.
Oh, now I want fish. Oh, God.
Do you have a chip in it?
Yeah, they have fish and chips at the Chinese as well.
You can take your pick now. You can take your
Chinese
pick.
Yeah, I know.
fish,
This
Chinese
is the
fish
problem,
and
isn't it?
chips.
I've got an hour and a half to deliberate on what I want to eat, and now it's just making me.
Do I want pizza? Do I want Chinese? Do I want fish?
I want bed.
Do they have an Indian there by any chance?
Oh dear. No, not close enough. No.
Get a seafood pizza with veggie rolls. There,
Oh, no,
I
sorted.
don't really
all,
have the
all
intention
three of
of
them.
abandoning Matt for his entire 4-hour stint himself, so I'm probably not going to go too far.
He's gonna walk to the next county.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave. Like, Keiran? Mate, I'm in Somerset. Fuck off.
Unlock join and ask where Kieran's gone.
I'm in Somerset. See you later.
He's walked to Silverstone.
I've walked to Cornwall.
He got delirious and walked. He got delirious,
He's
walked to
walked to Matt's
Silverstone and
house.
demanded 4 hours in a Honda NSX.
He walked to Matt's house.
Where's my car?
Keiran would be like, don't you know who I am? I got mentioned today on BBC Radio
Cornwall.
You should be listening.
I'm supposed to be driving a Honda NSX for 4 hours around the entirety of Silverstone. Around the full course.
Ah.
Let's just all scream random items of food at Keiran.
Pina colada.
That's not a food, James. That's not a food.
Yeah, but I've got
It's
pina
booze,
colada
though.
on my drink.
It's booze, though. It's Saturday evening.
No drinking driving.
No, just only the 4-hour bit. Only problem is it'll just make me more sleepy, so I'm very concerned
What drinks
about
do you
that
have on you?
strategy.
Is it just energy drinks and Red Bull?
Well, I'm waiting on the energy drinks a bit longer because they won't have any effect
Prime?
otherwise.
That'll
Right, no,
have
fuck
enough
no, I don't have
caffeine to
Prime.
keep you awake.
Overpriced
What do you have?
crap.
What do you have? Rich
No, I
energy.
don't.
What energy drinks? do you
He's
have?
got Lucasade.
Yeah,
Oh,
I got
exactly.
Lucasade.
What have
8
you
bottles
got?
of Lucasade, just in case.
I have
Yeah,
two.
so
I have 2
boring.
cans of Monster and 4 cans of Rain, which is the one that's on our Porsche.
Brain?
Rain.
Oh,
is that what that is?
IGNE. I think.
I thought you said rain.
Yeah, he's got rain. He's got a drink
Well,
of
it
rain
is
water.
pronounced rain, but like rain, how like King Charles reigns over the
I'm
UK.
Sorry, I meant brain.
Brains.
Oh.
Brains.
Yeah, he's got a can of. He's got.
I got a can of
brain
brains.
water.
Yeah.
A can of brain. Brain water.
Brain juice.
Brain blood.
Brains.
Brain.
It's got a can of brain blood.
Brain. Oh, you'll never guess what happened earlier, Milson.
Did you eat someone's brain?
Brains fell out.
Nico Hulkenberg won a race on my F1 career in a hat.
What was it? Rain or something? Was it raining?
Yes, it was.
In Canada, of all
Lucky
places.
enough, Yeah.
Wait, that was the Canada race.
Yeah,
The one that you was doing the entire time.
yeah. He came from 19th on the grid to win.
Fair play.
Yeah. Alex Albon got third.
Where did you finish?
Second.
Nice. What car are you in? my team.
Penske. My Penske.
Penske. Roger
Yeah.
Penske owns F1 teams now.
Yeah,
As it
Prime
turns out.
Penske Racing.
So
Prime
now he's got a
Penske.
Formula E team, an IndyCar team, an IndyCar track.
Technically, Milson, the Penske team in Formula E is owned by his son, Jay.
Okay. So right, so he's got an IndyCar team, an IndyCar track, an IMSA team, a
He's got the
NASCAR
whole
team.
Indy series.
Yeah, he owns the entire thing, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Then he owns in Motor Speedway. He owns a NASCAR team. He owns an IndyCar team. He owns
Yes,
a Formula One
WEC
team
and
now.
IMSA teams.
He owns everything.
I know.
He's more.
The only thing you can't do.
Soon he's going to take over. He's going to take over an entire country. He ain't got a BTCT team though, so he's
No,
not
he
good enough
needs
yet.
one.
Yet.
He needs one.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's going to take over Accelerate. Team Hard. He'll take over Team Hard.
Oh, imagine though if we had teams from outside the UK racing.
I mean, Team Hard, like the smallest team possible, but they can still build 6 cars.
Mad.
They're like they've got like the least amount of money, but they can produce the most cars. They didn't even have half of them ready for pre-season testing. Good. Engineer what?
I told them to shut the fuck up.
Who's your engineer, Mark?
That used to work as well.
Yeah.
It did
Don't
used
anymore.
to work. Doesn't anymore.
No, sadly. So, sorry, say that again. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. You sarky git.
Matt's
Massive
engineer and
ass.
everyone understands him.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. Oh, brilliant.
Oh, I'm racing at Silverstone now.
How long for?
Hey, very good.
I'm on the same track as you.
How long's the race
Result.
though?
Well, I'm doing my practice session actually.
Actually.
Mind out for the Honda NSX going round.
I will do. Whereabouts is it?
What
Coming,
corner?
club.
In your pit box.
Coming down the Hamilton
right.
Straight.
I'm currently down the Wellington Straight.
Dun dun.
Now
I heard the Hondas. I heard the
Dun.
Hondas quicker than the Penske.
Oh
Fair
yeah,
enough.
100%. Penske can't hold a candle to this thing.
Fair enough.
Just 1 hour and 25 hours and 24 minutes to go.
Oh god. Haven't even got to the start of the Fun Cup yet.
Exactly.
It
Not
still
quite.
it still amazes me how how you not even got a full entire 24 left. You've got longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you
Yep.
will be a third of way through, so that's some progress.
Exactly.
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not
Both
much
a little bit
progress.
tired, but both fit and healthy still. So
Yeah.
yeah, looking
Fit and
good.
healthy. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, 100%. Good, positive vibes, my guy.
I like vibes, to be fair.
Not those kinds of vibes.
I like the vibes. It's just the way you say it, man. It's funny.
something.
I like the vibes.
I've missed something.
Oh,
clearly.
Keir's chat's been empty for an entire hour.
Oh, no one cares about Kiss Chat.
Disgraceful.
We're all here for that.
So I've done
Yeah.
29 laps in an hour. God.
Mine's been quiet as well.
Yours is normally quite though, to be fair.
Yeah, it is.
So is mine though, to be
Whoa.
fair as well. When I stream.
That
fair,
right
though,
there is a
It's because you stream at the same time that Keiran and I do, so.
So, and my only views before that was yours and Kieran's.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, I'm streaming too.
It's like when James used to stream. I swear, didn't you used to stream at the same time as Hunt most of the time?
Yes. Because it was fun back then.
Yeah.
Not
Rookie
serious.
mistake.
Not serious tryhard stuff like Kieran does.
Oh, dead serious is the best way to
What's
do it.
everyone's prediction on when Hunt joins this party?
Yes.
8 o'clock.
Mine's 10 o'clock tomorrow night after the vending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently she's got a bunch of gremlins to look after,
Should be-
so
should
While
be
we're
it'll be
doing
a while.
while Kieran's doing his GT7 lobbies.
So she'll be like, am I not too late? But Keiran told me that it was now.
She narrating Love Island now, James.
Yeah.
Tonight, on the 36 hours.
Keiran and Matt. Keiran and Matthew, sorry. Matthew.
I find out how funny James finds it.
That's been his name since birth.
Oh,
Yeah.
Christ.
So I find it funny that James suddenly finds it's hilarious. Just like, yeah.
Maybe James's name ain't James.
No,
What was James short for?
Jimmy.
There we go.
No, Jimmy is short for Jimmy is short for James. Jimmy Broadbent is actually James Broadbent.
James Hammond.
No, I think you'll find it's James Broadbanson.
Broadbanson. Keiran,
Just
you're not
look
good
up
as
their
Jimmy
Stroll
Broadbent.
shitfest thing in the Super Tours.
Keiran, you're not as good as Jimmy because you didn't stream from your shed.
Yeah,
No, it's true.
Keiran. Disappointing.
Like he literally, his house was a shed. You live in a brick house.
That was his room.
We don't love you, Keiran.
Everything was in the shed.
His bed.
Legend.
His clothes.
The
I
original
will say,
shed
you're
dweller.
really helping me through my F1 career, by the way.
Whee!
Every
I've done-
fucking time, man.
To be fair, that was because you cut the chicane and you
back. Too low.
No, that was because you cut the chicane and bounced off it. I'm in third person camera, so I'm in
I've
follow
been getting
camera.
away with that basically all the stint when my tyres were up to 10.
It was much more aggressive
maybe-
that time. Like
maybe they're
you
giving you
bounced across it.
Maybe SRO giving you a couple of chances and now they're actually going to punish you.
Yeah, Keiran. They're gonna punish you.
They're going to give you they're going to whack your bum.
Yeah, Keiran.
When
They're
you
gonna whack
pit,
you.
when you
Okay, this is getting weird now.
It is
when
getting a
you
bit weird.
when you pit and go for your Chinese.
God.
What?
Let's just remind you. Let's just remind.
It's getting
you of
weird
food
now.
as
Finn's
well.
clearly been on some inappropriate websites that he's not old enough to be on yet.
Maybe James
Sometimes
is.
I forget. Sometimes I forget how young you are.
I'm not that young.
You're that young. You weren't even a thing when I was your age.
When you was, what year would you have been 15 in?
2010.
I was alive.
Okay, fair enough.
Just.
Fairly.
Not
fairly.
just. I was watching F1 back then.
Oh wow, no one.
Wow.
Joking,
rude.
Milton. I absolutely love you.
Joking.
You're a good egg. You're a good egg.
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 I'm not
Egg.
even an omelette.
Called you
I'm
an
an
egg.
egg. I'm not even
Called
an
you an
omelette.
You're an egg.
Oh, I love
You're an egg.
omelette.
James
I love
I love them.
Of course he does.
Now I want omelette.
My mum
Should we see-
makes great
Keiran,
omelette.
Keiran, what's your favourite food?
Favourite food? Lasagna.
Keiran,
Garfield. Hi,
Keiran,
Garfield.
I love lasagna.
He hates Mondays. He likes lasagna.
Oh yes.
Maybe go to the Italian and get lasagna.
Which one?
That's an Italian.
Oh, that was a cut. Yep.
Risotto.
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 I
Pizza.
have an
No time
Italian
gained. Yeah,
friend.
definitely not.
I have an Italian friend,
Still
and
going
every
strong,
time I
Jess.
see her, I just say
Yeah, all good.
risotto.
The time remaining in this 1:17:43, which obviously I've realised you can't see because of my banner thing. Anyway, yeah, it was 1 hour 17 left here, and then we will start the 24-hour bit. So there's actually 25 hours 17 minutes left.
Yeah.
I'm coming to the I don't know, the dying stages of my 4-hour stint, which I'll hand back over to Matt once the lobby is reset up for 24. And then,
And then we
continue.
go risotto.
We go for risotto, yes, absolutely.
Risotto.
And it is a good choice. I'm glad you agree, Sparky. No
Do you-
night. Oh, there will be night. Yeah. There will be night. It'll
You-
be
you can
readjusted for the time of day.
Yeah, you can see in the game that the shadows have gotten a lot longer. It's slightly more like of an orange hue, you can see that the sun's gone down.
Yes,
Hold
also
on there,
track
Sparky,
with
a minute.
no lights.
I'll switch the screen so you can see the time as well as the in-game time. Right.
What time are you on in real life? 6:45.
So you can see there, right? 6:44 in-game, right?
That's
So
wrong.
it's basically aligned.
Yeah, it was 1 minute off.
It's almost time for me to do the bonging noise.
I thought that. We were like that. We thought he's going to be here late, and he was just not bothered to do it.
Bing bong. I've done it for you.
Bring bong, bring bong.
Bing
Have you seen that
bong,
meme
bong,
of this?
bong.
Have you seen that
I mean,
meme
to be
about
fair,
the
it does
old
go
kid?
off at 1:45.
Does it?
Yeah,
Bing
clocks
bong.
clicks
Yeah,
off
this
on
is-
the hour, 1:15, 1:45.
I thought that was just TV news.
Bing bong.
Nope, there's a clock near me. But they do different bits, because there's the whole chime, but it will do quarter of the chime, half the chime, 3/4 of the chime, then the full chime. So 1:15 will be ding, 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 ding. That's 1:15, and then that plus ding, 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 ding will be 1/2 past.
Matt should have a job as being a job of being a clock bell,
Yeah.
voiceover of a clock bell.
Bell ringer.
Yeah, you should be a bell ringer.
Yes, I think that's better. That's a better way of putting it.
Forget him. VR arcade.
VR
I'm already
arcade still
certified
rings
bell
bells.
end.
Yeah.
VR arcade.
What's that funny? He knows I've been working there for like 5 years.
James finds every random thing funny.
VR arcade.
You know what a VR arcade is?
Yes, I
There's
do
a VR
know.
arcade.
Just Matthew isn't
Yeah, right.
a VR set, is he?
Matthew as well.
Matthew?
So yeah, the in-game simulation is summer, and obviously it's set into September in reality, so it's going to get darker here quicker than it is in-game, but it's close enough.
Should have set it to autumn.
Yeah,
That's
Keiran.
easy enough to do. Can you go over to the ACC devs and get them to program in
Oh, you can't
seasons?
set it to autumn.
No. It's
Oh.
set to whatever they decide. Whenever this event takes place, basically on whatever calendar it's relevant to,
So-
which presumably is GT World
um,
Challenge. So
So, let me just clarify. The races in 2018 and 2019 were always held in May, but it no longer
Right.
exists now on the
that's a
calendar. Which is just such a
James,
shame.
you'll know this more than me.
Go on.
Is GT World Challenge just the old Blancpain Endurance Championship?
Yes.
Is that just a sponsorship name?
It's actually called Fanatec GT World Challenge now.
Because I know it used to be called Blancpain or whatever it was called.
Yeah. But then they decided they wanted their own identity once Blancpain left, so now we just call it GT World Challenge.
Yeah. Because I always,
mine's coated.
Wow. Just wow.
Go
So
on,
I always
Milton.
wondered where that name came, where that series went, Blancpain, until I realise it's.
Yeah, it's basically the
It's the
same
exact
series. They just decided to create. Once Blancpain left, they decided let's just call it GT World Challenge, and then if there's any sponsorship that's in future, it's still known as GT World Challenge rather than Blancpain, which I think is pretty good.
They've got the Nürburgring 24-hour on their calendar next year.
Yeah, that's
Jesus.
for the Intercontinental Series. Yeah.
Does that mean all like the GT4s and the touring cars and all them lot are not going to be in the Nürburgring next?
They
24 next
will.
year?
They will. What's happened is that all the GT cars that are entered in it, they can choose to be a part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge race. Like, for example, not all the when it goes to Spa or it goes to whatever, which we'll call it Bathurst, not all the cars scored Intercontinental GT Challenge points, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So they'll have other cars and everything, just not all the cars will be eligible for the points of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Thanks.
No worries. It's hard for me to explain these very same questions as well, so I just did my research on it.
I was like, you explained it pretty well.
So I'm happy to help. It's just that I'm just not always the best at explaining it. But yes, Nelson, I had the same question, so it's not a dumb question if that's what you're worried about.
Is the race done yet? The 36 hours? No.
Yeah,
we're about an hour away. Yeah, 100%.
Yay! GT7 open lobbies in an hour.
Yay! I can't wait for GT7 open lobbies at the end of this.
Oh, you'll be waiting, pal. Oh, you'll be waiting, pals. You know, you'll be.
Monday night.
You'll be there eventually.
Stream on Monday night.
Hang in there, guys. Just hang in there, guys. You'll get your lobbies.
Right. We'll be back in a sec, because I'm going to do the manufacture series on GT7 in a few minutes. So I need to sort out the disc.
I need to look for 7 o'clock trains.
Is it a 36-hour race?
Yeah. I don't know what track it's on, to be fair.
Good start.
It was GT7, it broke after the last one, so you'll just sit there on a loading screen waiting.
Waiting?
Hmm.
That's not good. Time to deploy the energy.
Oh well, it won't take me long to adapt to whatever track it is.
I can't read Morse code, what are they telling me, chat?
It's the tune to it's tricky, sorry.
Oh, okay. It just sounds like you're talking to me Morse code.
Could be.
Chicky.
No, tricky, not Chucky.
I know.
Oh. Could have fooled me.
Could have fooled me. My name's Keiran and I've got the poshest voice in the world.
Someone's never listened to Jacob Rees-Mogg talk.
That is most offensive.
He's even more posher than Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's a direct descendant of him.
I find it most offensive.
I find it most.
I do not take that tone lightly.
I hope there's a 7 PM GT
That's
slot,
what I thought, you damn squib.
You're a damn squid.
Matt, you like the car that I do.
You're a damp squid.
Wait, so I pulled a Tory insult and he just repeated it back.
Matt, I like the car I'm doing the GT7 racing.
Is it the Porsche?
Wow.
We'll make a Tory of you yet, James.
No!
Is it GT4?
I've just looked at the track.
What's up?
I've just looked at what track I'm doing.
Tell us.
It is a good one.
Oh, thank God. I got the wrong week.
Is it good? Did you think it was Goodwoods and GT3s?
It's Dragon Trail Seaside, but I thought it was round 3, which is the Nürburgring 24-hour.
Oh, not Seaside. That's awesome there. Oh, fuck.
Seaside?
It reminds me of
Yeah, who doesn't like the Seaside?
Yeah, Dragon Trail Seaside is the best one. Gardens is the bad one.
Yeah,
Gardens is the one we're doing in
which is why AJ picked it.
Yeah.
I hate Gardens.
I was thinking the Tokyo Expressway. I thought it'd be the one with the long straight, and it's the other one.
It's in Group 4s as well.
Oh.
It said Goodwood. I thought, I hope it's the hill climb. It's like, nope, not quite.
Thank you, we're the Cantina Band. If you have any suggestions, play them out. Play that same song. Alright, same song, here we go.
Oi, Plagueis, get us another one.
I don't know where I don't know where that's from, but the one I quoted was Family Guy.
No, it's not. I know.
He made it up.
It's not. That is pure original content right there.
You original? What the fuck?
Here we go. That's how you break awkward silences.
Yeah.
Here we go. Done. Sorted. Ice
Done.
broken. It's been very effective for me. The room's completely cleared by the time I finish.
Wow.
Like a bad fart in a lift.
Oh,
Yeah,
guess who's gonna...
It's so effective. As an introvert, it's brilliant. It's so effective.
I'm getting strategy tips off the fastest guy in TWR.
Darth Plagueis.
The Plagueis.
He's quick. He seems to leave very quickly. I don't know what for.
Have you heard of the story of
The tragedy of Darth Plagueis.
Come on, James, get it right.
Jesus,
Common knowledge, mate. Oh, God. Oh, you bastard. Bastard.
Oi, Keiran, that's not very nice.
Is it not? Sorry.
How
Alright,
rude.
I've got
No time gained, apparently. Yeah, no shit.
I've got 3 minutes to learn seaside reverse in a Group 4 that I've never driven in my life.
Oh, that's not the line.
I get what you mean. The Silverstone circuit flowing. I'm just having so much fun in my F1 car driving around, and I've been struggling to drive it all season. But this is just very matching my driving style.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah.
Perseverance pays off and all that shiz.
What's your favourite season, apart from race season?
Summer.
Without,
No doubt about that. Summer.
you didn't say race. You said race season, so can I say football season instead?
I'm
Technically, he's right.
Yeah.
No, he's got a point.
But out of the 4 seasons, which was your favourite?
Probably autumn.
So you're in your favourite season, Kieran's just...
Autumn or
I've left
winter.
it. Very upset.
Autumn or
has he
winter.
gone? Is Matt gone?
No, I'm still here.
What's your
Mine's
favourite
mine's all the cold ones for one reason.
Yeah,
If I'm
I
cold,
think
if I'm cold, I can warm myself up. If I'm warm, you can't cool yourself down
that
easily.
was my excuse. That's why I said I prefer colder. Yeah, so I'm sort of
You can warm yourself up.
autumn, winter.
I'm spring.
So we're all got different seasons,
Yeah.
as it turns
I like
out.
whatever season the Indy 500
So none of us are
happens
happy at the same time, as it turns out.
I love
Unless one of
spring.
us goes to the southern
Feels-
hemisphere.
True. No, that's a good point. James.
What?
Actually, me as well. You go to Southern Hemisphere.
No,
Goes to the southern
went
hemisphere,
in-
then the autumn will be the same time as your spring and summer and winter.
Yeah,
I
which
mean,
means I was
Keiran's-
happy at the
Keiran's
same
been to
time as
Australia
Finn when I
before.
went away to Perth. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
happy at the same time as Finn. I think. Yeah. Oh no, that. Yeah. Wait.
What month
It's the
did
other way
you
around,
go?
isn't it? May. No, March. March even. Sorry.
So that'll
March.
be
You've been to
there.
Australia?
Autumn.
Autumn,
Yeah.
beginning of the autumn.
He went to look at rocks in Australia.
I'm
Yeah.
actually jealous.
It's autumn, so I was happy at the same time as Matt.
He didn't stream for a whole 2 weeks. That's.
I know. Knackered. Yeah, you can tell this is like a summer or late spring simulation of the race because like it's still pretty bright.
Still quite sunny, yeah.
And it's getting dark outside now, for sure. Very quickly. Oh god, that's ominous.
I don't even know the format of this race.
We've explained it enough times. We go for 36 hours and we're swapping every 4.
Oh god, that's terrifying. How many hours?
Oh, you're joking.
How many hours?
I forgot to buy
13.
stuff.
Was it like 14 o'clock?
No, it's 7 o'clock.
I forgot to buy softs for my race.
I thought it was 6 for a sec. Cause, oh god, it's 7.
I'm sad. I'm sad.
Hey AJ, welcome back, man. How's it going? Hope your shift was alright.
It's
That's
really
what you're doing. Sorry, I can't remember now. Yeah, it was work, wasn't it? Hope it was all good. All going alright here. We are in the last hour of the first third, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We have done nearly 20... no, wait.
We've done 11 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. Nearly 11.
Basically, they're
With
fucked.
25 to go. Yep. Yep. Already starting to go insane.
How long's the qualifier in this?
1 minute.
Keiran,
5-minute qualifying.
Keiran,
But
I've
not
just
too bad.
realised. I just realised this is the first time I'm not at a racetrack when
Has
you're
him?
doing one of your 24-hour things.
Last year
Yeah.
was at Castle Coombe.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Last year was Castle Coombe. In 2021, I was at Brands.
There you are.
Yeah. Hi Sim, hi Grandma. Yeah, we're watching Grandma's watching a movie. Yeah, as we just said,
Your grandma?
we're
Hello,
it says
Matthew's grandma.
it says 1 hour, so that's I look shattered already. Yeah, well I've been
Oh,
going
that's
since 8,
Grandma.
so it's been well it's my uncle at the moment. They're talking about. I imagine they're watching together because Grandma said they'd
Hi, Matt's
watch when he got home.
Hello, Uncle.
Yeah, so I mean we're going for 11 hours already, which is a lot. So I've done 6 hours of driving. Kieran's currently done 7. We're about to no, I've done 6. Kieran's done
6
5.
or 7 is not.
He's done 5.
yeah, I was
about to
gonna
get to the end of his about going into his 6th hour. It says 1 hour there because Assetto Corsa Competizione will only do a max of 24 in a race. So we'll get to the end of this hour, and then we'll reset the lobby. So we'll do 24, and then we'll be into
Yeah,
the.
because I'd much rather
the
set that
24.
up at 8 PM on the Saturday rather than 8 AM on the Sunday.
After we've been away for 24 hours. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I think that's
No,
more
but
like-
weekends or moving
idea.
4 ton
You're
bags.
more likely
they'll
to-
probably
you're more
count as a
likely
dodgy
to-
arm. Yeah, I was going to say that does sound a bit like work, AJ. It doesn't sound like a weekend thing.
What
It doesn't
saying,
involve
Nelson?
beer and it doesn't involve
You're
relaxation.
more likely to mess something up at 8 AM than 8 PM.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And that would be really annoying to fix later. So I'll do it when I'm more awake, i.e. in an hour.
Who said you're not going to be at a takeaway in an hour getting your own Chinese?
Well, I need to make sure Matt's on his way first.
Yeah.
I fancy a Chinese. I love it.
Fucking hell, man.
I don't like Chinese, so I'm lucky. I don't need anyone to get me to eat it.
I'm literally the only one in my family that likes to eat a Chinese.
Really?
I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it.
What? Gout.
I know.
I know, I love it.
So yeah,
Chinese, what you
I
having?
love it.
Ugh.
much rather have a pizza.
I mean, yes, but also.
I'm tempted
love
by
some
the idea
Chinese
of a
food.
curry or something, or like a chow mein.
And this is the thing, living in
Shitload
the middle
of
of
rice and
nowhere.
curry sauce.
Living in the middle of nowhere. I have
And
no
so then it
access
means
to
he's spent
nothing
the next
or
he'll spend the next 12 hours on the toilet. That's what he's planning.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what I'm
So
worried about.
basically
Like,
ju-
if it's a
basically
dodgy
giving Matt all
one,
the
I'm
driving.
screwed.
He's just
If it's a
giving Matt all
dodgy
the
bag,
He's running that. He's running that risk.
You get a curry and sit
running
on the
that risk.
toilet.
He'll get himself a madras or a jalfrezi.
You may as well
Everyone
move
Thanks a
your
lot,
set.
mate.
over each other.
You may as well move your setup to the toilet if you have a curry.
Cheers. Welcome in, Brad. I hope things are well with you. Curry sauce, fried rice and chips. Yeah, it's tempting, isn't it?
Oh yeah, curry sauce and chips. Yeah.
Or you can get a chippy from the same shop.
Yeah, fish and chips is tempting as well.
And then
Yeah,
just put
everyone,
curry
mate.
sauce on your chips. Done.
Yeah.
We are
sorted.
just
Then you got
over
both.
11 hours in, with 25 remaining. Yep.
You can
Do
get
maths
chips
still.
at Chinese.
Just-
You get
Jesus.
chips at Chinese. You can get your fish from the fish shop, and you get your
Is that
curry
the
sauce
Chinese
from
as
the
well?
fish shop.
It's all from the Chinese.
You
They
get
The fish is
chips as well.
Chinese as well.
Yep, Chinese fish. Chinese coating is beautiful. No, it's just standard fish and chips.
Made in Swindon.
Made in Swindon. It probably is.
That was near where you're from.
Oh yeah, it's just a short trip.
I was in Swindon the other day on my way back from Belgium.
Should have popped inside to Keiran.
Yeah, they just use the trains like Dabberwallahs in India, and bring the fish and chips in on the train. And there's little tins from Swindon. They used old washed out, well apparently washed out tins of beans to carry the food. And it's like they're like Dabberwallahs, yeah. It's ingenious, really. It's very clever how it's done. Jeremy fucked it up as usual.
Of course he did.
Yeah. A deleted scene from the last special. Don't tell me how I know.
Oh, the next one's going to be in Zimbabwe.
That's right. Or Zambia. Was it that or Zambia? I can't remember. It might be Zimbabwe. One of them.
I thought it was Zimbabwe because then I noted at the time that they would have done all of them across that bit of Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Namibia.
Aye.
Because they've done one in Botswana and Namibia anyway already. So if they do Zimbabwe, then they've done all three above South Africa.
Oh, come on!
I think Milton's unhappy.
Crashed.
I'm on a quali lap and people are fighting like they're in a race.
He's been told he can't have Chinese.
It's the last lap of quali and people are fighting when everyone's on a hot lap. And I've just been taken out.
Oh man.
So, I'm starting last now. Oh, I'm in the wall again.
Going loopy, I think.
He needs his Chinese.
We're only 12 hours
Yeah.
in. Still got another 24. We got to do this 3 more times. 2 more times.
I know. Two more steady, yeah.
Two more times.
What, 2 more meals?
No, 2 more
Yes,
12
please.
hours.
What we've just done, we've got to do 2 more times.
Correct.
Oh no. Anyway.
Last week.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine.
I'm starting the race in P12.
I still can't
lacking
believe
in
Nico
energy at the moment.
Hulkenberg won the Canadian
Need some
Grand
more.
Prix.
He
I feel
needs
like
some
a tank running on
milk.
empty. He needs some milk.
He needs some milk.
Still, could be worse.
Could be worse.
Could
All
be
the
relaxing
British
and
crowd
enjoying a
have
cold
gone
beer right
wild.
now. Definitely, that'd be awful.
It's a British 1, 2, 3 on the grid as it stands.
What is it? Hamilton for what is it? Max Chilton from Tom Ingram from Ash Sutton.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Come on,
result.
Chilton. Sorry, Tom Chilton. I meant not Max Chilton.
Yeah, fuck Max Chilton. He went to America, the traitor.
Racing there anymore though. He's not even racing
Fuck
there.
Callum Ilott.
I don't think.
He's probably retired. He's like 30 odd, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's
he's
probably
only
done.
4 years older than me.
I
How old's
reckon
his
he's
bro?
done,
Tom's like 38, isn't he?
Emmy's 10 years older than me, so yes.
I'm still doing better than his younger brother.
I'm sorry, but I'd
Like,
much
come on,
rather.
Max, sort it out.
I'd much rather race in a touring car race than in the Indy 500. Just saying.
Yeah,
Wow, that's controversial.
I'm joking,
now-
obviously.
Oh. I was just about to say, I was like, wait a minute, you just opened a massive can of worms there, you realise that?
I'm joking.
I
know
will
which one.
say this. I'd rather race at Le Mans than Indy 500.
That I agree with. Yep. 100%.
And I'd rather race both.
race.
I'd rather race both over Monaco Grand Prix.
Yes. Have you lot have you lot must have seen how there's what's his name? Oh, someone's doing the double duty at Indy next year, where they do Indy 500 and then the Charlotte 600 or whatever you call it.
Okay.
In NASCAR next year. So imagine if he wins, he'll have like an hour to get to the other side of America.
Wow.
If he wins after he's done all the milk stuff, he's got like an hour to get to the other side of America.
America. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keiran would do double duty, you know, jump in a chopper.
Hell yeah, easy.
All from the game someone's like a air traffic control delay.
Yeet.
Oh, I'm purple in Sector 1 and Sector 2.
Bottle it.
Here we go. Into club.
Try hard.
And James Harmon crosses the line to take pole position for the British Grand Prix.
Oh, it's me.
Yay!
Get in there, Lewis.
Brilliant
George
job.
Russell is second and Lewis Hamilton is third.
Get in there, Lewis.
My teammate
Brilliant.
is 21st.
Who's your teammate?
Felipe Drugovich.
Boo. Don't like Drugovich. Why do people keep saying he needs an F1 drive? I don't get
Probably
it.
because he won at F2.
Yeah, but the F2 grid that season was disgraceful. I mean, yeah, alright, he still won it, but...
I know what you mean.
Probably because if he's going to replace someone, it'll be Stroll that he's replacing.
Stroll's better
Which
than
is also why
Drugovich.
people want Jess Hawkins currently to have a seat, because she'd be replacing Stroll.
What, because she's done one test?
Yeah, that was most of the comments, is just, when will she replace Stroll? Followed by well done, followed by stupid, damn, misogynistic comments, which is why we're raising money for Racing Pride and
Gotta get the plug in
LGBT,
right. Gotta get
LGBT
plug in.
inclusivity within the world of motorsport and its industry. Yes, gotta get that plug in. Smooth transition.
I love these smooth
it's-
transitions, Matt.
It's topical, right? It's
Yeah.
topical.
Which is why we're raising money for this.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Could
I've
not
up 2
agree.
positions on lap 1. Up another one.
Right, let's watch Alex Jakes talk about me.
Yeah.
Do you know Alex Jakes in real life? Because I know you know quite a couple of people.
No. No.
Do you know Jack Nichols in real life? He knows you.
Yes, I
That
do
sounds
know
quite
Jack.
wrong after the allegations.
Yeah.
Well,
I did know Jack, yes.
I don't even know what even was it that he got done
He
for.
was being sexually inappropriate, making inappropriate comments to
Which I'm
other
not
members of
very
staff.
happy with.
He was probably the best commentator that they've ever had. Or is he one
I
they've
agree.
ever
Yeah, I thought he was a great
He's-
commentator.
I'm disappointed. I'm not
Yeah.
angry, I'm just disappointed.
Better than whoever they replaced him with. Oh no, it was Ben Edwards they replaced him with. He was actually alright.
No, the
I thought it
commentator-
was the
It was
chap
Tom
from
Brooks.
Gran
It
Turismo.
was Tom
no,
Brooks.
but they had,
Tom
but they had
Brooks,
Ben
yeah.
Edwards from Jakarta.
Well, he might have stood in initially until Tom Brooks came into the role.
He's much better.
But Tom Brooks is brilliant. Yeah.
Tom's
Yeah.
great.
Got good
First
energy.
race,
and he's
first proper race,
very knowledgeable.
first proper race he ever commentated on, and there was that big crash in Rome where every single car was damaged.
Handled it really well.
Talking about, he's going to say I'm on pole, listen.
What's your in-game name?
No, James.
Jimothy.
Matt's definitely Matthew.
Nope, they don't have that, nor do they have Palmer. Despite the fact that there is a voice clip of Crofty saying Palmer, because Jolyon Palmer, so there is a voice clip of Crofty saying Palmer, but it's not in the game, it's not a selectable thing.
Maybe you're not Matthew, maybe you're Jolyon in disguise.
Right, doesn't matter a Matthew either.
Oh, it was very unfair on Dragovic earlier. He's now 18th because of cars on penalties.
Where was he originally?
21st.
Do you remember that time where so many drivers got penalties that Carlos Sainz had 15-place grid penalty and he started 2 places ahead of where he qualified?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember when everyone used to joke about, like, at Spa, all the McLarens would be starting at Eau Rouge instead of the grid because they had that many penalties?
Oh yeah, it was like 65 grid penalties, wasn't it?
How is that possible? What do you possibly change to get 65? Now it's just
the entire car, which is what Logan Sargent did. This is why he had to start from pit lane.
He built an entire car. He built the third car instead of...
I mean, James Fowles did a good job explaining... well, actually, he does a great job actually explaining in quite plain, simple language, like what they did and how it was wrong.
He's not like Christian Horner, who's scared to say that Perez is better than Max, because he is.
What are we talking about now?
No,
James Fowles.
Yeah, but yeah, basically they got a penalty because he was like, we technically do always have a third car. It's just the chassis of it.
Yeah.
And like the body, and then like the other bits we can put on their spares for the normal 2 cars.
Formula E as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in Formula E, all the teams share them.
Yeah,
no,
but
each team has their own.
Really, I thought they shared them.
Each team has their own spare chassis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But F1 does as well, but basically they added something to that. They were allowed to use that third chassis to repair the broken one, but they added something to it, or things to it, less than 5 hours before the start of the race, which wasn't allowed. Right. It had to be fitted more than 5 hours before, which is why they got the grid penalty. It was basically they left it too late to add something to that car.
I should had someone take me outside, just absolutely yeeted them into the next corner in the manufacture series.
I say goodbye to your safety rating.
Oh well, I'll survive.
I'll survive.
They won't.
I will survive.
I was petrified.
What's James gonna say now? James gonna Google the whole song.
That's disappointing. Same.
Keiran, you've got 40 minutes.
You get that second wind again, remember? I remember this happened, right, where you start getting tired. It's around 12 or 13 hours in. You start getting tired, and then there's a second wind. You get past it, and then you get really fatigued near the end. So
and
the energy drinks are going to be...
And then we're doing an extra 12 on top of that.
You're not even halfway.
That's right, exactly.
So
you would have been halfway through the previous one, but now we're a third.
This is...
When's halfway through this one? Halfway through this one's halfway through this one's at midnight tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's about 2. 2 in the morning. Matt said earlier.
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
About
if
2 till
James,
6 is quite difficult.
If James said you did, then you definitely did.
No, it was sort of split in the worst part of the...
36. Yeah. 15, 3, 18.
Keiran's not even a third of the way through yet.
18.
Oh, I'm quitting this GT7 race. It's gone awful.
8.
I rage quit.
And it's
8
lights
plus
out.
18.
Away we go for the British Grand Prix, and Harman gets a good start. Verstappen already overtakes Hamilton, but he's not quite got ahead of Russell. Harman leads from Russell, and Russell is now going for the move.
No, it's not 26. 26.
I just thought I'd get excited then.
Yeah, you made me lose my maths. I was trying to figure out when middle
1
time
plus
was.
1 is 2.
Oh, then eight, halfway is 18 hours, and we started at 8. And we started at 8 a.m. What's 18 hours after 8 a.m.?
2 a.m.
Quick maths from Keiran. There we go.
Because
So,
8 p.m. is 20, minus 18 is 2 a.m.
Ah, you see, you did say it, Matt.
Apparently, I did.
Right, 2 a.m. Yep. Dead right.
Wow. Wow.
What are we wowing at?
Football.
Oh, right.
Liverpool are playing Tottenham Hotspur and they've got 2 red cards.
Liverpool have.
Verstappen.
Yes.
Wow.
What's the score
Verstappen's
then?
already overtook
It's
me.
1-1.
Oh my god. How are Liverpool hanging on? What's the minutes?
There's 2 minutes left.
Okay. Jesus
Rick
fuck.
won't be happy with
Keiran,
that. He's a
Keiran,
Liverpool
Keiran, have you
fan.
seen the United score today?
Oh yeah, I actually have, to be honest, thanks to Ruff. Yeah. It's been a really good day.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm so pleased with the team. They've
You beat,
been putting their back into it.
Thing is, you beat Crystal Palace earlier this week.
We did, except it was their B team. So it doesn't meet
Oh,
its
are you not
penis.
ready? Are you not ready to hear some F1 news I've just seen on Twitter? Well, it's a rumour.
It's Max
It's a
Verstappen's
rumour.
birthday.
It's to do with the TV broadcasting.
Go on.
The Sky going to renew the contract for another 25 million years.
Apple is reportedly considering a $2 billion per year bid for exclusive global Formula 1 streaming rights,
Oh my god.
doubling the
fuck
current
off.
TV rights value. This interest follows the success of MLS Season Pass, and Apple aims to offer an F1 pass alongside other content in the Apple TV app.
Ugh, but I have to pay for
Well-
Apple TV.
Do you want me to set up a GT7 practice session so you've done the most laps? Ben, you up for that,
And
says
it's
AJ?
apparently it's a 7-year deal. It will be if it happens.
Fuck that.
My god.
Why can't
They won't
F1
accept
just?
it.
Why can't F1 just be like, yes, we have our own app, which we can broadcast from. We'll put it there. So you
That'd be
don't have to
brilliant.
pay. You don't have to pay for stupid prices through Sky, and you don't have to
Except they're just as
buy
greedy.
Now TV, and
Why
you don't
does-
have to. Yeah.
Why does Apple have to offer the deal? Why can't it be Banana?
We're at
What
the
was
point
that
now.
like,
We're at the
AJ?
point now where we're tired, and that's not even funny. Yeah.
That
Finn,
was.
do you want me to set up a GT7 practice?
He's getting sacked. Who?
Eric lost his Crystal
Ten
Palace
Hag.
tag.
Yeah, he's fucked.
When did you last win it? When did you last win a game against an actual decent side?
Don't remember.
FA Cup final? Oh wait, no.
Like, I'm really trying with that fucking team, but honestly, it's so inconsistent, it's unbelievable.
You've got Onana in goal. What do you expect?
You'll
What,
get
is he
there.
the reason then? He's the reason for the entire team underperforming.
Well, no, but it's his job to
Right.
keep the ball out of the net.
Yeah, but he can't do it on his fucking own. He's not De Gea.
You lot wanted him out.
I know, I didn't. I wanted him to fucking stay.
Well,
The
sorry,
fucking fans are idiots.
Every other fan wanted the hero.
The fucking plastics, man.
The plastic.
Like, oh, we haven't won a trophy yet. Must be De Gea's fault. He's been there the longest. Like, fuck off, is he? It's not
Well,
his fault.
it's clearly not the manager, because every manager you go through, the team's just as bad.
Honestly, it's the whole culture's fucked, man. It's such a mess in there. They don't care enough about what they're trying to do, which is win the.
Are you part of the
Premier League.
Are you part of the owners out campaign?
Yes, 100%. They've been driving this club into the fucking ground since day one, when they took over. They don't know how to run a
When
club.
did they take over?
A couple of decades ago now. They've been in it for a long, long time.
Keiran, do you know where Man United are in the league?
Please tell me.
They're
I'll tell
probably
you,
13th.
You are 10th.
Oh, that's a relief.
6 points
Still
away
top
from the
table, lads.
Six
Oh,
points
yeah.
away from the relegation zone.
Fuck's sake, man.
At least you're not
Imagine
Chelsea.
though.
At least you're not Chelsea. They're 15th.
Imagine if one of the big teams get relegated, though.
Chelsea is the favourite at the moment. They're in worse shape than us. Like, I don't
Yeah.
just mean points-wise. I mean
To
they're
be
genuinely
fair-
in worse shape than us.
To be fair, Man City lost as well today.
Isn't
Wow.
Chelsea
Against
though
who?
affected by? Isn't Chelsea affected by the war in Ukraine?
No, they
Not
used
anymore,
to be, but
no.
not anymore. They
Yeah,
got
not
bought
very
by
good
some. They got bought by some sort of American guy called Todd who spent $1 billion.
clueless.
He spent over £1 billion on players, and they still can't even get top half in the league.
Because he
It's
doesn't know what he's
hilarious.
doing. He's just
buys-
throwing money at it thinking that's what works. He's an
He
idiot.
bought a player who was for 85 million, who was bang average for the team. They bought him off.
He's
Wow.
such an idiot. It's unbelievable. Just doesn't know what he's doing.
The club who would have gained the 85 million just went, yeah, take it. I want the money.
He's actually a fucking pleb. It's unreal. He's just spending money.
Keiran.
He's throwing money at it. And it doesn't work. It's not how it works.
Keiran, you've got the Champions League on Tuesday.
Oh God. They have
Who
to.
do you support, Milson?
Who do you think?
Oh,
Yes. Where do you think I went
No,
today?
Rotherham.
Where do you think I went today?
to play football?
Yeah, Finn plays for Hull City.
Yeah.
I'll tell you which teams I
MVP.
support.
The under 14s.
I
Go on
support-
then.
I-
The
I'll
under
tell you which-
16s.
I'll tell you which team I support.
Oh,
I support two. Have a guess.
Wales.
Aston
Wales.
Martin.
Wales
Envision Virgin.
and no football teams.
Cardiff, Swansea, Wrexham.
No, and no.
New England Patriots.
Luton
to see-
Town.
I went to see him play the other week.
Sidemen.
Yes.
That doesn't count. They got to actually be good for a start.
So what? Do you when Wales play? Do you watch them?
No.
Unlike it's like the World Cup.
I can't afford the game ticket.
No, I mean on TV. If they were on TV.
Oh yeah, I watch them on the TV. I'd laugh.
Do you watch like Rugby World Cup for when Wales play?
No, but I am following it closely because I want them to do well.
He wants them to do well but not win.
No, I want them to win. I just don't. Rugby's not for me. It seems to for me. I don't like all the injuries and everything,
Oh, okay.
so that's why I don't really watch it. But I am following their progress.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my reason for not watching the games. Not a big massive fan of blood.
Ah, fair enough. You do get a bit of blood in it, just a bit.
Yeah.
A healthy amount.
What lap are you on, Kieran?
Lap 152.
I'm
How
on
many laps
110.
behind?
I'm on 162.
Will you overtake him in 10? Will you manage to
Will you do
overtake
10
him?
laps in 32 minutes?
Yep,
Yes.
more than likely.
Unless you bin
2
it
minutes
and
a
have
lap.
like a bit. Unless you bin it and have a repair.
Tyre
10
failure.
minutes,
Tyre
10
failure.
laps.
Oh, Keiran, don't bin it into the wall, mate. Oh.
Oh, no, definitely
Kieran.
not.
But don't forget, I'll technically keep a lap at the end because I'll come out and cross the line with you to the very last
So
lap of the
really, you need to
stint.
do 11 laps.
Announcement. Is your donation goal still the same?
Yep, still 500.
To anyone watching,
I mean, donate your current donations.
If you can't
No,
donate,
yes, it's still at
don't
190.
worry, but
Yeah.
please share. Please share.
Yes.
Share it with your mum, your dad,
Yeah,
your
I'll
dog,
be
your
sharing it
uncle, your
around
cat.
after I finish my
Please
stint.
share
Once
it, yeah.
Matt's
Be sure to
underway,
tag.
I'll be sharing it around.
Yeah, be sure to tag Racing Pride in it because they were the ones
Share
we're
it with
raising
your
money for
dogs
as well.
Your
And they got a lot of
Your dogs
followers.
will donate.
Shit.
Share it with your dogs, your cats.
That's a momentary lapse of concentration right there.
Yeah,
What's he done?
Yeah.
What's he done, Matthew?
he went on. He put 2 wheels on the grass and couldn't stop.
Oh, no.
That was nearly bin it.
Only lost 2.5 seconds though. Result. Had worse laps.
I mean, if someone wants to be a real shill on social media and start tagging other influencers like Jimmy Broadbent or Matt Gallagher and people like that and getting their eyes on it, they might share it.
Or not.
I would, but not Twitter anymore.
Me neither. And it's the best decision of my life.
Correct.
I am.
Yeah, so am I. Yeah, I should get off Twitter because I'm sure Finn's seen I just get angry at the Tories on Twitter.
Every single thing's the BBC.
Who doesn't?
I've seen
Tories,
loads from Matt about the BBC.
Even some Tories are getting angry at the Tories, so it says it all.
We're getting political.
We are.
Oh yeah.
Well, when there's nothing
11 and a half hours in. Oh yeah. Wait till it starts up again at 4 AM.
Oh yeah.
Indeed.
We're swapping the cars over. It's like, Matt, you know where he grinds my gears, right? Where the economy was crashed completely by incompetence. But not now.
I like Matt. He's a good person.
I am. Thank you.
Can I, don't take this the wrong way. I just want to,
That's a good start.
Oh god.
like the previous 2 years, Keiran's raised money for Mind. Tell me why you've chosen Racing Pride, and in a good way, because I think it's a brilliant idea. You chose it. I just want to know what you're thinking behind it.
Yeah, so I think because they're doing so much good work, and I see what they do, and constantly I'm trying to interact with them on social media.
Yeah.
And they do a great amount, and I sort of a little bit of the thinking, a little bit more selfish with it, but I was sort of because when I did my 24-hour stream before doing a Star Wars game, I did it for Mind as well. I was a little bit disheartened. Like, Mind do wonderful work. Don't get me wrong with that. But I was a little bit disheartened with them because the only interaction I got with them was a like on Twitter. That was the only interaction I got with them. Whereas I thought someone like Racing Pride, they would be a lot more involved. I didn't realise this involved, but I thought they would be a lot more involved. They would share it a lot more on their socials. We're probably going to have Cade coming in tomorrow as well.
I haven't seen anything about you lot on their Twitter, though, to be fair.
I don't know if it was on their Twitter, but it was definitely on their Instagram.
I haven't seen that on Twitter, but
it was on,
if it's on Instagram, then yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so they've done quite a bit more interaction with us about it. So I know that's more of a selfish thing because I know it's not for the interaction or the acknowledgement of it, but I was just slightly disheartened with Mind. That's the only feedback I'd have for Mind when people are. I'm sure they get lots of people raising money for them, but I'll just interact with them a little bit more.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
interact with the people you're raising money for.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd want to actually have a conversation with them and to say, look, we're doing this for you, and them to say thank you for doing it. Whereas didn't even get a thank you from Mind.
Yeah, it's true.
Though it's
support.
Yeah. Whereas Racing Pride have been fully on board with it as well, and I sort of thought 100%. This is so damn Racing Pride's street. This is exactly what Racing Pride do. Is the racing and the community and sim racing. This is what they do. So it was much more relevant as well. 100%. And it works again without getting political. It, you know, even in the wider world of it, it's still a horrible, terrible place, even currently, for people with LGBTQ plus. I mean, you only have to see what the Home Secretary said like 3 days ago, saying that people like it's not saying that you're being persecuted from the country that you've left for being homosexual. That's not an excuse for you to seek asylum. And people criticise her, and she goes, "Yeah, but people do pretend to be gay to get in." You're just like, you are generalising. You're generalising and just assuming that everyone is a bad person.
Yeah.
There's a reason. There's a reason.
To suit her own.
There is a reason the UN, after her speech, called her a fascist and told her that she is wrong and oppressive. The UN told her that.
She's still in power.
Yeah. So.
I hate that woman.
Yes.
I thought I hated Priti Patel, but no, Suella gets it.
Yeah.
She's worse than Rishi.
Probably because I was in Belgium, but yeah.
Yeah, that was what was said. So
jeez, I had no idea this was happening.
Yeah, she said that a couple of days ago. So like even recently, you know, even you'd think that the LGBTQ plus community is being represented. No, they are not. Even the Home Secretary, the third highest position of power someone can hold in this country, politically, like she was still just like no, denying rights and acknowledgement to the LGBT community.
Well, you know
what
you
need
to
fucking blood
do
boil,
then?
that woman.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
You need to vote then.
Yep.
There needs to be a general election now.
Ideally, yes. Right now, please.
Midstream.
I'd put down the stream and go and vote.
Would you actually?
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
I'd apologise to Racing Pride, but this is far too important.
Yeah, we need to kick these asses out part.
Do it on the way of getting your Chinese. Then you have to end any stream.
Kieran, I'll do my stint. You go vote, and then I'll go.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I'll take it.
4 hours, right?
Well, have a lot, and then the moment you get back, I'll take over and I'll go vote.
The fact that you'd willingly go and do that instead of stream this race say something.
Yeah, 100%. And that's nothing against Racing Pride. That's just simply how urgent the situation is.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's been urgent for 1.5 years. So.
Yeah, fair enough.
James will take over while you go vote.
Those arseholes need to fucking go. We'll corrupt a lot of them. Every fucking one of them.
I've never seen Keiran so angry.
Honestly, my blood's boiling, man. Think of something else.
I'm honestly surprised.
It actually gets me really mad. I'm not joking. Really mad.
Well, now we know what Kieran's like when he's angry.
Yeah.
No,
swearing under his breath. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm conscious I'm still on stream.
Yes, but I wholeheartedly agree with you, Keiran. Like, the word you use to describe her is correct.
Yeah.
This is more than angry.
Yeah.
It's
like when Gordon Ramsay's calm, you're like, uh-oh, that's even scarier. Like, he can yell and yell and yell, but when he's calm, it's like, I've given up. I'm fucking done.
Yeah.
I'm angry at you, but
what in this kitchen was not microwaved? It was salad. Salad. You fucking donkey. Of course you don't microwave a salad.
I love him.
Where's the lamb sauce? Come on, man. Just try. Where's the lamb sauce?
Idiot.
I'm going mad! Fucking mad!
And then as soon as he goes to like the kids version of all, then
oh dear, beautiful, come here.
As soon as he goes to like the kids show and they like almost blow up the kid, she's like, "Oh, it's okay, chill out, don't cry."
It's okay.
It's like fucking donkey.
Yeah.
It's so fucking complicated.
Kieran, I was currently on Discord just then, and I accidentally I was on your Discord server, and I accidentally went and clicked one of your channels. I accidentally just moved some of the channels around.
Oh, nice.
Nothing bad. I can move the memes and banter channel up a few.
I feel like someone's admin privileges are going to be revoked in a minute.
Do you know what I've always realised?
You know what? I'm up to here. I've
always realised, how has Matt never been given mod privileges?
I know. I was a mod on his Discord for like he did that when he did his first 24-hour race. He made me a mod for it, and then he did a vote thing where like people had to like I can't remember, like apply or do something to be a mod, and then like he did something like people. Yeah, I was busy, so I just didn't put in to be a mod.
Poor Matt. He got shafted by his own best friend.
It was more that if people didn't want to continue to be a mod but felt awkward saying, so I put it up to a vote.
I remember once when Keiran advertised the mod role open, I applied. Well, I say I applied for it.
Yeah, I think it was that, and I just didn't bother.
Yeah, I messaged about it, and then it was like the day after a stream when I created an account called like Keiran Doyle's something, and I nearly got banned from the entire channel because it got him so angry in the middle of a race. Because apparently you said it happened to James beforehand, so it really annoyed
there's something like that, and I was like, wait a minute, this is the same fucking thing. So it did, yeah, it got back up.
Without me even realising it had happened to James.
What are we talking about? Sorry, I missed that.
I was going to ask about that when we were talking about TWR, says AJ. What, mods, you mean?
What happened to me?
Who's mod?
Apparently someone created an account, like, with your name in it or something.
Oh, yes.
Yes, yeah.
And I made the exact same account against Keiran, but I didn't realise it had happened to you before, so I didn't realise it was actually a bad thing, and it was meant to just be a joke, but Keiran got really angry at it.
I can make him a mod quite easily, yeah. I'd have been. If you're happy with that, Matt, I don't know. Yeah. Can do.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll be a mod.
Cool.
Yeah, but is Keiran a mod on Matt's channel?
Yeah.
I can make you a mod in my YouTube chat. I'm able to do that.
Good boy.
And let's start a poll.
Matt's showing in the spanner crew.
Matt is a spanner.
Once this stream's over, I don't know how to do it when you're on stream. Can't remember how to do it.
Just do like /mod or whatever. It's just like /mod.
Oh yeah, okay, right.
Paste the channel of the URL of the user you wish to have as a mod.
Can I be a mod on your YouTube?
Here we go.
Who's driver ready VR simulators, Cornwall? Is that your work?
Yeah. So I don't know who that is. That's either the default YouTube account on the main PC at the shop, or that's my boss. I don't know who, but it was someone.
Hi Matt's boss.
Hi Matt's boss.
This can only go well.
They've been on a while, so.
Why are you not at work? I'm driving a virtual car. Oh, you've only got 18 minutes left of the race. It's nearly done. It's nearly done, lads.
Hey, we're nearly there, guys.
What's the difference between they can manage block words, change chatbot live.
Can I suggest something that you two are gonna hate? I reckon for the first hour of the 24 you should race each other, and then for the final hour of the 24 you should race each other.
First lap or the first hour?
I don't know. First lap?
I was gonna say first hour. Kieran's already been in.
I don't know. I mean, the last hour might be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, at that point, it's like, yes, it's the final lap. It spurs you on. So, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, less than final lap, final hour.
Oh,
do a
fine,
Le
that one.
Mans, do a Le Mans finish, but without all the F123 open lobby people who just forget it's a Le
That's
Mans
what we were
finish
going
and
to do
like
anyway.
a
And in
full
fact, we
sprint.
got to do that in 16 minutes, and we got to do that's how we're finishing them. So we were going to do a Le Mans finish anyway.
I've just got Matt's stream open here.
Match stream is goated.
What is improved?
Should we look at the donation link, see if anyone's recently donated? No, they have not.
How rude. It's free entertainment we're giving you. We invite you into our streams. Make
The most recent
conversation.
the most recent
And this is how
donation
you
was
repay us.
the most recent donation was Carol 8 hours ago.
Yeah, that was my auntie.
Auntie Carol.
Yeah.
Anti-Carol.
Andy Carroll,
Danny.
how's he doing?
And
You had one off.
Anti-Carol.
You had one off Elizabeth Treadwell. You had one off Anonymous, Ella Wrigley, Charlie Hill.
Yeah, a friend of mine.
Simon Abbott's Derbyshire.
That's my uncle.
Is that said right? Christopher
Yeah, Abbott's
Palmer. I wonder
Derbyshire.
who that one. I wonder who Christopher Palmer's related to.
Jolyon Palmer, I reckon.
Yeah.
Tony Kerr. And then Sarah Palmer.
It's just basically Matt's family.
It
Where's
is.
Kieran's
Yeah,
family?
Kieran's had
They're
one
on it.
friend do
They're
it.
on it. They're
His
on it.
friends care more than his family.